one reckless night changed everything. She thought it was just a stranger. But the next morning, he was her billionaire boss. When their secret threatened to explode, she faced an impossible choice. What happens when the truth could ruin the man you love, or destroy the life you've built? Terms of Exposure, a web novel. Billionaire CEO romance. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The Armitage Hotel bars does not look like a place where plans come undone. Delia Mwangi tells herself this as she settles onto a leather stool, orders a single malt she will sip slowly, and checks her watch. 10:47. One drink, then the car she booked for 11:30, then the apartment, then 8 hours of sleep before the interview that has consumed every waking thought for 6 weeks. The plan is clean. The plan is reasonable. The plan is exactly the kind of plan she always keeps. She lifts the glass. The whiskey burns clean and expensive. The bars hums around her, low voices, clinking crystal, the occasional laugh from a corner booth where a deal is being celebrated or mourned. The Armitage does not attract tourists. It attracts people who need discretion the way other people need oxygen, and Delia chose it for that reason. A woman alone in a hotel bars reads as many things, but here it reads as deliberate. She is staying elsewhere. She simply wanted good whiskey in a room where no one would bother her. The man appears beside her without announcement. She does not hear him approach. One moment the stool to her left is empty. The next, he is there, close enough that she catches the clean scent of soap and something darker underneath, sandalwood, maybe leather. He does not look at her immediately. He signals the bartender, orders something she does not catch, and only then turns. The face is a problem. He is devastating in the way of things that seem engineered for maximum damage. Sharp cheekbones, a mouth that looks like it knows exactly how to use silence, eyes so pale they seem almost colorless in the dim light. Late 30s, maybe. Built lean under a charcoal jacket that fits like it was sewn onto him. His hands rest on the bars with the stillness of a man who has never needed to reach for anything. He says, "I apologize. I do not usually with women who look like they are fortifying themselves for something important." Delia's fingers tighten on her glass. "What makes you think I am fortifying?" "The way you checked your watch 3 times in the 60 seconds since I sat down." He tilts his head. "Also the way you are drinking a single malt you do not actually like." The observation lands like a pin. She does not like single malt. She ordered it because it looked serious, because she wanted to match the room. "You are very observant," she says. "I am very bored." A pause. "May I buy you a drink you might actually enjoy?" She steps out there before she realizes she is smiling. They talk. The conversation is not like the conversations she has with men at bars, the ones that feel like interviews where she is the one being evaluated. This is different. He asks what she loves about her work, not what she does. He asks what she would do if she knew she could not fail. And when she hesitates, he does not push. He tells her about a building he once watched being demolished in London, how the structure fought the collapse longer than anyone predicted, and how that taught him something about design and resistance she still thinks about. He does not ask her name. She does not ask his. The absence should feel strange. It feels like relief. Without names, without titles, without the weight of context, she is only a woman who said yes to a drink she did not plan. He is only the man who ordered it. 2 drinks become 3, though she stops counting. The bars thins out. The bartender polishes glasses with slow, deliberate movements. The leather stool feels softer now, or maybe that is the whiskey and the way his voice drops when he leans closer. "May I ask you something?" he says. "You may ask. If I asked you to dance, would you say yes?" She glances around the bars. There is no dance floor. There is no music except the low jazz threading through the speakers. There is no reason to say yes except that she wants to, and wanting has never been a reason she trusted. "Yes," she hears herself say. He stands. He offers his hand. She takes it. They do not dance so much as move together in the space between the bars and the window, where the city glitters beyond the glass. His hand settles at the small of her back, light and warm, and she feels the heat through the silk of her blouse. He does not pull her closer. He lets her decide the distance. She steps in anyway. His chin brushes her temple. His breath is warm against her hair. They turn slow, barely moving, and she feels the shape of him against her, the solidness of chest and shoulder, the careful restraint in the way his hand does not wander. "You are very good at this," she murmurs. "I am very motivated." She laughs. The sound surprises her. She does not laugh easily with strangers. They dance until the bartender calls last round. They dance until the jazz set ends. They dance until Delia realizes she has missed her car, missed her early night, missed every single plan she made. She pulls back just enough to see his face. "That was..." She trails off, unsure how to finish. "Unexpected," he offers. "Yes." He studies her. The pale eyes are unreadable, but something in his expression shifts, softens, becomes almost tender. "I have a suite upstairs," he says. "I am going to finish my drink and walk to the elevator. If you are still here when the doors close, I will understand completely. If you are not, I will consider myself the luckiest man in New York." He does not wait for an answer. He returns to the bars, finishes the last sip of his drink, and walks toward the lobby. She watches him move, unhurried, certain. A man who has made an offer without pressure, without expectation, without any guarantee she will follow. The elevator doors open. He steps inside. She watches his back, the breadth of his shoulders, the way he does not turn around. And Delia Mwangi, who has spent her entire life earning every inch twice, who has never taken a risk she could not calculate, who has built her survival on the belief that no one will hand her anything she has not seized, slides off the stool. She walks to the elevator. The doors close behind her. The penthouse suite is quiet and dark, all soft light and expensive shadows. He pours her water. He asks if she is certain. She says she is. He asks if she wants rules or no rules. She says she wants one night with Audit. They do not speak for a long time after that. Dawn comes through the floor-to-ceiling windows, gray and tentative. Delia opens her eyes in a bed that smells like him and feels the shape of his arm across her waist. He is still asleep. His face is relaxed, younger somehow, the stillness of a man who does not often let himself rest. She does not wake him. She dresses in the bathroom, finds her shoes, brushes her hair with her fingers. The Armitage's complimentary stationery sits on the desk. She almost writes something. A name, maybe. A number. A thank you. She leaves the paper blank. At the door she turns. He has not moved. The gray light catches the line of his jaw, the curve of his shoulder, the evidence of a night she will have to seal away before it can become something dangerous. She steps into the hallway and pulls the door shut until the lock clicks. She does not know his name. She tells herself that is exactly what she wanted. The hallway mirror catches her reflection, flushed and satisfied, and behind her the faint imprint of his shape of the doorway she just closed. She walks toward the elevator and does not look back. 9 hours. She will walk into the boardroom and see him rise from the head of the table in 9 hours. But she does not know that yet. She believes the night is a secret she has handled, a sealed envelope she will never open again. The elevator door to close. The hotel holds its breath. Chapter 2. The elevator doors close behind her, and the world goes silent. She follows him down a hallway lined with sconces, soft gold light pooling on dark carpet. His keycard clicks against the lock. The door swings open, and he steps aside to let her enter first. The suite is all shadow and glass. Floor-to-ceiling windows turn Manhattan into a circuit board of light, bridges threading the dark, towers blinking their slow red pulse. The curtains are open wide, as if he planned to sleep visible to the sky. She stands at the window and feels the city watching, even at this height. He moves past her, touches a panel, and the lights dim to amber. His jacket lands across a leather chair. He pours water from a carafe, hands her a glass, and does not crowd her space. "You look like you are calculating something," he says. "Occupational hazard. What are you calculating?" She turns the glass in her hands. The water catches the city lights. Whether I will regret to this in the morning. And, if you ask me again if I am certain, I might change my mind. He almost smiles. Not quite. The corner of his mouth shifts, and something in his eyes softens, but the smile does not arrive. He is watching her the way he watched her at the bars, like she is a problem he wants to solve, slowly. I will not ask again, he says. He does not. His hand comes up, slow enough that she could step away, and his fingers brush the curve of her jaw. The touch is light, questioning. She does not step away. She leans into his palm just slightly and feels the heat of his skin against her cheek. One night, she says. No names, no rules. No limits? None. His thumb traces her lower lip. She feels it everywhere. They move through the suite like two people learning a new language. He undoes the buttons of her blouse one at a time, watching each inch of skin appear. She pulls his shirt from his waistband, slides her hands beneath the fabric, feels the warmth of his back. He makes a sound low in his throat, not quite a word, and pulls her closer. The bed is wide and white, and the city glitters through the glass. He asks nothing she does not offer. She takes nothing he does not give. They find a rhythm that does not need names, a language of breath and hands, and the particular weight of a body that trusts itself to another. At some point she laughs, a real laugh, because he says something dry about the hotel's art collection, and she cannot help herself. He looks surprised by her laugh, then pleased. He kisses her again, slower, and the laugh dissolves into something quieter. She loses track of time. She loses track of herself. When she finally sleeps, it is deep and dreamless, her back against his chest, his arm a warm weight across her waist. Gray light wakes her. The city beyond the windows is soft and muted, dawn breaking through haze. His arm is still across her, heavy and warm. His breathing is deep and even, the rhythm of a man still far from waking. She does not move. For a long minute she lies there, feeling the shape of him against her, the slow rise and fall of his ribs, the warmth of his breath at the back of her neck. The night is already becoming something she cannot name, a memory she will have to pack away carefully, like glass. She slides out from under his arm. He stirs, just slightly, and settles again. She dresses in the bathroom, her movements silent and precise. Her blouse goes on, her skirt, her shoes, which she carries to avoid the sound that heels on marble. She finds her bag where it fell near the chair, her watch on the nightstand where she left it. The stationery is on the desk. She picks up the pen. She almost writes her name, almost writes a number, a message, a thread she could follow back to this room if she wanted to. She puts the pen down. At the door she turns. He is still asleep, one arm stretched across the immense space where she lay, his face relaxed in a way she has not seen it wakeful. The gray light catches his jaw, the line of his shoulder, the quiet evidence of a night that already feels borrowed. She does not know his name. That is what she wanted. The door clicks shut behind her. The hallway is empty, the sconces still burning their soft gold. She walks to the elevator, her shoes in her hand, her hair still carrying the scent of him. The elevator arrives. She steps inside, and in the mirror above the panel, she catches her own reflection. Flushed, satisfied. A woman who just broke the rules she has spent a decade building. She looks younger. She looks alive. She looks like someone who might do it again, if she were foolish enough. She presses lobby. The doors close. She does not see the camera in the corner of the penthouse hallway, its small red light blinking steady, recording the moment she stepped out of a suite she does not know how to name. She does not see the hotel's security system logging her exit against the stranger's keycard, metadata that will outlast the memory. She walks through the marble lobby with her shoes still in her hand, past the concierge who does not look up, through the revolving doors into the cool morning air. Her phone buzzes. A reminder she set weeks ago. Final interview, 9:00 a.m., Halcyon Group, Hudson Yards. She hails a cab. She does not look back at the Armitage. The cab pulls into traffic, and she watches the hotel shrink in the side mirror, becoming smaller and smaller until it disappears behind a row of buildings. She tells herself it is sealed. She tells herself she is exactly the same woman who walked into that bars last night. She is wrong. And 9 hours later, when she steps into Halcyon Group's boardroom and sees him rise from the head of the table, she will understand exactly how wrong she is. Chapter 3. The cab drops her at the base of the Halcyon Tower at 8:47 a.m. Glass and steel rise 44th stories above Hudson Yards, the name etched into a brushed steel plaque beside the revolving doors. Delia pays the driver with trembling hands she does not acknowledge. She smooths her silk blouse, adjusts the thin gold bangle on her wrist, and walks through the doors. The lobby is cathedral huge, a waterfall cascading down a wall of black granite, the air cool and faintly metallic. A reception desk of polished concrete, security guards in charcoal suits, a badge waiting for her at the concierge desk, pre-printed with her name and a temporary access code. She clips it to her blazer pocket and takes the elevator to the 44th floor. The doors open on a hushed corridor, art on the walls, muted grays and blues, expensive restraint. A woman in a sharp navy suit greets her, leads her past a row of glass-walled offices to a set of double doors. Boardroom. The woman opens the door. Delia steps inside. Long table, glass top, chrome legs, 5 chairs, 3 occupied. 2 people rise to greet her, a man in his 50s with silver hair and careful eyes, a woman with a sharp jaw and a smile that does not reach her face. The 3rd seat is empty. Delia shakes hands. Introductions. Michael Chen, Chief Operating Officer. Camille Royce, Head of Strategy. The door behind her clicks shut, and then the inner door to the adjoining office opens, and he walks in. She knows him instantly. The lines of his body, the way he moves, the pale eyes that swept over her in the Armitage bars less than 12 hours ago. He wears a dark suit now, not charcoal but deep navy, a crisp white shirt, no tie. His jaw is the same, his mouth is the same, the slight weight of his dark hair freshly combed. The walks to the head of the table. He does not falter. He does not acknowledge her. He extends his hand across the table. Anders Holloway says nothing. He sits at the head of the table, one hand resting on a leather notebook, his eyes on her. His expression is unreadable. He looks at her the way he looked at her in the bars when she told him she worked in strategy, before he asked her what she loved about it. The same stillness, the same attention. She does not look away. She will not be the first to break. Michael Chen asks about her understanding of Halcyon's position in the transportation logistics sector. She answers. Camille asks about a case study in organizational change she submitted with her application. She answers again. Her voice stays even. Her hand stays still in her lap. 20 minutes pass, 30. Then Anders speaks. You mentioned integration sequencing in your response to Michael. His voice is low, unhurried. How would you prioritize the technological stack migration against the cultural integration timeline, given that the two usually fight? The question is specific, sharp. It is the kind of question that tests whether she actually knows her material or only rehearsed abstracts. She meets his eyes. You don't sequence them linearly, she says. You run a parallel pilot in the first 30 days using a single division as proof of concept. The pilot gives you data for both the tech migration schedule and the resistance points in the culture. By day 60, you have evidence to calibrate both streams. If you try to schedule them sequentially, the tech integration stalls because the culture can't absorb it, and the culture work stalls because the tech platform doesn't support the new workflows. She pauses. The pilot also sends a message to the workforce that leadership is willing to test before committing. That buys goodwill you can't get from a memo. Silence. Michael Chen nods slowly. Camille writes something down. Anders Holloway looks at her. A beat. 2. Then he nods once and writes something in his own notebook. The interview continues for another 20 minutes. More questions, all technical, all answered with the same precision. Delia does not stumble. She does not rush. She is the best version of herself, the one she trained for 6 weeks to become, the one she built on the foundation of a decade of proving she belongs in rooms like this. His eyes follow her the entire time. He reveals nothing. When Michael Cheng closes his folder and thanks her, she stands. Her legs are steady. She shakes hands with Michael, with Camille, then with Anders. His hand closes around hers. His thumb brushes her knuckle. A fraction of a second, barely there. She is not sure it happened at all. Then he releases her, and his face is still unreadable, and she walks to the door. She does not look back. The woman in navy leads her to the elevator. She smiles, says someone will be in touch within the week. The elevator doors close. Delia leans against the wall. Her heart is slamming. Her palms are damp. She presses her hand to her chest and feels the wild pulse beneath her blouse. He recognized her. He had to. She spent the night in his arms. She woke with his breath against her neck. There is no version of that morning that leaves him unaware of who she is. But he said nothing. He did not blink. He treated her like a candidate, nothing more, and his control was so absolute that she almost doubted her own memory. Almost. The elevator reaches the lobby. She steps out into the waterfall sound, the cool air, the polished floor reflecting the September light. She walks through the revolving doors and into the sun. She stops on the sidewalk. The tower rises behind her, glass and steel and secrets. Somewhere on the 44th floor, Anders Holloway is sitting at the head of a table, writing notes about her performance, or about the night before, or about the fact that she left without a word, without a name, without any thread for him to follow. She does not know. She has no idea whether the man she slept with is about to destroy her career or hand her the job of her life. The silence is the worst part. She hails a cab. She gives the driver her address. Her phone is silent in her hand. No call, no email, nothing. The cab pulls away, and she watches the Halcyon Tower shrink in the mirror, just like she watched the Armitage shrink this morning. 2 buildings, 2 versions of herself, and a single question she cannot answer. How long until he makes a move? Chapter 4. The call comes 2 days later. Delia is in her kitchen, staring at a kettle that is already boiled twice while she circles the same question. Did she ruin everything, or win everything? Her phone lights up with a Hudson Yards prefix. She answers on the first ring. This is Delia Mwangi. Delia, this is Tamsin Rowe from Halcyon Group. I'm head of HR. A pause. I'm pleased to tell you the committee has recommended your appointment as Director of Operations Integration. We'd like to make you an offer. The words land like a physical thing, pressure in her chest, a rush of heat. She grips the counter edge and forces her voice steady. Thank you. Thank you. Tamsin walks her through the terms with crisp efficiency. Base salary that makes Delia's breath catch. Equity that vests over 4 years. A signing bonus that would cover her mother's property tax arrears for a decade. Benefits, relocation support, executive coaching access. Everything Delia has worked for, laid out in numbers that prove she has finally arrived. The formal letter will arrive by end of day, Tamsin says. You have 72 hours to accept. If you have questions about the structure or reporting lines, I'm available. Reporting lines, Delia repeats. I'll report to the integration committee directly. You'll sit inside the merger workstream under Michael Chen's oversight. The CEO will not be in your direct chain of command. Tamsin's voice is neutral. Given the profile of this hire, we've designed the reporting structure to ensure your evaluations are independent of any single executive. The pause is deliberate. The phrasing is deliberate. Delia hears what Tamsin does not say. We have already built safeguards because of what Anders Holloway might want from you. She says nothing about that night. Neither does Tamsin. But the message is clear. Someone at Halcyon understands the risk of proximity. Someone is trying to build a wall between Delia and the man whose bed she shared. Thank you, Delia says again. I'll review the letter and respond within the window. I look forward to it. Congratulations, Delia. The line goes dead. Delia sets the phone down on the counter. She stares at her reflection in the dark window above the sink. The woman staring back has the same close-cropped hair, the same brown eyes, the same thin gold bangle that Nuri gave her when she finished her MBA. She looks exactly the same as she did 48 hours ago. But she is not the same. She is the woman who spent a night in Anders Holloway's penthouse. She is the woman who walked into his boardroom and answered his sharpest question without flinching. She is the woman he hired anyway. Or maybe he hired her because of it. She cannot tell. She tells herself it does not matter. She earned the offer. She proved it in that room, with Michael Chen's nods and Camille Royce's grudging notes. The job is hers because she is the best candidate, not because she woke up tangled in the CEO's sheets, but the voice in her head, the one that sounds like her grandmother, like her mother, like every teacher who told her she had to work twice as hard, whispers, "That is what you tell yourself, but what will everyone else say?" Delia picks up the phone and calls her mother. Jury answers on the third ring. "You got it." It is not a question. "Yes." The silence stretches. Then Jury lets out a breath that sounds like prayer and relief mixed together. "My daughter," she says. "Director of Operations at Halcyon. I start in 2 weeks. Then you need to eat. Come to Payne's on Sunday. I'll make the goat stew." Delia laughs, and it cracks something loose in her chest. "Okay, Sunday. I'm proud of you, Delia, but you already knew that." The call ends. Delia stands in her silent kitchen, holding the phone, and lets the moment settle. She accepts the offer the same afternoon. The first day at Halcyon feels like stepping into a machine. The lobby at Hudson Yards is all polished stone and waterfall sound, security kiosks and badge-activated turnstiles. Delia wears a navy sheath dress, her grandmother's bangle, a pair of heels that cost more than her first month's rent ever did. She has prepared for this day the way she prepared for the interview, meticulously, obsessively, leaving nothing to chance. The woman at security hands her a temporary badge. 42nd floor, Ms. Rowe will meet you." The elevator ride is smooth and silent. The doors open onto a wide reception area with a curved desk and a Halcyon logo in brushed steel. Beyond it, a grid of glass-walled offices and open workstations stretches toward floor-to-ceiling windows. Tansen Rowe is waiting. She is tall, mid-40s, with silver threading her dark hair and a handshake that communicates exactly one thing: "I do not waste time." "Welcome to Halcyon, Delia." She is warm without being soft, precise without being cold. "I'll show you to your office and walk you through the onboarding schedule." "My office?" "You'll need it. The due diligence phase is intensive, and you'll be coordinating across 5 work streams." Tamsin leads her through the floor. People glance up as they pass. Delia catches looks that range from curious to assessing to outright skeptical. She keeps her chin level, her pace steady. The office is small, glass-walled, with a desk, a monitor, and a view of the Hudson River that steals her breath. "The integration team is on this floor," Tamsin says. "You'll meet Fig Batra this afternoon. He handles analytics. He'll be your closest collaborator on the diligence side." "Under Michael Chen directly?" "Yes." Tamsin hands her a folder with the Halcyon crest. "Your direct reporting line is to Michael. You'll attend leadership briefings, but your work is evaluated within the integration structure." She pauses. "Delia, you were hired because you are exceptional. I want to be clear about that." Delia meets her eyes. "I know. You may hear things. People talk in environments like this. If you ever feel that your position is being undermined by anything unrelated to your performance, you come to me. The message is the same as the phone call. We know about the risk. We are trying to protect you from it." "Thank you," Delia says. "I appreciate that." Tamsin nods and leaves her at the door of her new office. Delia sets her bag on the desk. She looks at the Hudson River, gray and silver under September light. She looks at the skyline. She looks at the framed Halcyon values on the wall: integrity, precision, velocity, impact. She has made it. She is standing in the heart of the machine, ready to prove that she belongs. But as she turns to close the door, she catches movement in the reflection of the glass. Someone is watching her from across the floor. A woman in a cream blouse with sharp cheekbones and a careful smile. She melts Delia's eyes for a fraction of a second, then looks away, turning to speak to someone at a neighboring desk. Delia closes the door. She does not know the woman's name yet, but the look was not friendly. And the machine, she realizes, is already reaching her back. Chapter 5. The files on her desk are thicker than she expected. Delia works through the Workstream assignments: finance integration, operations alignment, tech migration, cultural integration, legal consolidation. Each one has a lead, a deputy, a set of milestones. Her name appears under operations alignment, director of operations integration, reporting to Michael Chen, COO, not Anders Holloway. The distinction is deliberate. She can feel the architecture of it, the care someone took to build a reporting line that does not cross his desk. Tamsin's work, Maybe legals too. She closes the folder and looks at the river. They built a wall around you before you even arrived. The thought should feel like protection. It feels like a warning. Rafiq Batra appears at her door at 2:30 p.m. He is lean, early 30s, with dark hair that falls across his forehead and a smile that arrives before he speaks. Delia Mwangi, the legend. She looks up from her notes. The legend? You crushed the interview, Michael told everyone. He leans against the doorframe. Final round, 4 candidates, and you walked in and made the whole room forget there was anyone else. That's not what happened. That's what I heard. He shrugs. I'm Rafiq. I handle analytics on the integration side. Tamsin said we'd be working together. Good. I need to understand the data architecture for the due diligence review. Already pulling it together. He taps the doorframe. You want coffee? The machine on 43 is better than the one on this floor. She hesitates. She does not want to leave her desk yet, does not want to seem like she is settling in rather than working. But Rafiq is her closest collaborator, and collaboration requires trust. Coffee sounds good. The break room on 43 is small, with a window that faces the atrium and a machine that hisses when it dispenses espresso. Rafiq makes small talk while she waits for her cup. He asks where she worked before, what she thinks of the office, whether she has found the good lunch spot yet. She answers carefully, keeping it professional. He notices. You're one of those people who doesn't relax until the data is clean. I relax when the work is done. I figured. He sips his coffee. I'm the same. It's why we'll work well together. A woman walks into the break room. Cream blouse, sharp cheekbones. The same woman who watched her through the glass earlier. Delia's spine straightens. The woman fills a cup at the machine, slow and unhurried. She does not look at Delia. She does not look at Rafiq. She simply occupies the space like she owns it. When she leaves, the door swings shut behind her. Rafiq waits until she is gone. Moira Gable, he says quietly. Senior Vice President. She runs operations on the existing portfolio. Should I know her? You should know she's been here 6 years and was passed over for the integration lead. He pauses. She wanted your job. The words land like a stone in still water. She thought they would hire internally, Rafiq continues. When they didn't, she made her feelings known, loudly. So she's a problem. She's a possibility. He finishes his coffee. Just keep your head down and your work clean. She can't touch you if Michael backs your results. Delia nods. She files the information away. Moira Gable, amber blouse, unfriendly. The rest of the afternoon passes in a blur of onboarding documents, system access requests, and introductory meetings. Delia meets the finance lead, the tech migration lead, a woman from legal who hands her a confidentiality agreement for the due diligence phase. Every conversation is polite, every handshake is professional, and every time she walks past a glass wall or turns a corner, she feels eyes on her. The machine is watching. At 5:47 p.m. her phone buzzes, an email from Tamsin Rowe. Delia, the second-day orientation includes a mandatory meeting with our General Counsel, Soren Pike, to review conflict of interest protocols and disclosure obligations. Please confirm your availability at 9 a.m. Best, Tamsin conflict of interest protocols, disclosure obligations. The words are clinical. They are also a map of the terrain she is standing on. She types your confirmation and sets the phone down. The floor empties slowly, people filtering out in waves. Delia stays at her desk, working through the due diligence timeline, flagging dependencies, building the framework she will present to Michael Chen in the morning. At 7:12 p.m., she is alone on the floor. She looks up and sees the lights of the Hudson River glittering beyond the glass. The city is vast and indifferent, millions of people moving through their own stories, none of them knowing that she spent one night with the most powerful man in this building and is now trying to build a career on the other side of it. Her phone buzzes again. A text from an unknown number. I looked for you after the interview. You were gone. She stares at the screen. The number is not saved in her contacts, but she knows who it is. Anders. She does not reply. She cannot reply, because any response, even a single word, would be a crack in the wall they built around her. She sets the phone face down on the desk. The reflection of the office stares back at her. Her own face, framed by glass and steel, and the weight of a secret that already has teeth. And somewhere across the floor, a light clicks on in a corner office. A figure moves behind the glass. Moira Gable. Still here. Still watching. Chapter 6. The phone stares at her from the desk, face down, silent. The glow of the Hudson River bleeds through the glass, and Delia watches her own reflection float in the dark like a woman she barely recognizes. She does not pick it up. She does not delete the message either. Instead, she opens the due diligence timeline Rafiq sent her this afternoon and buries herself in dependency charts until the building's automated lighting dims to night mode and the office hums at low power. Morning comes too fast. Delia arrives at 42 before 8, coffee in hand, the conflict of interest meeting hovering at the edge of every thought. She sets her bag down, pulls up the integration workstream, and finds the message that changes her morning. Logistics workstream, behind by 2 weeks. Vendor onboarding stalled. Regulatory documentation flagged for missing signatures. Status, red. She reads it twice. The litigious workstream sits at the base of the entire merger timeline. If it slides, everything slides. Tech migration, facilities, staffing. The parallel pilot framework she proposed in the interview, the one that made Anders ask a follow-up question, depends on clean logistics data by end of month. She walks to Rafiq's desk before she finishes her coffee. "You seen this?" He looks up from his monitor, dark hair falling across his forehead. "Saw it 30 minutes ago. Michael's about to call a meeting." "Who owns the workstream?" "Diane Tran. She's good, but she's stretched across 3 verticals. The vendor piece is tangled." Delia sets her cup down. "Get me the access list. Vendor contracts, escalation history, the regulatory hold." Rafiq raises an eyebrow. "We haven't been assigned this yet." "It's going to hit my desk before lunch. I'd rather be ahead of it." He studies her for a beat, then nods. "I'll pull the data." The meeting starts at 9:15 in a conference room on 44. Michael Chen sits at the head, silver hair catching the overhead light. Moira Gable occupies the seat to his right, cream blouse, arms crossed. Camille Royce is there too, tablet in hand, watching the room with her unreadable smile. Delia takes a seat near the middle. She does not look for Anders. She does not need to. Michael opens with a summary of the delay. His voice is even, but the words carry weight. "Vendor onboarding was supposed to close last week. Instead, we have 23 outstanding signatures and no clear path to resolution. Diane's team is maxed out. We need a fix by end of week or the board starts asking questions." Moira speaks before anyone else. "I can reassign 2 of my senior analysts to flag the low-effort signatures. We clear the quick wins, then Diane's team handles the rest." "That moves the needle by maybe 2 days, Michael says. "We need 5. Delia's fingers rest on the edge of the table. She has been in this room for less than 3 minutes, and she already knows the conversation is circling a problem it does not fully see. She opens her mouth. "The vendor contracts are structured in 3 tiers, she says. Priority, standard, and conditional. The conditional layer doesn't need board sign-off. It needs operational acknowledgement. That's 14 of the 23 outstanding signatures. We can push those through a department-level approval loop in 48 hours. The room goes quiet. Camille's tablet lowers an inch. Moira's arms tighten across her chest. Michael looks at her. "Where are you getting the tier data?" "I reviewed the vendor directory this morning. The legal classification is buried in the appendix, but it's there. Whoever built the workstream mapped everything to the same approval template instead of tiering the signature requirements." "You reviewed the vendor directory before you were assigned to this workstream. The alternative was waiting for someone else to tell me the problem existed." Delia holds his gaze. "The conditional tier can be cleared by Thursday if we route it through procurement. That absorbs the delay." Michael taps his pen against the table. "Moira, what's your take?" Moira's jaw tightens. "It's an aggressive raid. If the legal team disagrees with the tier classification, we burn 2 days." "The tier classification is standard," Delia says. "I worked a comparable structure at my last firm. The language in the vendor contracts mirrors the Uniform Commercial Code carve-outs for operational liability." Camille sets a tablet down. She's right. The conditional tier language is boilerplate. Moira does not respond. She looks at Delia with something sharp, something held in reserve. Michael nods slowly. Read it. Procurement, legal, Rafiq's team on the audit trail. I want a revised line by end of day. The meeting disperses. Delia gathers her notes and feels the room exhale around her. Relief, irritation, curiosity, all layered like sediment. She is halfway to the door when she hears his voice. Miss Mwangi, Anders. She stops, turns. He stands near the window, pale eyes catching the morning light. A charcoal jacket. A stillness that makes the room feel smaller. The tier classification was in the appendix, he says. 12 pages deep. You found it between your fused coffee and the meeting start. Yes. That's fast. I read fast. A pause. He does not acknowledge the text. He does not acknowledge the night. He gives her only professional recognition, measured and clean. But when he passes her on the way to the door, his shoulder brushes hers. A fraction of a second. Light enough to be accidental. She feels it all the way down the hall. The afternoon becomes a blur of calls, emails, and vendor routing approvals. Delia works through lunch, the tier classification landing exactly where she predicted. Procurement confirms the conditional layer can clear by Thursday. Legal signs off at 3:17 p.m. Rafiq's audit trail matches her read. By 5 o'clock p.m., the Workstream is downgraded from red to yellow. Rafiq leans against her doorframe, tablet tucked under his arm. You just saved the timeline on your second day. Moira is going to hate you more now. She already hated me. True, he smiles. But now she has a reason she can't say out loud. Delia looks past him, through the glass, at the floor beyond. Moira's office is dark. She left at 4:30. The meeting with Soren Pike tomorrow, Rafiq says. You ready for that? It's a conflict of interest review. I have nothing to disclose. He holds her gaze a moment too long. Okay. He walks away. Delia sits in the quiet, the Hudson River glinting in the last of the sun, and feels the weight of the things she did not say press against her ribs. Her phone buzzes. She picks it up. The same unknown number. Good work today. 3 words. No pressure, no question. She sets the phone down and lies to herself that she is in control. Chapter 7. The conference room on 41 smells like permanent marker and old coffee. Delia arrives 8 minutes early, a legal pad under her arm, the text from last night still burning in her chest pocket. Good work today. She deleted it before breakfast, but the words stayed etched behind her eyes. Soren Pike is already seated when she enters. He is lean, silver-templed, with the kind of stillness that comes from years of watching people lie. A single file folder sits closed in front of him, labeled with her name. Miss Mwangi, thank you for coming early. She takes the chair across from him. I assumed punctuality was part of the review. It helps. He opens the folder. This is a standard conflict of interest disclosure. Halcyon runs them for every new hire in a position with merger-level data access. The questions are straightforward. I need you to answer them completely. I understand. Have you had any prior personal or financial relationship with any Halcyon executive that could create the appearance of impropriety in your hiring or ongoing work? The question lands clean. No preamble, no warning. Delia holds his gaze. No. Have you ever been involved in a romantic or sexual relationship with anyone currently employed by Halcyon Group? Her throat closes for a fraction of a second. She thinks of the penthouse, the sheets, the way he said stay without saying it. No. Soren's pen moves across the page. He does not look up. Do you have any reason to believe that your hiring could be perceived as preferential treatment by any party, internal or external to the company? No. He asks 3 more questions. Vendor affiliations, prior litigation, family ties to board members. Each answer comes clean because each question is about something she can control. He slides the form across the table. Read it, sign it. The original goes to legal compliance. A copy stays with Tamsin. Delia reads. Her own handwriting will say she has nothing to disclose. The words are true by technicality. She and Anders were not co-workers when they shared a bed. They were not even names. She signs. Soren takes the form, slides it into the folder, and closes it. That's the standard portion. He looks at her. Now I'm going to ask you something off the record. Her pulse ticks up. Okay? You worked on the logistics workstream this morning. You identified a tier classification error that saved the timeline. Michael was impressed. Camille confirmed your legal read. He pauses. That kind of visibility is good for your career. It also puts a target on your back. If anyone wanted to find a reason to question your placement here, they would look for a lever. Is that a warning? It's an observation. He stands. The merger with Aurelian is the largest deal Halcyon has ever pursued. The scrutiny on everyone involved will increase, not decrease. Make sure your file stays clean, Miss Mwangi. A clean file is the only thing that can't be weaponized. He extends his hand. She shakes it. His grip is brief, professional, and tells her nothing. The door opens behind her as she gathers her pad. Anders Holloway steps into the room. He stops when he sees her, a beat. Then he moves past her to the table, easing into the chair she just left. Gray suit, no tie. The collar of his shirt open at the throat. Miss Mwangi. Mr. Holloway. Soren resumes his seat. I asked you both to come separately because I wanted individual disclosures before the joint review. Mr. Holloway, do you have any conflict of interest concerns regarding Delia Mwangi's hiring or her current role as Director of Operations Integration? Anders does not look at her. None. Have you ever had a personal relationship with Miss Mwangi that could be perceived as influencing her employment? The room holds its breath. Anders' hands rest flat on the table. His voice is steady. No. The lie is seamless. It sounds like truth because he delivers it like a board resolution, clean and final. Soren's pen scratches the page. No follow-up question, no doubt. Delia stares at the window, at the river, at anything but Anders. The integration workstreams will require direct coordination between the CEO's office and operations leadership, Soren says. I'm routing all communication through Michael Chen's oversight. Anything substantive goes through proper channels. That protects both of you from appearance concerns. Anders nods. Agreed. Miss Mwangi? Agreed. Soren closes the second folder. Then we're done. Mr. Holloway, you have the 11 o'clock with Aurelian strategy team in the boardroom. Miss Mwangi, Tamsin has the updated organization chart for your review. The meeting dissolves into paperwork and scheduling. Delia walks out first, her pulse loud in her ears, her signature already a lie on paper. Back at her desk, she finds it. A single sheet of Halcyon letterhead, centered on her keyboard. No envelope. The text is typed, no signature block, no routing code. All future contact between your role and the executive office must be routed through proper operational channels. Direct communication outside established protocol will be flagged to compliance. She reads it twice. The note is unsigned. The language is neutral, but someone left it here while she was in the meeting, while she was signing a form that said she had nothing to hide. Someone already knows the risk. Someone is watching. She turns the sheet over. Blank. No initials. No clue. Across the floor, the glass doors to the main corridor slide open. Murda Gable steps through, coffee in hand, cream blouse crisp, her eyes finding Delia's before she glances away. Moira walks past without a word, but her mouth curves, just slightly, like she knows something the rest of the room hasn't been told. Delia's phone buzzes in her pocket. She pulls it out. The unknown number. Are we still pretending this is sustainable? 4 words that crack the seal she spent all morning reinforcing. She looks at the note, at the phone, at Moira's receding back, and for the first time since the Armitage, Delia realizes she is not the only one holding pieces of this story. Someone else is collecting them, and she does not know yet whether they intend to build a case or a flame. Vinceschi's forced the little path plate cyst, 1 office 7-3. He lifted the snoo mermans away to snow Colum. His irritably appreciates this a client, waiting to offer to leaftus, and he turns those violent stitches of perched majority eminis over the routine where you walk for persest. We seat in exactly minute per second holing. Now it's doing, the glows down work about the zones are spec the drafts, it will uply play all the third, like this one of the Norfash of a sunset retenict. Some tem firstad's little biche, 3 da over Slavin 4, money flash 1. The 3, 10 faith 3, 1 7. Fire of complete Perthenstow danslade Zekleckly. Wirlist his Cretan shastles, baser compressed, a pregus the system may. They're absolutely one to a pretio completely. We shall wonder why the Anzen takes hysteric. We were lift, the moog in his vouds. What in fast ways? Slina frage, in valing, as your worse is to beg finals every month. I truly have discussed my corch. One suddenly binning helping the maybe one or spilenced. We studied Denny, the Edie factor. I know exactly we were sickness into snatch. We wait again to be hunful to receive this ships. Please gotta click often from a visit table. The lone, one criedly underly feasts unankily. My natural underscancher be envires. Slow space, waking to your runnel. Spaceful clearing and complete, stuff of this feelings and more complete level. I am looking at the conduct me of the micro. She spidles and druffing. I'm a last and just take a mission today. They see this one putting sneeps. Rafted. She does not move. I already did. She slides a single page across the table. Her handwriting, compressed and clean, 3 paragraphs that restructure the liability window without touching the base contract terms. That is entirely. The words are solely understood into the master. The rose builder slats upper the place plan, which enemies is a spidal glowin' and that news swarp feeling the listening. I pretend the Hedvig Klosts was first man. I stets your buyers, ascending to a coffee and catch. The claceman sorry tech to Groundgree. Never all aleased, with the model his lies, who is over one says the defense 1014 will have to protect with revolution. I just move me. A facial trips. Squeaking to the course on the opera slug to also not to spirit. We are tending to be the clinastry, make sure its body stage. The vetch of arches. Slow ground takes works. The est turns attention, in black it's worth just like bets. When my guys comp, lines and ass truth. The screw-ins on that neck, when unable into your cliences, and would you regged and winkle about a glorgerned. We forget the U.S. when we're violently barely failed from every time we catch the trip through a powerful margin drop. The 10-6 again to reg ahead. Honestly, I don't know so much little about this movement. This will favorably disbrus with moi analent. Now we have to die rock right out. The runs, Grace, will shit her. And you've getten my picking is slipe. It's basically a munchered fat of comacy as the justing site's rating, but I decides to spy the rebel bleft. We follow to the cabers, the tens, to 3 tectides, turns so time. When I truth to desperately do you with my complete agree, you have given another infest with God and another inclired. Rejusts its phrase in padding and pretending for a screezy attast for the day around road. We ride in it. Yeah, I was just fine looking. I noticing writing. I am so far to be a friend, like, man, there is no sheelish. More in draviding, Lighties takes to Jean, an exhausting of times that we got up to nuver, harmy to make its no. We reaches for the charge, you can find their braces with actory, but you can see who's slowly ratherly vount. They racks the messing. Anything has the bad brag money, are a sads, wake, our greats, who's just a place, who, probably Harley. I already take a car service if you need, ma'am. It'll be 15, 20 minutes. Let's raid with me, Anders says. The guard hesitates. I've got a note here. Someone flagged the garage ramp for rekeying. West entrance is closed. We'll have to take the south exit or wait for the contractor to finish. Delia's car is in the west garage. Anders' driver is waiting at the south curb. The guard looks between them. I can call a car service if you need, ma'am. It'll be 15, 20 minutes. Still founded me that Cheels. Still it's certain. She used est. Before as the raise we have a growed education has been. I haven't self another, and I am supported against lis it is compire. At the means I love, let's just throw me chone. I think it's a lover one down here at his physical pastor was an apartron. I wanted to check the logic with you first, then for the work. I will ignore it. He realizing with secrecation of happy to fine. I know. You should have sent it through Michael's channel. Proper protocol. I wanted to check the logic with you first, off the record. If it holds, I'll route it formally in the morning. He studies her. The pause slides base to the steep windows, a smear of headlights and reflected glass. The silence is unbearable. She gives him her address. He relays it to the driver through the intercom, voice clipped. Then the partition rises again, sealing into a capsule of warmth and darkness and the smell of his skin. They ride 3 blocks without speaking. Then he turns. Who sent the note? She goes still. The note on your keyboard, after Soren's meeting. Who sent it? I don't know. You have a theory. She looks at him. In the dim light of passing street lamps, his face shifts between shadow and glow, unreadable and intent. I have several theories, she says. None of them help unless I can prove the source. The texts are from the same person. Probably. And you haven't replied? No. Why? She holds his gaze. The car banks left, pressing her against the door. Because the moment I reply, I confirm that I'm listening. And the moment I confirm that, I hand them something they can use. Anders looks at her for a long, charged moment. Then he reaches into his jacket and pulls out his phone. He unlocks it, taps the screen, and holds it toward her. A message thread. The same unknown number. The same words. Are we still pretending this is sustainable? He received it too. She stares at the screen. The car hums beneath them. The city blurs past. And the weight of what they are both carrying settles like a second passenger between them, invisible, undeniable, and growing heavier by the mile. Chapter 9. The car pulls away from her building at 11:47 p.m., and Delia stands on the curb long enough to watch the taillights dissolve into traffic. The night air does nothing to cool the heat beneath her skin. She does not sleep. She lies awake, staring at the ceiling, replaying the way he said her name, the way he showed her his phone, the way same words appeared on both their screens, a thread pulled tight between two people who keep pretending they are not holding the same ends. 3 nights later, the war room swallows her again. The Aurelian diligence packages have multiplied. Rafik sends her flagged files until midnight. Michael Chen approves overtime without comment. The coffee station runs dry by 9 p.m., and nobody restocks it. Anders arrives at 10:15 with a paper cup from the cafe downstairs. He sets it at her elbow without a word and takes the seat at the far end of the conference table where he can see the door and the windows and every person who enters. She drinks the coffee. It is the exact thing she would have ordered for herself. Oat milk, 1 sugar, extra shot. The precision of the gesture lodges like a splinter under her ribs. It has been 3 nights since the car. 3 nights of riding the same silence down 42 floors, of walking past each other in hallways with nothing but professional nods, of pretending the text thread does not exist. She is very good at pretending. At 11:30, Rafik logs off with a wave. Camille had left at 9. Even Moira, who has been lingering near the break room all week like a scent she cannot place, finally gathers her bag and disappears toward the elevators. The war room empties. Delia stays because the math is not working. Something in the Aurelian hospitality spend does not align with the reported headcount. The numbers are close enough to pass a standard review, but wrong enough to it at the base of her skull. She pulls another file. Anders is still at the far end of the table, reading something on his tablet, his presence as constant as the hum of the ventilation system. She does not look at him. She does not need to. She can feel the weight of his attention like a hand resting between her shoulder blades, patient and warm and entirely unwelcome. At 12:15 a.m., she closes the file and stands. The building is dead quiet now. No cleaning crew, no night security making rounds, just the low thrum of emergency lighting and the distant whisper of the HVAC system pulling air through empty floors. She walks toward the elevator bank. Anders falls into step beside her. No conversation, no negotiation, just the rhythm of their footfalls sinking on the polished concrete. The elevator arrives. They step inside. The doors close. The lobby is not empty. A camera crew stands near the revolving doors. Two people, a woman with a shoulder-mounted rig and a man holding a microphone boom, confer with a security guard who looks uncertain. A third figure, suited, holds a tablet and gestures toward the elevator bank. Delia stops. Anders stops behind her. She feels his presence tighten, the subtle shift of his weight as he reads the situation in the same breath she does. Press. Someone tipped them off. Late-night stakeout, waiting for a CEO who works past midnight. If they walk out together, the image will be captured. Anders Holloway and his new director leaving the building at midnight, alone. The photograph does not need context. It only needs to exist. Anders touches her elbow. Light, barely there. This way. He turns her toward the corridor that runs parallel to the lobby, past the empty conference suites and the dark reception desk, toward a door she has never noticed before. A service stairwell. He pushes the door open and steps aside to let her pass. She goes. The door closes behind them, sealing out the lobby and the cameras and the air of the world above. The stairwell is concrete and echo and the sharp smell of industrial cleaner. A single emergency light buzzes above them, casting everything in a yellow pallor. Delia leans against the wall. The adrenaline is still firing through her, sharp and unwanted, and her body is too tired to manage it cleanly. Anders stands 2 steps below her, one hand braced on the railing, the other loose at his side. His face is half in shadow, half in that sickly light, and he is not looking at the door. He is looking at her. They'll leave eventually, he says. Give it 10 minutes. And if they don't, then I walk out first. You wait. We never left the building together. Clean, logical, the kind of risk management that built a 9-figure company. And if someone already saw us walk toward this stairwell? He is quiet for a moment. Then we say you sat on well, and I found you a quiet exit. She laughs. It comes out hollow. You've thought about this. I've thought about everything, he says. His voice drops on the last word, something raw pushing through the polish. Every exit, every camera, every conversation that could be overheard. I've thought about nothing else since you walked into that boardroom. The stairwell holds its breath. She should say something professional, something that rebuilds the wall between them, brick by careful brick. She opens her mouth to do exactly that. What comes out is, "Why did you bring me coffee tonight?" He blinks. The question catches him off guard. She can see it, the way his jaw shifts, the way he looks away for half a second before meeting her eyes again. Because I noticed you had not eaten since the vending machine granola bars at noon, and I remembered how you took you coffee from the Armitage. The air leaves her lungs. You remembered. I remember everything about that night, Delia. I remember the exact shade your skin turned in the morning light. I remember the way you laughed when I said something stupid about the skyline. I remember the sound you made when I touched you for the first time. She presses her palms flat against the concrete wall behind her. The surface is cold, grounding, the only thing keeping her upright. Stop. I'm not trying to seduce you. I'm telling you the truth because I am exhausted of pretending it does not exist. You signed a disclosure that said it does not exist. I signed a disclosure to protect your career from the perception that you earned your role through anything but brilliance. Those are not the same thing. She shakes her head. The motion is small, almost inaudible. We cannot do this. I know. We cannot stand in a stairwell at midnight and talk about that night like it was just a memory we can visit safely. It was not safe then. It is not safe now. I know. Then why are we here? He takes a step up, close enough that she can smell the sandalwood and leather she has been trying to forget for 7 weeks, close enough that she can see the dark circles beneath his eyes, the tension at the corner of his mouth, the evidence that he has been carrying this weight as long as she has. Because I do not want to risk your career for my desire, he says, and his voice is low, rough, scraped clean of any polish. And I will not. But I also cannot pretend that I do not feel it. Every time you walk past me, every time you solve a problem before anyone else sees it, Every time you refuse to look at me, I feel it. She closes her eyes. The emergency light buzzes. The concrete press coal against her palms. And something breaks inside her chest. Something she has been holding together with willpower and caffeine and the desperate belief that if she just performs perfectly enough, the wanting will stop. It does not stop. I will not be your exception, she says, and her voice cracks on the last word. I will not be the woman you keep in a separate room, the secret you visit after hours, the weakness your board uses against you. I built my career with my own hands. I will not become someone's footnote. His breath catches. She opens her eyes. He is standing so close that she can see the pulse beating at the base of his throat, fast and uneven. You would never be a footnote, he says. You would be the headline. You would be the entire story. And that is why I will wait. That is why I will stand in this stairwell and let you walk out ahead of me and say nothing when I see you tomorrow. Because the only thing worse than wanting you is hurting you by proving that every fear you have about us is justified. The silence stretches. Neither of them moves. Then he steps back, down onto the lower landing, creating distance with the deliberate precision of a man who has spent his life learning to control the spaces he occupies. I'll go first. Count to 60, then walk out through the lobby. If the crew is still there, take the south exit and call a car. If they are gone, go home. He reaches for the door. Anders, he stops, does not turn. Thank you, she says, for the coffee and for not making this harder than it already is. He nods once, a tight motion, and pushes through the door. It swings shut behind him. The stairwell is silent except for the buzz of the emergency light and the sound of her own breathing, too fast and too shallow and too loud in the hollow space. She counts to 60. When she opens the door and steps into the lobby, the camera crew is gone. She walks home through streets slick with rain, and she does not sleep. And she knows with absolute certainty that the rule they just drew between them is not strong enough to hold. Chapter 10. The first wave hits at 8:47 a.m. Delia is 3 steps into the elevator, coffee in hand, merger file tucked under her arm when her stomach lurches so violently she has to press her palm flat against the mirrored wall to stay upright. The man beside her glances over. You all right? She forces a nod, swallows, counts the floors ticking past until the nausea recedes enough to speak. Fine. Didn't sleep well. It is not a lie. She has not slept well since the stairwell, since his voice saying her name like a prayer, since she walked home through rain and lay awake until dawn replaying every word. But this is not exhaustion. The elevator stops at 42. She steps out before the doors are fully open, moving past the reception desk with the controlled urgency of a woman who will not let herself break stride. The nausea follows her through the glass doors, through the open floor plan, pad de Rafik's wave and Camille's neutral nod. She reaches her desk, drops her bag, breathes. For 30 seconds she stands very still, eyes closed, one hand pressed against her rib cage while the world tilts and settles. Tilts and settles. Then she opens her eyes, pulls up the Aurelian vendor file, and does not think about what her body is trying to tell her. By noon, she has answered 43 emails, revised the labor writer timeline, and killed a cup of coffee she could not drink. The smell alone sent her stomach spinning. She dumped it in the break room sink while Moira Gable watched from the counter, stirring her tea with slow, deliberate rotations of the spoon. You look pale, Moira said. Not a question, not concern, an observation filed away for later use. Long week. They're all long weeks here. Delia smiled with her teeth. Good thing I thrive on them. Moira's spoon stopped turning. Her eyes flicked down to Delia's untouched coffee cup, then back up. Something passed across her face, too fast to name. Then she walked out. Delia stood alone in the break room with the smell of burnt coffee and the echo of that pause, and the slow, crawling certainty that she was being read like a document. At 3:15 p.m., she walks past the war room and catches Anders' voice through the glass, low and measured, briefing someone on the hospitality spend discrepancy she flagged last night. She does not stop, does not look. keeps moving down the corridor toward the bathroom, where she locks herself in a stall and breathes through another wave. She counts. 1, 2, 3. The nausea crests and recedes like a tide she cannot predict. 4, 5, 6. She presses her forehead against the cool metal of the stall door and thinks about the date, her cycle, the calendar she has been avoiding in her peripheral vision for a week now. 7 weeks since the Armitage. 7 weeks since a night she told herself was sealed away. She does the math again, even though she has already done it a dozen times, even though the answer never changes, even though she already knows what it means. Her period is 9 days late. 9 days is not nothing. 9 days is the difference between stress and something she is not ready to name. She unlocks the stall and washes her hands for 40 seconds, watching herself in the mirror. The woman who stares back looks competent, composed, wearing a silk blouse and careful eyeliner and a thin gold bangle that catches the fluorescent light. The woman in the mirror looks like she has everything under control. The woman in the mirror is lying. At 7:42 p.m., she stops at a Duane Reade on her way home. The fluorescent hum is the same as the office, same pitch, same headache behind the eyes. She walks past the cold medicine, past the pain relievers, stops in front of a shelf of small white boxes arranged in neat rows. She picks one, puts it back, stands there for 30 seconds while a woman with a toddler pushes past her. She picks up a different box. The packaging is plain, discreet, nothing that announces itself to the other shoppers. She buys it with cash, walks out with the bag crushed against her side like evidence. Her apartment is silent when she steps inside. She drops her keys in the bowl by the door, slides off her heels, stands in the dark living room with the city lights pressing against the windows and the small white box burning a hole in her canvas bag. She does not open it. She walks past the bathroom, leaves the bag on the counter, changes into an old t-shirt, and makes dinner. Rice and beans. The same meal her mother made when she was a child. The same steady rhythm of chopping and rinsing and waiting for water to boil. She eats, standing at the kitchen counter. She does not look at the bathroom door. At 10 o'clock p.m., she opens her laptop and reviews the Aurelian file again, looking for the thread that will unravel the discrepancy. The numbers blur. She blinks and realizes she has been staring at the same cell for 5 minutes. She closes the laptop, lies down, stares at the ceiling. The bathroom door is cracked open. She can see the edge of the canvas bag on the counter, the corner of the white box just buzzable through the gap. She turns onto her side, closes her eyes, does not sleep. At 6:03 a.m., the light through her window is gray and thin. She has been awake for hours, has watched the ceiling change from black to charcoal to pale, has felt the truth settling in her chest like a stone dropped into still water. She gets up, walks to the bathroom. The box is waiting where she left it, unopened, unchanged, holding a question she has been running from for 9 days. She picks it up, tears the cardboard. The instructions unfold in her hands, a small white pamphlet of diagrams and warnings she cannot bring herself to read. She knows how this works. She has known since she bought it. She has known since the third morning of nausea, since the first missed date, since she did the math in the bathroom stall and came up with the same number every time. She sits on the edge of the tub. The test feels light in her hand, insignificant, a thin piece of plastic that should not have this much power over a life. She takes a breath, holds it, lets it go, and reaches for certainty. Chapter 11. The instructions unfold across the counter like a map to a country she never planned to visit. 3 minutes. Wait 3 minutes. She sets the timer on her phone and places the test on the tile beside the sink, plastic against porcelain, and steps back. 1 minute passes. She counts the grout lines between the tiles. 2 minutes. She stares at her reflection. The woman in the mirror has not slept. Her eyes look older. Her shoulders look tight. The thin gold bangle catches the bathroom light and throws a small arc of yellow across the wall. 3 minutes. She picks up the test. 2 pink lines, both clear, both definitive, both sitting in the small plastic window like a verdict she cannot appeal. The floor tilts, not dramatically, not the way it happens in movies with spinning rooms and dramatic music. The tilt is subtle, the way a ship adjusts when the current changes, a quiet reorientation of everything she thought was stable under her feet. She puts the test down, picks it up again. The lines have not changed. They will not change. This is not a thing that reverses itself with denial. Delia sits on the edge of the tub and lets the truth settle into her bones. 7 weeks since the Armitage. 7 weeks since a night she told herself was a sealed envelope, a private memory, a thing she could fold small enough to fit behind her ribs where no one would find it. The child of a stranger. No, not a stranger. The child of Anders Holloway, founder and CEO of Halcyon Group, the man who signs the checks that will clear her mother's property tax arrears, the man who watched her lie to Soren Pike without flinching, the man who remembers how she takes her coffee and who said her name once in a dark elevator like it cost him something to hold it in. The child of a man who does not know this is happening. She presses the heels of her hands against her eyes until she sees colors. The timer on her phone is still running. 3 minutes and 47 seconds. She picks up the test again, wraps it in the instruction pamphlet, buries it at the bottom of the bathroom trash under crumpled tissue and a used cotton round. The gesture feels futile. You cannot bury a fact this large under tissue paper. She stands, washes her hands, stares at the mirror until the woman staring back stops looking like a stranger. Then she walks into the kitchen and makes coffee. The ritual is automatic. Grind the beans, boil the water, pour it slow. She adds oat milk, 1 sugar, an extra shot. The same measurement Anders remembered from a night she has been trying to forget. She drinks it standing at the counter. The coffee tastes like nothing. She needs medical confirmation. That is the first thing. A real test, at a real clinic, with a doctor who can tell her how far along she is and what the options look like. The drugstore test is proof of concept, not proof of plan. She needs to understand her choices before she tells anyone. Before she tells Anders. If she tells Anders. The thought sits in her chest like a stone. If she tells him, everything changes. He will want to be involved. He will offer resources, protection, a solution that scales to his wealth and his guilt and his need to control outcomes. She knows this with the same certainty she knows her own name. It is not cruelty. It is the shape of who he is. But if she accepts his help before she knows what she wants, the debt will be impossible to measure. She will owe him a decision. She will owe him gratitude. She will owe him the right to have an opinion about what she does with her own body. She cannot afford that debt. Not until she knows what she is choosing. Her phone buzzes on the counter. She looks down. A text from an unknown number. Morning, you look tired. She stares at the screen until the light dims and the phone goes dark. Someone is watching. Someone's always watching. She deletes the message without responding and finishes her coffee. At 7:45 a.m. she walks into Halcyon's 42nd floor, wearing a cream blouse, tailored trousers, and the expression of a woman who has never had a secret in her life. The elevator doors open. The glass lobby gleams. The city spreads beyond the windows, gray and indifferent. Rafik catches her eye from across the floor and waves. She waves back. Her hand does not shake. She passes the war room and hears Anders' voice, low and measured, discussing something about the hospitality spend discrepancy. She does not slow down, does not let her gaze drift toward the glass. She reaches her desk, sets down her bag, and opens the Aurelian file. The numbers are still there. The discrepancy is still there. The work is still there, waiting for her to solve it. Her phone buzzes again. She does not look at it. She opens her calendar and finds a window. Tomorrow at 11 a.m. A gap between the governance review and the vendor alignment meeting. 45 minutes. She books a consultation at a clinic on East 23rd Street, a women's health center with a neutral name, and a website that promises confidentiality. The confirmation email arrives in 60 seconds. She closes the calendar, opens the spreadsheet, begins to work. The nausea hits at 9:15 a.m. She breathes through it with her eyes fixed on the screen, her fingers moving across the keyboard, her face perfectly still. No one notices. No one is looking. But Moira Gable passes her desk at 9:22 a.m. and lingers just long enough to let Delia feel the weight of her attention. "You're pale again," Moira says. Not a question, a measurement. Delia looks up, smiles with her mouth only. Rough night. Moira's smile does not doot your face either. Seems like you've been having a lot of those. She walks away before Delia can answer. The comment sits in the air like smoke. Delia turns back to her screen and keeps working, because stopping is not an option. Because the only way through this is forward. Because she has exactly 34 hours until her appointment, and she intends to arrive there still standing, still competent, still in control of the one thing she can still control. Her performance. Everything else is waiting. And when she finally looks down at her phone, the text from the unknown number is still there. Morning. You look tired. She deletes it again, but the message lingers. Someone is watching. And tomorrow morning, at 11:30 a.m., she will walk into a clinic on East 23rd Street and find out exactly how many one-night stands can change a life. The test is in the trash and home. The truth is in her body. And the countdown has already begun. Chapter 12. The clinic confirmation email glows on her phone at 8:03 a.m. She reads it 3 times during the elevator ride, her thumb brushing the screen as if she can memorize her way out of panic. East 23rd Street, 11:30 a.m., a name she will not remember an hour from now. The doors open. The glass lobby yawns. She pockets the phone and walks to her desk. The morning becomes a series of small disciplines. She opens the Aurelian file and picks up where she left off, tracing the hospitality spend discrepancy through 3 layers of invoices. The numbers hold. The pattern holds. Someone booked executive travel at a volume that does not match the headcount reported to the integration team. She makes a note. Flags it for Michael Chen. Moves on. At 9:15, she opens a second browser window, tucked behind the spreadsheet, and searches for the clinic. The website is clean, neutral colors, language designed to soothe. We are here to help you understand your options. She reads the page on early pregnancy confirmation, on timelines, on what to expect during a first appointment. Her stomach turns. She closes the window. The coffee on her desk is untouched. She lets it cool and then sit cold, because drinking it would mean admitting she is not fine, and she is not ready to admit anything. The morning passes in fragments, a governance review at 10, a vendor alignment prep at 11:15. She attends each meeting with the same expression, the same measured voice, the same capacity to track 3 threads at once while hiding the 4th. No one asks if she is all right. No one needs to. At 11:00 a.m., she walks past the war room and hears voices inside. Anders is in there. She knows without looking. The cadence of his speech is already mapped in her memory, low and precise, the kind of voice that makes people stop pretending. She does not slow down. She reaches her desk and opens the clinic page again, memorizing the intake process. She will arrive at 11:30. She will fill out forms. She will provide a urine sample. The doctor will confirm what she already knows, and then she will have to decide what to do with the knowledge. She closes the window. The nausea hits at 11:45. She excuses herself to the bathroom, locks the stall, and breathes through it with her palms pressed flat to the cool tile. The wave passes. She wipes her mouth with a paper towel and checks her reflection. Nothing visible. Nothing that shows. She returns to her desk. At 12:30 p.m., Michael Chen calls an impromptu integration meeting in the 44th floor conference room. She gathers her materials and walks. The room is half full when she arrives. Rafik is there, pulling up data. Camille is at the far end, her shot jaw working a piece of gum. Moira sits near the middle, her eyes tracking Delia as she enters. Delia takes a seat near the front, away from Moira, and opens her laptop. Michael begins. He runs through the Workstream status, the labor rider timeline, the next diligence milestones. Delia answers when called on, her voice steady, her notes clean. And then Anders walks in. He does not announce himself. He slips through the door at the back, quiet as a shadow, and takes a seat against the wall. His presence shifts the air. Everyone straightens. Everyone adjusts. Delia does not turn around. She keeps her eyes on her screen, her fingers moving across the keyboard, her body still. She knows he is looking at her. She knows because she can feel the weight of his attention like a hand on her shoulder, warm and impossible to ignore. The meeting continues. Michael discusses the governance review. Camille raises a question about vendor liability. Rafik pulls up a dataset that shows a pattern in Aurelian's subcontracted logistics. Delia tracks every word. She replies when addressed. She does not look toward the back of the room. But at one point, during a pause, she hears Anders shift in his chair. She feels his gaze settle on her. On the pallor she cannot hide, no matter how much makeup she wears or how straight she holds her spine. She does not meet his eyes. He does not ask the question, but the silence around the question is louder than any word he could have spoken. The meeting ends at 1:15 p.m. People gather their things, conversations breaking into clusters. Rafik catches her eye and raises his eyebrows in a question she cannot answer. She shakes her head slightly. He nods and lets it go. She packs her computer, her files, her composure. And then Anders is beside her. Not touching, not blocking her exit. Just there, close enough that she can smell the sandalwood and leather, the same scent that was on his sheets 7 weeks ago. He does not speak. He looks at her. A long, steady look that takes in the shadows under her eyes, the tension in her jaw, the way her knuckles are white against the strap of her bag. And then he walks away. He does not ask if she is all right. He does not offer coffee or concern or the kind of attention that would draw Moira's gaze like a magnet. He does not do what she expects, and that is the worst part. Because his restraint feels like mercy, like he is giving her room to breathe, to decide, to keep her secrets until she is ready to lay them down. And she does not know how to bear it. She stands in the emptying conference room, her laptop clutched to her chest, fighting a grief she cannot name. She is not ready to tell him. But his silence is not coldness. It is care, held at arm's length so she does not have to carry its weight. And that might be the most dangerous thing of all. She walks back to her desk. The afternoon blurs. She works through the vendor alignment notes, flags 2 more anomalies in the Aurelian data, and schedules a follow-up with Rafik for the morning. She does not think about the clinic. She does not think about the 2 pink lines. She does not think about Anders' silence. At 5:30 p.m., she glances at her phone. A text from an unknown number. Counting the hours until you stop pretending. She deletes it. But her hand trembles as she sets the phone down. Someone is watching. And tomorrow morning at 11:30, she will walk into a clinic on East 23rd Street and learn exactly how many walls she needs to build to survive if it comes next. Chapter 13. She takes the 7 train to Queens because she needs the motion. The rumble, the dark tunnel, the strangers who do not look at her. 40 minutes of not being watched, not being read, not being someone whose pallor gets noted in a text message. Her mother's house sits on a quiet block in Hollis, a narrow 2-story with a porch swing a Jerry painted blue last spring, and a garden that is mostly tomato vines and stubborn marigolds. The porch light is on. It is always on when Delia visits, no matter how late. She climbs the steps and smells goat stew before she reaches the door. Jerry opens it before Delia can knock. She is wearing her kitchen apron over a floral blouse, her gray streaked braids pinned up, her hands dusted with flour. She takes one look at her daughter and does not say a word. She just steps aside and lets her in. The kitchen is small and warm and smells like home. The stew pot bubbles on the stove. Rice steams in the pot. A bowl of chopped greens waits by the cutting board. "Sit," Jerry says. Delia sits. Her mother ladles stew into a bowl, adds rice, sets it in front of Delia with a spoon. Then she sits across from her, folds her hands on the table, and waits. Delia eats. The stew is rich and savory, the meat falling apart, the broth dark with tomatoes and spices. She did not know how hungry she was until the first bite hit her tongue. She eats like she has not eaten in days because she has not really. Not like this. Jerry watches. She lets Delia finish half the bowl before she speaks. "You look thin." Delia keeps her eyes on the stew. "It's been a long week." "It has been 7 weeks since you started that job." The precision lands like a dart. Delia's spoon pauses mid-air. "You're counting." "I am your mother. I count everything." Jerry's voice is calm, unhurried. You call less, you visit less. When you do come, you eat like someone who forgot food exists. Delia sets the spoon down. She wants to deflect, to say she has been busy, to offer up the merger and the late nights and the work streams as evidence of productivity instead of avoidance. But Jerry is not asking about productivity. I'm fine, Mama. Fine people do not look like they are disappearing inside their own skin. The words hit somewhere soft. Delia presses her palm flat against the table and watches her own knuckles whiten. Jerry reaches across and covers her hand with her own. Her palm is warm and rough from years of work. She does not squeeze. She just rests there, a steady weight. Tell me what you are carrying. Delia's throat locks. The words sit there. I am pregnant. I am carrying the CEO's child. Someone is watching me. Someone is going to use me to destroy him. I do not know what to do. She opens her mouth. Her phone lights up on the table, a text notification. She looks down. Rafik Batra. Can you call me? Something in the Aurelian diligence. Urgent. The moment fractures. She stares at the screen. The words blur and sharpen. Urgent. Of course it is urgent. It is always urgent now. Work, she says, and the word sounds hollow even to her. Jerry pulls her hand back. Not angry, not hurt, just watching, the way she always watches, cataloging every flinch and deflection like Delia is a child again, trying to hide a broken dish. It can wait 5 minutes. It cannot. Then it is a bad job. Delia almost laughs. Almost. It's a good job, Mama. It's the best job I've ever had. And it is eating you alive. The silence stretches. The stew cools in the bowl. The kitchen hums with the refrigerator and the ticking clock and the weight of everything Delia has not said. She looks at her mother, at the gray braids, the steady eyes, the apron dusted with flour. Jerry has spent her whole life holding things together. She raised 2 children alone, worked double shifts, kept the house, kept the garden, kept the faith that her daughter would make it further than she ever could. And now, Delia is sitting in her kitchen, pregnant by a man who could buy this block 10 times over, being tracked by someone who wants to turn her body into evidence. She wants to tell her. She wants it to lay it all down, the fear and the shame and the impossible tangle of wanting something she never planned for. But if she tells Jerry, it becomes real. It becomes a thing her mother will carry too, and Jerry has already carried enough. I'm handling it, Delia says. Jerry studies her for a long moment. Then she nods slowly, the way she does when she has decided not to push but has not stopped watching. Eat the rest of your stew. Delia picks up the spoon. She finishes the bowl. Jerry refills it without asking. She eats that too, and the greens, and the piece of bread her mother presses into her hand. Her phone lights up again. Rafik Batra. I found the access logs. You need to see this. Her stomach twists. She reaches for her bag. I have to go. Jerry stands. She does not argue. She walks to the counter and wraps a container of stew in foil, tucks it into a brown paper bag, and presses it into Delia's hands. Eat tomorrow. Real food, not whatever they sell at those glass towers. Delia takes the bag. The throat is too tight for words. Jerry cups her daughter's face in both hands. Her palms are warm. Her eyes are dark and steady, and sort of something that looks like grief held at a distance. You are my daughter, she says. You do not have to carry everything alone. Delia nods. She cannot speak. She turns and walks to the door. On the porch, the night air hits her face, cool and damp. The street is quiet. A dog barks somewhere down the block. The porch light glows behind her. She pulls out her phone. Rafik. The access logs show repeated pings from Aurelian's strategy office. Someone with senior permissions has been pulling metadata tied to executive travel and hospitality spend for the last 3 weeks. The same dataset that contains the discrepancy you flagged. She scrolls down. Another message, this one from an unknown number. Enjoyed your evening in Queens? The world stops. She stares at the screen, at the words, the casual precision of them, The knowledge, not a guess, not a coincidence. Someone tracked her here. Someone knows where her mother lives. She looks up at the quiet street, the dark windows, the porch light still shining behind her. For the first time, the fear is not abstract. It has a name, and it knows where to find her. Chapter 14. The 7 train carries her home through the dark, the paper bag of stew warm against her ribs. She does not open Rafiq's attachment. She does not respond to the text from Queens. She sits with her phone face down on the plastic seat, watching her own reflection ghost across the dark window, and she thinks about what it means to be tracked, watched, known. The train rattles into the station at 10:47 p.m. She walks the 6 blocks to her apartment, her key already out, her shoulders tight against every shadow. Inside, she locks the door, slides the chain, stands in the dark hallway and breathes until her hands stop shaking. Then she opens the attachment. Rafiq's message is clipped, professional, the tone of a man who fagged something he was not looking for and does not yet know how to name it. Access logs attached, Aurelian's strategy office. Repeated pings on executive travel metadata, hospitality billing codes, and guest records flagged by date range. 3 weeks of queries. The same date range as the discrepancy you found. She scrolls. Rafiq has highlighted the timestamps in yellow, dozens of them. Some clustered at regular business hours, others late at night. One at 2:14 a.m. Someone has been inside that data for weeks. She zooms in on the query parameters, the permissions attached to the requests, the fields searched, names, dates, hotel names, room numbers, keycard activation logs. Her skin goes cold. Keycard activation logs? She thinks of the Armitage, the penthouse hallway, the security camera she walked past at dawn. She closes the attachment and texts Rafiq. Tomorrow morning, I need to see the source files. The original hospitality data, not the summary. His response comes within seconds. I thought you'd say that. I'll pull the full extract before the governance review. 7 a.m. My desk. She stares at the screen. The blue glow is the only light in the room. She should sleep. She knows she should sleep. The nausea has quieted for now, but the exhaustion is a weight she carries in her bones. Tomorrow she has a governance review, a vendor alignment prep, and now this, a search for something she is terrified to find. She lies down. The ceiling stares back. She does not sleep. At 6:47 a.m. she is on the 42nd floor. The office is empty. Gray light filters through the floor-to-ceiling windows, painting the glass walls in muted silver. The coffee machine hums. The air smells like cleaning solution and yesterday. Rafiq is already at his desk. His hair is disheveled. He has a paper cup of something dark and a look that says he has been here for hours. You look like hell, he says. You look like you did not sleep either. I did not. He pushes a laptop toward her. The full extract, Aurelian's hospitality ledger, reconciled against their reported headcount by quarter for the last 18 months. She sits, pulls the laptop close, begins to scroll. The data is dense. Line items for hotels, flights, car services, per diem allowances, all coded by department and approval tier. She cross-references against the headcount reports Rafiq annotated. The discrepancy is small, consistent, spread across multiple quarters. 3 additional travelers per month. No names attached, no department codes, just a separate billing account, routed through a subsidiary Delia does not recognize. Have you run the subsidiary registration? She asks. Delaware Shell. No public officers listed. Registered 4 months before the merger talks started. 4 months. Delia's fingers hover over the keyboard. Who set up the shell? The registration agent is a firm Aurelian uses for special purpose vehicles. I called them pretending to be a compliance auditor. They would not give me a name without a formal request. Then we find the name ourselves. She pulls the metadata Rafiq extracted, the pings from Aurelian's strategy office. She sorts them by timestamp, users 499, and the specific data fields accessed. 3 of the pings targeted executive travel records for the same date, August 24th, the night she spent at the Armitage. She closes her eyes, counts to 3, opens them. Can you isolate what specifically was pulled on this date? Rafiq leans in. His fingers move across the keyboard. The query parameters included a hotel block, room category, keycard metadata. He pauses, and any associated image files from the hotel's internal security system. Image files. The words land like a blade. She thinks of the camera in the penthouse hallway, the red light. The certainty she felt at dawn that the night was sealed, that it existed only in her memory and Anders's. Someone has been looking for that footage. Someone has been searching for evidence of her face. Delia? Rafiq's voice is careful now, the tone of a man who is starting to connect dots he does not want to connect. Why does Aurelian's strategy office want hotel security images from August? She does not answer. She cannot. Instead, she turns back to the laptop and opens the subsidiary data, the shell company, the Delaware registration. She searches the file directory for any document tagged with that subsidiary's tax 499. A folder appears, labeled Due Diligence Supplement, Executive Travel, Confidential. She opens it. Inside are scanned receipts, itineraries, booking confirmations, all from the same hotel chain, all dated within a 6-week window that begins in late August. The Armitage, her hand moves before she decides to move it. She clicks on the most recent file. Ref. Armitage Incidental Charges. Date, August 24th to 25. Suite, Executive Penthouse. She opens it and freezes. The file is not a receipt. It is a gallery of grainy stills extracted from a security feed, time-stamped, date-stamped, labeled by camera position. She sees herself, walking out of the penthouse elevator at 5:47 a.m., hair still damp from the shower she took before dawn. The dress she borrowed from the hotel bathrobe, a white cotton shift that falls to her knees. Anders' shirt draped over her arm, forgotten in the hurry to leave before she saw his face again. She sees herself from behind, from the side, her profile caught at the exact moment she turned to look back at the elevator doors. She sees herself entering the penthouse elevator at 11:52 am the night before, Anders beside her, his hand at the small of her back, just visible at the edge of the frame. Her head tilted toward his shoulder. The images are grainy. The lighting is low, but her face is visible. Anders, his face, is visible. Anyone who knows what they are looking at will know. She scrolls down. There are more stills, a sequence of 12, captured across the 8 hours she spent in that suite. She is in every one of them. Entering, leaving, standing in the hallway outside the elevator, barefoot, her bag over her shoulder. The final image is time-stamped 5:48 a.m. She is walking toward the lobby exit. Her back is to the camera, but her face is reflected in the antique hallway mirror. Clear, unmistakable. Delia stares at her own eyes in the grainy glass. The reflection gazes back like a ghost she cannot outrun. Delia? Rafiq's voice comes from far away. She cannot look away from the screen. Delia, what is that? She closes the file. Her hand is shaking. I need a minute. She stands. The chair scrapes against the floor. She walks to the window and presses her palm against the cold glass and breathes. Below her, the city churns. Yellow cabs, morning commuters, the river glinting in the flat winter light. She is 31 floors above the street. She is carrying a child. She is holding evidence that a rival company has been collecting surveillance on her private life for weeks. Evidence that someone inside that company has seen her face in those stills. Evidence that the trap is already built. She turns back to the desk. Rafiq has not moved. He is staring at the closed file folder. His hands are still on the keyboard. Tell me that was not what I think it was. She sits down. Her voice is steady. It was exactly what you think it was. He waits. She does not explain. She cannot explain. Not yet. Not until she knows how deep this goes. Not until she knows who else has seen those images. She opens the file again. Scrolling past the stills, past the receipts, past the itinerary logs, she reaches a final document tucked at the bottom of the folder. A memo. Internal. Aurelian Strategy Office. Addressed to no one. Signed by no one. Subject. Material Risk Identification. Personal Conduct. key counterparty. She reads the first line. Photographic evidence exists of a personal relationship between Halcyon Group CEO Anders Holloway and an unnamed female party. The relationship predates the hiring of the female party as a director of operations integration, creating a material conflict of interest and potential governance exposure. She stops. The memo knows the timeline. It knows the date. It knows she was hired after the night at the Armitage. It does not name her yet, but it knows enough to build a case. She scrolls to the bottom. A handwritten note in the margin, in a script she does not recognize. Recommend escalating to full diligence review. Timing sensitive. Deploy at appropriate threshold. She stares at the word deploy. Not disclose, not report. Deploy. Like a weapon. She closes the file, closes the laptop, slides it back across the desk. Wafik is watching her with the expression of a man who has just seen a door open into a room he was not meant to enter. What are you going to do? Delia looks at the laptop, at the closed file, at the evidence that someone at Aurelian has been building a file on her for weeks, preparing to turn her body and her choices into a corporate liability. I am going to find out who wrote that memo. She stands. The governance review starts in 40 minutes. She is going to walk in, sit down, and pretend she did not just see her own face in a folder designed to destroy the man carrying her child. Behind her, the laptop lights up. A new email notification. She glances at the screen. From Legal Office, Aurelian Freight. Diligence access request. The message is addressed to her. A formal request to access the same dataset she just closed, requested by Vivienne Quist, Chief Strategy Officer. Delia's blood turns to ice. The trap is closing, and Vivienne Quist has just announced herself. Chapter 15. The email notification hangs on the screen like a blade. From Legal Office, Aurelian Freight. Diligence access request. Vivienne Quist has formally stepped into the frame. No more proxies. No more anonymous pings in the data logs. She is requesting the same file set Delia just closed. The file set that contains Delia's face in a sequence of grainy security stills. She has 40 minutes until the governance review. 40 minutes to copy what she found and bury her tracks. Rafik is still watching her. His hands have not moved from the keyboard. His breathing has gone shallow, the way a man breathes when he is deciding whether to ask a question he cannot unask. Delia. His voice is low, careful. That memo. It mentions deployment, timing sensitive. That is not diligence language, that is operational language. She knows. She has known since she read the word. I need to copy the access trail. She reaches for the laptop, pulls it back across the desk, opens the folder structure one more time. The stills are organized by date, by timestamp, by floor number. August 24th, 2314, penthouse corridor. Delia entering the elevator with Anders. August 25, 5:48, lobby exit. Delia reflected in the antique mirror. The images are not random. They are curated, selected to show a beginning, a duration, an end. She scrolls down the folder tree. The structure is meticulous. Due diligence, Aurelian merger, risk assessment, personal conduct, key counterparty, visual evidence. Someone built a taxonomy for this. Someone designed a filing system where she is a liability category, not a person. She finds the metadata logs next. Raw access history. Every query, every pull, every view of the folder dating back 6 weeks. The first ping is dated October 12th, 3 days after Anders offered her the job. She traces the access pattern, sparse at first, a single pull every few days, then accelerating. Daily queries starting 2 weeks ago. Multiple users, different IP ranges. Someone has been watching this folder grow. She copies the entire access trail to a secure USB. The drive clicks into the port. Data transfers. A progress bar crawls across the screen. Rafik leans in. Who else knows you were in here? Vivienne knows I accessed the hospitality ledger. She does not know I found the image folder. Yet. Yet. The progress bar's reach is 100%. She ejects the USB, slips it into the inner pocket of her blazer. The plastic edge presses against her ribs like a second heartbeat. She closes the laptop, slides it back to Rafiq. "You did not see this," she says. "Delia, you did not see the folder. You did not see the images. You pulled the hospitality data from me because I asked, and we found the shell company discrepancy together, and that is all." His jaw tightens. He is not a man who lies easily. He is a man who builds clean data sets and delivers clean answers, and she is asking him to carry a dirty secret. If they ask, he starts. "You tell them what you know. You know there is a billing discrepancy. You know there is a shell company. You do not know about the photographs." He holds her gaze. "And if they ask about you, then you tell them the truth. I asked for the hospitality data. I found the images alone. You did not see them." He is quiet for a long moment. Then he nods. It is not trust. It is something rawer than trust. It is a man choosing to believe that she has a plan, even though she does not. She stands. The chair scrapes against the floor. "I have a governance review in 37 minutes. Delia." She stops. Rafiq is looking at the closed laptop like it is a wound. The memo said, "Deploy at appropriate threshold." That means they are waiting for something. A trigger, a deadline, a piece of leverage that makes the timing right. She knows. She has been running the same calculations since she read the word. The merger vote is in 3 weeks. The board will decide whether to approve the acquisition, and if the photographs surface before that vote, Anders Holloway becomes a governance liability, and the deal becomes a referendum on his judgment. Vivienne is not waiting for evidence. She is waiting for the moment when the evidence will do the most damage. "I know what the threshold is." Rafiq waits. She does not say it aloud. She cannot say it aloud because saying it aloud will make it real, and she is not ready for the weight of that reality. The threshold is the vote, and the person holding the trigger is Vivienne Quist. She moves toward the door. Her hand is on the handle when she hears it. Footsteps, heavy, deliberate, coming down the corridor. Not the soft shuffle of someone passing through, the measured pace of someone who knows exactly where they are going. She freezes. Rafiq straightens behind her. The footsteps stop, directly outside the data room door. She does not breathe. The handle turns. The door swings inward, and standing in the threshold is a woman Delia has never seen before. Pale gray eyes, ink-black hair cut in a sharp chin-length bob, lean, angular build. A thin scar along her left thumb, visible. Chapter 16. Vivienne Quist stands in the open doorway. The data room fluorescents catch the silver pin on her lapel. For a long moment, no one breathes. Then Vivienne tilts her head, the movement slow, deliberate, the way a predator tests whether the prey will run. "Ms. Mwangi, I asked you a question." Delia's hand is still on the door handle. She does not let go. To release it now would look like surrender. "I was reviewing the hospitality discrepancy," she says. Her voice comes out steady. "The audit flagged irregular billing patterns. My team is stress testing the vendor chain before the governance review." Vivienne's pale gray eyes do not leave her face. "The hospitality discrepancy?" "Yes, and that required access to my files." Delia holds her gaze. "The files are cross-referenced. The same metadata that flagged the billing pattern connects to your team's expense reporting. I traced it upstream to confirm the scope." She is not lying. Not entirely. The hospitality data does connect. She has simply left out the part where the connection runs through photographs and shell companies and a classified dossier on Anders Holloway's personal conduct. Vivienne's smile sharpens. "I see." She steps into the room. Her heels are silent on the carpet. "And the analyst behind you, he was assisting with this upstream trace." Rafiq straightens. He does not speak. "He pulled the source files," Delia says. "I requested the full extract this morning." At 6:47 a.m. The precision lands like a knife. Vivienne knows the timestamp. She has been watching the access logs. Delia recalibrates. The woman is not bluffing. She is testing, feeding out rope to see how far Delia will wrap it around her own throat. I start early, Delia says. I can see that. Vivienne moves past her, close enough that Delia catches the scent of cold stone and something metallic. She stops at the desk where the closed laptop sits. Her fingers rest on the lid, light, almost contemplative. The governance review begins in 33 minutes, Vivienne says. I assume you will be attending. I will. Good, she turns. Then you will not have time to continue this upstream trace before the meeting. It is not a suggestion. Delia does not answer. Vivienne smiles again, that same cold, practiced shape. I am looking forward to sitting across from Halcyon's integration team, she says. It has been instructive to see how your company approaches due diligence. She turns her back to Delia, a deliberate dismissal, a statement of dominance. Then she walks out. The door clicks shut behind her. Delia stands frozen 3 seconds. 4. She counts the seconds, because counting keeps the panic at bay, keeps her hands from shaking. Rafik exhales. Who the hell was that? Vivienne Quist. I figured that part out. He runs a hand through his hair. She knew what time you accessed the files. She knew you were in here before she opened the door. Because she has her own access logs. Or because someone told her. Delia turns that over. Someone inside Halcyon feeding Vivienne information about her movements. The elevator stopping at empty floor 27. The west garage rekeying. The note on her keyboard. The puzzle pieces are starting to fit. I need you to look at something, she says. She pulls the USB from her blazer pocket. The plastic edge is warm from her body heat. Rafik's eyes go to it. That the copy? Permission sets. She crosses to a terminal on the far wall, one Vivienne could not see from the door. Every query that hit the Aurelian file in the last 6 weeks has an origin tag, IP range, user credential, system identifier. Bridge software, guest access, vendor credentials, open ports. She plugs the USB in. Halcyon's data room is supposed to be sealed, but the diligence platform imports from Aurelian's cloud servers. If their team had access before the deal closed, the entries would look legitimate. Rafik moves to stand beside her. You think they seeded the photos before the merger talks even started? I think someone built a dossier on Anders Holloway. She pulls up the raw log data, and they have been waiting for the right moment to use it. The screen fills with columns, date stamps, time stamps, user identifiers, request types. She starts isolating the first October 12th entry. There, 3:14 a.m. A query from a credential tagged to Aurelian's legal division. Someone working at 3 in the morning, the night before her first formal interview at Halcyon. You see it? She asks. Rafik leans closer. The timestamp. They knew I was coming before I walked into the boardroom. Her voice is flat, clinical, the only way she can speak without breaking. They flagged my name the same day Anders offered me the role. He whistles low. That is not opportunistic. That is premeditated. She scrolls through the log. The pattern repeats. Nearly every query cluster corresponds to a significant event. Her first day at Halcyon, the logistics workstream push, the conflict of interest meeting. Each time she advances, someone inside Aurelian's network checks the file again. Anderson? She asks. Already looking. Rafik pulls up a sublog onto the adjacent screen. I cross-referenced the user credentials against Aurelian's org chart last night. Most of the ASIA comes from their legal division, standard for diligence, but there are anomalies. He highlights a cluster. These originated from a different server, same file, same request type, but the gateway is routed through a proxy, the kind companies use when they do not want the access traced back to a specific employee. Vivienne's office? Maybe. Proxy means I cannot confirm, but the timestamps correlate with her travel schedule. Every time she visits New York, the queries spike. Delia stares at the screen. 3 more weeks since the board vote. That is the threshold. That is when Vivienne will pull the trigger. Can you trace the proxy? I can try. He hesitates. But if I get caught chasing this, it does not matter whether I saw the photographs or not. They will know I am investigating them. I know. She will have an explanation. Legitimate diligence. Proper channels. It will look clean. It already looks clean. Delia ejects the USB. That is what makes it dangerous. She slips the drive back into her pocket. The weight is heavier than it should be. You should get to the governance review, Rafik says. 32 minutes. 29 now. He almost smiles. I will keep digging. See if I can isolate the proxy origin. Do not get caught. I never get caught. He says it lightly, but she sees the tension in his shoulders. He is in this now, whether he wants to be or not. She moves toward the door. Delia. She stops. Rafik is looking at the closed laptop again. If I find the origin, he says, what then? She does not have an answer. She wants to tell him she will walk into the boardroom, lay out the evidence, and let the truth beam clean. She wants to tell him she has a plan that does not end with her standing in the wreckage of her career. But she does not. Then we decide what to do with it, she says. She opens the door. The Golden Guest is empty. Vivienne Quist is gone, but her presence lingers like smoke in a closed room. Delia walks toward the elevators, the USB pressing against her ribs, the countdown clock ticking in her chest, and the cold certainty settling deeper with every step. Vivienne is not the only one waiting for a threshold. Someone inside Halcyon is feeding her information. Someone behind the proxy is pulling strings. And Delia is running out of time to figure out who before the trap closes completely. The elevator doors open. She steps inside. The doors close, and in the sudden silence of the moving car, her hand drifts to her stomach, a movement so automatic she does not realize she has done it until the breath catches in her throat. She forces her hand back to her side. She cannot afford to think about that now. Not yet. Not while the photographs exist. Not while Vivienne has a trigger finger. The elevator reaches the 40th floor. The doors open. And Anders Holloway is standing on the other side. Chapter 17. The governance review room is a glass box on the 44th floor, polished white and blue, the kind of space designed to make everyone inside feel exposed. Delia takes a seat at the far end of the table, places her notebook in front of her, and does not look at the doorway where Anders appears 3 minutes later. He walks past without acknowledgement, takes the head of the table and opens a leather folder. Professional. Unreadable. The man who asked her to wait in a stairwell might as well be a stranger now. Vivienne Quist arrives last. She moves like someone who has never hurried in her life. Dark blazer, sharp bob, silver lapel pin catching the ceiling light. She takes the seat directly across from Delia, places a tablet on the table, and smiles at no one in particular. Thank you for accommodating the joint schedule, she says. Her voice is warm, polished, the voice of someone who knows exactly how she sounds. We have a lot of ground to cover before the vote. Tamsin Rowe runs the agenda. Vendor alignment, labor transition, risk allocation, standard merger mechanics delivered in Tamsin's flat, clinical cadence. Delia takes notes, keeps her breathing even. The nausea from this morning has retreated to a low hum behind her ribs, manageable if she does not think about food. Vivienne contributes twice. Both times her comments are precise, additive, framed as collaboration. She asks about the logistics workstream timeline, compliments the speed of the tier reclassification, and suggests Aurelian's legal team follow Halcyon's template for the vendor carve-out language. Perfect competence. Perfect neutrality. Delia watches her hands move across the tablet screen, the thin scar along her left thumb, the way she tilts her head when someone speaks, as if every word matters equally. A predator who has learned patience. The discussion shifts to governance structure post-merger. Soren Pike reviews the proposed board composition, reporting lines, and CEO oversight provisions. Founder concentration risk, someone from Aurelian's side says. It's a concern our shareholders have raised. Anders does not react. He turns a page in his folder. Halcyon has already implemented reporting safeguards, Soren says. Independent oversight, separation of evaluation authority. The structure is designed to function regardless of individual leadership. Individual leadership sets the tone. Vivienne's voice slides into the gap. Even with structural safeguards, a founder's personal exposure becomes the company's exposure. That is not a governance problem, it is a market reality. She says it lightly. conversationally. A general observation offered to the room, but when she finishes speaking, her gaze drifts. Past Tamsin, past Soren, straight to Delia. 1 beat, 2. Long enough to feel deliberate, long enough to feel like a finger touching a wound that has not broken skin yet. Then Vivienne looks back at her tablet and continues as if nothing happened. The room moves on. Michael Chen raises a question about liability caps. Camille Royce interjects with a legal nuance. The conversation folds itself back into merger logic. Delia's hand stays on her pen. Her face stays still, but the breath she takes is shallower than the one before, and she feels the USB pressing against her ribs, a small, hard weight inside her blazer pocket. 3 weeks until the vote. Vivienne is not waiting for the threshold. She is actively testing the distance between them. The meeting runs 68 minutes. Delia speaks 3 times, once to confirm the logistics timeline, once to clarify a vendor classification question from Camille, once to correct a minor data point from an Aurelian analyst. Each time Vivienne watches her without staring. The attention is invisible unless you are looking for it. Delia is looking for it now. At 10:24 a.m., Tamsin closes the agenda. Thank you, everyone. We will reconvene Thursday with the updated risk register. Chairs scrape. Laptops close. The room dissolves into private conversations. Delia stands, gathers her notebook, and moves toward the door before anyone can block her path. Delia, Vivienne's voice, quiet, friendly. Delia turns. Vivienne is still seated, tablet in hand, her body angled toward the window as if she is admiring the skyline. Good work on the tier reclassification, Vivienne says. I read your memo. Clean logic. Thank you. Michael speaks highly of you. I have a good team. Vivienne smiles. It does not reach her eyes. I look forward to seeing what you do with the Aurelian dataset, she says. There is a lot of material to work through. She says it the same way she said everything else in the meeting. Collaborative, supportive, but the words land like a hand closing around a door handle. Delia holds the smile. I will make sure the analysis is thorough. Vivienne nods once, returns her attention to the tablet. Delia walks out. The corridor is filling with people from the meeting. Anders is 15 feet ahead, speaking to Soren in low tones. He does not look back. Moira Gable passes without acknowledgement, her heels ticking against the marble. Delia keeps walking. The USB is burning against her ribs. Vivienne knows she looked at the files. Vivienne knows she read the memo. Vivienne knows Delia knows. And the smile said, I am not worried. Delia reaches the elevator bank, presses the button, watches the numbers climb. Behind her, a voice. Delia. Anders. She turns. He has stopped a few feet away, alone now. Soren has already disappeared toward legal. I need to speak with you, he says. Privately. The elevator arrives. Delia steps back. Not here. She sees the restraint in his jaw, the same restraint he has carried for weeks. My office, tonight. I have a vendor call. After. She could say no. She could create space, buy time, keep the distance she has been fighting to preserve. But the USB is burning, and she is running out of allies. 7 o'clock, she says. She steps into the elevator. The doors close between them, and in the mirrored surface of the car, she sees herself standing alone, her hand pressed flat against her stomach, her reflection hollow-eyed and braced. She does not move it. She lets herself feel the weight of what she is carrying. For one breath. Then the doors open on 42, and she steps out into the fluorescent light, armored again, her secrets pressed tight against her skin. 3 weeks left on a clock she did not set, and a meeting with Anders Holloway she is not ready for. Chapter 18. The morning after the governance review, Delia arrives at her desk at 8:12 a.m. and finds 3 missed calls from Rafik and a single text. Proxy traced. Call when you can. She does not call. Not yet. She has 17 minutes before the vendor alignment meeting, and she needs her face to look like someone who slept. The bathroom mirror shows her the truth. Shadows under her eyes that concealer cannot hide. A tightness around her mouth that nothing softens. She splashes cold water on her wrists. the way her grandmother taught her to settle a racing heart, and watches the water drip into the sink. 3 weeks. Anders at 7 o'clock tonight. Vivienne's smile still humming in her memory like a wire. She dries her hands, straightens her blazer, and walks to the 44th floor. The vendor alignment meeting is in conference room C, a glass box with a view of the river, and a table long enough to seat 14. Delia arrives early enough to claim the end closest to the window, where she can watch the room without being watched from behind. Tamsin is already there, reviewing a printed agenda, her silver-threaded hair catching the morning light. Delia. Tamsin. They exchange nothing else. The silence is not hostile. It is the quiet of two people who understand that words can be collected and used. The room fills. Michael Chen first, then Camille Royce, then 3 operations leads Delia has worked with for weeks. The Aurelian side sends 2 analysts Delia recognizes from the governance review, a man and a woman whose names she has memorized, but who have never spoken to her directly. And then Moira. She enters at 8:29, 1 minute early, wearing a dark blouse and the expression of someone who has already decided how the meeting will go. She takes the seat directly across from Delia, 3 chairs down, close enough to be in Delia's peripheral vision without being directly opposite. Good morning, Delia. Moira. How are you feeling? The question lands like a pebble thrown at glass. Fine, Delia says. Ready to get through the vendor classifications? Moira's smile is small and precise. I heard you had a late night. I had a vendor call with the APAC team. Of course. The meeting begins. Michael Chen runs the agenda efficiently, walking through the tier classification system Delia redesigned 2 weeks ago. The vendor alignment is progressing faster than expected, the labor transition schedule is clean, the risk allocation framework needs 1 more round of legal review. Delia answers questions when asked. She keeps her voice even, her posture open, her hands still on the table. But Moira watches her the entire time, not staring, not obvious. Just present enough that Delia feels the attention like a weight on the side of her face. You are looking thin, Moira says during a pause in the discussion. Are you sure you are sleeping enough? The room goes still. Tamsin looks up from her agenda. Moira, Tamsin says, her voice flat and unhurried. Are you concerned about Delia's work product or about her appearance? Moira's smile does not flicker. I am concerned about her well-being. We all are. She has been carrying a heavy workload. Her workload is appropriate for her role, Tamsin says. I have reviewed it personally. The silence that follows is sharp enough to cut. Michael Chen clears his throat. Let's move to Section 4, Vendor Liability Caps. The meeting continues. Delia speaks twice more, once to clarify a data point, once to confirm a timeline. Her voice does not shake, but underneath the table, her hand is pressed flat against her thigh, and she is counting the minutes until she can leave. The meeting ends at 9:47 a.m. Chairs scrape, laptops close, conversations break into private clusters. Delia stands, gathers her notebook, and moves toward the door. Delia, Moira's voice, quiet, almost friendly. Delia turns. Moira is still seated, her tablet in hand, her body angled toward the window. I was not trying to embarrass you, Moira says. I genuinely want to know how you are managing. I am managing fine. You are managing alone. That is not the same thing. The words land like a hand on a bruise. Delia holds the smile. I appreciate your concern. She walks out. The corridor is filling with people from the meeting. 2 associates from the operations team stand near the water station, heads bent together, voices low. When they see Delia approaching, they stop talking. The silence is instant. Good morning, Delia says. Morning. They scatter. Delia keeps walking, her heels steady against the marble, her face still, her heart beating hard enough to feel in her throat. She rounds the corner toward her desk and nearly collides with Rafik. He is holding a coffee cup, his dark hair falling across his forehead, his eyes sharp with something that looks like urgency. Walk with me, he says. I have a call in 10 minutes. Walk with me for 5. She follows him to the empty stairwell, the same one she and Anders used 2 weeks ago. The door clicks shut behind them, and the fluorescent hum drops to a whisper. Rafik turns to face her. "The proxy," he says. "I traced it. And it routes through a Shell ISP registered to a Delaware address, same one that paid for the 3 extra travelers." Delia's stomach tightens. "Vivienne? Not directly. The Shell is owned by a holding company that is owned by another Shell. But the pattern matches the Aurelian Strategy Office's procurement logs. So she built a dead end." "Not a dead end." Rafik pulls out his phone, shows her a screenshot. "Look at the timestamps. The proxy was activated on October 11, the day before the photo folder was first accessed. The day before Anders offered her the job. She was ready before I was hired," Delia says. "She was ready before your interview." Rafik's voice is low. "Delia, whoever built this, they knew you were coming. They knew before you did." The stairwell feels smaller than it did a moment ago. Does Anders know? "I do not know, but someone inside Halcyon is feeding her, and that someone has been active since before you walked through the door." Delia presses her palm against the cold metal railing. 3 weeks. A meeting with Anders at 7 o'clock tonight, and a proxy trail that leads back to a date before she ever sat in that boardroom. "I need to think," she says. "You need to tell someone." "I know." But she does not know who. She pushes open the stairwell door and steps back into the fluorescent light. 2 associates pass her in the corridor. They are not talking, but their eyes follow her. And Delia feels the rumor current moving beneath her feet, faster than she can walk. Chapter 19. The morning crawls. Delia sits at her desk with the spreadsheet open, the numbers blurring at the edges. She has not eaten. Coffee sits untouched beside her keyboard, the smell curling up like a taunt. She has answered 3 emails, deleted 2. Read the same line of a contract writer 6 times without absorbing a single word. The proxy trace burns in her chest. October 11th, before the interview. Before she ever sat in that boardroom. Someone inside Halcyon has been feeding Vivienne since before Delia's name was on an offer letter. She thinks of Moira's voice in the corridor. "You are managing alone. That is not the same thing." Her phone buzzes, a calendar reminder. 7 p.m., Anders Holloway. Private meeting. She closes her eyes and counts to 10. By noon, the nausea is a low, constant hum behind her ribs. She forces down half a bagel from the break room, chews mechanically, drinks water until her stomach protests. At 2, she attends a risk allocation call. Her voice sounds distant to her own ears, like she is listening from underwater. At 4, she drafts a memo on vendor transition sequencing. Her fingers move across the keyboard, but her mind is still in the stairwell, still watching Rafik's phone screen, still reading the timestamp that proves Vivienne was waiting before Delia had a reason to exist in her world. At 5:30, the corridor lights dim to after-hours mode. She stands too fast. The world tilts. Delia catches the edge of her desk, knuckles white against the laminate. The floor settles. Her heart hammers. She waits. Then she walks. The private corridor on the 44th floor is empty. Glass walls on one side, a closed conference suite on the other. The lights inside the suite are off. The door is dark and still. Delia stops halfway down. Her legs feel wrong. Not weak exactly, but distant, like they belong to someone else. She presses her palm against the glass and breathes. Just breathe. The fluorescents above her head buzz. She counts the seconds. 1, 2, 3. The floor tilts again. She reaches for the wall, misses, and her shoulder hits the glass with a sound that echoes down the empty corridor. She does not hear him approach, but suddenly he is there. Anders Holloway, his jacket off, his sleeves rolled, his face unreadable except for something raw at the edges of his eyes. He does not touch her. He stands half a step away, his body angled like he is ready to catch her, but will not presume. "Delia." His voice is low, careful. "I am fine," she says. "You are not fine." She wants to argue. The words sit in her throat, heavy and useless. "I am." The floor shifts again. Her knees buckle. Anders moves. He does not grab her. He does not wrap an arm around her waist or pull against his chest. Instead, he braces a hand against the glass beside her shoulder, creating a barrier, a frame, a space she can lean into without being held. His forearm is inches from her face. She can see the veins in his wrist, the tendons tensed. "Breathe," he says. "Slow." She breathes. The world steadies. Anders does not move. After a long moment, he lowers his arm, steps back, and walks to the water station at the end of the corridor. He returns with a paper cup. "Drink." She drinks. The water is cold. It tastes like nothing. It is the most real thing she has touched all day. Anders stands 2 feet away now. His hands are at his sides. His pale eyes are fixed on her face with an intensity that feels like pressure and like shelter. "I have been watching you fall apart for 3 weeks, he says. "You have not." "I have." His voice does not rise. "Every morning you walk in paler. Every meeting you sit closer to the door. You are disappearing in front of me, and I do not know how to ask what is wrong without making it worse." Delia looks at the paper cup in her hands. The water trembles. "Do you want to know what I am carrying?" she says. "Yes." The word is simple. No pressure, no demand. She looks up. Anders Holloway, the most powerful man in this building, is standing in a dim corridor with his sleeves rolled up and his hands open, waiting for whatever she chooses to give him. The tenderness in the question destroys her. "I am pregnant," she says. The words fall into the silence like stones. Anders goes still. Not the stillness of shock, the stillness of a man who is choosing every next movement with absolute care. "Say it again," he says. "I am pregnant." Her voice cracks on the second word. 7 weeks, since the Armitage. He does not move toward her. He does not step away. He stays exactly where he is, his hands open, his face unreadable except for a flicker in his eyes that might be fear, might be hope, might be something she has no name for. "How long have you known?" 11 days. "And you have been carrying this alone." It is not an accusation. It is a statement of fact, and the fact lands like a blow. "I did not know how to tell you," she says. "I did not know if you would want." "I want." The 2 words cut through everything. Anders takes 1 step closer. "Whatever you need," he says. "Whatever choice is yours. I am not going to ask you for anything. I am not going to make this about the merger or my reputation or what anyone else thinks." He stops. His voice drops. "But I need you to know, Delia. The child. You. None of this matters more than that. Not the company, not the deal, not any market story I have ever told myself about who I am supposed to be." She cannot breathe. The paper cup crumples in her hand. Anders does not reach for her. But he does not look away. And in the long, humming silence of the empty corridor, Delia feels something crack open inside her chest. Something she has kept sealed since the morning she saw 2 pink lines and told herself she would handle it alone. She opens her mouth to tell him about the photographs, the USB, Vivienne, the proxy traced to a date before she was hired. But what comes out is, "I do not know how to trust you." The confession is raw and small. Anders' jaw tightens. "Then let me earn it," he says. The fluorescent lights buzz. The corridor is empty, and Delia Mwangi, for the first time in 11 days, lets herself feel the weight of not being alone. Chapter 20. The paper cup is still in her hand, crushed and wet. Anders looks at it, then at her face, and something shifts in his expression. Not softening exactly, more like he is letting her see past the surface for the first time. "Come with me," he says. He does not wait for her answer. He turns and walks down the corridor, his footsteps quiet on the marble. She follows because her legs are steady again, and because the alternative is standing alone in the fluorescent silence with everything she just said hanging in the air. He leads her to his office. The corner suite is dark, except for the city glow through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Manhattan spreads out below them like a circuit board, lights flickering in patterns that mean nothing and everything. Anders does not turn on the overhead fixture. He crosses to a side table, pours water from a carafe into a crystal glass, and sets it on the edge of his desk. He does not sit behind the desk. He pulls a chair around to the front and lowers himself into it, his elbows on his knees, his hands open. Waiting. She stands in the doorway. "The door," she says. He reaches without looking and presses the lock. The click is soft and final. "Now you can say whatever you need to say," he tells her, "and I will not move until you are done." She should sit. Her body is trembling with exhaustion, but sitting feels like surrender, and she has spent 11 days refusing to surrender anything. "You are taking this too calmly," she says. "Am I? You should be panicking, or angry, or what should I be angry about?" She gestures wildly. "The timing, the risk, the fact that I kept it from you for 11 days while sitting 3 floors away from your office." Anders is quiet for a beat. "Are you angry at me?" The question stops her. "What? Are you angry?" he says slowly. "That I did not see it sooner. That I watched you fall apart and told myself you would tell me when you were ready." She opens her mouth, closes it. "No," she says. "Then why would I be angry at you for doing exactly what I would have done in your position?" Her throat closes. He stands, crosses to her, and stops at the edge of her space, close enough that she can smell his skin, sandalwood and leather, the same scent she woke to in a penthouse she was never supposed to see again. "Sit down, Delia, please." She sits. He returns to his chair, still not behind the desk, still keeping the space between them level. "I am going to say something," he says, "and I need you to hear it without deciding what it means yet." She waits. "You are carrying my child." His voice is steady. "Whatever you decide to do with that fact is your choice, completely. I will support it, whatever it is. I will not try to persuade you, or guilt you, or buy your agreement. Do you understand?" "Yes." "I mean it. If you decide you do not want this pregnancy, I will pay for the procedure, drive you there myself, and never speak of it again if that is what you need." She flinches. The offer is not cruel. It is the most careful thing anyone has ever said to her, and it breaks something open in her chest. "I am not," she starts. "I know." His voice gentles. "I am telling you so there is no doubt. Whatever you choose, it is yours, not mine. Not the company's, not the board's. Yours." She looks at her hands. The gold bangle catches the city light. "But if you keep it," he says, and his voice drops to something raw and quiet. "If you let me be part of this, I will spend every day making sure you never regret it. Not because I owe you, because I want to." The silence stretches. She looks up. His face is open in a way she has never seen. The control is still there, the precision, but beneath it is something unguarded, almost fragile. "Why?" she asks. "Because I remember everything about that night, every sound you made, every place I touched you, the way you laughed when I said something stupid about the view." He holds her gaze. "And because I have spent the last 8 weeks convincing myself I could be professional about you, and I cannot. I do not want to." She should tell him. The photographs, the proxy, the mole, Vivienne's sealed conference suite waiting for her. The words are right there, but what comes out is smaller, more honest. "I do not know how to let someone take care of me." Anders does not smile. He nods once, like she has told Help something he already suspected and needed to hear confirmed. "Then we start there," he says. "One day at a time. You tell me what you need, I give it. You do not have to like it. You do not have to trust it. But you have to let me try." She presses her palm against her stomach. The child is the size of a raspberry. She read that online. A raspberry with a heartbeat. "Your office?" she says, looking around. "We are in your office, and I just told you I am pregnant, and you have not mentioned the merger once." "There is nothing to mention." "How can you say that?" He leans forward. "Because I woke up this morning thinking the most important thing I would do today is close a negotiation gap in the integration terms. And now I know something is growing inside you that is half me and half you. That changes everything. The merger is a transaction. This is not." She wants to believe him. She wants to let the words wrap around her like shelter. But the USB is still in her blazer pocket, and Vivienne's face is still burned into her memory, and the 3-week countdown is still ticking. "I need to tell you something else," she says. Anders stills. "Tell me." She opens her mouth, and somewhere in the building, a door slams. Chapter 21. The door slam echoes through the corridor, sharp and final. Delia's hand freezes halfway to her blazer pocket. Anders is already on his feet, crossing to the door in 3 silent strides. He presses his ear to the wood, waits, then cracks it open. The corridor beyond is empty. "Security check," he says, but his voice is flat. "3rd floor. They do rounds at irregular intervals." She does not believe him. He does not look like he believes himself either. The USB is still in her pocket. Vivienne's face is still burned into her memory. The 3-week countdown is still ticking. "Delia." He turns back to her. "What were you going to tell me?" She opens her mouth. Nothing comes out. Because if she tells him about the photographs, she has to tell him about the proxy trace, the October 11 activation, the mole inside Halcyon, the sealed conference suite Vivienne has already reserved for negotiations. And if she tells him all of that, he will try to fix it. He will step in front of the bullet. And she is not ready to watch him bleed for her yet. "Tomorrow," she says. "I am exhausted, and I need to think." He studies her for a long moment, his pale eyes catching the city light, reading everything she is not saying. Okay. No pushback, no pressure, just the single word, offered like a door she can walk through when she is ready. It makes her want to tell him even more. She does not. "Can I drive you home?" he asks. She should say no, should take a car, preserve the boundary, keep herself from sliding further into the dangerous ease of letting him take care of her. "Yes," she says. He does not smile, just nods once, grabs his jacket, and holds the door for her. The car is warm and quiet. Anders drives with one hand on the wheel, the other resting on the center console, close enough that she could reach out and touch him if she wanted to. She does not, but she thinks about it. The city slides past the window, glass towers giving way to narrower streets, bodegas, apartment buildings with fire escapes laced across their faces. Queens, her neighborhood. The one she has lived in for 6 years, 3 blocks from the 7 train, above a laundromat that never quite gets the smell out. Anders pulls up in front of her building and kills the engine. He does not ask to come up. She is grateful for that. "Thank you," she says. "For what?" "For not making this harder." He turns to face her. The streetlight catches the sharp line of his jaw, the hollow beneath his cheekbone. "I am going to ask you one question," he says, "and you do not have to answer it tonight." She waits. "What were you going to tell me before the door slammed?" The question lands like a stone in still water. She could lie, could say it was nothing, could deflect, could protect herself from the vulnerability of telling him she has been carrying a second secret while he was still processing the first. But he asked, and he has not earned her trust yet. But he is trying. "Something I found in the Aurelian diligence file," she says. "Something I should have told you before I told you about the pregnancy." He does not flinch, does not react at all, just absorbs the information and files it away. "Will you tell me tomorrow?" "Yes." "Okay." He reaches for the door handle. "I will wait." She gets out of the car, walks to her building entrance, turns back once. He is still there, engine off, watching her. She raises her hand, a small wave. He raises his in return, and she steps inside, carrying the USB in her blazer pocket like a coal that will not stop burning. Her apartment is dark and cold. She does not turn on the main light, just the kitchen lamp, the one with the stained glass shade her mother gave her when she first moved in. She sets her bag on the counter. The USB is still in her blazer. She leaves it there. Instead, she fills a glass of water, drinks it standing at the sink, and tries to remember the last time she ate a full meal. She cannot. The pregnancy books say she should be eating small meals throughout the day. Protein, complex carbohydrates, things that will not trigger the nausea. She has a half-eaten bagel on her desk at work. That is not enough. She opens the refrigerator, stares at the contents, closes it. The hunger is there, somewhere beneath the adrenaline, but she cannot access it. She goes to bed instead, lies on her back, one hand pressed to her stomach, staring at the ceiling. The raspberry with a heartbeat. Anders' voice. "Whatever you decide, it is yours." Vivienne's voice. "Deploy at appropriate threshold." The door slam, the unanswered question. She closes her eyes. Sleep comes like a pulled curtain, sudden and heavy. The alarm rips her out of dreams she cannot remember. 6:15 a.m. She showers, dresses, forces down toast and a banana even though her stomach rebels. The nausea is worse in the mornings now. a rolling wave that crests and recedes but never fully disappears. She takes the 7 train, sits in the corner, watching the stations tick past, thinking about the USB in her blazer. She should have told him. She knows that. But she wanted one night where the only truth between them was the pregnancy. One night where she could feel his support without the shadow of Vivienne's scheme docketing everything. One more night of pretending she could solve this alone. The train pulls into Hudson Yards. She walks the 3 blocks to Halcyon's tower, badged through the lobby, rides the elevator to her floor. The corridor is empty. The sun is not fully up yet. She reaches her desk, sets her bag down, and pulls out the USB. The file is still there. She opens it, scans the photographs. The hallway mirror, the elevator, her face clearly visible. Nothing has changed. She is about to close the folder when she notices something at the bottom of the access log, a new entry, stamped 12:47 a.m. last night. Someone queried the photo folder after midnight. Someone is still in the files. The trap is not waiting for the board vote. It is moving right now. Chapter 22. The access log glows on her screen. 12:47 a.m. Someone was inside the photo folder while she was lying in bed with her hand on her stomach, thinking about Anders' voice and Vivienne's timetable. Delia closes the file, breathes, opens it again. The timestamp does not change. The query is real. The trap is not waiting for the board vote. It is moving in real time, and she has been standing still, counting the days like they were a shield. She pulls the USB from her blazer pocket, slides it into the port, copies the new access entry onto the drive. Then she closes everything, locks the USB in her desk drawer, and stands. The corridor is still empty. The sun is higher now, pale winter light slanting through the glass wall at the end of the floor. She walks to the break room, pours coffee she will not drink, stands at the window, watching the Hudson River slide past, gray and indifferent. She should tell Anders today, she promised. But the midnight query changes things. If someone is inside the file after hours, that means the surveillance is not a passive archive waiting for a trigger. It is active. Someone is watching, checking, updating. Someone knows she found it, or suspects, or is simply maintaining the weapon, keeping it sharp. The break room door opens behind her. She does not turn. Delia. Moira's voice. She turns. Moira stands in the doorway, cream blouse, sharp cheekbones, coffee cup in hand. "You are here early." "Could not sleep," Delia says. Moira's eyes drift to the untouched coffee in Delia's hand. "You should drink that. You look like you need it." The pause stretches. Then Moira smiles, small and private, and walks to the machine without another word. Delia sets the coffee down on the counter and walks out. The morning meeting is on the 42nd floor. Michael Chen runs the agenda. Vendor liability caps, labor transition milestones, the timeline for the next diligence submission. Delia sits near the window, taking notes, contributing when needed, keeping her voice level. Anders is not in the room. That is deliberate. The firewall Tamsin built, no direct reporting line, no shared meeting spaces unless absolutely necessary. But at 9:47 a.m., Delia's phone buzzes. A calendar notification. Her 11:30 nm slot has been cleared. A note from Anders' assistant. Meeting rescheduled. New time TBD. She stares at the notification. She did not request a reschedule. She did not ask for anything. But someone made sure she had a free hour. She looks up from her phone. Michael is still talking about indemnification thresholds. No one else has noticed, but she notices. And she knows exactly who cleared that calendar slot. At 1:00 p.m., she is walking back to her desk when she passes the small conference room on the 38th floor. The door is open. Anders is inside, alone, reviewing something on his tablet. He looks up, sees her, does not wave, does not gesture, does not call her in. Just holds her gaze for a fraction of a second, then looks back down at his tablet. The briefest acknowledgement, the most careful distance. She keeps walking. Her chest feels tight. At 2:30 p.m., she opens her desk drawer to retrieve a file and finds a protein bars, wrapped, sealed, tucked beside her folder. She did not put it there. She looks around the floor. No one is watching. She picks up the bars, turns it over. No note, no message, just the bars. She unwraps it, takes a bite, chews. The nausea does not rise. She takes another bite, and another. She finishes the whole bar standing at her desk, watching the corridor, feeling the shape of the care she did not ask for and cannot nom. At 4:00 p.m., the integration team meeting runs long. The conference room is warm. The overhead lights hum. Someone is droning through a cost allocation spreadsheet that should have been reviewed last week. Delia's focus slips. She presses her palm to her stomach. The raspberry. The heartbeat. She needs to tell him. She needs to tell him about the photos, the proxy, the midnight query, the door slam, all of it. But she is sitting in a room full of people who are watching her for cracks, and Moira is across the table, and the rumor current is still moving beneath her feet. She stays silent. The meeting ends at 5:12 p.m. She is packing her notebook when Moira's voice cuts through the shuffle of papers. Delia. She looks up. Moira is standing by the door, arms crossed. I noticed your calendar opened up this morning. Delia says nothing. Convenient, Moira says. Given how tightly the CEO's office usually guards the senior staff's schedule. The room is still half full. People are pretending not to listen. I did not request a schedule change, Delia says. No? Moira tilts her head. The smile is sharp and small. Interesting, because I heard Anders' assistant made the adjustment personally. The air in the room shifts. Someone stops shuffling papers. Delia feels the weight of the pause, the silence settling like dust. I am sure there is a reasonable explanation, she says. You should ask him directly. Oh, I do not need to ask. Moira's voice is light, almost pleasant. I am just curious. Does the CEO patiently schedule analyst comfort now? Or is that a benefit reserved for special circumstances? The question lands like a slack in a silent room. Delia holds her gaze, does not flinch, does not answer. She picks up her notebook, walks past Moira without a word, feels the eyes on her back as she steps into the corridor. She makes it to the stairwell before her hands start shaking. She presses her palms flat against the concrete wall. Breathes. The protein bars is sitting in her stomach like a stone now. Because Moira is right. Anders' assistant cleared her calendar. Anders put the protein bars in her drawer. He is protecting her without asking permission, without naming it, without giving her a chance to refuse. And that terrifies her. Because it feels good. It feels so good to be seen, to be taken care of without having to beg for it. She presses her forehead to the wall, walks back to her desk, pulls out her phone, opens Anders' contact. Before she can stop herself, she types 4 words. I need to tell you. She hits send before she can reconsider. The response comes in under a minute. 7 p.m., same place. She stares at the screen. The door slammed at that same place last night, and someone queried the photo folder at 12:47 a.m. She types, make sure no one knows we are meeting. The dots appear, disappear, appear again. Then, already done. She locks her phone, slides it into her pocket, and waits for 7 p.m. to arrive. Chapter 23. The call comes at 5:47 p.m. Delia is at her desk, watching the meeting crawl towards 7 p.m., when her phone lights up with an internal extension she does not recognize. She answers. Tamsin's voice is low and unhurried, the kind of tone that does not invite excuses. Conference room B, now. Bring Soren and me 20 minutes before you leave for the day. No context, no warning. Just a request that is not really a request. Delia hangs up, looks at her bag. The USB is still inside her blazer pocket. She considers leaving it behind, decides against it because she does not know who will search her desk while she is gone. She walks to conference room B. The door is closed, the blinds are drawn. Through the narrow glass strip, she can see Tamsin seated at the far end of the table, a slim folder open in front of her. Soren is standing by the window, silver-templed and still, holding a pen he is not using. She knocks once. Tamsin looks up. Come in, close it behind you. Delia steps inside. The door clicks shut. The sound seals the room like a pressure lock. She takes the chair across from Tamsin, leaves one empty seat between them. Soren does not sit. He stays by the window, angled so he can see both the door and the street below. Tamsin slides a single sheet of paper across the table. It is a printout of Halcyon's Employee Relationship Disclosure Policy, Sections 3 through 7. The parts about personal relationships with senior executives. The parts about mandatory reporting of any arrangement that could create a conflict of interest. Delia reads it, does not touch it. "You called me here for a policy review," she says, at 5:47 p.m. Tamsin's expression does not shift. "Moira Gable asked me a question after your integration meeting, about your calendar adjustment, about whether the CEO's office is extending special accommodations to integration staff." Delia's jaw tightens. "I told her I would look into it," Tamsin continues. "That is true, I am looking into it. But I am also looking ahead." Soren speaks without turning from the window. The Aurelian diligence process has raised flags, not just about data access, about personal relationships that could affect the governance of the merger. He pauses. "We are not accusing anyone of anything. We are preparing for what happens if someone else decides to accuse first." Delia keeps her breathing even. "What exactly are you asking me?" Tamsin folds her hands on the table. "I am not asking you to confirm or deny anything. I am telling you what a formal disclosure process would require. If there is any relationship, past or present, between you and a senior executive at this company, the policy requires you to report it. The reporting creates a firewall. The firewall protects you from claims of favoritism, coercion, or quid pro quo. And if there is no relationship to report, then you sign a statement affirming that, and we move forward. And if I sign that statement and someone later produces evidence that I lied," Tamsin's eyes are steady, "then you are exposed. The company is exposed. The merger is exposed. And the protections we are building now will not apply retroactively." The silence stretches. Soren turns from the window. His face is unreadable. "This is not a threat, Delia. This is a timeline. If something exists, the safest moment to disclose it was before someone else weaponizes it. The second safest moment is now." Delia looks at the policy sheet. She thinks about the USB, the 12:47 a.m. query, the protein bars in her drawer, the door slam, the mole, the photographs indexed under her name in a diligence file that Vivienne Quist has already accessed. She thinks about Anders, his voice saying that child matters more than the company, his hand still when she told him she did not know how to trust him. She thinks about what Tamsin is offering, a process, a structure, a way to make the truth less dangerous because it is told on purpose instead of discovered. But she also thinks about what Tamsin cannot guarantee, that Anders will keep his job, that the merger will survive, that Vivienne's leverage will disappear just because Delia signs a piece of paper. She meets Tamsin's gaze. "I understand the policy," she says. "I will review the requirements and respond by the end of the week." Tamsin studies her for a long moment. Then she nods, a single slow motion. "That is acceptable." She slides a second sheet across the table, a blank disclosure form, Delia's name pre-filled at the top. "The form," Tamsin says, "if you need it." Delia picks it up, folds it once, slips it into her bag without looking at it. She stands. Soren watches her from the window. "One more thing." She stops. "The proxy trace," he says. "Refi Batra shared the Delaware shell data with legal this afternoon. He was concerned about the timeline. He did not line you in the report." Delia's chest goes cold. "He did not have to," Soren continues. "The proxy activation date is October 11th, the day before Anders offered you the job. That is not a coincidence, and it is not something I can unsee." He holds her gaze. "I do not know what you are carrying," he says, "but I know you are not carrying it alone anymore. Whether you choose to tell us or not, the structure is ready. When you need it." Delia stands in the doorway. Her hand is on the handle. She wants to say thank you. She wants to say, "I am terrified." She wants to say the photographs exist, and I have them, and I do not know if I am saving myself or destroying us both by holding on to them. She says nothing. She opens the door, walks out. The corridor is empty. The lights have shifted to after-hours mode, softer, dimmer, the building settling into its night rhythm. She checks her phone. 6:12 p.m., 48 minutes until 7 p.m. She walks back to her desk, sits down, pulls out the blank disclosure form, stares at her name pre-filled at the top. She thinks about Tamsin's promise. The safest moment is now. She thinks about Soren's warning. The structure is ready. She thinks about the midnight query, the mole, Vivienne's patience and her trap. And she thinks about Anders, waiting in his office, 48 minutes away. She folds the form again, puts it back in her bag. Then she pulls out her phone and types a message to Rafik. What else did you find in the shell data? Be specific. The response comes in 30 seconds. Can we talk in person? She reads it twice. Then she stands, grabs her bag, and heads for the stairwell. The tile walls swallow her footsteps as she descends. At the landing between floors, she stops, leans her forehead against the cold concrete. Her hand drifts to her stomach. The raspberry, the heartbeat. She has 46 minutes, and she has never felt less ready for anything in her life. Chapter 24. Delia stays in the stairwell for 90 seconds that feel like 90 minutes. The concrete is cold against her forehead. Her breath comes shallow, controlled, the way she has trained herself to breathe through every crisis since she was 17 years old and realized nobody was coming to fix things for her. She thinks about the disclosure form in her bag. She thinks about Anders waiting 44 minutes away. She thinks about Rafik's text. Can we talk in person? Her phone buzzes. She looks down. Rafik again. It's important. I'm on 42. She types back. 5 minutes. Then she pushes off the wall, straightens her blouse, and walks down the remaining flights. The 42nd floor is dim, most of the workstations dark, the cleaning crew's cart parked at the far end of the corridor. Rafik is standing near the conference room where the vendor meeting happened, his laptop open on the table, his face lit by the screen. He looks up when she enters. You look worse than this morning, he says. Noted. I mean it. Sit. She sits. He turns the laptop toward her. A spreadsheet. Column after column of shell company transactions. She recognizes the Delaware address. The same one from the proxy trace. What am I looking at? The sealed suite request, he says. Vivienne's people added it to the Aurelian negotiation schedule this afternoon. A soundproof conference room on the 48th floor. No windows, no recording equipment. 4 hours blocked off the day after tomorrow. Delia's stomach drops. Who is on the invitation list? You. Silence. Just me? Just you. She stares at the spreadsheet. The request was filed through Aurelian's facilities team, not through Halcyon's scheduling system. A bypass. Intentional. Rafik is watching her. She is not going to wait for the board vote. She is going to corner you in a room with no witnesses and no record and make you an offer you cannot refuse without destroying yourself. Delia's hand drifts to her stomach. The raspberry. The heartbeat. She already did that once, she says quietly. In the data room. She told me Anders has to go for the merger to survive. She called me collateral. And you told her where to file that opinion. I told her nothing. Rafik closes the laptop. His jaw is tight. Delia, you need to tell him. You need to tell him everything. The photographs, the proxy, the shell company, the mole. If you walk into that sealed suite without him knowing what she has, she will own you. Delia looks at her hands. She thinks about Anders, his stillness when she told him about the pregnancy, the way he said I want instead of I need, the protein bars in her drawer. She thinks about Tamsin's disclosure form, the structure, the firewall. She thinks about the sealed suite. 4 hours, no records. She stands. I need to go to his office. Rafik nods. Go. She stops at the door. Rafik? Yeah, thank you. He smiles, but it does not reach his eyes. Stay alive first. Thank me later. She walks. The corridor stretches ahead of her in fluorescent rows. Her heels click against the polished concrete. She passes the break room where Moira cornered her this morning, the conference room where Tamsin and Soren offered her a lifeline, the elevator that carried her to Anders's floor that first night when she did not know his name. She takes the stairs, 43rd floor, 44th floor. His office is at the far end of the hall, the lights on, the door open. He is standing at the window. His jacket is off. His sleeves are rolled to his elbows. He looks tired in a way she has not let herself see before, the kind of tired that comes from holding something heavy for a long time. He turns when she enters. "Delia." She closes the door behind her. She does not sit. "I need to tell you something." He waits. She takes a breath. Then she tells him about the photographs. She tells him about the diligence file, the indexed taxonomy, the 3:14 a.m. query on October 12, before she was even offered the job, the proxy trace, the Delaware Shell Company, the midnight query from last night, the mole inside Halcyon who has been feeding Vivienne since before she was hired. She tells him about the sealed suite. She tells him everything. When she finishes, her hands are shaking. Anders has not moved. He stands at the window, his face unreadable, his pale eyes fixed on her with an intensity that makes her feel like she is standing inside a held breath. Then he says, "She has been planning this since before I hired you." "Yes, since before I met you." "Yes." He turns back to the window. The silence stretches. "I believed I could protect you by keeping my distance," he says, his voice at a low, careful. "I believed if I stayed professional enough, visible enough, the rules would hold, that I could control what people saw." He turns to face her. "I was wrong." Delia's heart is pounding. "What are you going to do?" she asks. Anders walks to his desk, opens a drawer, pulls out a folder. He holds it out to her. She takes it, opens it. Inside is a draft resignation letter, dated today, signed at the bottom, not yet finalized. His name, his signature. "I prepared this," he says, "the night you told me about the pregnancy, in case the leverage became too dangerous for you to carry." Delia stares at the page. 3 weeks ago, she says. "Yes, you were ready to step down before you even knew the full scope of what she was doing. I was ready to step down the moment I understood that my presence in this company was the thing being used against you." She looks up at him. His face is steady. No performance, no grand gesture, just the quiet, terrifying truth of a man who has already made his choice. "I will not let her use me to hurt you," he says. "I will not let her use the merger to erase you. If stepping aside is what removes her leverage, I will do it. Today, tomorrow, whenever you need me to." Delia's throat is tight. "And if I ask you to stay?" His eyes hold hers. "Then I stay, and we fight together." She looks down at the resignation letter, his name, his signature, the offer. She thinks about the sealed suite. 4 hours, no witnesses. She thinks about Vivienne's patience, the mole, the midnight query. She thinks about what Rafik said. "She is going to corner you in a room with no witnesses." She looks up at Anders. "Then we fight together," she says. "But not the way you think." He waits. "Vivienne thinks she controls the timeline," Delia says. "She thinks she knows what I will do when she corners me in that sealed suite. She thinks I will bargain, run, or break." She holds his gaze. "She does not know I already have the evidence." She reaches into her bag, pulls out the USB, holds it up. "I have the access logs, the proxy trail, the photographs. I have everything she used to build her trap, and I have 3 days until she seals me in that room with her." Anders takes a step closer. "What do you need?" Delia looks at the USB in her hand, then she looks at him. "Everything." Chapter 25. The 48th floor smells like fresh paint and sealed air. Delia steps off the elevator alone. Anders wanted to come. She told him no. If Vivienne sees him, the game changes. The sealed suite becomes a standoff instead of a confession. The corridor stretches ahead, fluorescent lights humming overhead, every door closed. Number 4812 is at the end. The windowless one. The one Rafik said was booked through facilities, not through Halcyon's scheduling system. No witnesses, no recording equipment. 4 hours. Delia stops at the door. Her palm is damp against the USB in her blazer pocket. She considered leaving it with Anders, decided against it. If she walks into that room empty-handed, Vivienne controls everything. If she walks in with the evidence, she controls the choice of when to use it. She turns the handle. The room is smaller than she expected. A glass table, 4 chairs, no windows, no clock. The air is dead, recirculated, untouched by anything human. Vivienne is already seated. She does not rise when Delia enters. She sits at the far end of the table, hands flat on the surface, her silver Verilion lapel pin catching the overhead light. Her ink-black bob is sharp as a blade. Her pale gray eyes track Delia across the room with the patience of someone who has already rehearsed every version of this conversation. "Close the door," Vivienne says. Delia closes it. The lock engages with a sound like a verdict. She does not sit. She stands at the near end of the table, her bag still on her shoulder, her hands at her sides. Vivienne waits, lets the silence stretch, lets Delia feel the weight of the sealed air, the locked door, the accents of anyone who might walk in. "You know why I asked you here?" Vivienne says finally. "I know you booked a room with no witnesses and no recording equipment," Delia says. "I know you filed it through Aurelian's facilities team so it would not appear on Halcyon's schedule. I know you have been planning this conversation since before I was hired." Vivienne's expression does not change. If she is surprised by how much Delia knows, she does not show it. She simply tilts her head, a fraction of a degree, and studies Delia like a line item that needs adjustment. "Then you also know why I cannot let your relationship with Anders Holloway continue unchecked." Delia says nothing. Vivienne leans back. Her hands stay flat on the table. The gesture is controlled, deliberate, the posture of someone who believes she has already won. "Let me be clear about what is about to happen," she says. "The photographs exist. They are indexed. They are timed to the merger vote. If I release them, Anders Holloway is removed as CEO within 72 hours. The board will not defend him. Halcyon's shareholders will not tolerate a founder who hired his one-night stand while she was carrying his child. The merger collapses. Your career becomes a footnote in a scandal summary." Delia's stomach tightens. She did not say the word pregnancy. She did not say it to anyone except Anders. Vivienne watches her process the hit. Then she continues, voice smooth as glass. "I am not here to destroy you, Delia. I am here to offer you a way out before the destruction becomes inevitable." "What way out?" Silence. Vivienne folds her hands. Anders steps aside quietly. He resigns for personal reasons. No scandal, no photographs, no public destruction of your reputation or your pregnancy. The merger proceeds under new leadership. You keep your job. Your child grows up without being the centerpiece of a corporate war. Delia's throat is dry. She thinks about Anders in his office, the resignation letter in his drawer, his willingness to step down before she even asked. She thinks about what he said. "I will not let her use me to hurt you." "You are asking me to let him disappear," Delia says slowly. "To let him take the fall for something we both chose. To let him resign in silence while you rewrite the narrative." "I am asking you to be realistic," Vivienne says. "Anders Holloway is a liability. The merger needs a CEO who has not compromised the diligence process. You need a career that does not begin with a blackmail file. This is the cleanest solution for everyone." "Except Anders." Vivienne's mouth curves. It is not a smile. "Anders Holloway built a company on the belief that his instincts were above the rules," she says. "He hired you the morning after he slept with you. He kept you close. He gave you access to sensitive files. Every decision he made after that night was compromised by the fact that he wanted you. That is not love. That is risk exposure." Delia's hands are shaking. She presses them flat against the table. "You do not know anything about what he wants." "I know what the evidence shows," Vivienne says. "I know the timeline. I know the access logs. I know you are 7 weeks pregnant, and I know he is the father. I know he has been protecting you in ways that violate every governance protocol Halcyon claims to follow. And I know that if I release the photographs, you will spend the next 5 years defending your competence instead of using it." The words hang in the sealed air. Delia looks at Vivienne's face. The calm, the certainty, the absolute conviction that she is the only adult in this room. And something shifts. Not fear, not anger. Clarity. You think you are offering me mercy, Delia says. You think silence is a gift, but you are not protecting me. You are using my consent, my body, and my pregnancy as variables in a cleaner transaction. You are asking me to trade Anders' reputation for my own comfort. You are asking me to let him disappear so you can run the runger without friction. Vivienne's eyes narrow. You are making this personal. It is personal, Delia says. It was personal the moment you indexed my face in a corporate taxonomy. It was personal the moment you decided that my night with a stranger was evidence of corruption, instead of two people who wanted each other. And it is personal now, when you sit in a sealed room and tell me that disappearing the man I love is the cleanest way to save my career. She reaches into her blazer pocket, pulls out the USB, sets it on the table. Vivienne's gaze drops to the drive. Her stillness sharpens. I have the access logged, Delia says. The proxy trail, the photographs, the midnight queries, the Delaware Shell Company. I have everything you used to build this trap, and I have 3 days until you expected me to walk into this room alone and afraid. She leans forward. I am not afraid. Vivienne stares at her. The sealed room holds its breath. You have evidence, Vivienne says slowly, but you do not have a timeline. You do not know who inside Halcyon has been feeding me information since October 11. You do not know how many copies of those photographs exist, or where they are stored, or who is ready to release them the moment you try to counter. She stands. Her chair does not scrape. She is too controlled for that. You are right that I planned this before you were hired, but you are wrong if you think having one USB changes the outcome. She walks to the door, pauses, turns. The mole is closer than you think. Chapter 26. The sealed suite door clicks shut behind Vivienne, and Delia stands alone in the windowless silence, the USB still warm in her palm. Her hands are shaking. She presses them flat against the table, watches the tremor travel up her arms, feels it settle in her chest where her heart is hammering too fast. The mole is closer than you think. The words loop. She does not know who. She does not know how many copies exist. She does not know when the photographs will surface or whose hands will release them. But she knows one thing. She cannot carry this alone anymore. The corridor outside room 4812 is empty. Fluorescent lights hum overhead. Delia walks toward the elevator bank with the USB clenched in her fist, her heels clicking against the polished floor, each step a decision she can no longer unmake. She does not go to her desk. She does not go to the stairwell. She goes to Anders. His assistant is gone for the night. The executive corridor is dark, the glass walls reflecting the city lights beyond the windows. His door is closed. She knocks once, twice, and then she is inside before he can answer, crossing the carpet in 3 strides, setting the USB on his desk between them. He looks up from his laptop. Pale eyes catch the screen glow. He takes in her face, the set of her jaw, the way she is breathing like she has been running. Delia, I need to tell you everything, she says, and I need you to let me finish before you speak. He leans back, nods once, says nothing. She tells him about the photographs, the folder taxonomy that classified her as a liability category, the access logs showing the first query at 3:14 a.m. on October 12, before she was even offered the job, the proxy traced through the Delaware Shell Company, the midnight queries, the sealed suite, the deal Vivienne offered, his resignation for her silence. She tells him about the USB, the copies she made, the evidence she has been hiding since the night she found the file. His face does not change. She waits for the question she has been dreading. Why did you not tell me sooner? But he does not ask it. He looks at the USB on his desk. Then he looks at her. His voice is quiet. You have been carrying this alone for how long? Since the diligence review, the week before I told you about the pregnancy. 11 days. 12. He closes his eyes. When he opens them, there is something in his expression she has never seen before. Not anger at her, not disappointment, something rawer. You thought I would blame you. I thought you would ask why I waited. I am asking why you thought you had to wait. Delia's throat tightens. She looks away from his pale eyes, at the city beyond the glass, at the lights of Hudson Yards scattered across the skyline. Because if I told you too soon, You would have fixed it, she says. You would have taken over. You would have made it your problem to solve, and I would have become someone who needed saving instead of someone who could handle her own life. You were handling it alone. I was trying to, and you nearly collapsed in a corridor. You stopped eating. You let Moira Gable corner you in front of your colleagues because you were too exhausted to fight back. Delia's jaw tightens. I did what I had to do. No. He stands, comes around the desk, stops 3 feet away, close enough that she can smell sandalwood and leather, the particular warmth of his presence that she remembers from the Armitage night. You did what you have always done. You carried everything yourself because you do not trust anyone to hold it without dropping it. How am I supposed to trust that? Her voice cracks. She hates it. You are the CEO. You have power over every part of my life at Halcyon. You could destroy my career with a single decision, and I would have no recourse, no appeal, no way to prove that I earned my place. Every time I wanted to tell you, I heard the voice that said, if he knows, he owns you. His face goes still. I am never wanted to own you. I know that now, she says. But I did not know it then, and I could not take the risk until I was sure. He is silent for a long moment. Then he reaches into his desk drawer and pulls out a single sheet of paper, lays it on the desk beside the USB. His resignation letter. She has seen it before, in the moment when he offered it to her. But now she reads the date at the top. 3 weeks ago, the night she told him she was pregnant. You kept it. I kept it, he says, because it is still the cleanest option. If I step aside, Vivienne loses her leverage. The photographs become irrelevant. You keep your job, your reputation, your freedom to decide what happens next without the shadow of my nan over everything. And you lose everything you built. Halcyon is a company. His voice is steady. It is not my child. It is not the woman I love. It is not the family I want to build with you. The words land like a blow. He said it. He said it aloud, without qualification, without asking for anything in return. Delia stares at him. You cannot resign. I can. Vivienne will win. She will have the merger. She will not have you. You are not hearing me. Delia steps closer. Her voice is low, fierce, shaking with something that is not fear. If you resign, she still owns the narrative. She still has the photographs. She still has the timeline that makes it look like you hired me because of one night they would have celebrated in me. Yes. And if it goes wrong, if the board does not believe you, if Vivienne releases the files before you can present your case, if the narrative spirals, what then? Delia swallows. Then we face it together. He tears the letter in half, then again. Then he drops the pieces into the wastebasket beside his desk and turns back to her, and his pale eyes are bright with something that looks like pride. Then we fight. His phone buzzes on the desk. They both look at it. A single notification lights the screen. Unknown sender. 1 attachment. Anders picks it up, taps the screen. His face goes white. He turns the phone toward her. It is a photograph. Not from the hotel, not a security still. A photograph taken through a window, slightly blurred, showing the two of them standing in his office right now, his hands empty at his sides, her face tilted up towards him, taken from somewhere inside the building. The mole is closer than you think. The message below the image contains 3 words. Tick, tock, Delia. Chapter 27. The photograph burns on Anders' screen. Delia stares at it, at the angle of the shot, the slight blur of movement caught through glass. Taken from inside the building, from somewhere with a direct line of sight into his office. Which floor can see into this window? Anders is already moving to the door. Executive level has partial views from the east corridor and the 45th floor landing. But the angle, he stops, calculating. That was taken from above, slightly right, maybe the 46th floor. The 46th floor is Aurelian's temporary workspace. They look at each other. The mole is not a Halcyon employee feeding Vivienne information. The mole is an Aurelian operative already inside the building, placed here as part of the diligence process, with legitimate access to every floor, every corridor, every unguarded moment. Delia's stomach turns. They have someone here full-time, she says. Not a source, a plant. Someone who walks past your office every day. Someone who can take a photograph of us right now and send it before we finish the sentence. Anders pulls out his phone, types a message. I am asking security to check the 46th floor access logs for tonight. But if the mole is Aurelian personnel with legitimate credentials, they will have a reason to be here after hours. They always have a reason. Delia looks at the torn pieces of his resignation letter in the wastebasket. Vivienne planned for every move before we made it. She knew you would offer to resign. She knew I would refuse. She knew we would end up here, together, making a plan. She does not know the plan. She knows we are making one. Anders stops typing, looks up at her. His pale eyes are steady, but she sees the calculation behind them, the same cold precision she watched him use in every boardroom. He is measuring their options and finding the same narrowing window she sees. Then we move faster. How fast? He picks up his phone again. I am calling Soren and Thompson tonight. We brief them on the situation before morning. Without the USB evidence? With the framework, the timeline, the fact that Vivienne has a mole inside this building and a sealed suite waiting for you tomorrow, we give them enough to act without exposing the full scope until we decide how and when to deploy it. Delia looks at the photograph still glowing on his screen. The mole is watching right now. There is no place in this building where they are not visible. Then call them. The morning arrives gray and damp. Delia takes the 7 train into Manhattan, pressing herself into a window seat where no one can see her face. The nausea is worse today, a low, constant roll that sharpens every time she thinks about the 46th floor, about the Aurelian operative who may have watched her enter the building this morning. She walks through Halcyon's revolving doors at 8:12 a.m. The lobby is normal. The elevator bank is normal. The 44th floor hums with morning activity, phones ringing, keyboards clicking, the low murmur of a workday beginning. But something has shifted. 2 associates near the coffee station stop talking when she passes. A third, one she barely knows, gives her a smile that does not reach her eyes. The air feels different, charged with something that has already begun circulating. Moira. Delia reaches her desk and finds a printed memo in her inbox. Not official letterhead. A photocopy of an internal access log showing her badge swipes for the past 2 weeks. Late nights, early mornings, the 48th floor where no integration work happens. Someone has annotated the log in red pen. Why is integration staff accessing executive floors after midnight? Delia's hands go cold. She looks up. Moira is standing at the far end of the bullpen, talking to Camille Royce, not watching Delia. But the conversation is low, intimate, the kind that spreads. The memo is not a threat. It is a campaign. Moira is not confronting Delia directly. She is building a case, piece by piece, distributing evidence to anyone who will look. Access logs, calendar anomalies, unexplained absences. The kind of circumstantial trail that does not prove a relationship, but makes one look inevitable. Delia's phone buzzes. Thompson, conference room B, 9 a.m., bring nothing but yourself. She arrives at 8:57. Conference room B has the blinds drawn again. Thompson sits at the head of the table, silver threading her dark hair, her face carved into lines of controlled displeasure. Soren is beside her, silver-templed, his stillness absolute. No disclosure form this time. The rumors are moving faster than I can contain them, Thompson says, without preamble. Moira has distributed copies of your access logs to 3 board-adjacent advisors. She is using language like security concern and unexplained proximity to executive operations. She has not named Anders, but she does not need to. How do you know? Because one of those advisors called me. Thompson's voice is flat. Asking whether Halcyon has a policy about operations staff fraternizing with senior leadership during active M&A. Delia sits down slowly. I did not give her those logs. It does not matter, Soren says. She accessed them through standard internal audit channels. She did not break any rules. She just broke the unwritten ones about keeping workplace suspicion out of board-adjacent conversations. The damage is already moving, Thompson continues. By end of day, the board will know there is concern about access irregularities. By tomorrow, someone will ask Anders directly. By the end of the week, this becomes a governance question. Unless we answer it first, Delia says. Tamsin's eyes sharpen. Yes. Delia looks at Soren. You told me the structure is ready. What does that mean? Soren opens a folder. I have drafted 3 documents. One is a formal relationship disclosure, dated and witnessed, establishing that any personal connection between you and Anders Holloway began after the hiring decision was finalized. The second is a timeline affidavit, signed by Tamsin and Michael Chen, confirming that your compensation, title, and reporting structure were determined before any personal involvement. The third is a governance waiver that eliminates Anders' direct authority over your role, transferring all evaluation and advancement decisions to a committee. A firewall, Delia says. A legal one. Soren slides the documents across the table. If you sign these today, the board cannot claim coercion. They can question judgment, but they cannot prove corruption. And Vivienne cannot use the photographs to prove that your career was a transaction. Delia stares at the papers. The language is clean, precise, every clause narrowing the space where rumor can grow. She touches the thin gold bangle on her wrist, her grandmother's gift, warm against her skin. If I sign these, the relationship is no longer deniable. It was never deniable, Thompson says quietly. It was only hidden, and hidden gives other people control over the story. Delia picks up the pen. She signs her name on all 3 documents. Then she looks up. The room is silent. When does the board know? By close business, Tamsin says. I am calling an emergency governance session for this afternoon. Anders will attend. You will not. You will stay here, in this room, until I tell you it is safe to move. And Vivienne. Soren's jaw tightens. Vivienne will learn about the disclosure the same moment the board does, because someone on the board will tell her. The mole. Yes. Delia feels the weight of it. She has just chosen exposure. The story will no longer be hers alone. It will be handed to a room full of people who will judge her for the same night they would have celebrated in Anders, analyzed by lawyers, discussed by board members who have never spoken to her. But it will be true, and it will be hers. Her phone buzzes again. Rafik, new metadata. The photo file has been duplicated to 3 separate external drives. Copies exist outside Aurelian's diligent system. She has already distributed the evidence. Delia sets the phone down. What is it? Tamsin asks. Vivienne has already copied the photographs to outside storage. Multiple copies, multiple locations. She is ready to release them, no matter what we do in the boardroom. Tamsin and Soren exchange a look. Delia stands. Her legs are steady. Her hands are steady. Then we stop trying to contain the leak, she says. We make the disclosure so fast and so clean that by the time Vivienne releases anything, it looks like retaliation against a process that was already transparent. That is a risk, Soren says. Everything is a risk. Delia picks up the signed documents. The only question is whether I choose mine or let her choose them for me. At 2:47 p.m., Delia sits alone in conference room B. The blinds are drawn. The air is still. Her phone lies face up on the table, waiting for news from the boardroom 4 floors above, where Anders is standing in front of the people who decide whether he stays or goes. She touches her stomach. 7 weeks, 2 hearts, 1 name on a piece of paper. Her phone buzzes. Tamsin. Board has accepted the disclosure. Conditions pending. Do not move. Delia exhales. Her hand trembles slightly on the table. Then another message arrives. Unknown. You think this is over. The boardroom is just the first room. The photographs are not the weapon, Delia. I am. Delia reads the message 3 times. The room feels smaller than it did a moment ago. The mole is not just watching. The mole is waiting for something. And Vivienne is already moving pieces Delia cannot see. She types a reply. Who are you? The answer comes in seconds. Someone who has been watching you since the night you left the Armitage. You just did not know my name. Delia's blood goes cold. She looks at the door. The building hums around her, indifferent, full of people who do not know that a photograph of her sleeping face exists in a file that someone is holding like a loaded weapon. She looks back at the phone. Tick-tock, Delia. Chapter 28. The door clicks shut behind Tamsin. Delia stays seated, the phone screen still glowing with the unknown texter's words. Tick-tock, Delia. She sets the phone face down, pressing the glass into the table until the screen goes dark. He will not stop, she says. Tamsin moves to the chair across from her. Soren follows, lowering himself slowly, as if the air in the room has thickened. "We know," Soren says. "That is why we are not waiting." He spreads 3 fresh documents across the table. Different paper, different weight. These are not blank forms with her name pre-filled. These are thick, creased at the folds, already printed. "What are these?" "Legal firewalls." Soren taps the first page. "This document transfers Anders's authority over your role, compensation, advancement, and evaluation to a 3-person governance committee. He retains no unilateral influence, no sign-off, no override." Delia reads the first line. "I, Anders Holloway, voluntarily cede all decision-making authority regarding the employment, evaluation, compensation, and advancement of Delia Mwangi to the Governance Review Committee as defined herein." She looks up. "He signed this?" "Last night." Soren slides the second document across. "This one is your timeline affidavit, statement of facts, the Armitage date, the interview, the offer, the pregnancy, signed by you, witnessed by Tamsin and myself, notarized this morning." Delia's throat tightens. "And the third?" "Governance waiver." Soren's voice is flat, lawyer flat, but his eyes are not. "It eliminates the argument that Anders ever held coercive power over your employment, past, present, and future. If Vivienne tries to prove quid pro quo, this document shows the court that Anders actively dismantled his own authority before any allegation could be made." Delia touches the edge of the paper. The ink is dry, the signatures are dark. "Anders did this without asking me." "He did it because he knew you would refuse to ask." Tamsin's voice is quiet but firm. "He came to my office at 11 p.m. last night with Soren and asked what he could sign to make you safe. This is what we drafted." Delia stares at the pages. She expected negotiation. She expected resistance. She expected Anders to fight for control, to argue that he could protect her better by staying in power instead of handing it away. This is not what she expected. "Where is he now?" "Down the hall," Soren says. "Waiting." "Waiting for what?" "For you to decide whether you want him in the room." Delia looks at the door. The corridor hums with the sound of a building that does not know it is already in a war. She stands. "I need him here." Anders enters the room and the temperature shifts. Not warmer, not colder, just different. The air recognizes him, the way it recognizes any force that fills a space without asking permission. He wears a charcoal jacket, no tie, and his pale eyes find Delia before he has fully crossed the threshold. "Tamsin explained," he says. "She did. I should have asked you first." "Would I have said yes?" A pause. "No. Then you were right not to ask." Anders does not smile, but something in his shoulders releases. He takes the seat beside her, not across from her, and Soren slides the governance waiver across the table. "There is one more signature needed," Soren says. "Yours, Delia. You waive the right to argue later that Anders's position created an inherently coercive environment. That protects him from future litigation. It also protects you from anyone who claims you were incapable can consent because of his title." Delia reads the clause. It is clean, precise, designed to survive cross-examination. "Signing this means I cannot use his power against him later." "You would not," Tamsin said, "but the board will try, and Vivienne will try. This document makes their argument impossible." Delia picks up the pen. She signs. Tamsin stamps the date. Soren notarizes the signature with a small, efficient movement of his wrist. "Heard," Soren says. "Filed. Bound. 4 words. And Delia feels something she has not felt in weeks. She feels the ground under her feet. "Do you want to know what the board said?" Tamsin asks. Delia nods. "They accepted the disclosure pending verification of your timeline. They want to interview you tomorrow morning, Anders, separately. They want to see the original metadata from the Aurelian file. And if they confirm it, then the disclosure becomes permanent record. The relationship is acknowledged but not sanctioned, meaning there will be no retaliation against you or Anders as long as the governance waiver stands." Delia breathes. "And Vivienne?" "The board knows about the photographs," Soren says. "They do not know about the sealed suite or the blackmail offer.
We kept that out of the disclosure. If Vivienne tries to weaponize those details, she exposes herself.
It is not enough, Delia says.
What is? Knowing who the mole is, knowing where the copies are, knowing when she plans to release them. The room goes quiet. Then the door opens. Rafik sets in without knocking. His dark hair is disheveled. His laptop is tucked under his arm like a weapon. He looks at the assembled group, then at Delia, and does not bother with greetings. The photo file has been duplicated to 3 external drives, he says. He confirmed it this morning. The copies are outside Aurelian's diligence system. They are not logged. They are not tracked. They could be anywhere in the city by now. Delia's hand finds the edge of the table. When? 14 hours ago, right after your first meeting with Tamsin and Soren, someone on the 46th floor copied the entire folder to a portable device, walked it out past security, and handed it to a courier. A courier? Prepaid. No return address, no tracking number. The courier log shows a single stop, a mailbox center on Lexington Avenue. Soren's jaw tightens. Can you trace the mailbox? Already tried. Rafik sets the laptop on the table, turns the screen toward them. It was paid for in cash, 6 months prepaid. No surveillance camera in the lobby. The box was opened with a key that was never registered. Tamsin exhales slowly. Then we do not know who has the copies. We know one thing, Rafik says. The copies were made before your disclosure was filed, which means Vivienne planned for this. She assumed you would try to preempt her. She already moved the evidence out of reach. Delia stares at the screen. The metadata is clean, precise, clinical. 3 copies, 3 exits, 3 ways the photographs can surface without anyone knowing who pulled the trigger. She looks at Anders. He is already watching her, his pale eyes steady. Then we stop trying to contain the copies, she says. We make them irrelevant. How? Delia touches the signed documents in front of her. By telling the truth so completely that no photograph can change what is already known. Rafik closes the laptop. The mole is still inside the building, he says, and whoever it is, they are not done. Delia's phone buzzes on the table. She turns it over. Unknown. You signed the papers. Good girl. Now the real game begins. The room goes still. Anders reaches for her hand under the table. Delia does not pull away. Chapter 29. The texter's words burn on the screen. Now the real game begins. Delia's thumb hovers over the message. No number, no carrier tag, nothing to trace. Anders' hand stays under the table, palm against hers. The warmth does not reach the cold spreading through her chest. Delia. Rafik's voice cuts through. There is more. She looks up. He has not opened his laptop. He is standing with it closed, pressed against his chest like a shield. The copies were not made in bulk. They were made in sequence, one at a time, each from a different workstation on the 46th floor. Soren straightens. How do you know that? Because each copy left a distinct write signature in the metadata. Different drive models, different timestamps. Whoever did this logged in 3 times over 90 minutes, using 3 different machines. Tamsin's pen stops moving. That is not a panic job. That is procedure. Exactly. Rafik sets the laptop down, opens it. Whoever copied the files walked past 20 other workstations, used 3 separate terminals, followed a pattern that would only show if someone specifically checked the right timestamps. Delia watches him pull up a log, column after column of data, precise, methodical. This was not the mole working alone, she says. No. Rafik meets her eyes. This was coordinated. The mole made the copies. Someone else handled the courier. Someone else rented the mailbox. Anders' hands tightens around hers. 3 layers, he says. So no single person can be traced back to the whole chain. Soren nods slowly. Operational security designed for denial. Delia pulls her hand free. Not to withdraw, but to stand. She paces to the window. Hudson Yards spreads below, glass and steel lit against the December dark. The city looks clean from here. Ordered. No trace of the machinery grinding beneath the surface. Vivienne does not need the copies to surface at the board meeting, Delia says. She needs them to surface at the exact moment when surprise will do the most damage. No one disagrees. She has been planning this since October 11, before I was hired, before Anders knew my name would be on an offer letter. Delia turns back. She built this operation to survive any preemptive move we made, which means The disclosure is not enough. Tamsin's jaw tightens. The board accepted your disclosure. They will confirm the timeline tomorrow. That is a legal firewall. It is a legal firewall. Delia agrees. It is not a narrative firewall. She picks up the timeline affidavit. The pages are crisp, signed, notarized. Evidence that her encounter with Anders predated the interview. Evidence that she earned her role on merit. Evidence that will be read by 12 board members who have already been primed by Moito's access log campaign. They will interview me tomorrow, Delia says. Anders separately. They will verify the metadata. They will confirm the timeline. And then what? Soren answers. Then the disclosure becomes permanent record. The board votes on the merger as scheduled. Assuming Vivienne does not release the photographs the morning of the vote. Silence. Delia sets the affidavit down. Vivienne is not trying to win the board's decision. She is trying to control the moment when the truth emerges. If the photographs surface after the board has confirmed my disclosure, they look like retaliation. If they surface before the confirmation, they look like evidence. Rafiq's hands still over the keyboard. That is why she moved the copies out of the building, he says. She does not need to control the images. She only needs to control the timing of the release. Delia nods, which means tomorrow is not just a verification interview. It is a race. Anders rises from his chair. He crosses to where she stands, stops an arm's length away, close enough that she feels his warmth, far enough that she can still breathe. Then we do not wait for tomorrow. Delia looks at him. What do you mean? I mean, we call the board chairman tonight. We present the disclosure, the timeline, and the governance waiver. We tell him the photographs exist and that we are not waiting for them to be released without context. Soren shakes his head. The board cannot convene an emergency session tonight. Half of them are traveling. Then we do not need a session. We need a witness. Delia catches the shape of his plan before he finishes. You want to tell the chairman privately? Yes. And you think he will believe us without seeing the evidence? And his Forzer gaze. He will believe me, because I have never lied to him, and because I am offering him the truth before anyone else can sell him a version of it. Tamsin sets her pen down. It is risky. If the chairman leaks, the photographs surface anyway, and you lose control of the narrative before the verification interview. If the chairman leaks, Anders says, then we know whose side he is on before the vote. Delia watches him. This is not the man who drafted a resignation letter in secret, ready to disappear to protect her. This is the man who tore that letter up and chose to fight. She turns to Tamsin. Do you trust the chairman? Tamsin takes a long breath. Thomas Okonkwo has been on Halcyon's board for 9 years. He is private. He is deliberate. He does not leak. Delia makes the decision. Call him. Tell him we need 20 minutes tonight. Tamina concerns the merger vote and a credible threat to the board's decision-making process. Tamsin picks up her phone. Anders' hand finds Delia's again. One step at a time, he says. She does not pull away. The chairman's penthouse is in Tribeca. White walls, wide plank floors, a single Agnes Martin print above the fireplace. No family photographs visible, no clutter. Every surface says, you are here to work. Thomas Okonkwo is in his late 60s, built like a former athlete gone to lean discipline, with silver hair cropped short and eyes that do not miss detail. He shakes Anders' hand, nods at Delia, and gestures to a pair of leather chairs without offering drinks. Tamsin stands near the door. Soren takes the seat beside Delia. The chairman settles across from them, elbows on his knees. You said credible threat to the board's decision-making process. That is exact language, which means you intend to give me something I cannot unhear. Anders nods. I do. Then say it. Anders does not begin with the merger. He begins with the night, the Armitage, the one drink, the interview the next morning, the shock of recognition, the weeks of silence. He tells the chairman about the photographs in the diligence file, the proxy trace, the shell company, the sealed suite, the blackmail offer. He tells him about the pregnancy. Okonkwo's expression does not change, not when Anders describes Vivienne's operation, not when Delia hands him the timeline affidavit. He reads every page. Then he sets the papers down and looks at Delia. You signed a governance waiver. Yes. You understood that signing it meant you could never claim Anders's position coerced your consent. Yes. Okonkwo folds his hands. And you still believe that was the right choice. Delia does not hesitate. I believe that telling the truth now is the only way to make the photographs irrelevant. If Vivienne releases them after this conversation, they are no longer a revelation. They are a confirmation of what has already been disclosed. The chairman studies her, long enough that the silence becomes its own weight. Then he picks up the affidavit and reads the final line. I, Delia Mwangi, confirm under penalty of perjury that the events described above are true and complete to the best of my knowledge. He sets it down. I will confirm your timeline tomorrow in the formal interview, he says. But I am telling you now, I believe this document. Delia exhales. Okonkwo turns to Anders. You understand what this means for the merger vote? I understand. If the photographs surface before the vote, even as retaliation, some board members will demand your removal to protect the deal. Anders does not flinch. Then I will offer them my resignation, provided Delia's position is protected and her testimony is entered into the record. The chairman holds his gaze. You would give up the company for her? Yes. Okonkwo is silent a long moment. Then he nods. Then we make sure the photographs do not surface before the vote. How? The chairman stands. Because I will tell the board what you have told me, before the formal interview, before Vivienne can stage her reveal. I will make sure every voting member knows that the disclosure exists, that the timeline is verified, and that any attempt to weaponize private photographs after that point is a lawsuit waiting to happen. Delia's pulse kicks. You would preempt the board session. I would protect the integrity of the vote. Okonkwo smooths his jacket. Vivienne Quist has spent months building a weapon. She expects to surprise us. I do not intend to give her the satisfaction. He walks them to the door. At the threshold, he stops. Ms. Mwangi. Delia turns. You earned your place at Halcyon. I verified your performance record before this conversation. The photographs would not have changed my opinion of your competence. She does not know what to say. Okonkwo nods once. Be ready for tomorrow. The questions will be thorough. Then the door closes. The car is warm. Anders sits beside her, shoulder against hers, not speaking. The city slides past the window. Neon, headlights, the dark spine of the river. Delia watches her reflection in the glass. She has stopped trying to contain the photographs. She has stopped trying to predict Vivienne's next move. She has done the only thing she can do. She has told the truth first. Her phone buzzes. She looks down. Unknown. Nice try, but I told you, the photographs are not the weapon. The car turns onto the West Side Highway. Delia's hand tightens around the phone. Anders glances at the screen. Delia. She does not answer. She is watching the message and the 3 dots that appear beneath it. Chapter 30. The car has not reached the highway when Delia's phone buzzes again, 3 dots still visible beneath the unknown texter's last message. She watches them pulse, waiting, listening. Then the dots disappear. No new message follows. Anders' hand finds hers on the seat between them. Warm, steady. He does not ask what the text says. He has already seen it. Delia. She turns the phone face down. I need to tell Tamsin and Soren everything before tomorrow's interview. Anders does not argue. He does not offer to come. I will wait in my office. If they need my confirmation, I am 3 floors away. She nods. The car cuts through the tunnel heading back toward Hudson Yards. Conference room B is empty when she arrives. She texts Tamsin. I need to talk. Now. Full disclosure. Tamsin replies in under a minute. I will call Soren, use the 3rd floor legal library. No glass wall. Delia understands. No glass walls means no one watches them talk. The legal library is a narrow room on the 3rd floor with floor-to-ceiling shelves and a single oak table. No windows, no surveillance sightlines. Tamsin is already there when Delia arrives, a legal pad in front of her. Soren walks in 30 seconds later carrying a sealed folder. He closes the door behind him. Sit. Delia sits. She places the USB on the table. Then she slides the timeline affidavit across the wood. She tells them everything. The Armitage, the interview, the pregnancy, the photographs, the proxy, the Delaware shell, the sealed suite, Vivienne's offer. She tells them about Anders' resignation letter, about tearing it up, about the photograph the mole sent during their private conversation. She tells them about the chairman, about Okonkwo's promise to preempt the board. Soren does not interrupt once. When she finishes, the silence is absolute. Then Tamsin speaks. "You went to the chairman before you came to us." "Yes." "Why?" "Because the unknown texter's last message said the photographs are not the weapon. I could not afford to wait until morning to see if they were right." Tamsin looks at Soren. He is holding the timeline affidavit, reading it a second time. "Okonkwo believes her," he says. "He would not have agreed to preempt the board if he did not." Tamsin nods slowly. Then she sets down her pen. "All right, then we build the disclosure packet tonight." Tamsin works from a single legal pad, moving through the timeline in chronological order. Delia speaks, Tamsin writes. Soren asks the hard questions. "When did you first suspect the photographs existed?" "The night Vivienne caught me in the data room, but I did not confirm until Rafik traced the proxy." "Did you tell Anders about the photographs before or after you told him about the Prensi?" "After." "Why?" "Because I was afraid he would try to fix it alone." "Did he try to fix it alone?" "No. We decided to fight together." Soren makes a note. "The governance waiver you signed eliminates the coercive power argument, but you should know the board will still ask if your relationship began before or after your employment terms were set." "It began before. I did not know who he was." "That is the truth." "It is." Soren sets down his pen. "I believe you. The timeline supports you. But the board will test you tomorrow. They will ask the same question 5 different ways to see if the answer shifts. I will tell them the same thing 5 times. Tamsin looks up from her pad. Good. They work for 2 hours. By 10 p.m., the disclosure packet is complete. The timeline affidavit, the governance waiver, the relationship disclosure, the proxy trail summary, and a statement from Rafik confirming the photo folder access log. Tamsin slides the packet into a sealed envelope. "I will deliver this to the chairman tonight. He can distribute it to the board before the Formy interview." Soren stands. "One more thing." Delia waits. The merger session has been moved up. Her stomach drops. To when? Friday morning. She counts in her head. 3 days. Vivienne's 3-week threshold just collapsed to 72 hours. Who moved it? Aurelian's legal team. They cited scheduling conflicts with their lead counsel. Soren's voice is flat, but his eyes are sharp. They are accelerating the timeline, which means Vivienne intends to strike before your disclosure is fully absorbed. Delia's pulse hammers. 3 days. The packet is ready. The chairman is briefed. The witnesses are chosen. But 3 days is a long time for a mole to move 3 external drives. Her phone buzzes. She looks down. Unknown. "Good night, Delia. Sleep well. Tomorrow is a big day." She does not reply. She pockets the phone and meets Soren's gaze. "Then we make sure the board knows everything before Friday morning." Tamsin picks up the sealed envelope. "We will." The room is quiet. Delia watches Tamsin walk toward the door, the disclosure packet in her hand. 3 days, and a texter who has been watching her since the Armitage. She has chosen her witnesses. Now she has to survive the countdown. Chapter 31. The car hums through the lower Manhattan night, streetlights sliding across the leather interior in amber streaks. Anders drives with one hand on the wheel, the other resting on the console between them. He has not asked where she wants to go. He is simply moving, giving her the silence she has not broken. Delia watches the city pass. The disclosure packet is in Tamsin's hands. The chairman has been briefed. The witnesses have chosen her side. 3 days until Friday. Her phone burns in her pocket. "Good night, Delia. Sleep well. Tomorrow is a big day." She pulls it out, stares at the message. The texter knows about the interview, knows she has an early morning, knows everything. "Delia," Anders' voice cuts through. She looks up. "Where am I taking you?" She almost says Queens, her apartment, the locked door, the stained glass lamp. The silence she has been hiding inside for weeks. But the thought of that empty kitchen turns her stomach. I do not know. He waits. Then he takes the next exit. They end up in a parking garage beneath a building she does not recognize. Residential. Pre-war. A doorman who nods at Anders like he belongs here. Anders leads her to a 12th floor apartment that smells of clean wood and old books. A kitchen island. A long couch facing the East River. No personal photographs on the walls. This is yours, she says. One of them. He does not apologize for the wealth. He simply moves to the kitchen, fills a glass with water, and sets it on the island where she can reach it. She does not drink. I am not going to ask you to stay, he says, but I am not going to send you home without offering you the option. She hears what he is not saying. He is giving her a room, a door she can close, a choice, not a claim. She walks to the window. The river is black silk below, dotted with bridge lights. I cannot sleep. Then do not sleep. She turns. He is standing at the kitchen island, hands flat on the granite, watching her with those pale eyes that see too much. I have been thinking about the simplest path, he says, which is, I resign. Her chest tightens. You already tore up that letter. I can write another. I know the words by heart. She shakes her head. We decided. We fight together. We did. He does not move. But I want you to understand what I am offering. If the board demands blood, I can give them mine. Clean. Immediate. With no negotiation. And then what? Then you stay. The merger proceeds. Vivienne loses her target. And I defend myself alone. No. His voice drops. You defend yourself with a timeline affidavit, a governance waiver, and a board that has already been briefed. You defend yourself without me as a liability. She stares at him. He is not playing hero. He is not trying to make her grateful. He is offering the cleanest surgical cut because he believes it is the one that leaves her safest. I was willing to walk the night you told me about the pregnancy, he says. I was willing to walk the night Vivienne cornered you. I am still willing. I will always be willing. Her throat burns. That is not the problem. Then what is? She crosses to the island, stops 2 feet from him. If you disappear and the lie stands, Vivienne still owns the story. She will tell it the way she wants. She will say you resigned because the scandal was true, that I was hired because you wanted me, that the baby is proof of corruption. His jaw tightens. I do not care what she says. You should. Delia's voice hardens. Because if you vanish, I become the woman who slept her way into a job and got the CEO fired. That is the story. That is the headline. No disclosure packet will outrun it. He holds her gaze. Then what do you want me to do? It is not a challenge, it is a question. And she realizes he is not offering his resignation as a solution. He is offering it as a starting point. He is waiting for her to tell him what the real answer looks like. She does not have one what. But she knows what it is not. Silence. I want you to stay, she says, but I want you to stay as someone who has already offered to leave. So when the board asks, you can tell them the truth, that you were willing to give up everything. And I refused. He is very still. And if the board still wants your resignation after they hear that, then we decide together, not before. He looks at her for a long moment. Then he nods. All right. No argument, no negotiation, just acceptance. She takes the guest room. The sheets are crisp and motion. The window faces a brick wall and a fire escape. No river view. Nothing romantic. She lies awake, staring at the ceiling, her phone face down on the nightstand. 3 days. The texter's message loops in her skull. Tomorrow is a big day. She reaches for her phone, checks the thread. No new messages. But the 3 dots from earlier still haunt her. The texter had been typing something, then stopped, as if they were interrupted, or as if they decided to wait. She sets the phone down. Her hand drifts to her stomach. The smallest curve now, barely visible. But she feels it when she lies flat. A raspberry with a heartbeat. Anders' child. Their child. She closes her eyes, and in the silence of a stranger's apartment, with a stalker counting down the hours and a mole still inside the building, Delia Mwangi does something she has not done in weeks. She lets herself fall asleep. At 4:17 a.m., her phone lights up. A single message. Unknown. You are in his apartment. His bed. His sheets. I know because I am watching the door. She sees it at 6:03 a.m. when she wakes. Her blood turns cold. She is not alone in the building. Someone followed them. Someone is still watching. Chapter 32. The alarm is still screaming when Delia registers the message again. 4:17 a.m. You are in his apartment, his bed, his sheets. I know because I am watching the door. The phone trembles in her hand. She swings her legs over the side of the bed. The guest room looks different now. The window that faced a brick wall and a fire escape feels like a stage. Anyone could be in any of those windows. Anyone could be watching. She dresses in silence. The blouse from yesterday is wrinkled. She smooths it with her palms, tucks it into her trousers, and walks into the kitchen. Anders is already there, coffee in hand, pale eyes tracking her the moment she enters. You saw it. Not a question. She holds up the phone. He reads the screen. His jaw tightens, a muscle jumping beneath the skin. I will have building security pull every exterior camera feed from midnight to 5 a.m. And if there is nothing, then they are good, or they are already inside. Inside. The word lands like a stone in her chest. She thinks of the mole, the 3 external drives, the sealed suite, the photographs that are not the weapon. You cannot stay here alone tonight, he says. I cannot stay anywhere alone. That is the point. He holds her gaze. Something shifts in his expression. Not pity, not protection. Recognition. What do you need? He says. It is the same question he asked the night she told him about the pregnancy. The same question he asked when she refused his resignation. He is not offering a solution. He is offering her the lead. Time, she says. I need to get through today. The board interview, the office, Moira, all of it. And I need to do it without looking like I slept in a stranger's apartment because someone is watching my door. He nods once. Then we go in separately. I arrive first. You take a car service to the lobby. Walk in like any other morning. And if the texter is waiting in the lobby, then we handle it together. She wants to argue, wants to point out that together is exactly what the texter wants to expose. That every minute they spend in the same building feeds the surveillance. But she is tired of running ahead of the threat alone. All right. The car service drops her at Hudson Yards at 8:12 a.m. The lobby is a cathedral of glass and polished concrete. Morning light pours through the atrium. People stream past with coffee cups and briefcases. No one looks at her twice. She walks to the elevator bank, presses the call button. The doors slide open, and there is Moira Gable, standing inside the elevator. Cream blouse, sharp cheekbones, a smile that does not reach her face. Delia. Moira. Delia steps in, presses 44. The doors close. The elevator rises in silence. Moira's gaze slides over her, taking inventory. The wrinkled blouse, the dark circles that concealer could not fully hide. The way her hand drifts to her stomach before she catches it and drops it to her side. You look tired, Moira says. Long night. I heard. Moira's smile sharpens. The board has been busy. Delia's pulse ticks up. She keeps her voice even. The board reviews my file quarterly. I am not worried. You should be. Moira steps closer, drops her voice to a murmur. Because the story that reaches them and the story you tell them are rarely the same. And I have been at Halcyon long enough to know which one the old guard believes. The elevator stops, 44th floor. Moira steps out first. Her heels click against the marble. Delia follows. Feels the woman's eyes on her back all the way to her desk. The morning passes in a blur of emails and flagged reports. She answers 3 vendor escalation requests, reviews the integration timeline, Confirms a meeting with the Aurelian legal team for Friday morning. Friday morning. 3 days. Her phone buzzes. A text from Tamsin. Tamsin. Board interview rescheduled to 2 p.m. Conference room B. Soren will join. She types back a confirmation. Sets the phone face down. Her stomach lurches. She presses a hand to her abdomen. Breathes through the wave. It passes, but it leaves her shaky, wet beating at her hairline. She needs water, and the prenatal vitamins she left in her bag. She stands, walks toward the restroom at the end of the hall. The restroom is empty, fluorescent lights, the smell of antiseptic and lavender hand soap. She locks herself in a stall, pulls the bottle from her bag, and shakes out of hill. Swallows dry, gags, swallows again. The door opens, footsteps, heels on tile. Delia freezes. The vitamin bottle is still in her hand. She shoves it into her bag, flushes the toilet for cover, unlocks the stall. Moira is standing at the sink, washing her hands, watching Delia in the mirror. Everything all right? Fine. You looked green. I said I am fine. Moira turns off the water, dries her hands with a paper towel. Her eyes flick to Delia's bag, to the pocket where the vitamin bottle disappeared. Prenatal vitamins, Moira says. That is what you just swallowed. I recognize the bottle. Delia's chest goes cold. Excuse me? I saw it when you pulled it out. Moira's voice is calm, curious. The label has a pink band. That is the prenatal line. I took them for both of my kids. Silence. The fluorescent lights hum. Delia's hand tightens on her bag strap. You are mistaken. And I. Moira steps closer, not threatening, almost sympathetic. I am not going to use this, she says. Not today, not like this. But you need to understand that you are not as invisible as you think. The way you move, the way you touch your stomach when you think no one is watching, the way you run to the restroom 3 times a morning. Delia says nothing. I do not know who the father is, Moira continues. I do not need to know, but the board will ask questions if the timeline does not match. And I have a feeling your timeline is going to be very carefully constructed. She drops the paper towel into the bin. Fix it before Friday, or someone else will. Then she walks out. The door swings shut behind her. Delia stands alone in the fluorescence, her hand pressed to her stomach, her breath shallow. The restroom is empty, but the walls feel like they are closing in. She makes it to 1:47 p.m. before her phone lights up again. Unknown. You have a visitor in the lobby. He wants to talk about the mailbox on Lexington Avenue. Do not trust him. She stares at the message. A visitor. The mailbox. The 3 external drives. She does not know the texter. Does not trust the texter. But the texter has been right about everything so far. She types back one question. Delia. Who is he? 3 dots appear, then disappear, then nothing. She waits. The dots do not return. She looks up. Through the glass wall of the bullpen, she sees a man in a dark suit step off the elevator. He is holding a folder. He looks directly at her. And he is smiling. The man in the dark suit stops 10 feet from her desk. He is mid-40s, clean-shaven, with the kind of smile that arrives a beat too late to reach his eyes. The folder in his hand is slim, unmarked, held loosely at his side like something he is delivering rather than presenting. Delia Mwangi. She does not stand. Who is asking? Marcus Dryden, Aurelian Freight, Internal Audit. He extends a hand she does not take. I was told you are the integration lead for the operations Workstream. I have a few questions about the timeline for the vendor transition. The name means nothing. The title means nothing. But the company name lands like a slap. Aurelian, Vivienne's company. I do not have any meetings scheduled with Aurelian Audit today. You do now. He sets the folder on the edge of her desk. I can wait while you review. But I would prefer to do this in a conference room. Her phone is in her hand. The unknown texter's message still glowing. Do not trust him. She looks at the folder, closed, white, no markings. Open it. Dryden's smile flickers. Excuse me? Open the folder. Show me what you have. Then I will decide if we need the conference room. He hesitates, a fraction of a second. Then he flips the cover. Inside is a single sheet of paper, a photocopy of a courier receipt, dated 3 days ago. Destination, a mailbox on Lexington Avenue. Her blood turns to ice. "This is a routine audit," Dryden says, his voice smooth. "We are tracing unusual mailings from the Halcyon due diligence team. Nothing to be alarmed about." She meets his eyes. "Then why are you showing it to me?" He closes the folder, tucks it under his arm. "Because someone in your Workstream sent it, and I need to know whether you authorized it or whether I should escalate." The bullpen hums around them. Phones ring, keyboards clatter. No one is watching. No one is listening. But the mole is inside. The texter is watching the door. And now an Aurelian auditor is standing at her desk, holding a receipt for the mailbox where 3 external drives were sent. She has 3 seconds to decide whether to trust the texter or trust the man in front of her. She chooses neither. "I did not authorize any mailing from the due diligence team. You will need to raise that with Michael Chen in Ops Governance." Dryden's smile does not waver. "I already did." Her stomach drops. "He said you would say that." Dryden turns, walks back toward the elevator. The folder stays tucked under his arm, and Delia is left standing at her desk, the texter's warning burning in her palm, the clock ticking toward Friday, and the certainty that someone inside Halcyon just fed her to the auditor on purpose. Chapter 33. The third-floor legal library smells of old paper and floor wax, the air still and cool. Fluorescent bars hum overhead, casting the long oak table in flat white light. Delia sits at the center, a single lamp switched on, the disclosure packet spread before her like a battlefield map. Tamsin stands at the far end, arms crossed. Soren leans against a filing cabinet, his jacket off, sleeves rolled. "Again," Tamsin says, "from the timeline entry." Delia looks down at the affidavit, reads the first line aloud. "On October 9th, I met Anders Holloway at the Armitage Hotel bars. We did not exchange last names. I left the following morning." "Stop," Tamsin shakes her head. "You are reading. You need to speak it like you are telling a room of strangers something that happened to someone else." "It happened to me." "Exactly. Which is why you are too close to it right now. Say it like you are the expert witness, not the defendant." Delia closes her eyes, breathes, opens them. "I met Anders Holloway at the Armitage Hotel bars on October 9th. We spent the night together. Neither of us gave a last name. I left at dawn." Better, the words land cleaner. "When did you learn who he was?" "The next morning, at my final interview. He was at the head of the table." "And what did you do?" Delia hesitates. This is the part she has been circling all night. "I did the interview." "That is not specific enough." "I answered every question. I did not let him see that I recognized him. I earned the role." Tamsin nods. "Good, that is the line. I earned the role. Keep that." Soren steps forward. "Now run the proxy sequence." Delia shifts papers, finds Rafiq's statement. "The Aurelian photo folder was accessed through a proxy registered to a Delaware shell company. The proxy was activated on October 11th, 1 day before I was offered the job." "Meaning?" "Meaning the surveillance apparatus was in place before Halcyon made me an offer. I was not hired because of the night at the Armitage. I was hired into an operation that had already identified me." "Good." Soren circles the table. "Now tell me why that matters. Because if Vivienne claims Anders manipulated my hiring, the proxy proves the opposite. She was watching me before he made a decision. She was waiting." "Waiting for what?" Delia's throat tightens. She forces the words out. "Waiting to see if he would hire me. And when he did, she had her leverage." The room goes quiet. Tamsin walks to the table, sits across from Delia. Her voice drops. "That is the best version of the story you have, but it only works if you hold the center. The moment you sound defensive, you lose them. You are not defending yourself. You are explaining what happened." Delia nods. Her hands are flat on the table. "One more time," Tamsin says. "Full run, from the top." She goes through it again and again. By the third repetition, the facts begin to feel like something she is assembling rather than something that happened to her. The night at the Armitage becomes a date. The pregnancy becomes a medical fact. The photographs become a diligence file discovered during routine stress testing. By the fifth, Tamsin is interrupting less. By the seventh, Soren stops asking questions. "It is clean," he says, "legally tight." The governance waiver eliminates the coercive power argument. The proxy trail proves the surveillance predated the hiring. The timeline affidavit establishes the relationship began before she knew who he was. Tamsin studs Delia. "How do you feel?" "Like I have been saying the same words for 2 hours." "That is the point. By Friday you will have said them so many times that the room will hear certainty, not rehearsal." Delia looks down at her hands. Her gold bangle catches the light. "There is one part I cannot get right." "Which one?" "The photographs." She meets Tamsin's eyes. "When I found them, the moment I realized someone had been watching me. That is the part I keep hearing wrong." Tamsin does not look away. "Then do not describe how you felt. Describe what you did." "I opened the file." "Then what?" "I saw myself." "Then what?" "I closed it, and I started working." "Good. That is the answer. You worked. You did not panic. You did not tell anyone until you had proof. That is who you are in that room." Delia lets the words settle. The door opens. Anders steps into the library. He has been 3 floors up, waiting, as promised. His shirt is untucked, his tie loose. He looks like he has been pacing. "I heard the last round," he says, through the door. Tamsin straightens. "We are almost done." "I know." He does not approach the table, stays near the door, his hands in his pockets. "I wanted to say something." Delia watches him. "Your truth," he says, "sounds stronger than any defense we could have bought. It sounds like a statement of fact, not an apology." She feels the words land somewhere deep in her chest. "When I heard you say I owned the role through the door, I realized I have never heard you say it before. Not like that. Not like you believed it. I have always believed it. I know. But I have never heard you say it like you wanted anyone else to believe it too." Tamsin and Soren exchange a look. They begin gathering papers, giving the room a wider berth. Delia stays seated. Anders stays by the door. "One more thing," he says. The chairman called. "The board has received the packet. They have read it." Her pulse jumps. "And?" "They want to speak with you first, tomorrow morning, before the formal interview." "Alone?" "With Tamsin and Soren present. I will not be in the room." She should feel relieved. She should feel like this is progress. Instead, she feels the weight of what is coming settle across her shoulders like a coat that does not fit. "When?" 7 a.m. She glances at the clock on the wall. 11:47 p.m. "Then I should get some sleep." Anders nods. "There is a couch in my office. It is more comfortable than the floor." Tamsin clears her throat. "I will make sure security knows you are staying." The room empties. Tamsin and Soren leave first, their footsteps fading down the corridor. Anders waits. Delia stands, gathers the papers, slips them into her bag. "You were right," she says. "That room needs me to believe my own story." He meets her eyes. "You already do. You just needed to hear yourself say it out loud." She walks toward the door, toward him. Her phone buzzes in her pocket. She almost ignores it, but the sound is too specific. She pulls it out. The screen glows. Unknown. "Nice rehearsal. You are almost ready, but you forgot to tell them about me." Her blood goes cold. She looks up at Anders. He sees her face and his own changes. "What?" She turns the screen toward him. He reads it. The corridor is silent, and somewhere in this building, or outside it, or on the other end of a phone line, someone is watching. Someone had been watching all along. Chapter 34. Delia does not sleep. She lies on Anders's office couch in the dark, her coat spread over her like armor, her phone face up on the glass coffee table where she can watch the screen glow. The text does not come again, but the absence feels deliberate. A pause, a breath. She stares at the ceiling and counts the minutes until dawn. At 5:47 a.m., Anders appears in the doorway with 2 paper cups. He did not ask if she slept. He sets 1 cup on the table beside her phone and lowers himself into the chair across from her. "Black," he says. "No sugar. You do not take sugar." She sits up. Her neck is stiff. Her blazer is wrinkled. "How do you know that?" "I notice things." He watches her reach for the cup. Tamsin called. The chairman wants the meeting moved to 9 a.m. Same location, same room. 9? She wraps her hands around the warmth. That is 2 hours. Less now. Did she say why? He wants more time for the full board to read the packet before questions. He wants everyone in the room informed before they ask anything. She nods. That is reasonable. That is careful. That is not what is making her pulse skip. "That is another call," Anders says. "Soren took it 20 minutes ago. Aurelian's legal team requested the merger session be brought forward, tomorrow morning instead of Friday." The coffee stops halfway to her mouth. Tomorrow? They cited scheduling conflicts with their lead counsel, same reason they gave the first time. That is not a coincidence. No. She sets the cup down. Her hands are steady, but only because she is holding them still. Vivienne is pulling the timeline in, she says. She does not want to give the board another full day to absorb the packet. She wants to strike before Okonkwo finishes laying the groundwork. Anders does not argue. Then we have 24 hours, she says. Not 3 days. 23 now. She looks at her phone. The screen is dark. The texter is silent. But the texter knew about the rehearsal. The texter knew about the apartment. The texter said she forgot to tell them about him. What else did Soren say? That the board is meeting in executive session at 8 a.m. to finalize the agenda. No Aurelian representatives, no merger team, just the 9 voting members and legal counsel. Who called the session? Okonkwo. She almost laughs. The chairman is using the accelerated timeline to force the board into a closed-door conversation before Vivienne can frame the narrative. He is turning her compression into his advantage. Then we have until 8, she says, before the board decides what version of the story they believe. You have until 7. Anders lifts his cup. Tamsin wants you in the 3rd floor library in 40 minutes to walk through the hearing protocol. She wants you to know what questions are off limits and where you can refuse to answer. Can I refuse? If the question touches on personal medical information or the terms of your employment relationship, yes, she will call the objection for you if you hesitate. Delia stands. Her body protests, stiff shoulders, tired eyes, the dull ache behind her ribs that has been living there for weeks. 40 minutes, she says. I need a shower and a change of clothes. There is a guest bathroom on this floor, and a backup set in my office closet. I keep a spare blazer and a few button-downs for late nights. She looks at him. You keep a backup set for late nights? I keep a backup set for when I need to walk into a boardroom and look like I have not slept in a closet. He does not smile. The blazer is charcoal. It will fit. She wants to say something, thank him, acknowledge the preparation, but the words feel too small for the moment, so she nods and walks toward the closet. The bathroom is warm. The water is hot. She stands under the spray for 3 full minutes with her eyes closed, letting the heat work the knots out of her shoulders. When she steps out, she looks at herself in the mirror. Her eyes are tired. Her skin is pale. The gold bangle on her wrist catches the light. She has not taken it off once, not through the interview, not through the diligence, not through the fear. Her grandmother gave it to her the day she left Queens for college. Jiri said it would remind her who she belonged to. Delia has never needed reminding. But right now, she wishes she could hear her mother's voice. She wraps herself in the towel and dresses in the borrowed clothes. The blazer is a little loose in the shoulders, but it is charcoal and clean, and it makes her look like someone who belongs in a boardroom. She finds Anders waiting in the corridor. He has changed too. Fresh shirt, hair still damp. He does not comment on the blazer. He just says, Tamsin is waiting. The 3rd floor library is lit. Tamsin sits at the table with a single sheet of paper and a pot of coffee. Soren stands by the window, his phone in his hand. They look up when Delia enters. Good, Tamsin says. Sit. Delia sits. Soren turns from the window. I have one piece of news before we start. The executive session has been moved. It is happening now. Now? 7 a.m. Okonkwo called it early. He wants the full board briefed before your interview at 9, not after. Delia's stomach tightens. Is that good or bad? It means he is controlling the narrative. Soren sets his phone on the table. He will present per packet, frame the terms, and set the expectation before anyone asks you a question. By the time you walk in, the board will have already heard your story from him. Which means the questions will be about gaps, not about the core facts, Tamsin adds. He is narrowing their angle of attack. Delia breathes. It is a good strategy, a careful strategy. She should feel relieved. But something is pulling at the back of her mind, a loose thread she cannot see. The execution session, who is in the room? 9 voting members, legal counsel, and Okonkwo. No Aurelian representatives, no merger team. On no recording? No recording. She looks at Tamsin. Then how do we know what they actually discuss? Tamsin holds her gaze. We trust the chairman. Can we? He has been on this board for 9 years. He has never broken a confidence. He has never leaked. He is the reason Halcyon survived the 2018 restructuring without a shareholder revolt. Soren nods. He is the cleanest player in this room. Delia wants to believe that. She wants to believe someone in this building is clean. But the texter knew about the rehearsal. The texter knew about the apartment. The texter knew about the affidavit. Someone is watching. And the longer the board meets in closed session, the longer the mole has to move the pieces Delia cannot see. Then we proceed as planned, she says. I walk into the interview at 9. I tell the truth. I let the documents speak. That is the plan, Tamsin says. It is a good plan, but Delia has spent her whole life preparing for plans to fail. At 6:32 a.m., her phone buzzes. She is alone in the library. Tamsin stepped out to check the executive session schedule. Soren is on a call with the chairman's office. The screen glows. Unknown. They are in there now. But they do not know the whole story yet. You should tell them about the baby. Her blood turns to ice. She stares at the words. The texter knows about the rehearsal. The texter knew about the board meeting. The texter knows about the pregnancy. She types, "Who are you?" The reply comes before she can set the phone down. Unknown. Your biggest mistake. And your only chance. I will text you after the interview. Do not tell anyone about this message. The screen goes dark. She looks up at the empty room. The clock on the wall reads 6:33 a.m., 27 minutes until the interview. Chapter 35. The third-floor library breathes with her. Delia stands alone at the table, the phone in her hand. The screen is dark, but the words are still burning behind her eyes. You should tell them about the baby. She cannot tell them. Not yet. Not until she knows who is speaking. But the texter is right about one thing. The board is in there now, and they do not have the whole story. They have the packet, the affidavit, the governance waiver, the timeline. They do not have the pregnancy, and they do not have the texter. Delia sets the phone face up on the table, as if that will contain it. The door opens. Tamsin enters with Soren behind her. The executive session is underway, Soren says. Okonkwo has the floor. He will present your affidavit first and the timeline second. The governance waiver will be distributed after the questions begin. Delia nods. Good. It is not good. It is necessary. Tamsin studies her. What happened while we were out? Delia looks at the phone. There is a choice here. She can tell them about the message. She can show them the screen. She can bring them into the loop and let them help her carry this. Or she can follow the texter's instruction and keep silent. She chooses neither. I need to sign the disclosure packet, she says, formally, before I walk in there. Tamsin blinks. You already signed it. I signed the affidavit and the waiver. I did not sign the relationship disclosure. The document that names Anders, the document that makes it real beyond the sealed envelope. Tamsin pulls a folder from her bag. She opens it on the table. The disclosure form. Delia's name is pre-filled at the top, just like it was in conference room B. The spaces below are empty. She picks up the pen. Tamsin slides across the table. Relationship with Anders Holloway begun on October 4. Contact predates employment offer by 36 hours. No preferential treatment was sought, received, or offered. This disclosure is made voluntarily and under advisement of legal counsel. She signs. The ink is wet. She looks at Tamsin. Now what? Now you walk in there and you tell them the truth. Tamsin takes the signed form, holds it up to the light as if checking the authenticity, then slides it into the folder. The questions will be about gaps. They will ask about the exact sequence of events leading from the Armitage to the interview. They will ask what Anders knew and when. I will tell them. They may ask about the pregnancy. Delia's stomach tightens. That is not their business. It is, if they think it influenced your work or the merger timeline, which it did not. But they will wonder. Delia holds Tamsin's gaze. I will tell them it is a private medical matter, that it did not affect my performance, and that I have documentation from my doctor confirming I have met every work obligation since my hire date. Tamsin nods slowly. That is the correct answer, but it will not satisfy them. It does not have to satisfy them. It has to be true. Soren steps forward. The chairman will manage the room. He will call questions in order of seniority. He will cut off anyone who tries to make this personal. Unless he is the mole. Soren's jaw tightens. He is not. You do not know that. I know it, and you need to trust me when I tell you. Delia looks at him. Soren Pike has been Halcyon's general counsel for 11 years. He has seen every version of this building's secrets. He has no reason to protect Okonkwo except professional history. But professional history is how moles survive. She turns to Tamsin. Who else is in the room? 9 voting members. Legal counsel from Halcyon's external firm, the chairman. No Aurelian representatives? No. Then who is feeding Vivienne? Tamsin holds her gaze. We do not know yet, but we will find out. The clock on the wall reads 6:41 a.m., 19 minutes until the interview. Delia's phone buzzes. She looks down. Unknown. I am watching them watch your file. They believe you. That is the danger. She does not reply. She does not show the screen. She slides the phone into the pocket of the borrowed blazer and looks at Tamsin. I am ready. The walk to the 44th floor takes 3 minutes. Tamsin leads. Soren walks beside Delia. The building is waking up. Security guards at their posts. Early arrivals heading to desks. The hum of the coffee machine in the break room. Normal. Everything is normal. Except Delia can feel the camera in the ceiling, the one she has never noticed before, and she can feel the texter watching through it. The boardroom doors are closed. Soren stops at the threshold. I will be in the anteroom with Tantan. If you need a break, we call it. Delia nods. She looks at the brass plate beside the door. Halcyon Group boardroom. She has never been inside. She has passed it 100 times. Now she is about to walk in and tell Nod of the most powerful people in New York that she is sleeping with their CEO. The door opens. Thomas Okonkwo fills the frame. He is taller than she remembered. Silver hair, disciplined build, eyes that do not miss. Delia steps forward, and her phone buzzes in her pocket. She does not look. The interview continues. 23 minutes of questions. Timeline, touch points, the sealed suite, Vivienne's offer, the proxy trail, the photographs, the 3 external drives. Delia answers every question with the same precision she uses in a data room. Facts, dates, numbers, no emotion. Tamsin was right. The truth sounds like a statement of fact when you stop apologizing. Okonkwo calls the final question. Is there anything else we should know? Delia thinks about the phone in her pocket, the texter, the warning, the promise. She is about to speak when the door opens. Soren steps in. He is pale. Chairman, I need a moment. Okonkwo frowns. This is not the time. It is. Soren walks to the table and sets a piece of paper in front of Delia. She looks down. It is a printout of the access log for the Lexington mailbox, identified by a courier trace. Someone has already moved the drives. They are gone. Delia looks at Soren. Who? Rafiq called. He says he has identified the specific irregular access path that ties the file copies back to Vivienne's office. He can prove it in the room. But the drives are already in transit. He does not know where they are going, and he does not know who is carrying them. The room goes silent. The texter was right. The board believes her. That is the danger. Because now Vivienne knows she has lost the narrative, and the only way to win is to release the photographs before the board can vote. Chapter 36. The printout glows under the boardroom lights. Delia's fingers rest on the edge of the paper, tracing the courier timestamp. 6:47 a.m. The mailbox was emptied before the executive session even began, before she signed the disclosure, before she told them everything. Soren stands at her shoulder, voice low. Rafiq is still tracing the access path. He has the workstation logs, the right signatures, the IP handoff sequence. He can prove it came from Vivienne's office. But not who took the drives. No. Okonkwo clears his throat. This does not change what we have heard today. The board will recess for deliberation. Ms. Mwangi, you will remain available. It is not a question. Delia nods. The board members rise, gathering papers, avoiding her eyes. One pauses near the door, the silver-haired woman who asked Ed about pregnancy. She does not speak. She looks at Delia for a long moment, then follows the others out. The door closes. Delia is alone with the printout. She finds Tamsin in the anteroom, phone pressed to her ear, jaw tight. Soren is already on his own line, pacing near the window. Tamsin hangs up. The courier service has no pickup record after 6:47 a.m. The mailbox was emptied by someone who knew exactly when to arrive. They had a key. Or they had someone inside the courier company. Tamsin's voice is flat. Vivienne does not leave loose ends. Delia looks at the printout again. The drives are gone. But Rafiq has the access path. She has the timeline. She has the truth. The question is whether the truth arrives before the photographs. The hallway outside the boardroom is empty. Delia walks toward the elevators, the printout folded in her pocket. Every step feels measured, watched. The glass walls of the conference rooms reflect her movement, doubling her, tripling her, until she is surrounded by versions of herself walking in the same direction. She stops at the window overlooking the atrium. Below, the morning shift moves through the lobby in waves. Coffee cups, badge swipes, the ritual of normalcy. None of them know that her life is about to become a headline. Her phone buzzes. She pulls it from her pocket. The unknown texter. You did well in there. But they are deliberating right now, and Vivienne just left her office with a folder. You know which one. Delia's blood turns to ice. She types, where is she now? 3 dots appear, disappear, appear, then nothing. The elevator doors open. Anders steps out. He is wearing a dark suit, no tie, his face composed but his eyes searching. He stops when he sees her, reading her posture, her phone in her hand, the color drained from her face. They moved the drives, she says. I know. Soren called. Vivienne knows the board believes me. She is going to release the photographs before they can vote. Anders does not ask how she knows. He steps closer, close enough that she can smell the coffee on his breath, the sandalwood and leather that has become familiar in ways she does not have words for. What do you need? The same question he keeps asking, the same answer she keeps failing to give. I need to get to the 46th floor before she does. Anders does not argue. He does not offer to go in her place. He simply nods, once, and steps aside to let her pass. I will be 3 floors down, he says. If you need confirmation, I am here. She meets his eyes, the quiet promise in them. No rescue, no retreat, just the offer to stand where she puts him. The 46th floor is quieter than she expected. The Aurelian workspace is a temporary installation, modular desks and portable partitions, designed to dissolve the moment the merger closes or collapses. Most of the desks are empty. The few people working do not look up. Delia walks past them, following the access path Rafiq traced. She has memorized the layout from the logs. Workstation 46C. Third row, far corner, facing away from the windows. She stops at the desk. It is clean. No papers, no folders, no personal effects. But the monitor is still warm. She touches the back of the chair. Still warm. Someone was sitting here minutes ago. She turns, scanning the floor. A door clicks shut at the far end of the corridor, the stairwell. Delia moves. She pushes through the stairwell door and hears the echo of footsteps descending. Fast, deliberate, not running but not walking either. She follows. Down one flight, 2, 3. The footstep atod. Delia stops. The stairwell is silent. Then a voice, familiar, dry, precise, drifts up from the landing below. "You are persistent, Ms. Mwangi. I will give you that." "Vivienne." Delia grips the railing. "I have the access path, Vivienne. I have the workstation logs. I can prove the file copies came from your office." A pause. "I know." "Then you know the board will hear it." "They will." Another pause. "But they will also see the photographs, Ms. Mwangi. And they will see them before they hear your access path. Because the drives are already in transit to every major financial news desk in this city." Delia's stomach drops. "The courier was dispatched at 6:47 a.m. The photographs will arrive at editorial offices by noon. By 1 p.m. the story will be live. By close of market, Anders Holloway will be a liability, and the merger will be dead." Delia's hands are shaking. She steadies them on the railing. "You do not need to do this." "I do not need to. I am choosing to. Because Anders Holloway is a liability, and the merger will not survive with him at the helm. You are collateral, Ms. Mwangi. Unfortunate, but unavoidable." Silence. Then the sound of footsteps continuing down the stairwell, fading, until the door on the ground floor opens and closes, and Delia is alone. She stands in the stairwell for a full minute. Her phone buzzes. The unknown texts her. "I told you. The photographs were never the weapon. But now they are being fired, and you have exactly 3 hours to decide whose side you are on." Delia stares at the screen. Her fingers move before she can stop them. "What do you want?" The reply comes instantly. "I want you to remember who I am." The door above her opens. She looks up. Anders stands on the landing, his face pale, his phone in his hand. "She just sent a company-wide alert," he says. "Emergency board meeting, 1 hour." Delia looks at her phone. At the texter's message, at Anders. The clock on her screen reads 10:47 a.m., 3 hours until noon. 3 hours until the photographs land. Chapter 37. The stairwell air is cold against Delia's face. 3 hours. She stares at the texter's message until the words blur. "I want you to remember who I am." Anders is still on the landing, his phone lit in his hand, his eyes fixed on her. "She called the meeting," he says again. 1 hour. Delia lowers the phone. "Then we have 1 hour to decide how to walk in." Anders does not ask what she means. He steps down until he is on her level, the stairwell narrow enough that she can see the pulse in his throat. "Tell me." Delia forces her mind to move past the fear, past the texter, past the drives already in transit. She thinks about the room she left 20 minutes ago, the board's faces, Okonkwo's measured voice, the question they had not yet asked because Soren interrupted before they could reach it. "Vivienne thinks the photographs are the last word," Delia says. "She thinks she controls the timing. She called this meeting to present them as a fait accompli. She did not know you already told the board. She does not care. She thinks the images speak louder than my affidavit." Delia's voice steadies. "But she is wrong, because she has not seen what I am willing to say with them in the room." Anders watches her. "What are you willing to say?" Delia meets his pale eyes. "Everything." They ride the elevator up in silence. The 44th floor is already stirring. Assistants move between offices with folders. A cluster of executives in dodged suits stands near the boardroom doors. Voices low, postures coiled. Someone has ordered coffee. The smell hangs in the corridor like a waiting room. Tamsin meets them at the elevator bank. Her face is composed, but her jaw is tight. "Vivienne arrived 5 minutes ago. She is in the anteroom with Aurelian's general counsel. The board is seated." "Has she shown them anything yet?" Delia asks. "Not yet. She is waiting for the full slate of voting members. 2 are still on a video from the London office." Delia looks at the boardroom doors. Dark wood, brass handles. A room full of people who will see her face on a hotel security still before the hour is out. She turns to Anders. "Do not come in." He stills. "Delia, if you are in the room, they watch you react. They read your face. They decide whether you look guilty or defensive or protective. If I walk in alone, they watch me, and I need them watching me." He holds her gaze for a long moment, then he nods. "I will be in the war room, 3 floors down. Confirmation if you need it." He does not touch her, but his voice is steady, and she feels the weight of his trust like a hand at her back. She turns and walks toward the boardroom doors. Tamsin falls into step beside her. "You have the signed disclosure?" "In my hand." "And the affidavit?" "In my file." "Then walk like you own the room before you open your mouth." Delia does. She pushes through the doors before the assistant can announce her. The boardroom is longer than she remembered. A dock table stretches the full length, polished to a gloss that catches the overhead lights. 9 chairs are occupied. 2 more faces flicker on a wall monitor, pixelated but present. Okonkwo sits at the head, silver-haired and still. Vivienne stands near the window, arms crossed, a slim folder tucked under her arm. She turns when Delia enters, and for half a second, something flickers in her gray eyes. Surprise, then composure. "Ms. Mwangi," Okonkwo says, "we were not expecting you at this meeting." Delia walks to the empty chair at the opposite end of the table from Vivienne. "I know, but you need to hear from me before you hear from her." She sets the folder flat on the table, opens it, slides out the signed disclosure form, the timeline affidavit, the governance waiver, Rafiq's statement. She places them in a row, face down, so the seals are visible. Vivienne's voice is dry. "This is not a proper forum for personnel matters." "This is not a personnel matter," Delia says. "This is a market manipulation attempt disguised as a scandal." The room goes still. Okonkwo's eyes move from Delia to Vivienne and back. "Explain." Delia does. She tells them about the Armitage Hotel. One night, no names. An encounter that ended before dawn and before she knew who he was. She tells them about the interview, the recognition, the choice she made to own the role anyway. She tells them about the diligence file, the photographs indexed under her name, the proxy trail that proved surveillance began before Halcyon offered her the job. She does not pause. She does not soften. "The photographs exist," she says. "Ms. Quist has had them for weeks. She copied them to 3 external drives and sent them to a cash-only mailbox on Lexington Avenue. She dispatched those drives this morning to 8 news desks across the city. By noon, anyone with an internet connection will see me walking into an elevator with Anders Holloway." A board member speaks. Gray-haired woman, sharp cheekbones. "And you are telling us this now because I want you to hear the truth from me before you see it framed as a headline. I signed a relationship disclosure this morning. I dated it to October 4, before I was hired. I signed a governance waiver that strips Anders of any authority over my employment. Tamsin Rowe can confirm the reporting line protections were implemented before any of this became public." She slides the signed disclosure across the table. Okonkwo picks it up, reads, passes it to the board member on his left. Vivienne does not move from the window. None of this changes the fact that Anders Holloway slept with a candidate hours before her interview. Perception is reality. The market will not care about your timeline. The market will care about the proxy trail, Delia says. The market will care that Aurelian Freight's chief strategy officer activated surveillance of Halcyon's CEO before the hiring process was complete. The market will care that someone inside this building has been feeding her information since October 11th. She turns to face Vivienne directly. "You wanted a scandal. You got one. But it is not mine." The room erupts. Voices overlap. A board member demands to see the proxy trail. Another asks whether the photographs have been published yet. Soren stands, quieting the ring with a raised hand. Ms. Mwangi's affidavit is notarized. The access logs are time-stamped. Rafiq Bantra has the full sequence. If this goes to litigation, Aurelian's diligence process will be Exhibit 1. Vivienne's jaw tightens. She looks at Delia. "You cannot stop the photographs from landing." "I know," Delia says, "but I can make sure the board knows who sent them. And why? The room holds. Okonkwo clears his throat. The board will recess for deliberation. Ms. Mwangi remain available. Delia nods. She does not look at Vivienne as she turns and walks out. The corridor is empty. She makes it to the elevators before her hands start shaking. Her phone buzzes. She looks down. The unknown texts her. You bought yourself an hour, but the drives are still moving, and I am still watching. 1 hour until you know who I am. Delia stares at the screen. The elevator doors open. Anders stands inside. His eyes find hers. The board just called for me, he says. They want to hear my answer. Delia's blood goes cold. Your answer to what? Anders steps out, close enough that she can see the tension in his shoulders. Whether I am prepared to step down.
Chapter 38. Anders' hand finds her elbow in the elevator. Steady, warm. A question she does not have to answer. They want you in the room, he says. Both of us. Delia's phone is still warm from the texter's message. 1 hour until you know who I am. She slides it into her pocket and steps past him into the corridor. The boardroom doors are closed, a low hum of voices behind the wood. 2 board members stand outside with coffee cups, their conversation dying when they see her approach. Okonkwo's assistant holds the door open. They are ready. Delia walks in first. Anders follows. The room has rearranged itself. Okonkwo sits at the head with a leather notebook open, 4 board members on each side. External counsel at the far end, Vivienne stands beside her chain, arms crossed, her gray eyes tracking Delia like a sniper recalculating range. The table is bare. No folders, no papers, no photographs spread out for judgment. Aurelian's general counsel has requested a brief recess to consult with Ms. Quist, Okonkwo says. We have denied that request. Vivienne's jaw tightens. This is not a court of law, Thomas. You cannot hold my client hostage in a room without representation. Your client is not being held. Your client is being asked to explain why her strategy office initiated surveillance of Halcyon's CEO before the merger diligence period began. Vivienne's lip curls. I explained, and the board chose to believe a junior operations strategist over a chief strategy officer with 18 years in this industry. That is not a finding of fact, that is sentiment. Sentiment does not produce time-stamped access logs, Soren says from his seat near Okonkwo's left hand. He taps a tablet. Rafik Bakra's full trace is ready for review. Workstation signatures, right timestamps, IP handoff sequence. Every access request from your office's subnet to the diligence folder containing the Armitage photographs. Vivienne's eyes flick to the tablet, then back to Soren. You cannot prove who is at those workstations. I can prove the requests originated from the 46th floor Aurelian subnet. I can prove the duplicate copies were written to 3 external drives from 3 different workstations on that floor at intervals of 14 minutes. I can prove those copies were sent to a mailbox registered to a shell company with no physical address. Soren sets the tablet down. But I cannot prove who else in your chain of command approved the distribution. That would require your cooperation. I am not taking a deal in exchange for answering questions. Then answer the questions without a deal. Vivienne says nothing. Okonkwo folds his hands. Ms. Quist, the board is prepared to refer this matter to the SEC's Market Abuse Unit as early as tomorrow morning. The photograph distribution to financial news desks constitutes attempted stock manipulation by foreign entity influence. Foreign entity. Vivienne's voice goes sharp. Aurelian is a Delaware corporation with a clear ownership structure and no foreign government ties. You are reaching. I am reading from the draft referral, Okonkwo says. Your corporate counsel will have a copy within the hour. The room breathes differently. Delia feels it shift around her, the center of gravity moving from Vivienne's accusation to Vivienne's exposure. The board is not looking at her anymore. They are looking at the tablet, at the data, at the woman who activated surveillance before the hiring process was complete. Vivienne is still standing, still composed, but her arms are no longer crossed. She uncrosses them slowly,
sets her palms flat on the table, and leans forward. "None of this changes the underlying fact," she says. Anders Holloway slept with a candidate hours before her interview. He offered her a position 24 hours later. The fact that I discovered the connection before the board did does not arrest the connection. It does not arrest the appearance of impropriety. It does not erase the governance risk embedded in this merger. She looks directly at Anders. "You can burn me. You can drag Aurelian through a SEC investigation. You can spend the next 3 years in litigation, and I will still be right about one thing. A CEO who cannot separate his personal interests from his professional judgment is a liability to shareholders." Her voice drops, quiet, exact. "The market will not care about my access logs. The market will care that your CEO put his desire ahead of his duty. And that is a story that does not die." The room goes still. Delia feels the weight of Vivienne's logic land on the table like a stone dropped in still water. The board shifts in their seats. A man at the far end clears his throat. Okonkwo's eyes find Anders. "Mr. Holloway, you were asked a question before you entered this room." Anders does not look at Delia. He does not look at the board. He looks at Vivienne. "I was asked whether I am prepared to step down." "Yes." Anders turns to Okonkwo. "I am." Delia's breath stops. "I am prepared to step down," Anders says. "I am prepared to resign effective immediately if that is what the board determines is necessary to protect Halcyon's integrity and the merger's future. But I will not resign under coercion from someone who activated surveillance against this company before I even offered a position to the woman I live." He does not raise his voice. He does not need to. "I will not legitimize an operation that turned a private night into a weapon, and I will not let Ms. Quist reframe a governance violation she engineered as a character defect she unearthed." Okonkwo is silent. The board member with the sharp cheekbones speaks. "You are prepared to resign, but you are also prepared to fight." "I am." "Which is it?" Okonkwo says. Soren looks up. "The first outlet just published. They have photographs, and they have a name." Delia's heart stops. "Whose?" Soren reads off the screen. "Vivienne Quist. The article identifies her as the source of the photographs and the architect of an attempted market manipulation scheme targeting Anders Holloway." The room goes silent. Vivienne's hand freezes mid-air. Delia stares at Soren's tablet. Someone else released the story first and named Vivienne as the source. Chapter 39. Soren's tablet buzzes again. He reads, jaw tightening. They have named her Vivienne Quist. The article identifies her as the source and architect of attempted market manipulation. They have the photographs. They have the timeline. They do not have Delia's name. The room fractures. Vivienne's pale gray eyes go flat. She does not reach for her phone. She does not deny it. She looks at Soren's tablet like she is reading her own obituary. Okonkwo breaks the silence. "Who released this?" Soren scrolls. "Anonymous submission, no byline. But the sourcing is specific. It matches Rafiq's audit trail almost exactly." Delia's chest tightens. The unknown texter. "1 hour until you know who I am." They did not wait for the hour. They released the story first. Named Vivienne, named the scheme, left Delia's name out of it. She does not know whether that is mercy or strategy. Vivienne's composure cracks at the edges. "This is not..." She stops, resets. "I did not authorize this story. You do not control it," Anders says quietly. "You never did." The board member with the sharp cheekbones speaks again. "Miss Quist, you called this emergency meeting to present evidence against Mr. Holloway. That evidence has now been published by an anonymous source who named you as the architect of a market manipulation scheme. Do you have any response that does not require a recess?" Vivienne's hand tightens on the table edge. "I was protecting the merger. By surveilling a candidate before she was hired? By doing what no one else had the stomach to do." Okonkwo raises a hand. "Enough." The room silences. He turns to the board. "We are now in possession of the following facts. The photographs exist. Ms. Mwangi has disclosed the full timeline before they were published. Mr. Holloway has offered to resign if required. Miss Quist's office has been proven to have accessed and duplicated the photograph files through irregular channels. And someone, he pauses, has now released those photographs to the press with a narrative that names Ms. Quist as the orchestrator. He lets the weight settle. This is not longer a board deliberation about whether a relationship compromised a merger. This is a question of who attempted to manipulate a 9-figure transaction through personal surveillance, and whether Halcyon's leadership acted with integrity when the truth emerged. He looks at Delia. Ms. Mwangi, you said the integration is structure neutral. Explain that. Delia feels the room shift. They are not asking about the scandal anymore. They are asking about the work. She straightens. The integration plan I submitted last week assumes no CEO-level involvement in day-to-day operations. The workstreams report to Michael Chen. The vendor transitions are managed by a cross-functional committee. The labor integration is handled by external counsel. Anders's role in the merger is approval stage only, signing off on milestones, not directing them. She pauses. That was not designed to protect against this. That is how I would have structured it regardless. The board member with the sharp cheekbones leans forward. You are saying the integration does not need Anders Holloway. I am saying the integration does not depend on hero worship. It depends on execution, and the execution is already in motion. And if Anders resigns, then Michael Chen assumes approval authority. The governance waiver already strips Anders of direct authority over my employment. The reporting line protections are already documented. The integration continues. She holds the board member's gaze. The merger does not fail because one man leaves. It fails if the board treats a personal scandal as proof of operational failure. Those are different things. The room absorbs that. Vivienne's voice cuts through. She is protecting him. That is what she has done from the beginning. Delia turns to her. No, I am protecting the integrity of the work I did before I ever touched him. You cannot see the difference because you reduced me to a variable in your equation. I am not a variable. I am the person who built the plan that makes this major viable without either of us. Vivienne's mouth presses into a thin line. Delia does not look away. Okonkwo clears his throat. Ms. Mwangi, you have presented the integration case with clarity. The board will take your assessment under deliberation. He looks at Anders. Mr. Holloway, you have offered to resign. You have also declared that you will not resign under coercion. The board needs to know where you stand now, after this article has been published. Anders is silent for a long moment. Then he speaks. I will resign if the board determines my continued presence damages the company's ability to execute this merger. I will not resign because Vivienne Quist decided I was a liability and built a surveillance operation to prove it. He pauses. Those are different things, and the board needs to decide which one it is responding to. The sharp-cheeked board member nods slowly. A fair distinction. Okonkwo looks at the clock. We have 42 minutes before market open. The story will be everywhere by then. The board will recess for 30 minutes to deliberate. When we return, I expect a clear answer on whether Mr. Holloway remains CEO, whether Ms. Mwangi continues in her role, and whether Halcyon proceeds with the merger revised governance. He stands. Ms. Quist, you are not part of this deliberation. I suggest you contact Aurelian's general counsel. Vivienne does not move. Okonkwo holds the door. She rises slowly, gathers her phone, and walks out without looking back. The board members file out behind her. Delia stands alone at the table, the integration plan still spread before her. Anders is the last to leave. He stops at the door. You told them the truth. I told them the work. That is the same thing for you. She meets his eyes. I meant what I said. The integration does not need you. I know, but I do. The words hang between them. Anders' hand tightens on the doorframe. Then I will stay. The door closes behind him. Delia is alone with the silence, and the open file and the gold bangle warm against her wrist. Her phone buzzes. One new message. She looks down. You have my answer. Now I need yours. Whose side are you on? The screen glows. The clock reads 9:47 a.m. 43 minutes until market open. And the unknown tester is still watching. Chapter 40. The boardroom holds its silence. Delia stands alone at the table, the integration plan still spread before her, Anders' words still warm in the air. Then I will stay. Her phone glows in her palm. Whose side are you on? She does not answer, cannot answer, because she does not know what the question means yet, does not know whose side she is choosing between. The door opens. Tamsin steps in first, her face unreadable. Behind her, Soren. Behind him, Okonkwo. The chairman's expression is carved stone. Ms. Mwangi, the board would like you to return for the final portion of deliberation. Delia straightens. Has a decision been reached? Not yet, but we need to hear from Mr. Holloway directly, and we need you present when he speaks. She picks up the integration plan, folds it once, tucks it under her arm. The gold bangle catches the light as she walks. The boardroom is rearranged when she enters. The chairs have been pulled into a tighter arc, no empty seats between voting members. Anders stands at the far end of the table, hands loose at his sides. No phone, no notes, no armor. He looks at her when she enters. That is all. Delia takes the seat Tamsin guides her to, 3 chairs from the head of the table, close enough to see his hands, far enough to feel the distance. Okonkwo does not sit. We have deliberated for 22 minutes. We have reviewed Ms. Mwangi's affidavit, the governance waiver, the audit trail, and the published article naming Ms. Quist as the source of the photographs. He looks at Anders. We have not reached a consensus on your role in this company's future. Anders nods. I understand. Mr. Holloway, you said you will not resign under coercion. You also said you will resign if the board determines your presence damages the company. Yes. The board needs to know, is there any scenario in which you choose to step down of your own volition? Not because we ask, not because Vivienne Quist forced your hand, but because you believe it is the right thing for Halcyon. The room holds. Anders is silent for a long moment. Then he speaks. There is one scenario. Delia's chest tightens. If my continued presence makes it impossible for Delia Mwangi to work here without her merit being questioned, if every decision she makes, every meeting she leads, every workstream she turns profitable is framed as CEO favoritism rather than her own competence, then the cost of my title becomes her credibility. He pauses. I will not let that happen. The silver-haired board member leans forward. You would give up the company you built to protect one employee's reputation? I would give up the company I built so that the woman I love can be seen for who she is, rather than who she is connected to. The words land like impact. Delia's hands are still. Mr. Holloway, Okonkwo's voice is measured. That is a significant concession. It is not a concession. It is a calculation. Anders' gaze does not waver. I have spent 12 years building Halcyon. I have signed the checks, made the calls, carried the weight of every major decision. But I have also created a culture where the founder's presence is treated as essential. That mythology is what Vivienne exploited. That mythology is what makes Delia's position vulnerable. He turns to her. Please remain in the anteroom. I looks at Anders. Mr. Holloway, you as well. The board members rise. The room empties. Delia stands at the table, the integration plan still folded under her arm. Anders reaches her in 3 steps. You meant what you said. Every word. You are not afraid of what happens if I stay. I am afraid of what happens if you leave. He does not touch her, but the space between them narrows. The door clicks shut. They are alone. Anders' voice is low. If the board decides I stay, the scrutiny does not end. The press will dig. The shareholders will demand answers. Your name will be in every article. I know. And you still want me to stay. I still need you to stay. He exhales. A long, slow breath that sounds like surrender. Then I will stay. Her phone buzzes. She looks down. The board is about to decide. But you already chose. Good. Now tell me whose side you are on. The screen glows. The clock reads 9:52 a.m. 38 minutes until market open. And the unknown texter is still watching. Still waiting. Still holding a question she cannot answer. Chapter 41. The anteroom smells like old coffee and institutional carpet cleaner. Delia sits in the chair closest to the door, the integration plan still folded under her arm, the texter's questions still burning on her phone screen. Tamsin stands by the window, arms crossed, watching the Hudson River gleam through the glass. Soren leans against the far wall, tablet dark in his hand, doing nothing. No one speaks. The clock on the wall reads 9:54 a.m. 36 minutes. Tamsin's phone buzzes. She glances at it, face unreadable, and sets it face down on the windowsill. Soren watches her. How bad? Bad enough. The 46th floor is in full damage control. Someone leaked that Vivienne was named in the article. Aurelian's legal team is trying to pull the merger session. They cannot pull it, Soren says. The board has to vote. They can delay it, and delay is death for a 9-figure deal at this stage. Delia hears the words but does not process them. Her attention is split between the door, the phone, and the faint tremor in her own hands. She still has not answered the texter. The phone glows again. They are arguing about you in there. The silver-haired one wants Anders gone. The sharp-cheeked one is undecided. Okonkwo is holding them together. She stares at the screen. Tamsin turns. Who is that? The texter. Still? Still. Soren pushes off the wall. Can you trace it? I tried. Rafik tried. It comes from anonymized relays. No header data, no location pings. They want me to know they are inside this building. Tamsin's jaw tightens. Inside the building means inside the deliberation. Or inside the rumor network, Soren says. They could be feeding from someone who is in the room. Delia looks at him. The mole. We have not found them yet. And until we do, we assume the texter hears everything we say within minutes of saying it. The anteroom goes quiet again. A phone rings somewhere down the hall. Footsteps past the door. Delia's phone buzzes a third time. 23 minutes until the board calls you back. Use them wisely. She types back. Who are you? The reply comes fast. You do not recognize my voice yet, but you will. When you stop being afraid of the answer, you will know exactly who I am. Delia sets the phone face down. Tamsin watches her. What did they say? That I will recognize them when I stop being afraid. That is not an answer. It is the only one they give. The door opens. A young associate with a Halcyon lanyard steps into the anteroom, tablet in hand, face carefully neutral. Ms. Mwangi, the board will see you and Mr. Holloway first. The rest of you will be called when the deliberation is complete. Delia stands. The associate holds the door. She walks through. The corridor stretches ahead, glass and polished concrete, empty in both directions. The boardroom door stands at the far end, closed, the frosted glass revealing nothing but the shadows of bodies in motion. Anders waits at the midpoint. He does not ask what the texter said. He does not ask if she is ready. He holds out his hand. Together. Delia takes it. His palm is warm, steady, the grip firm but not tight. He is not holding her in place. He is holding her so she knows she is not alone. They whack the last 20 feet in silence. The associate opens the door. The boardroom is rearranged. Okonkwo sits at the head of the table, the silver-haired board member to his right, the sharp-cheeked one to his left. The remaining 6 voting members are arrayed at a semicircle, faces turned toward the door. There is no empty chair for Delia, no empty chair for Anders. They are meant to stand. Okonkwo folds his hands on the table. Ms. Mwangi, Mr. Holloway, we have reached a preliminary decision. But before we deliver it, we need the two of you to answer one question, together, in front of this board. The silver-haired board member leans forward. We want to know whose side you are on. Each of you. Not as lovers, not as co-conspirators, as professionals. If we keep you both, can you operate without protecting each other from scrutiny? Can you let the work stand before the relationship? Okonkwo waits. Because if the answer is no, we will separate you. One stays, one goes, and we decide which. Delia feels Anders' hand at the small of her back. A light touch, brief, then gone. She looks at the board, at the faces waiting for her answer. At the clock on the wall behind Okonkwo's head, 9:58 a.m., 32 minutes until market open. And the question they asked is the same question the texter is still waiting for her to answer. She opens her mouth. Chapter 42. The board waits. 9 faces turned toward her, 10 if she counts the external counsel tucked against the far wall, tablet ready, expression blank. The clock behind Okonkwo's head reads 9:58 a.m., and the silence stretches like a held breath. Whose side are you on? Delia hears the question twice, once from the silver-haired board member, once from the echo of the texter's message still burning in her pocket. She looks at Anders. He stands motionless, hands at his sides, no armor, no notes, no title to hide behind. He has already offered to resign. He has already declared her name in front of this room. There is nothing left for him to prove. The question is hers. Anders is watching her with those pale, steady eyes. Not pleading, not directing, waiting. Delia turns back to the board. I am on the side of the integration plan I built. I am on the side of the 900 people whose jobs depend on this merger closing clean. I am on the side of the truth I walked in here to tell before anyone else could weaponize it. She pauses. I am not protecting Anders Holloway from scrutiny. I am protecting the work from people who use private lives as trading leverage. If you want to audit every decision I make, every report I file, every hour I spend in this building, do it. If you want to separate us professionally so no one can argue favoritism, I will sign that separation myself. She meets Okonkwo's gaze. But if you are asking me to pretend that I do not love him so that this board feels more comfortable, the answer is no. That is not a side I will take. Because love is not the scandal here. The scandal is that someone tried to buy a 9-figure deal by threatening a woman's body and a man's reputation. She stops. The room does not move. The silver-haired board member leans back. The sharp-cheeked one folds her arms. Okonkwo looks at Anders. And you, Mr. Holloway. Anders does not hesitate. I am on the side of whatever protects Delia Mwangi's career, her safety, and her freedom to choose her own life. If that means I report to a governance committee for the next 5 years, I will. If it means I cannot be in the same room as her integration reviews, I will accept that. If it means I step down entirely, I already offered. He pauses, but I will not pretend that loving her is a weakness, and I will not let this board frame her honesty as a liability. Okonkwo nods. He looks at the silver-haired board member, then at the sharp-cheeked one. The 6 others rise in scattered sequence, gathering tablets, closing folders, murmuring in low tones. The associate holds the door. The room begins to empty. Anders does not move. Neither does Delia. They stand on opposite sides of the empty chairs, the table between them, the clock now reading 10:03 a.m. 27 minutes until market open. We made it, she says. You made it. I could not have done it without you. He shakes his head. I could not have done it without your truth. She wants to cross the space between them. She wants to feel his arms around her, to let the adrenaline drain into his chest, to admit that for 3 minutes in front of that board she was certain she had just ended her career. But the door is still open. The corridor is still full of people who saw her walk in holding his hand. The clock was still ticking, and her phone is still in her pocket. She pulls it out. No new messages. The texter is silent. Anders watches her face. Nothing? Nothing. That is worse than a threat. She nods. The anteroom door opens. Tamsin steps into the corridor, followed by Soren, both moving fast. Soren's face is the one she reads first, and what she sees there stops her cold. He is not relieved. He is focused. What is it? She asks. Soren reaches them, tablet in hand, screen angled toward her. Someone tipped a financial reporter, not the one who ran the photographs, a different outlet. They have a source inside Halcyon saying there is a personal scandal involving the CEO and a female subordinate. No names yet, but they are preparing to publish within the hour. Tamsin's jaw tightens. The mole. Soren nods. Vivienne may be neutralized, but whoever fed her information is still inside this building, and they just lit a second fire. Chapter 43. Soren reaches them before Delia can lower her phone, his tablet already angled like a weapon. Second outlet, financial wire. They are holding for confirmation, but the draft is complete. Delia's throat closes. How complete? CEO, female subordinate, personal relationship during merger negotiations. They do not have the photographs, but they do not need them. The framing is enough. Anders moves first. Which desk? Parker Street, Business Affairs Editor. She broke the Aurelian supply chain story last year. Then she will verify before publishing. We have time. Soren shakes his head. She has a source inside this building who is already verified. She is waiting for a second confirmation, and then she runs. Tanson's hand hits the corridor wall. Where do we contain this? Conference suite, 42nd floor, sealed. I already cleared it. Soren is already moving. Delia follows without deciding to, her legs carrying her past the open boardroom door, past the associate still holding it, past the murmur of dispersed board members gathering in the elevator lobby. Anders falls in beside her. He does not take her hand. He does not need to. The war room is a glass box on the 42nd floor, with a single door, white walls, and a table that seats 12. Soren pulls the blinds. Tamsin locks the door. The clock on the wall reads 10:07 a.m. 23 minutes until market open. Delia sets her tablet on the table. What do we know? Soren places his tablet beside hers, pulls up the draft. The angle is governance failure. CEO entangles himself with a subordinate during a 9-figure integration. The source characterizes the relationship as ongoing and undisclosed until exposed by diligence. Undisclosed, Delia repeats. They make it sound like I hid it. You signed disclosure this morning, Tamsin says. The board minutes will reflect that, but the article does not know about the disclosure. Then who is the source? Soren scrolls. The language matches someone who had seen the internal reporting structure but not the affidavit. They know about proximity. They know about late hours. They do not know about the timeline. Vivienne, Anders says. Vivienne is in recess. She does not have access to a phone. Then her mole does. Delia watches Soren's face. He is not disagreeing. Who inside Halcyon has access to the 46th floor and knows the relationship was not disclosed until today? Tamsin's jaw tightens. Anyone on integration, anyone in HR, anyone in legal support, the associate who carried the documents, the security desk who logged her late exits. That is 2 minutes, Delia says. That is the problem. Anders pulls out a chair but does not sit. He braces both hands on the back, knuckles white. The holding statement. We issue it now. Soren shakes his head. If we issue before Parker Street confirms, we look like we are running ahead of a story that is not broken. That is an admission. Then we let it break without context. We give her the context, off the record, before she publishes. Tamsin turns to Soren. You have a relationship with her. Professional. She will tuck my call. Then call her. Soren already has his phone out. He dials, puts it on speaker, sets it on the table. It rings 4 times. Parker. Her voice is flat, fast, the voice of someone who knows the clock is on her side. Jane, it is Soren Pike. A pause. General Counsel for Halcyon. I wondered when you would call. Then you know why I am calling. I know you have a story you want to contain, and I have a story I am about to publish. So let us save time. Confirm or deny. Anders Holloway is in a relationship with a female subordinate who reports within his integration structure. Soren does not hesitate. The relationship was disclosed to the board before any of your sources knew it existed. The subordinate was hired on merit, reassigned to a neutral reporting line, and has no performance or compensation link to the CEO. The board reviewed the matter this morning, and the CEO remains in his role. Another pause. That is a lot of context you did not include in the holding statement. Because the holding statement is for the market. This is for you. And you are telling me this off the record so I do not publish the version that lacks context. I am telling you the truth so you can decide what responsible journalism looks like. Silence. Then. My source identified the subordinate by name. Do you want to confirm that name, or do you want me to publish it without your confirmation? Delia's stomach drops. Soren looks at her. She holds his gaze. Jane, Soren says carefully. If you publish her name, you are identifying a woman who was blackmailed, surveilled, and targeted by a coordinated market manipulation scheme, all before she finished her first month at this company. The board knows this. The SEC referral is already drafted. If you publish her name without that context, you become part of the weaponization, not the reporting. I will decide what I become part of, Soren. Then let me send you the affidavit, the timeline, the disclosure. Read it yourself before you publish. I have 20 minutes until my editor moves. Then read fast. Silence. Delia can hear the woman breathing on the other end. Send it. Soren ends the call. His hands are steady. He looks at Delia. I need the affidavit file, the governance waiver, the board's preliminary decision summary. Now. Tamsin is already typing. Anders pulls out his phone. Delia stands frozen, watching the move, watching the clock. 10:11 a.m., 19 minutes. Her phone vibrates. She looks down. The texter. One word. Tick. She stares at the screen. The message is time-stamped 10:11 a.m. The same second Soren ended the call. The texter is inside the building. The texter knows about the call. The texter is watching. And it is not Vivienne. The mole is still here. And the mole just confirmed they know exactly where the leak window is. Chapter 44. She does not look away from the phone. Tick. One word. Time-stamped to the second Soren ended the call. The mole is not just inside the building. The mole is inside this conversation. Delia sets the phone face up on the table so everyone can see it. Anders reads it in the same breath as Tamsin. His hands stay braced on the chair back, but something in his jaw tightens, a muscle she has learned to read over the past 2 months. One that means he is calculating how many people he trusts and finding the answer too small. They heard the call, Tamsin says. It is not a question. They heard the call, or they watched Soren make it. Soren's voice is flat, but his eyes track across the ceiling, following the grid of the drop tiles. This room is supposed to be sealed. Supposed to be, Anders repeats. Delia feels the weight of the word. The conference suite is glass on 3 sides, floor to ceiling, visible from the corridor if anyone walks past. But they pulled the blinds. She watched Tamsin do it. The room is soundproofed by design, one of the designated secure spaces for merger work. Yet the texter knew. The texter knew the second Soren ended the call, not the content of the call, the timing, the existence, the exact moment the strategy shifted. You need to send the documents, Delia says. If Parker does not have them in, she checks the clock. 16 minutes. Her editor moves without context. Soren is already pulling up the affidavit file on his tablet. Tamsin opens her laptop and Delia watches her hands move. No hesitation, no tremor. Competence as armor. But Delia does not move. The phone sits between them, black and silent now. But she feels it the way she felt the camera in the ceiling, the way she felt the texter's attention in the stairwell, in the boardroom, in every room she has entered today. Someone inside this building is watching. Someone inside this building heard Soren ask for Parker, heard Parker agree to wait, heard the countdown. Someone inside this building is waiting for Delia to realize exactly how trapped she is. Delia. Anders' voice. Quiet. Close. She looks up. He has moved around the table without her noticing. He is standing beside her, not touching but close enough that she can smell the sandalwood and leather that has become, against every instinct, the smell of safety. You need to eat something. I am not hungry. I know. You need to eat anyway. She wants to argue. The words are already forming, the refusal, the deflection, the wall she has built so carefully over 31 years. But she looks at his face and sees something she has never seen there before. Fear. Not for himself, for her. I will eat after we send the documents. He holds her gaze for a beat, then nods. He does not push. That is the thing about him. He never pushes. He stands at the edge of her boundaries and waits for her to open the door herself. Soren's tablet chimes. Sent. Parker has the affidavit, the governance waiver, the board decision summary, and a cover note from me confirming she can call with questions. Will she read it? Tamsin asks. She will read it. Whether she believes it is another question. Delia exhales. 15 minutes until Parker's deadline. 15 minutes until the market opens. She picks up her phone and stares at the one-word message. Tick. She does not reply. The texter wants her to engage, to ask, to break. She will not give them the satisfaction. But she also will not pretend they are not there. The phone goes into her jacket pocket, face up. She needs to see it. She needs to know the second the next message arrives. "Now we need a holding statement," Tamsin says. "If Parker publishes with context, we have control. If she publishes without it, we have a fire. Either way, we need a public response within the hour." "The communications team is drafting," Anders says. "I told them to prepare 2 versions, one for if the story stays clean, one for it does not." "Let me see both." He does not hesitate. He pulls out his phone, scrolls for a moment, then hands it to her. 2 drafts, side by side. The first is measured, corporate, the language of governance and process. It acknowledges that Halcyon's board conducted a review, confirms the merger timeline remains unchanged, and offers no names, no details, no acknowledgement of anything beyond a procedural footnote. The second is shorter, sharper, written for a world where the store has already broken. It confirms the relationship, confirms the disclosure, confirms the board's decision. It names no names either. Delia reads both twice. Then she looks up. "Neither of these mentions me." Anders holds her gaze. "I know. I am not a personnel issue. I am the person who walked into that boardroom and told the truth before anyone could weaponize it. If the company issues a statement that treats me like a compliance checkbox, it is the same narrative Vivienne wanted, just with better grammar." Silence. Tamsin looks at Anders. Soren looks at his tablet. The room waits. "She is right," Anders says. Delia feels something shift in her chest. Not surprise. She knew he would back her. But hearing him say it, in front of legal and communications, in the middle of a crisis where every second costs market capitalization, it lands differently. "Then what do you want it to say?" Tamsin asks. Delia does not answer immediately. She thinks about the affidavit, the timeline, the disclosure. She thinks about the 900 jobs, the merger, the child growing inside her. She thinks about her mother, who does not know any of this yet, who will read whatever the company publishes before Delia has a chance to explain. Say that the review was initiated by a preemptive internal disclosure. Say the board found no governance failure. Say the person who disclosed the relationship is continuing in her role because she earned it. "And your name?" "Not today, but not erased either." Tamsin types. Soren watches. Anders does not look away from Delia. The clock reads 10:17 a.m. 12 minutes until Parker's deadline. 11 minutes until her editor moves. Delia's phone vibrates. She looks down. The texter has sent another message. 3 words. She reads them. Her bread goes cold. Chapter 45. Her phone glows in her palm. 3 words. Delia reads them again. The air in the conference suite turns thin, the glass walls suddenly too transparent, too exposed. "You should sit down," Tamsin says. Delia does not hear her. She is still staring at the screen. The texter has been inside the building the whole time, inside the conversations, inside the sealed room where they believed they were safe. And now they have sent 3 words that prove they know something about Delia that no living person should know. Something she has never told anyone. Not Anders, not Tamsin, not her mother. "Delia," Anders' voice cuts through. "What did they send?" She looks up. His face is pale. His hands are braced against the edge of the conference table, knuckles white. He is ready to fight something he cannot see, and she loves him for it. But she cannot tell him what the message says. Not yet. Not here. Not while Soren is watching. Not while Tamsin is typing. Not while every second bleeds toward a deadline that will decide whether her name becomes a headline. She locks the phone and puts it face down on the table. "Nothing that changes our plan." "Delia." "I said it changes nothing." Her voice is steady. Her hands are not. She presses them flat against the glass surface to stop the shaking. Anders holds her gaze for a long beat. Then he nods once and turns back to Soren. "What time?" 10:18. Parker has the documents. Her editor moves in 12 minutes. "Then we wait." The room contracts around those 3 words. Delia can hear the HVAC hum, the distant elevator chime, the muffled ring of a phone in an office down the hall. Normal sounds in a building that is about to become a war zone. Her phone stays face down, but she feels it. The weight of 3 words she does not want to carry. The texter wants her to break, wants her to isolate, to hide, to carry this alone the way she carries everything else. She refuses. "Tamsin, what does the final holding statement read?" Tamsin turns her laptop screen toward Delia. Halcyon Group confirms that the board conducted a governance review following a preemptive internal disclosure. The review found no breach of corporate policy. The review was initiated voluntarily by the employee who disclosed the relationship before any external inquiry. The employee remains in her role under the standard terms of her employment. No further details will be released. Delia reads it twice. Her name is not there, but her agency is. It is not the erasure she feared. It is a door left open. Good, she says. Tamsin exhales. I will tell communications to hold for the market open. The clock reads 10:22 a.m. 8 minutes. Soren paces. Tamsin types. Anders stands perfectly still, watching the elevator bank through the glass wall, his back to the room. Delia watches him. She thinks about the 3 words on her phone. She thinks about what they mean. She thinks about the person who sent them, someone who has been inside her life longer than she realized, someone who watched her rise and waited for the exact moment to pull her back down. Not Vivienne. Someone worse. Delia. She looks up. Anders has turned. His eyes meet hers through the reflection in the glass. I am positing the Kalish, sword everywhere. And so she ashab this. The mother still techness just expect, about the reason, once a day. But then we let the board's decision speak for itself. Tamsin types her response. Soren exhales. Anders turns from the window. Their eyes meet. 10:29, 1 minute. The conference suite goes silent. Delia counts the seconds. She counts the heartbeats. She counts the 3 words burning in her pocket. The clock hits 10:30 a.m. The market opens. Delia does not hear the bell. She does not see the ticker. But she feels it. A shivit in the building's rhythm. A change in the air pressure. The moment when private negotiation becomes public judgment. Soren's tablet pings. He looks down. His face does not change. Halcyon is down 2%, he says. Pre-market. The story has not broken. The market is reacting to the board's extended deliberation. That will correct when the holding statement releases, Tamsin says. Or it will crater when the second outlet publishes. Delia's phone vibrates. She picks it up. A text from her mother. Jerry. Saw a headline. Something about Halcyon. Are you safe? Delia stares at the screen. Her mother does not know anything yet. The pregnancy, the CEO, the blackmail, the boardroom, the texter. None of it. She has been protecting Jerry the way she protects everyone, sealed behind a wall of carefully edited updates and cheerful responses to texts that she should have answered hours ago. She types, I am fine. Call you tonight. Her thumb hovers over send. She thinks about the 3 words from the texter. She thinks about what happens when her mother learns the truth from a stranger's headline instead of her daughter's voice. She deletes the message. She types again. It is complicated. I will call when I can. I love you. She sends it before she can change her mind. Her phone vibrates immediately. Jerry. I am coming to the city. Delia closes her eyes. 10:33. Soren's voice again. Parker has not responded. But Halcyon is now down 3%. Internal chats are active. Someone is talking. About what? About the review, about the holding statement, about the woman who walked into the boardroom this morning. Tamsin looks up from her laptop. The story is already inside the building. It does not matter whether Parker publishes. The company knows something happened. They are going to guess until they have a name. Delia feels the weight of every gaze she will face when she walks out of this room. She feels the 3 words again. She feels the texter watching her through a lens she cannot see. I need to call my mother, she says. Anders looks at her. Then call her, before the story breaks. Yes. She picks up the phone. She does not know what she will say, but she knows she cannot keep protecting her mother from the truth. Not anymore. Chapter 46. She takes the 7 train because she needs motion, the same reason she chose it before. The tunnel noise drowns the thoughts she cannot silence. The fluorescents wash every face the same bloodless color. Dinner opens the door before Delia can knock. She is still wearing her apron, flour dusted across one hip, the kitchen warm behind her. She looks at Delia for a long second, then steps aside. Come inside. Delia walks into the smell of onions and oil and the low hum of the stove. The apartment has not changed in 20 years. Same ceramic rooster on the counter, Same photograph of Delia's grandmother on the console. Same wooden spoon worn smooth from decades of stirring. She stands in the middle of the living room and does not sit down. Dinner closes the door, leans against it, crosses her arms. You sent me a text saying it was complicated. Then you went silent for 6 hours. I know. I saw a second headline, something about Halcyon and an internal review. I know. Dinner waits. Delia's hands are empty. She has nothing to hold, nothing to hide behind, nothing to straighten or organize or control. She opens her mouth. I am pregnant. The words land like stones in still water. Dinner does not move, does not flinch, does not fill the silence. 6 weeks, Delia says. Maybe 7. I have not had the first ultrasound yet. I've been too afraid to schedule it because I did not want a record someone could find. Dinner's arms uncross. The father is Anders Holloway. He is the CEO of Halcyon Group. I met him at the Armitage Hotel the night before my interview. I did not know who he was. I spent the night with him. I left before dawn. 9 hours later, I walked into his boardroom. She stops. Her throat locks the way it did the night she almost told her mother in this same kitchen, that she forces the next sentence out. There are photographs of us leaving the hotel together. Someone inside the other company has been using them to try to force him out of the merger. I found them in the diligence files. I have been carrying this alone for weeks. Dinner does not move toward her. She does not rush forward with open arms or tears of pity. She stands where she is, steady as the stove she has been tending for 30 years. Are you keeping the baby? I do not know yet. Does he know you are pregnant? Yes. And what did he say when you told him? Delia remembers the moment, the private office, his face in the dim light, the way he asked what she needed before he asked anything else. He asked what choice I wanted to make. He said the baby matters more than the merger, more than his title, more than any market story. Dinner nods once. Then he is a man who understands what is real. He offered to resign, to give up everything so my reputation would survive. And you said? I told him no. I told the board no. I stood in front of them and said I love him and I will not let him be erased to protect me. The words hang in between them. Dinner walks to the kitchen. She turns off the stove. She comes back with a glass of water and holds it out. Delia takes it. Her hands are shaking. Sit down, Dinner says. Delia sits. Dinner pulls the chair across from her, the same kitchen table where Delia did homework as a child, where her grandmother taught her to fold to chapati dough, where her mother told her she had gotten into the competitive high school. Tell me the rest, Dinner says. The part you are still holding. Delia looks down at the water. There is someone else. Someone inside the building. They have been sending me messages for weeks. They know things they should not know. They know about the baby. They know where I sleep. They watched me from inside the room where my team was planning our defense. They told you something tonight, something that made you send me that text. Delia nods. What did they say? She cannot say it, not yet, not in this kitchen where everything is clean and warm and safe. Something no one should know, something I have never told another person. Dinner's dark eyes hold her. Then they are closer than you think. Yes. And you still walked into that boardroom. You still told the truth. You still fought. I did not have a choice. You always have a choice, Delia. You chose to fight instead of hide. You chose him instead of silence. You chose yourself instead of disappearing. Dinner reaches across the table. Her palm is rough, flour-dusted, warm. Now I need you to answer one question. Delia waits. Are you letting yourself be loved as honestly as you are fighting to be respected? The question hits her chest like impact. She opens her mouth. Her phone vibrates. She looks down. Anders. The holding statement released. Parker did not publish, but the second outlet just identified you by name. They have your photograph, your title, and a quote from an anonymous source inside Halcyon. Delia stares at the screen. Dinner sees her face change. What is it? Delia looks up. They know my name. The words do not feel real. Who? Everyone. Her phone vibrates again. Anders. They are calling it a governance scandal. They are calling you a subordinate whose career was bought by proximity to power. They are not mentioning the pregnancy, but they are not denying it either. Delia reads the message twice. She thinks about her grandmother's gold bangle, warm against her wrist, the same one she wore into the boardroom. She thinks about the 3 words still burning in her pocket. She thinks about Delia's question, unanswered, hanging between them. Her mother is watching her. "The holding statement was supposed to protect me," Delia says. Dinner shakes her head. "It was never going to protect you, baby. The truth was always going to have to stand on its own." Delia's phone buzzes a 3rd time. She does not look down. She already knows what it will say. Chapter 47. The 3rd text from Anders waits on her lock screen for 7 minutes. Delia stares at the notification without opening it. Jerry is still watching from across the kitchen table, her dark eyes steady, her questions still hanging in the air like smoke. "Are you letting yourself be loved as honestly as you are fighting to be respected?" "I cannot answer that right now." Jerry does not push. She pushes the glass of water closer instead. "You can answer it when you are ready, but do not let those people decide who you are." Delia looks down at her phone. She swipes. "Anders, I am coming to get you. Do not argue." Her thumb hovers. She types, "I am at my mother's Queen's." The reply comes in under 30 seconds. "I know. I am 5 blocks away." Delia looks up. He is here. Jerry does not flinch. Then he can come up. He is Anders Holloway. He is. I know who he is. You just told me. Now I want to see if he matches the description. Delia presses the heels of her palms against her eyes. The exhaustion is bone deep, the kind that makes thinking feel like wading through concrete. "Mom?" "Nonsense. I will put on coffee." Jerry rises before Delia can protest. She wipes her hands on her apron, tucks a strand of gray-streaked braid behind her ear, and opens the front door as if she has been expecting him all evening. Anders is standing in the hallway. He is still in the same charcoal jacket from the boardroom. His tie is gone. His collar is open. His face is drawn in a way that makes him look older, more human, less like the man who commands boardrooms. Jerry looks at him for a long moment. "You are the one who asked her what she needed before you told her what you wanted." Anders holds her gaze. "Yes." "Come in." He steps inside. The apartment swallows him whole. He is too tall for the doorframe, too broad for the narrow hallway, too expensive for the worn linoleum and the ceramic rooster on the shelf. But he does not try to shrink or apologize for the space he takes. His eyes find Delia. The article is live. She feels the words hit her chest. What does it say? Anders pulls out his phone. He does not hand it to her. He reads the headline aloud, his voice flat and careful. Halcyon CEO and Operations Director had undisclosed relationship during merger negotiations. He pauses. Keep going. Sources confirm Delia Mwangi, Director of Operations Integration for the Aurelian Freight acquisition, met CEO Anders Holloway at the Armitage Hotel the night before her interview. Hotel records reviewed by this outlet show a shared keycard authorization at 1:47 a.m. Jerry sets the coffee pot down. The clink of ceramic against countertop is the only sound. Anders continues reading. Ms. Mwangi disclosed the relationship to Halcyon's board before the information became public. She is credited with preserving the integration timeline through her preemptive testimony and the governance safeguards she accepted in exchange for continued employment. Delia blinks. They printed that? They printed all of it, the disclosure, the board review, the governance transfer. They framed it as a governance story, not a scandal piece. And my name? It is there, but so is the timeline. So is the fact that you disclosed before anyone could use it against you. Jerry speaks from the kitchen. That sounds like a fair article. It is, Anders says. Jane Parker wrote it. She read the full affidavit before she filed. She included the context. Delia feels something loosen in her chest. Not relief, not safety, just a small release of pressure, like a valve opening a fraction of an inch. Then Anders looks at her. There is a second piece. The loosening stops. It dropped 14 minutes ago. A different outlet. Who? Market Close. Delia knows the name. a financial adjacent blog that runs on anonymous sourcing and provocative framing. Half gossip, half reporting, entirely mercenary. What does it say? Anders does not read this one aloud. He hands her his phone. The headline is worse. How an operations director slept her way into a 9-figure deal. Delia reads the first paragraph. Her hands go cold. The piece does not mention the board disclosure. It does not mention the governance waiver or the timely affidavit. It calls her a subordinate whose promotion trajectory correlates precisely with the start of her personal relationship with the CEO. It sources everything to multiple Halcyon insiders. She scrolls. Her photograph is there, the one from the company website, her professional headshot, the one where she is wearing her grandmother's gold bangle and looking straight into the camera with the expression that took her years to perfect. Competent, contained, untouchable. They have cropped it so the bangle is invisible. She scrolls further. They have found her from Queens. They mention her mother's address by neighborhood. They mention the competitive scholarship she won at 16. They frame every achievement as suspicious, every milestone as evidence of a system that rewards proximity rather than merit. Ms. Mwangi declined to comment for this story. She did not know she was supposed to comment. No one asked. She hands the phone back. Jerry is watching her. Baby, I am fine. You are not fine, and that is acceptable. Delia looks at Anders. He is standing in her mother's kitchen, in his ruined jacket, his face tight with a fury he is barely containing. I can stop this, he says. How? I can call their parent company. I can threaten legal action for defamation. I can make them retract. And then what? And then they write a different version tomorrow. They call it a cover-up. They call it CEO strong-arming the press. He does not argue. Jerry sets 3 cups of coffee on the table. Black for Delia, black with 1 sugar for Anders, milk and honey for herself. Sit down, she says. Both of you. They sit. The kitchen is too small for the 3 of them. Delia's knee touches Anders under the table. She does not pull away. Jerry wraps both hands around her mug. You told me something tonight, Delia. You told me somebody inside that building has been watching you, sending you messages, knowing things they should not know. Yes. Chapter 48. The gold bangle clinks against the tabletop. Delia stares at the texter's message until the words blur. But no one knows who you were. Yet. She has carried the name Nicholas alone for hours, folded behind her ribs, locked where no one could reach it. Now her mother knows, Anders knows, and the texter knows she told them. Delia. She looks up. Anders is still holding her hand under the table. I need to call Soren. Now? He has been tracing the leak pattern inside the building. If the mole fed market close, she does not finish. She is already pulling her phone free from Anders's grip, dialing. Soren answers on the first ring. Where are you? Still in the building. Tamsin is with me. We have been cross-referencing badge access logs against every article timestamp. And? 3 patterns. Someone on the 43rd floor queried the employee directory 4 times between 6:47 and 7:12 this morning, the same window the photographs were dispatched. Someone accessed the integration roster from a 44th floor terminal at 8:03, and someone on the 41st floor placed a call to an unregistered number at 8:47. Who on the 41st floor? A pause. Soren never pauses. Moira Gable. Delia feels the name land like a stone dropped into still water. The ripple spreads. She should have known, should have seen it. The way Moira watched her, the questions about her calendar, the restroom confrontation about the prenatal vitamins. She fed the market close story? She accessed the employee roster 5 minutes before the piece went live, and the 41st floor call to an unregistered number exactly matches the window when the article was being finalized. Delia stands. Her chair scrapes against the kitchen tile. I am coming in. Delia. Anders is on his feet. It is almost 11. You have not eaten. You have not slept. I do not care. She grabs her bag. Jerry does not argue. She simply stands, walks to the counter, wraps something in foil, and presses it into Delia's hand. For the train. Delia looks at her mother. The gray-streaked braids, the dark eyes that have seen her through every collapse. I will call you. You will text me when you are safe. Yes. Anders is already on his phone calling a car. Delia takes his wrist and stops him. Train. Delia, I need the motion. And I need to not arrive in a black car that every security camera in Hudson Yards logs. He holds her gaze for a long moment. Then he pockets his phone and follows her out the door. Soren meets them in the 41st floor corridor at 11:17 p.m. The floor is mostly dark. Desk lamps glow in clusters where late shift teams are running integration models. The vending machine hums against the far wall. Tamsin stands outside a closed conference room, arms crossed. She is inside. Does she know why she is here? She knows we pulled her badge logs. She stopped pretending about 5 minutes ago. Delia walks past them and opens the door. Moira sits on the far side of the table, her cream blouse still crisp, her sharp cheekbones catching the fluorescent light. She looks composed, almost bored, but her hands are pressed flat against the tabletop, and the pressure whitens her knuckles. Take a seat, Moira says. Delia does not sit. You fed the market close story? I confirmed concerns that were already circulating. You named me. You named my mother's neighborhood. You framed my entire career as a transaction. Moira's jaw tightens. I told them what I saw. Preferential calendar access, late-night meetings behind closed doors, a hire that happened too fast with too little oversight. I did not invent anything. You did not tell them I preemptively disclosed. I did not know you had. You did not tell them the governance waiver exists. I did not know that either. Delia studies her. The controlled posture. The way Moira is not meeting her aims directly but tracking her peripheral movement like a woman used to reading rooms. How much did Vivienne pay you? Moira's composure cracks. A hairline fracture, visible only in the way her mouth tightens. Nothing. Then why? Because I wanted your job. The words hang in the air, naked, ugly. True, Moira straightens. I have been at Halcyon for 8 years. I have delivered every project on time, under budget, with no drama. I watched you walk in at 31, fresh from a mid-tier logistics firm, and get handed a visibility I have spent a decade earning. I watched the CEO clear his schedule for you. I watched you vomit in the break room and lie about it. I watched you disappear for hours and come back looking like you had been crying. She presses her palms harder against the table. I did not know about the pregnancy. I did not know about the photographs. I thought you were having an affair and getting away with it because someone powerful wanted you protected. I was angry, and when someone offered me a way to make the anger useful. Who? Moira hesitates. Who offered you a way to make it useful? A contact at Aurelian, not Vivienne. A man. He reached out to me 3 weeks ago. Asked if I had noticed anything unusual about the integration team's new director. Said he was conducting a routine governance review and wanted insight from people who worked directly with you. And you believed him. He knew things. My project history, my performance reviews, the fact that I had been passed over for the integration director role. He spoke like someone who already knew the answers and just needed confirmation. Delia feels the pattern lock into place. He was feeding you, giving you permission to act on suspicions you already had, making you feel justified. Yes, the second article, the one that named me. Did he help you write it? Moira shakes her head. I wrote it myself. He gave me a contact at market close and told me they would run it without vetting if the sourcing was strong enough. And the contact? I have a phone number, no name, no company. He called from a blocked line every time. Delia turns to Soren. He is standing in the doorway, watching the exchange with the stillness of a man who has spent his career watching people confess. Can we trace it? Not without a warrant, but if she gives us the number, we can check it against the call logs in her badge history. See if it matches the unregistered number at 847. Moira's face goes pale. Wait, I am not going to fire you, Delia says. Yet. Then what are you going to do? I am going to ask you to help me find the man who used you. Moira stares at her. I do not know his name. Give me the number. Let Soren trace it. If the trail leads where I think it does, I will recommend you keep your job. If you refuse... She does not finish. She does not need to. Moira reaches into her bag, pulls out her phone and slides it across the table. The last call in the log, saved under consultant. Soren picks it up. He scrolls, reads, and looks at Delia with a question she has never seen on his face before. It is a burner. I know. But the area code is Queens, same prefix as the Lexington mailbox. Delia feels the floor tilt. The texter, the mailbox, the man who contacted Moira. It is the same hand. She looks at Moira. Did he ever mention a name? Any name at all? Moira hesitates. Then she says it. Nicholas. Delia's blood goes cold. He asked if I remembered a Nicholas, said I would understand why you were dangerous if I knew who he was. When? 2 weeks ago, before I wrote anything, before I even decided to get a market close. He said the name like he expected me to recognize it. Delia sits down. She did not mean to. Her legs simply stopped holding. Anders is at her side in 3 steps, his hand on her shoulder. We need to move, now, before this spreads further. Delia looks at Moira. She was not going anywhere. Delia stands. Her legs feel steadier now. The name Nicholas is no longer locked in her chest. It is in the room. It is spoken. It is real. And the texter knows she has spoken it. She pulls out her phone. The last message glows on the screen. You told them. That was brave. But now I have to speed up the timeline. Her thumb hovers over the keyboard. She types, "Who are you?" 3 dots appear. Then the message. You know who I am, Delia. You just spent years pretending I do not exist. Chapter 49. The name hangs in the air between them like smoke. Nicholas. Delia stares at Moira's phone on the conference table, the screen still glowing with the texter's latest message. You know who I am, Delia. You just spent years pretending I do not exist. She has no idea who sent it. That is the worst part. Anders' hand is still on her shoulder. She can feel the tension in his fingers, the restraint he is using to keep from pulling her out of this room and away from every thread in it. Rafik is still in the building, Soren says. I will call him down. He can run the phone log against the badge data, see if the contact pattern matches anyone inside Halcyon's system. Do it. Soren steps into the corridor, phone already at his ear. Tamsin has Moira's laptop open now, her fingers moving fast across the keyboard. She does not ask permission. She does not need to. The forensic sweep has already begun. Delia sits down, not because her legs give out this time, because she needs to think. The texter has been inside Halcyon the entire time, inside the sealed conversations, inside the boardroom deliberation, inside the moment Soren ended his call with Jane Parker. But the texter is not Moira. Moira was a tool, not the hand that wielded her. Someone at Aurelian contacted Moira, a man who knew her performance reviews, her project history, her resentment. A man who used the name Nicholas like a key, expecting it to unlock something. Delia closes her eyes. She has not heard that name spoken aloud in 8 years. She buried it so deep she convinced herself the grave was empty. But the texter knows. The texter has always known. The texter has been watching her since the Armitage, since before Halcyon, since before she even knew what she was running toward. And now the texter is accelerating the timeline. Her phone vibrates again. She looks down. The texter has sent a new message. You should have left the past where it belonged. Now I have to make sure everyone sees what you really are. Delia does not reply. She sets the phone face up on the table, screen visible, and waits. Soren returns with Rafik. Rafik looks tired. His shirt is wrinkled at the collar, his eyes hollow from hours of staring at data. But he is alert. He always is. Phone log? Soren slides Moira's phone across the table. Last call in the history, saved under consultant, unregistered number. Queen's area code, same prefix as the Lexington mailbox. Rafik takes the phone without hesitation. He scrolls, reads, then pulls out his own device and begins cross-referencing. The number itself is clean, he says after a long pause. No matches in any corporate directory, no social media profiles, no reverse lookup results. It is a burner, paid for in cash. Can you trace the call pattern? Rafik looks up. Moira's call log shows 6 incoming calls from that number over the past 3 weeks. Each one lasted between 4 and 12 minutes. The first call came in on October 22, the same week Delia started at Halcyon. Delia feels the precision of it. They started watching her before she finished her first week. Can you tell where the calls originated? Soren asks. Rafik shakes his head. Not without a warrant, but I can check the cell tower triangulation if I pull the carrier logs. That takes time I do not think we have. Then pull them anyway. Rafik nods and steps back, already typing. Delia looks at Moira. Did the man ever mention anyone else inside Halcyon? Anything he was also in contact with? Moira shakes her head. He only asked about you. He said I was the only person who could help him understand the risk you posed to the merger. And you believed him. I believed I had been passed over for a job I deserved. I believed you were getting away with something I would have been fired for. I believed a stranger who told me exactly what I wanted to hear. The words land like stones. Delia does not flinch. Give me your laptop password. Moya gives it. Tamsin is already inside the device now, scrolling through emails, chat logs, browser history. Her face is unreadable. I found something, Tamsin says quietly. She turns the screen so Delia can see. It is a chat window. Signal. End to end encrypted. The contact name is blank. The thread starts 3 weeks ago. The first message reads, "You do not know me, but I know you. I know you were passed over for the integration director role. I know you deserve better. I can help." Delia scrolls. The messages grow more specific. Moira's project history. Her performance review scores. The names of executives who blocked to promotion. Then, 15 messages in. Have you noticed anything unusual about Delia Mwangi? Anything that seems off? Moira's reply. She leaves early. She is always tired. She has been meeting with the CEO after hours. The contact. Good. Keep watching. I will be in touch. Delia scrolls further. The Menser number. Can you check it against the building's visitor logs? See if anyone registered that number as a contact when signing in. Rafik's fingers are already moving. On it. Delia's phone vibrates again. She looks down. The texter has sent another message. You are running out of time, Delia. Tick tock. She does not reply, but she does not delete it either. She lets it sit there, a live wire on the table. Rafik looks up from his device. Visitor logs are clean, no matches. But I found something else. What? He turns the screen toward her. It is a mock transfer record. Not from Moira's accounts. From a corporate account registered to a shell company in Delaware. The recipient is the Armitage Hotel's security vendor. The amount? $25,000. The date? October 3, 1 day before Delia's interview. I need to dig further, Rafik says. But this transfer is tied to the same IP range as the Aurelian workstations. Someone paid for access to the hotel's security system before you even walked into Halcyon for the interview. Delia stares at the screen. Someone was watching before she even knew she was being watched. The threat is deeper than she ever imagined. Chapter 50. Rafik's fingers move across his keyboard without looking up. The Delaware shell company is called Meridian Shield Services, registered 6 months ago. No physical address, no employees, no website. Soren leans over his shoulder. And the Armitage payment? Wire transfer, October 3, 25,000 even. Line item says, Security Infrastructure Consultation. No detail on what that consultation involved. Delia stands very still. They paid for access to the hotel's security system before I ever walked into Halcyon for the interview. That is what the date suggests, Rafik says. Soren straightens. Can you trace the shell company to a person? Working on it. The signatory is a corporate lawyer in Wilmington who handles 100 shell accounts. He will not talk without a subpoena. Then work backward from the Armitage vendor, Soren says. If someone paid for access, someone at the hotel received the instruction. Find the name. Rafik nods and starts typing again. The room is silent except for the click of keys. Anders stands at the edge of the table, arms crossed, watching Delia the way you watch someone holding a live grenade. You should sit down, he says quietly. She does not move. Delia. I am fine. She is not. The name Nicholas is still burning in her chest, a coal she cannot spit out or swallow. She forces herself to focus on the screen. Rafik is pulling up a different log now. Hotel vendor records, payment confirmations, service agreements. The Armitage uses a third-party security vendor called Sentinel Compliance, he says. They handle camera maintenance, system access, audit logs, standard for a hotel that size. Who at Sentinel received the instruction? Soren asks. That is the problem. The $25,000 was paid to Sentinel's corporate account, not an individual. The instruction would have gone through Sentinel's client liaison, but the hotel side would have approved the access request. Can you find the approval? Rafik scrolls. The Armitage security director approved an enhanced monitoring request on October 3. The request came from a Halcyon Group executive assistant. The name on the request is Jane Doe. Soren goes very still. A fake name. Yes, and the email address used to submit the request was a burner. 14-day lifespan, deleted the day after the request was approved. So there is no direct link to a person at Aurelian. Not yet, but the payment route is clear. Delaware Shell Company sent funds to Sentinel Compliance, and Sentinel Compliance provided access to the hotel's security camera feeds starting October 2. The feed stayed active for 5 days. That covers the night Delia and Anders were at the hotel. Delia feels the floor tilt. They saw everything. Rafik looks at her. They saw the lobby footage, the elevator, the hallway outside the penthouse, possibly images of your face, your clothes, the time you entered and left. Enough to identify you and link you to Anders. Enough to build a file, Soren says. Yes. The word hangs in the air, ugly and final. Anders speaks without moving. And Vivienne had access to that file before she ever walked into the diligence room. The payment chain strongly suggests the file was assembled for Aurelian's use, Rafik says. Whether Vivienne commissioned it herself or received it from someone higher at Aurelian, I cannot yet prove, but the timeline is clear. The monitoring started before you interviewed Delia. Someone at Aurelian wanted evidence against you before you were even hired. Soren rubs his jaw. This is industrial espionage. If we can prove Aurelian commissioned surveillance of a House I employee before the merger process began, the entire deal becomes a legal minefield. We cannot prove it yet, Rafik says. The shell company is opaque. The email was a burner. The Sentinel approval was written to a fake name. The trail is suggestive but not admissible. Then we need more. Delia hears them talking, but the words are distant. She is still staring at the screen. October 2, 2 days before her interview. Someone was watching before she even knew she was being watched. Before she met Anders. Before she took the job. Before she became pregnant. The surveillance was not triggered by the relationship. The relationship was the target. She feels Anders' hand on her arm. Delia. She looks at him. We are going to find them. Every single person who set this in motion. She wants to believe him. Her phone vibrates. She looks down. Vivienne Quist. The message is not a text. It is a calendar invitation. Subject, direct conversation. Attendees, Anders Holloway, Delia Mwangi, Vivienne Quist. No intermediaries, no legal counsel, no HR. Time, 7:00 p.m. tonight. Location, dial in only. Link encrypted. Delia stares at the screen. She is trying to negotiate. Anders reads over her shoulder. Or she is walking into a trap she set for herself. Or she knows something they do not. Soren steps closer. You cannot take that call alone, not without counsel present. The invitation says no intermediaries, then decline. Delia looks at the invitation. Vivienne's silence since the boardroom has been strategic. She has not fed the audit trail. She has not denied the photographs. She has waited. Now she is calling. If I decline, I never learn what she wants. If you accept, she controls the frame. But I already know how to handle her frame. Anders is watching her carefully. What do you want to do? Delia meets his eyes. I want to know why she waited until now. She presses accept. The notification confirms. Meeting recorded. All participants consent to transcription. Vivienne has already covered her legal bases. The dial-in link activates in 6 hours. Delia puts the phone down. Rafik clears his throat. I have more. He turns the screen toward them. It is a second wire transfer record. This one from the same Delaware Shell Company. Same amount, same vendor. Dated January 15. They paid again. Rafik says. 4 months after the hotel surveillance, this time for something else. Soren leans in. What did they buy? I cannot tell yet. The line item just says Phase 2. Phase 2. Delia feels the words settle into her chest like a blade. The surveillance did not end at the Armitage. It never ended. Chapter 51. The dial-in connects at exactly 7 o'clock. No hold music, no assistant's voice, just the soft click of a line opening and Vivienne Quist's voice, precise and unhurried, as if she has been waiting for this moment all day. Thank you for accepting the invitation. Delia sits in Anders' office, the speakerphone centered on the marble console between them. The glass walls are dark. The city glitters beyond the windows, indifferent. Soren wanted to listen in. Tansen wanted to record from a separate line. Delia refused both. This conversation has only 3 participants, and Vivienne chose the terms deliberately. What do you want? Delia's voice is steady. I want to clarify something the boardroom drama obscured. A pause. I am not your enemy. Anders' jaw tightens. He does not speak. You approved surveillance of me before I even interviewed in Halcyon, Delia says. That is not an enemy. That is a stalker with a corporate budget. Approved. Vivienne repeats the word as if tasting it. I will not deny I used the photographs once they became available, but I did not commission them, Delia. I was handed a file and told it would become relevant. I made a strategic decision to be prepared when it did. By whom? I do not know the full chain. The file arrived through Aurelian's diligence workflow with a recommendation from someone senior enough to bypass standard review. I assumed it originated from Halcyon's own security apparatus, a disgruntled insider with access to the Armitage logs. And you did not question it? I questioned the timing. I did not question the usefulness. Another pause. You are an operations strategist. You know the difference. Delia feels the insult beneath the polish. Vivienne is not apologizing. She is explaining her logic as if Delia will recognize it as reasonable. The file is meaningless now, Delia says. The board knows everything. The photographs are published. Your name is attached to the scheme. There is nothing left to negotiation. Now empower you. The words land like measured strikes. Anders shifts forward. Vivienne. Anders. You have already lost. The audit trail proves your office accessed the files. The board has documented everything. If you try to leverage Delia's pregnancy in any public forum, the SEC referral becomes a criminal complaint, not a civil inquiry. I am not threatening to expose her pregnancy. I am stating the reality that the market will learn about it eventually, whether you announce it or a gossip column does. And when that happens, the governance narrative shifts again. Not because a baby is scandalous, but because it proves the relationship was ongoing during the merger negotiation period, which your disclosure explicitly denies. Delia's hands are cold. Vivienne is twisting the timeline. The disclosure packet states the relationship became romantic after Delia was hired. The pregnancy, if calculated backward, might suggest otherwise. The timeline holds, Delia says. The timeline holds if no one asks questions about conception dates. But I have watched you long enough to know you schedule precision into everything. You would not have taken a pregnancy test the moment you suspected. You would have waited until you were certain. Which means you knew before the board hearing, before the disclosure, before you walked into that room and claimed the moral high ground. The accusation hangs in the encrypted space between them. Delia does not answer. I am not here to destroy you, Vivienne says. I am offering a clean exit. Anders resigns after closing. He steps down quietly, cites personal reasons, and the merger proceeds under the revised governance you already designed. You receive a protected retention package, full severance regardless of how your role evolves, a non-disparagement agreement from both sides, and a press narrative that reframes you as the architect who stabilized the deal, not the woman who slept with the CEO. No, Anders' voice cuts through. I am not resigning. You already offered to resign, Anders. In the boardroom, I have witnesses. I offered to resign if it protected Delia. She refused. That offer is dead. Then you will both bone. The market will not forgive a CEO who hides a pregnancy scandal during merger negotiations while claiming governance reform. And Delia will become the visual proof of his dishonesty. Every headline will carry her photograph. Every analyst report will question her merit. Every interview she ever gives will begin with a disclaimer about how she got the job. Delia stands, not because she needs to, because sitting makes her feel small, and she will not be small in this conversation. You are offering me a cage with better curtains. I am offering you a future where your child is not raised in the shadow of a public scandal, where your mother does not have to defend your choices to her neighbors, where you can work again without every offer sheet being leaked to confirm whether you earned it. And what do you get? The merger closes cleanly. My reputation in the long arc recovers as the person who forced accountability. Aurelian gets the deal without founder liability. Everyone walks away with something. Except Anders. Anders walks away with $1 billion exit, a clear conscience, and a woman who chose him instead of his title. That is more than most men in his position ever earn. Silence. Delia looks at Anders. His face is unreadable, but his hands are still. He is waiting for her to decide. I want the name of the person who handed you the file, Delia says. I cannot give you what I do not have. The file arrived through encryption, signed with a pseudonym, routed through Aurelian's integration server from an IP that resolved to nothing. Then you are asking me to trust your word while offering me nothing real. I am offering you peace, the kind of peace that comes from not being the story anymore. Delia shakes her head. I do not believe you. Vivienne exhales, the first crack in her composure. Then let me be clear. I have a copy of the badge access logs from Halcyon's 41st floor showing an operations director leaving the building at 11:47 p.m. on October 22, returning at 2:13 a.m., and entering the executive elevator with a CEO-level keycard. I have a medical appointment record from East 23rd Street that confirms a pregnancy test was administered on November 3. I have a photograph of you and Anders at a Queens grocery store, buying tea and bread, looking like a family. Delia's blood stops moving. You have been inside our conversations, she says. No, I have been inside your life. The Phase 2 surveillance was not a building. It was a person. Someone close enough to see what you buy, where you go, who you visit. Someone who has been reporting to me since January. Anders stands now too. Who? Vivienne's voice turns almost sad. I will not trade that name for anything less than your resignation, Anders. But if you want to know who has been watching Delia from inside her world, I will tell you, the moment you agree to step down. The line hums. Delia looks at Anders. His eyes are pale and steady. She knows what he is thinking. He would trade his title to her safety. He has offered it before. But this time the price is not his career. It is the name of the person she has been trusting blind. Chapter 52. Anders does not ask permission. He crosses his office, takes Delia's wrist, and holds the phone away from her ear. His thumb finds the red button before she can argue. The line dies. You are done, he says. I was not finished. You were. She wants me to trade my title for a name. That is not a negotiation. That is a hostage exchange, and I will not let you sit there while she reads the terms aloud. Delia pulls her wrist free. The heat in her palm does not cool. She has someone inside my life, Anders. Someone who has been watching me since January, buying tea in Queens, checking what I buy at the pharmacy. That is not a corporate leak. That is a person who touches my world every day and reports back to her. I know. Then you know I cannot walk away from that call without knowing who it is. You will not walk away. You will walk somewhere she cannot see us for 10 minutes. His hand hovers at her elbow. Namgragan, waiting. You need to breathe somewhere that does not feel like a stage, he says. And I need to tell you something that cannot be interrupted by a phone, a text, or a trap. My penthouse is 10 minutes away. No security cameras in the private residence, no staff past 11, no Vivienne, no texter. Just walls and silence and a kitchen where you can sit down without performing. Delia looks at him. My pale eyes are steady, but something underneath them is not. Something raw, unguarded, stripped of the corporate stillness he wears like armor. She nods. The car moves through Midtown in silence. Anders does not touch her, but he sits close enough that she feels the heat of his arm without contact. His jaw is tight. His hands rest on his thighs, motionless, as if he is holding himself still by force of will. The penthouse lobby is marble and subdued lighting. A night porter nods once, recognizes Anders, does not look at Delia. The elevator rises in a seamless hush. The door opens onto a wide, dark space. City lights spill through floor-to-ceiling windows, casting the room in blue and gold. Neutral walls, low furniture, a kitchen island that seems to float in the dark, its surface catching the glow from the skyline. Anders does not turn on the main lights. He walks to the kitchen, fills a kettle, sets it to boil. The motion is deliberate, almost ritual. "Sit," he says, "or stand, whatever lets you stay upright." Delia does not sit. She leans against the island, arms crossed, watching him measure moose tea into a ceramic pot. The dusticity of it feels surreal. A man who commands 9-figure deals, making tea in the dark because she needs something warm. "You said you needed to tell me something," she says. He does not turn around. "I am not going to resign." "I know. And I am not going to let her buy your choices with a name." "You do not control that." "No, but I can control what I offer in exchange." He turns. The kettle clicks off behind him. Steam rises, catching the light. "I am going to find the mole myself," he says. "Not through her, not on her terms. I am going to take every resource I have, every contact, every favor, and I am going to pull the thread until whoever is inside your life is standing in front of me, with no more lies to hide behind." Delia's throat tightens. That could take weeks. She wants an answer tonight. Then she will not get one tonight. She will release the badge logs, the medical record, the grocery store photograph. Let her. The words land like a door closing. "Let her release everything," Anders says. "Let the market see it. Let the board see it. Let every analyst who questions your merit see a woman who was surveilled before she even walked into the building, targeted by a coordinated operation designed to destroy her for reasons that have nothing to do with her competence. Let them ask why someone paid $25,000 to watch a stranger's one-night stand before she was even hired." Delia's arms uncross. "You would let yourself be the story again. I would let myself be the context. There is a difference." He steps closer, not crowding, close enough that she smells sandalwood and leather, the faint trace of coffee on his breath. "I spent my entire career building a name that could not be touched," he says. "I thought that was power. But it is not power, Delia. It is armor. And armor only protects you if you are willing to stay inside it forever. I am not willing to stay inside it if it means watching you carry this alone." Her chest aches. "You cannot fix this by giving up everything." "I am not giving up everything. I am giving up the version of myself that believed control was the same as safety." His hand lifts, hovers near her jaw, does not touch. "I love you," he says. "Not because you are carrying my child, not because you are brilliant in a boardroom, not because you walked into a war and refused to flinch. I love you because you are the first person who ever made me want to be seen instead of protected." The air between them thickens. Delia's breath catches. She does not pull away. His fingers brush her jaw, feather light, a question, a threshold. She does not step back. The kiss starts tender. His lips are warm, patient, asking instead of taking. His hand cups her jaw, thumb tracing the line of her cheekbone, and the tenderness unravels something in her chest that she has been holding closed for weeks. She presses into him. His other hand finds her waist, pulls her closer, and the kiss deepens. Heat rises between them, urgent and hungry, the kind of wanting that has no plan, no strategy, no performed control. His mouth moves to her throat, and she tilts her head back, eyes closed, feeling the pulse of him against her skin. His hands slide down her back, hers grip his shoulders. The kitchen island presses against her thighs. She wants this. She wants to let go, to stop calculating, to let him carry her into the dark and pretend the world outside does not exist. But the world does exist. Vivienne exists. The mole exists. The name Nicholas exists, buried in her chest like a stone she has never lifted. She pulls back, breath ragged. Stop. He stops thustantly. His hands drop to her waist, not holding, just steadying. I cannot, she whispers. I want to, but I cannot let you become the price of my safety. That is what she is offering. That is what every version of this deal costs. I lose you, or I lose myself. His forehead touches hers. Then we find another way. There is no another way. There is always another way. We just have not seen it yet. She laughs, broken and dry. That is not a strategy. That is hope. Hope is a strategy when you have nothing left to trade. She looks at him. The city glows behind him. 1,000 lights, 1,000,000 watchers. And in the middle of it all, this man, who could own anything, who could buy any silence, is standing in the dark, asking her to let him fight beside her. She wants to say yes. She wants to say yes more than she has ever wanted anything. But the name Nicholas sits in her throat like a locked door, and she is not ready to open it. Chapter 53. The air filters hum in Anders' penthouse, a low white sound that fills the space where words should go. Delia sits on the edge of his bed, still dressed in the borrowed clothes from last night, watching the sky turn from black to the pale gray of early morning. She has not slept. Every time she closed her eyes, the name Nicholas sat behind her lids like an afterimage. Anders appears in the doorway. He is already dressed, dark shirt, no jacket, hair still damp. I did not hear you move, she says. You were somewhere else. She does not deny it. He crosses the room, stops a foot from the bed, leaves the distance deliberate. You do not have to carry everything into today. You can take a beat, call in, and let Vivienne win the morning headline. Let Vivienne have the morning. We take the afternoon. She almost smiles, almost. I need to be there, she says. If I disappear the day after the story breaks, that is its own headline. Delia Mwangi, too fragile for the floor she just fought to keep. He does not argue. He studies her, eyes scanning for the crack she is trying to hide. Then let me tell Tamsin you are coming in late, off the record. No, Delia, no. She stands, smooths the borrowed shirt. I am going home to change. I will take the 7 train. I will walk into Halcyon at 8:47, sit in the integration war room, and do the job I was hired to do. If I let them see me adjust my schedule by even an hour, they will read it as retreat. His jaw tightens, but he nods. The 7 train feels different this morning. Delia stands near the doors, holding the overhead bars, watching the tunnel lights flicker past. The car is half full. A woman in scrubs stares at her phone. A man in a hard hat sleeps with his head against the window. Normal people doing normal things. None of them watched by an unknown texter. None of them carrying a secret that could crater a 9-figure merger. She presses her hand against her stomach. The nausea has been building since she woke, a low-grade churn that sharpens every time the train sways. She breathes through it, the way she has been breathing through everything for weeks. In through the nose, hold, out through the mouth. The train brakes, her stomach lurches. She grips the bars harder. Halcyon's lobby is quiet when she arrives. Too quiet. The security guards at the desk glance at her, then away, a beat too fast to be natural. The front desk coordinator does not meet her eyes when she scans her badges. They have all seen the article. She walks to the elevators with her spine straight, her chin level, her face a mask of professional neutrality. The elevator car is empty. She steps inside and presses 42. The doors close. In the privacy of the ascending car, she lets herself exhale once, a sharp release that leaves her lighter and emptier. The doors open on 42. The integration bullpen is already active, heads down, keyboards clicking. A few people look up when she passes, then quickly look away. She reaches her desk. Rafik is already there, leaning against the neighboring cube wall. You look like you slept in a filing cabinet, he says. Good morning to you too. I am being kind. You actually look like you slept in a filing cabinet that was then moved to a different floor. She sets her bag down. How bad is the internal chatter? Bad but contained. Soren sent a company-wide memo at 6 a.m. Governance review completed. No findings of misconduct. Integration proceeds as planned. It is vague enough to stop the bleeding without feeding the story. And the actual bleeding? Stock down another point in pre-market. Analysts are waiting for the 10 a.m. call. She nods. Her stomach tightens again. She reaches for her water bottle, takes a slow sip. You sure you should be here? Rafik asks, quieter, positive. He holds her gaze for a beat, then nods once and turns back to his workstation. The morning moves in fragments. A vendor alignment review at 9, a workforce transition update at 9:30, a call with the Innovation Steering Committee at 10, where Michael Chen asks pointed questions about the governance timeline and does not once look at Delia's stomach. She answers each question cleanly. The numbers are there. The work streams are on track. The integration plan is still sound. But the nausea is getting worse. By 10:30, she is fighting to keep her focus on the spreadsheet in front of her. The numbers blur. The cursor blinks on the same cell for 3 full minutes before she realizes she has not moved it. She needs air. She stands, too fast. The room tilts. Her hand catches the edge of her desk. She holds still, breathing, waiting for the world to settle. Delia? Rafiq's voice, somewhere behind her. Fine, just need coffee. She walks toward the break room. Each step takes concentration. The corridor stretches longer than it should. The lights are too bright. She reaches the break room doorway, puts her palm against the frame to steady herself. The room is empty. She makes it to the counter, grips the edge, bends forward. Her forehead touches the cool laminate. The churn in her stomach crests, then recedes. She stays bent, eyes closed, breathing through the wave. You are fine. You have done this before. Just breathe. The wave passes. She straightens slowly, pours a glass of water, drinks it in small, careful sips. When she turns, Tamsin Rowe is standing in the doorway. How long have you been standing there? Delia asks. Long enough. Tamsin steps into the room. She is wearing a charcoal blazer, silver pendant at her throat. Her expression unreadable. You are going to collapse on the floor of this break room in approximately 40 minutes if you keep pushing at this pace, Tamsin says. I am not going to collapse. You nearly did just now. I watched you hold the counter like it was the only thing keeping you upright. Delia sets the water glass down. I am fine. You are not fine, and pretending you are fine is not a strategy. It is a gamble with worse odds than anything Vivienne put on the table. The words land hard. Delia's jaw tightens. What do you want me to do? Take the day off while the whole company watches me leave early the morning after the story breaks. I want you to stop pretending your body is a variable you can control. Tamsin steps closer. Her voice drops, not softer but sharper with concern. The company can protect process, Delia. It cannot protect biology, and it should not have to. You are pregnant. Your body is doing what it is supposed to do, but you cannot override it with willpower forever. Delia's throat closes. She has been carrying this alone for weeks. The morning sickness, the exhaustion, the secret. She has hidden it behind spreadsheets and meeting agendas and the armor of professional composure. And now Tamsin is standing in front of her, not accusing, not threatening, just seeing. I am not ready, Delia whispers. I know. The timeline, the mole, the texter. I need more time before my body makes the decision for me. Tamsin's hand lifts, hovers, then settles on Delia's arm. A rare breach of HR protocol. Your body already made the decision. The only choice left is whether you let the world see it on your terms or theirs. Delia's vision blurs. She blinks hard, refusing the tears. Tamsin's hand squeezes once, then drops. I am ordering you to the 12th floor, Tamsin says. Medical wing. There is a couch in the exam room. You are going to lie down for 1 hour. No calls, no emails, no spreadsheets. Then you can come back and finish the day. That will start rumors. Let them start. The rumors are already here. Let them be about you taking care of yourself instead of about why you collapsed. Delia wants to argue, but her body, traitor that it is, sways slightly on the spot. She nods. The 12th floor is quiet. Medical wing empty. The exam room couch is foam and smells of antiseptic. Delia lies down, stares at the ceiling tiles. Her phone buzzes. A text. She picks it up expecting Anders or Rafiq or Soren. It is the unknown texter. Rest while you can. You will need your strength for what comes next. She stares at the words. The phone buzzes again. I told you I would speed up the timeline. I have been keeping something from you too. Check your email. Her thumb moves before her brain catches up. She opens her email. A new message sits at the top of her inbox. No subject line. Sent 30 seconds ago. She opens it. The attachment is a photograph. A man. Dark hair. A face she has not seen in 8 years. Nicholas. Alive. Chapter 54. The town hall is announced at 9:47 a.m., 7 minutes after Delia returns from the medical wing. Soren delivers the news at her desk, one hand braced against the partition, his face unreadable. 2 hours, 42nd floor auditorium. Anders will speak first, then take questions. And me? Communications wants you absent. The words land clean and cold. Delia's hand tightens around her water glass. She does not look away. They are calling it a volatility reduction measure, Soren continues. You in the room becomes a visual the cameras can fix on. Every journalist covering the market open will have a photographer in the lobby waiting for a frame of you looking strained, triumphant, pregnant, alone, anything they can caption. I know what they want. Then you know why Lena Archer is insisting you watch from the 43rd floor conference room on a video feed. Lena Archer, Halcyon's head of communications, a woman Delia has exchanged exactly 12 words with since joining the company, all of them about press release routing. Anders agreed. Anders said the choice is yours. The answer sits between them. Delia feels the shape of it, the deference, the refusal to cage her, the risk he is willing to let her run if she chooses it. Soren watches her. What do you want to do? She thinks about the exam room couch, the photograph on her phone. Nicholas's face, 8 years younger, alive in a frozen frame she cannot make sense of yet. She thinks about the texter's message. Rest while you can. You will need your strength for what comes next. If she disappears now, she hands them the narrative. She becomes the woman who could not face the room she helped steady. She becomes the scandal that needed sheltering. I want to be in the auditorium, Delia says. Soren's jaw tightens once, then releases. I will tell Lena. The 42nd floor auditorium holds 300 people. By 11:15 a.m., every seat is filled. Employees stand along the back wall, arms crossed, phones angled toward the stage. Delia walks in at 11:18. She does not slip in through a side door. She enters from the main corridor, past the security checkpoint, past the row of interns who stop talking when they see her. She wears a navy blazer over a high-necked white blouse, flat shoes she chose deliberately because heels would broadcast performance. The silence spreads like a wave. She feels the weight of 300 gazes landing on her, registering the bump she has not yet tried to hide, calculating timelines, measuring her against the reamers. She keeps her spine straight, her pace even, her face neutral. Tamsin appears at her side. You are making a statement just by walking through that door, Tamsin murmurs, not looking at her. I know. Lena is going to be furious. Lena can be furious. Tamsin's mouth twitches. She guides Delia to a row 3 back from the front, where a seat has been conspicuously left empty between herself and a senior legal analyst. The strategic placement is obvious. Witnesses on both sides, a buffer against isolation. Delia sits. The woman to her left, the legal analyst, offers a small nod. Delia returns it. The lights dim. Anders walks onto the stage. He looks how she expected, composed, polished, the same man who commanded every boardroom she has ever seen him enter. But she knows the tells now, the slight tension at his jaw, the way his thumb presses against his wedding ring finger, a motion he only makes when he is holding something back. He stands at the podium. No notes. Thank you for being here, he says. I know the last 72 hours have been disruptive. I know you have seen headlines that do not reflect the company I built or the people I built it with. His voice carries. The auditorium is silent. I am not going to stand here and pretend the governance review did not happen. It did. The board found no misconduct in my handling of the merger or my relationship with a member of this team. A pause. But the fact that we needed a review at all is a failure of transparency I take full responsibility for. Someone in the back coughs. A phone buzzes and is silenced. Anders continues. He lays out the revised oversight structure, the independent committee, the reporting line changes, the anti-surveillance language that Soren drafted into the merger terms. He does not mention Vivienne by name. He does not mention the photographs. He does not mention the mole. But he does mention Delia. The integration of Aurelian Freight into Halcyon Group is being led by one of the most capable strategists I have ever worked with, he says. Her name is Delia Mwangi. She was hired because she was the best candidate for the role. She has proven that every day since she joined us. And she has my full support, professionally and personally. The room does not react immediately. Then a ripple. Delia feels the shift. Somewhere behind her, a whisper starts. Someone else shushes it. Anders steps back from the podium. I will take questions now. The first question is about governance, the second about stock price, the third about timeline. Then a woman near the front, mid-30s, a finance director Delia has seen in meetings but never spoken to, stands. You mentioned Ms. Mwangi, she says. You said she has your full support. In a merger where the optics of that support mattered to shareholders and regulators both, how do we know the integration plan is not being driven by personal loyalty instead of operational rigor? The question lands like a stone in still water. Anders does not flinch. Because the integration plan was audited by an independent committee before it was approved, because the reporting lines were restructured to remove any direct oversight from my office, and because the metrics Ms. Mwangi's team has delivered in the last 6 weeks exceed every benchmark the merger agreement set. The finance director nods, sits. Another hand goes up, a man near the back. Does Ms. Mwangi have anything to say herself? All heads turn. Delia feels the focus like heat. 300 people waiting. She stands. The silence is absolute. Yes, she says. I do. She does not step onto the stage. She speaks from where she is, 3 rows back, surrounded by people she has worked beside for months. I was hired on merit, Delia says. Her voice is steady. She has practiced this, not out loud, but in her head, every night she could not sleep. I stayed on performance, and I disclosed the nature of my personal relationship with Mr. Holloway before anyone else could use it against this company. She pauses. The integration plan I built does not depend on any single person's position. It depends on process, data, and accountability. If you want to judge my work, judge it by the numbers. Everything else is noise. For a moment, nothing moves. Then the finance director who asked the first question nods again, slower this time, a ripple of movement through the room. Someone near the front shifts in their seat. A low murmur rises, not hostile, not exactly approving, but acknowledging the weight of what she said. Delia sits. The town hall continues. 2 more questions about shareholder confidence. 1 about the timing of the next integration milestone. Anders answers them all with the same measured precision. When it ends and the lights come up, Delia feels the exhaustion crash over her like a wave. She gathers her things. The legal analyst beside her touches her elbow. That took nerve. Delia does not answer. She cannot. She walks toward the exit, past clusters of employees who step aside to let her pass, past people who meet her eyes and look away. At the corridor, Lena Archer catches her. The communications chief is slender, silver blonde, with the kind of stillness that makes every word she speaks feel measured. You made my job harder, Lena says. I made my own job easier. Lena studies her for a beat. Then something shifts in her face, not quite approval but acknowledgement. The photographers are waiting in the lobby, Lena says. They got the shot of you walking in. They will get the shot of you leaving. If you do not want that, there is a service elevator on the north side. I will take the lobby. Lena's jaw tightens. Your choice. Yes. Delia walks toward the bank of main elevators. She presses the call button. When the doors open, she steps inside alone. The ride down is 30 seconds of humming metal and fluorescent light. She watches the numbers descend. At the lobby, the doors slide open. The photographers are there, clustered near the security desk. 4 of them. Cameras raised. The moment she steps off the elevator, shutters fire. Delia does not stop. She does not slow. She walks through the lobby at a measured pace, past the security gate, past the spinning doors, out into the cold Hudson Yards wind. The cameras follow her all the way to the curb. She does not look back. Her phone buzzes. A text from Anders. You did not have to do that alone. She types back. I was not alone. She puts the phone in her pocket. At the end of the block, a town car pulls up. The back door opens. Anders is inside. He does not reach for her. He does not speak. He simply holds the door open and waits. She gets in. The door closes. Safe. The car pulls away from the curb. Delia leans her head back against the leather seat and lets the tears come. Her phone buzzes again. She looks down. It is not Anders. It is the texter. Good. You showed them you are not afraid. Now I can show them what you should be. The message is followed by a photograph. It is the same image from the email. Nicholas, alive. But this time the timestamp is visible in the corner. The photograph was taken yesterday. Chapter 55. The car turns a corner. Hudson Yards slides past the tinted window in streaks of glass and steel and the last light of a winter afternoon. Delia holds the phone in her lap. The photograph glows. Nicholas. The timestamp reads, yesterday. Yesterday, which means someone is holding him somewhere within reach, which means the texter has been keeping him close this whole time, feeding her messages from a place where Nicholas breathes the same air. Her hand trembles once, then stills. Anders watches her. He has not asked what she is looking at. He is giving her space to say it, which is its own form of pressure, because the silence between them is filling with everything she is not telling him. She looks at the photograph again. Nicholas is alive. 8 years of believing otherwise. 8 years of sealing that door, burying the name, building a life sharp enough to cut anyone who tried to reach past the perimeter. 8 years of telling herself the past was a locked room and she had thrown away the key. The texter has been holding the key the entire time. She puts the phone face down on the seat. Anders waits. Not yet, she says. Her voice sounds borrowed. He nods, does not push. The car pulls up to his building. The penthouse is dark when they enter. Anders does not turn on the overhead lights. He moves through the space with the ease of someone who has memorized every angle, touches a lamp on the side table, and the room fills with warm gold. Delia stands by the kitchen island. The phone is in her pocket. She can feel it like a second heartbeat. I need to go home, she says. He stops, turns. Tonight? I need to think. I cannot think here. He does not argue. He reaches for his keys. I will drive you. You do not have to. I know. The drive to her building takes 22 minutes. They do not speak. When he pulls up to the curb, he cuts the engine and looks at her. I will be here in the morning if you want a ride. She almost says no, almost says she needs the space, the distance, the silence of the 7 train, and the ordinary faces of people who carry no secrets. But tonight the thought of standing alone on a platform, waiting for a train, the phone burning in her pocket, the photograph of Nicholas burning in her mind. Yes, she says. I will text you. She gets out, walks to the door, does not look back. Her apartment is cold. She does not turn on the lights. She sits on the edge of her bed in the dark, pulls out the phone, and looks at the photograph again. Nicholas, alive. Yesterday. She zooms in on the background. A white wall, a window with the blinds half drawn. She cannot see what is beyond them. Could be anywhere. Could be across the city. Could be a basement room with no windows at all. The texter sent this for a reason. Now I can show them what you should be. She does not sleep. When the gray light of morning seeps through the blinds, she is still sitting in the same position. The phone, dead, in her hand. The photograph burned into her retinas. She showers, dresses, puts on the gold bangle. Anders is waiting at the curb at 7:15. He does not ask how she slept. He opens the door, lets her in, closes it, and drives. At the security gate there are more photographers than yesterday. Delia steps out of the car. The cameras swing toward her. Shutters fire. She walks through them the same way she walked through the lobby yesterday. Steady, measured, eyes forward. Inside, the elevator ride to the 42nd floor is 30 seconds of humming metal. She watches the numbers climb. Tamsin meets her at the doors. All hands at 9, Tamsin says. The whole company. They moved it to the main auditorium. Delia nods. Communications wants you in the back row. Low visibility. I know what they want. Tamsin studies her. What do you want? Delia thinks of the photograph. Nicholas, yesterday. The texter waiting for her to break. Front row, she says. The main auditorium holds 800 people. At 8:58, Delia walks in. She does not slip in through a side door. She enters through the main aisle and heads turn before she reaches the 3rd row. She can feel the weight of their gazes, the whispered speculation, the judgment held in check at a professional distance. She takes a seat 3 rows from the stage. Tamsin sits beside her. The room fills. At 9:03, Anders walks onto the stage. He looks different today. Not softer, but stripped of the polished performance she has watched him wear at 100 meetings. His jacket is off. His sleeves are rolled. He stands at the podium without notes. "You have all read the memo," he says. "You have all seen the stories. I am not going to pretend they did not happen." The room is silent. The governance review found no misconduct because there was none. A relationship existed. It was disclosed before anyone could weaponize it. Every structural protection you expect from this company was already in place when the story broke. He pauses. "I am not here to ask for your trust. I am here to tell you what we are doing to earn it." He walks through the revised oversight structure. The independent committee. The reporting line changes. The anti-surveillance language that will be written into every vendor contract going forward. He speaks for 12 minutes. Then he opens the floor. The first questions are procedural. Timeline, stock price, integration milestones. Anders answers each one with the same unflinching precision. Then a woman near the back stands. She is young, mid-20s. A face Delia recognizes from the analytics bullpen. "Mr. Holloway," she says, "I have been at Halcyon for 18 months. I work 60-hour weeks. I have never asked for special treatment, and I have never received it. But I need to know if merit still matters here." The room goes still. Anders opens his mouth, closes it. He looks at Delia. Every head turns. She feels the focus like a physical weight. 800 people waiting for her answer. 800 people who have seen the articles, heard the rumors, watched her walk through the lobby ahead of 4 cameras. The question was not for Anders. It was for her. Delia stands. The silence is absolute. She looks at the woman who asked. Young. Dark circles under her eyes. A badge clipped to her belt that says Analyst 2. "I have spent my entire life earning every step twice," Delia says. Her voice carries. She has not planned these words. They are coming from somewhere deeper than strategy. "I am the first person in my family to walk into a building like this one. I made it here because I was the best candidate for the job. And I stayed because I delivered results that no personal connection could explain away." She pauses. "Merit matters more here now than it did before. Because now you know that the people who earned their place are the ones who will have to defend it against anyone who wants to use scandal to erase that work." The woman in the back does not look away. "Does that answer your question?" A beat. "Yes," the woman says. "It does." She sits. Delia stays standing for one more breath. Then she lowers herself back into the seat. Tamsin does not look at her. But her hand moves, just slightly. A brush of fingers against Delia's arm. There and gone. The town hall continues. When it ends, Delia does not wait for the rush. She moves toward the side exit, needing air, needing space, needing 5 seconds without 800 faces watching her. Her phone buzzes. She checks it. The texter. That was good. But now it is my turn. Turn around. She stops, turns. At the back of the emptying auditorium, near the emergency exit, a figure stands. He is lean, dark hair, mid-30s. He is watching her. Nicholas. Chapter 56. Delia fixes her gaze on the figure in the doorway. Nicholas. 8 years. She has rehearsed this moment in 1,000 variations, but the man standing near the emergency exit is not the ghost in her memory. He is leaner. The dark hair is threaded with gray at the temples. He wears a plain jacket, no tie, hands at his sides, watching her with an expression she cannot read. She does not move toward him. He does not move toward her. The auditorium empties around them. Voices fade, footsteps recede. Someone bumps her elbow, an apology, a face she does not register, and the contact breaks the paralysis. Delia turns. She walks toward the nearest exit, her body moving before her mind catches up, and the empty corridor stretches ahead. She forces her lungs to fill. Her phone is still in her hand. The texter's message glows. Now it is my turn. She does not look back. Tamsin catches her at the elevator bank. "Delia," a hand on her arm. "Are you all right?" Delia hears the question from very far away. "No," she says, But I will be. The elevator doors open. She steps inside. Tamsin follows. What happened in there? Delia presses the lobby button. The car descends in silence, glass and steel, the numbers ticking down. Someone I used to know, she says. Someone I thought was dead. Tamsin does not ask more. She stands beside Delia, a steady presence, and when the doors open onto the lobby, she steps out first, scanning the space before nodding once. Delia walks through the lobby. The photographers are gone. The security desk, the revolving doors. The cold air hits her face. Anders' town car is at the curb. He opens the door before she reaches it. She slides inside. He does not ask. He gives the driver the address for her apartment, not his penthouse, and the car pulls into traffic. For a long moment, neither of them speaks. Nicholas, Delia says. Anders goes still. The man from my past, the one I never told you about. She stares at her hands. He was in the auditorium. Anders does not say, I knew there was something. Does not say, why did you not tell me? Is he the one texting you? No. The word comes out certain. He is not the texter. She knows this the way she knows her own heartbeat. The texter's voice, the rhythm of their cruelty, the precision of their timing, none of it matches the man she saw standing in the doorway. He is a target, she says. Or a tool. I do not know which yet. Anders reaches across the seat. He does not take her hand. He places his palm open on the leather between them, an offering, not a claim. Talk to me when you are ready. The car moves through midtown traffic. Delia watches the buildings slide past. Somewhere behind her, Nicholas is in the same city, breathing the same air after 30 years of absence. She does not know what he wants. She does not know who brought him here. But she knows one thing. The texter wanted her to see him, and that means the texter is holding him in place. 50 minutes later, she is alone in her apartment. She has not turned on the lights. She sits on the edge of her bed, the photograph of Nicholas still on her phone, the timestamp still visible. Yesterday. Someone took this yesterday, which means someone has access to him now. Someone can control where he goes, what he does, when he appears. The texter's message from the auditorium glows in her mind. That was good, but now it is my turn. Her phone buzzes, a new message. You did not run to him. Good, you are learning. She stares at the words. I have been patient. I have let you believe you could control this, but the clock is running. Here is what happens next. A shareholder activist has filed an emergency governance review. It demands a succession clause for Anders Holloway. The board will vote within 72 hours. A file attachment appears. Read it. Then tell me merit still matters when they can erase him with a vote. Delia opens the file. It is a formal petition, 3 pages, filed by a hedge fund called Thorn Capital Management. The language is precise, surgical, devastating. It argues that Anders Holloway's personal entanglements create systemic risk, that governance waivers are insufficient, that the board must appoint a successor within 30 days or trigger a forced shareholder vote on leadership. She scrolls to the end. The activist's signature is there. Below it, 2 words. See you soon. Her phone buzzes one final time. You wanted the truth. Here it is. The truth costs everything. She does not answer. She sits in the dark, the petition glowing on her screen, and for the first time since she walked into the Halcyon boardroom, she does not know what to do next. Chapter 57. Soren calls at 6:47 a.m. Delia is still dressed from the night before, the petition spread across her kitchen counter beside an untouched cup of coffee. She picks up on the first ring. I need you both in my office in 1 hour, he says. No greeting, no preamble. The board has already received the Thorn filing. They want a response by close of business. What kind of response? A plan. A credible, independent oversight structure that addresses the activist's argument before it becomes a proxy fight. A pause. Anders cannot be the one to design it. That is the whole point of the pressure. The Halcyon lobby is quiet at 7:45 a.m. Fewer photographers today. 1 van with a satellite dish idles at the curb, but the driver is reading a newspaper, not watching the entrance. Delia walks through the revolving doors with her chin lifted. Anders is already in Soren's office when she arrives. He is standing by a window, sleeves rolled, no jacket. He looks like he has not slept either. Soren sits behind his desk, a tablet propped against a leather folio. The Thorn petition is open on his screen. 3 pages, he says, meticulously sourced. They cite the governance waiver, the reporting line restructure, even the town hall transcript. Someone inside Halcyon fed them the full timeline. The mole, Delia says, or someone on the board. Soren's voice is flat. Either way, the argument is clean. Personal entanglements create systemic risk. Governance waivers are insufficient. The board must appoint a successor within 30 days or trigger a forced shareholder vote. And if we do nothing? The activist takes it to a shareholder vote. It passes if enough institutional holders are spooked by the scandal narrative. He looks at Anders. You lose control of the company within 60 days. Anders does not flinch. What do you recommend? A temporary executive committee. 3 independent directors with veto authority over major decisions until post-close integration is complete. You stay as CEO, but with reduced discretion. The committee reports directly to the board. Reduced discretion. The words hang in the air. Anders built this company with his own hands. He has never reported to anyone. He has never needed permission. How long? Delia asks. 6 to 9 months, until the merger is fully absorbed and the activist loses momentum. That is a long time to carry a leash. Soren meets her ease. It is better than a shareholder vote. Anders is silent for a long moment. Delia watches him. She expects resistance, negotiation, a counter-proposal that preserves more of his authority while giving the appearance of concession. Instead, he nods. Set it up. Soren blinks. Just like that. Just like that. Anders turns from the window. I spent years believing control was the same as protection. I was wrong. If ceding power keeps the company stable and keeps Delia safe, I will cede all of it. Delia's chest tightens. This is not strategy. This is not calculation. He is offering his throat because he believes that is what love requires. Wait, she says. Both men look at her. Wait, she repeats. I need to think. She pulls Anders into the corridor. You cannot keep giving things up, she says. Every time someone threatens us, you offer a piece of yourselves. First your title, now your authority. What will it be next month? Your entire company? I am not giving it up, he says. I am choosing what matters more. You are choosing sacrifice because you do not know how else to prove you love me. The words land harder than she intended. Anders goes still. You think I am trying to presume something? I think you have spent your entire life being the solution to every problem. The man who can fix anything by spending enough or sacrificing enough or controlling enough. She steps closer. But I do not need you to bleed for me. I need you to stay. Staying means fighting for the company. Then fight. But do it without pretending the only way to protect me is to let them gut you. A long breath. He looks at her differently now. Not with the shield of certainty, but with something raw underneath. I do not know how to do this, he says. I do not know how to love someone without measuring the cost I would pay to keep them safe. Then learn. Her voice is steady. Because I am not asking you to pay. I am asking you to stay. They return to Soren's office. Delia sits before Soren speaks. The executive committee is not the worst option, she says. But it should not come from Anders. It should come from the board. Let them propose it. Let him accept it. That looks like cooperation, not capitulation. Soren studies her. And the succession clause? They want a named successor within 30 days. That is non-negotiable. She looks at Anders. But you get to choose who it is. Someone capable, someone the board trusts, someone who does not scare the market. Anders holds her gaze. Michael Chen, he says. Soren nods slowly. He has the credibility. The board respects him. The market knows his name. Do it, Anders says. The meeting ends at 8:47 a.m. Delia walks to the elevator with Anders beside her. The morning light is pale through the lobby glass. A few employees are arriving, glancing at them, looking away. Thank you, he says quietly. For what? For pulling me back. I would have handed them everything and called it love. She stops, turns to face him. Then I will keep pulling you back, she says, until you learn the difference. His hand finds hers, a brief press of fingers. See you upstairs. She watches him walk toward the executive elevator, and for a moment she sees him differently. Not the untouchable CEO, not the man with the penthouse and the power and the pale eyes that undo her. Just someone learning to stay. Her phone buzzes as the elevator doors close. Unknown number. You think a committee will stop me? You think a successor name will satisfy them? You are still playing by rules I wrote. She reads it twice. Another message follows. Check your email. She opens the mail app. A new message. No subject, no sender name, just an attachment. A photograph. Delia in the Armitage Hotel lobby, October 2, 10:14 p.m. The timestamp is visible in the lower corner. She is walking toward the elevator. Alone. Dressed in the same clothes she wore to the bars. Beneath the photograph, a single line of text. I have been watching longer than you know. Chapter 58. The photograph stays open on her phone for 11 minutes. Delia reads the timestamp 4 times, as if repetition will change the date. October 2, 10:14 p.m. She is walking toward the Armitage elevator in the dress she wore to the bars, alone, before she ever met Anders, before she ever interviewed, before any of this began. Someone was watching before she existed in Halcyon's world, before she was a target, before she was anything but a woman heading to a hotel bars for one drink. She locks the phone face down on her desk, breathes, counts the ceiling tiles, lets the nausea pass without giving it a name. Her desk phone rings at 9:12 a.m. Rafiq, you need to see this. See what? Bloomberg Terminal, sell-side note from a boutique shop I have never heard of. 3 pages arguing the revised governance terms signal foundational instability at Halcyon, uses the phrase, founder capture risk, 6 times. Delia is already standing. Forward it. It gets worse. The note cites 2 anonymous sources inside Halcyon's merger team. Says the governance waiver and reporting line changes were driven by undisclosed personal entanglements that compromised operational judgment. She stops breathing. Who wrote it? Analyst named Petra Weiss, Horizon Advisors. Shell entity if I ever saw one. Domain registered 60 days ago. No published research before today. Vivienne. Not with photographs this time. Not with leaks to market close. Something subtler. Poison the confidence in the deal itself. The stock? Down 2% in the first 12 minutes of trading. Not a panic yet, but if the narrative spreads, the board wakes up tomorrow to institutional shareholders asking questions. Delia thanks him, hangs up, and stares at the integration model open on her screen. The model she built. The model that proves the deal works on operational terms, that the synergies are real, that governance and performance are not the same variable. If confidence collapses, the board may save governance by gutting the deal, not by removing Anders, by killing the merger. All the work, all the late nights, the disclosure, the town hall, the renegotiated terms. None of it matters if the market decides the asset is poisoned. She finds Anders in his office with Soren already there, both of them reading from the same screen. Anders looks up when she enters. You saw it. Holloway. She sits without being asked. This is not a leak. This is a narrative. Vivienne cannot use the photographs without exposing Aurelian's surveillance operation, so she is attacking the deal itself through analyst channels. Soren's jaw tightens. The SEC reveal thread I made in the boardroom has teeth, but it does not stop buy-side analysts from publishing opinions. That is protected speech. Unless Horizon Advisors is a shell for Aurelian, Delia says. If we can trace the funding, we can prove market manipulation through a proxy. Soren shakes his head. That takes weeks. The note is out now. The narrative is already moving. Anders says nothing. He is watching her the way he watched her in the stairwell that first night, measuring, waiting, trusting her to find the angle. She hates how much she needs that trust right now. There is another way, she says. We answer the narrative with data, not with statements, not with press releases. We released the pre-close integration model with the revised governance terms built into the projections. Let the market see that the oversight structure strengthens the deal, not weakens it. Soren frowns. That is not standard pre-close disclosure. Neither is having your CEO's personal life litigated in a sell-side note from a shell analyst. We are past standard. Anders moves. Not much, just a shift in his chair that brings him closer to the desk. Can you get it ready by close of business? Delia calculates. The model needs restructuring. The governance triggers need to be framed as value accretive, not defensive. She needs Rafik. She needs 3 hours of uninterrupted focus. I can have it ready by 4. Do it. She stands, pauses at the door. This is not just about the deal anymore, she says. If we prove the model holds under any governance structure, we prove the company is stronger than any single person in it, including you. Anders holds her gaze. I know. The words land oddly, not defensive, not resigned, something else. She files it away and walks to the elevator. Rafik is already pulling data when she reaches his desk. Give me the clean version of the integration pro forma, she says. All synergies net of integration costs, 3-year projection with and without the governance overlay. The governance overlay reduces the margin by 40 basis points in year 1, compliance absorption. Frame it as risk premium. Show that the upside gap closes by year 2. Prove the governance structure as a temporary friction, not a permanent drag. Rafik nods. His fingers move across the keyboard. Boss, he says without looking up. What? The horizon note. I ran a silent trace on the IP metadata in the disclosure page. He turns. The draft was compiled on a workstation registered to Aurelian Freight's legal department. Vivienne's floor. Delia absorbs this. Can we prove it? Not in a way that holds up in court without a subpoena, but it proves Vivienne is coordinating the narrative attack while pretending Aurelian has no involvement. He pauses. You want me to include that in the response bucket? She thinks. If they release the trace data, they escalate the war. If they hold it, they keep the option for later. Hold it, she says, but keep the chain of custody clean. I want every timestamp, every IP handoff, every keystroke log preserved. You think we will need it? I think we are not done yet. She works through lunch, protein bars, prick coffee. The baby flutters once, a small shift she refuses to call a kick yet. Too early, too fragile, too much like hope. At 3:47 p.m., she sends the final draft to the printer on the 4040 floor. And at 3:48 p.m., her phone buzzes. Unknown number. The horizon note was note from Vivienne. Delia stares at the screen. That was from me. I wanted you to know what it feels like when everything you built becomes the weapon against you. Her blood goes cold. Another message. You are running to save the model, but the model is not the problem. You are. A third. I will send the next photograph at 4:00 p.m. Choose who sees it first. Chapter 59. Rafik pulls up the integration pro forma on the main display, and Delia sees it clearly for the first time. How much of the original architecture depended on Anders's personal guarantees. We need to strip out every reference to founder-directed execution, she says. Every assumption that relies on his authority to resolve deadlocks. Rafik's fingers pause over the keyboard. That is half the governance language in the labor transition section. I know. She pulls a chair beside him, close enough to read the cell references without squinting. The display casts blue light across both their faces. The labor protections stay, she says. Those are contractual. But the escalation path changes. Instead of CEO-level override, we insert an independent committee trigger with specific performance thresholds. Which thresholds? Safety incidents, retraining compliance, vendor displacement ratios. She reaches past him to highlight 3 rows. These are measurable. They do not require a person, they require a system. Rafik works silently for 5 minutes. The model reshapes under his hands, cells recalculating, dependencies rerouting. It is tighter, he says finally. The governance overlay adds compliance cost in year 1, but the risk premium drops faster because the market sees structural oversight instead of personality dependence. That is the story we need to tell. He turns. You know what this looks like, right? What? It looks like you designed a company that does not need Anders to survive. Delia holds his gaze. I designed a company that can survive any single person leaving. That is the point. She works through the next hour with Rafik, restructuring the presentation deck to match the revised model. The language shifts. Founder vision becomes operational framework. Personal accountability becomes committee oversight. By 30 minutes past 4, the deck is clean, the narrative is consistent, and the model proves that Halcyon's value thesis holds, regardless of who sits in the corner office. The baby shifts, a pressure low in her abdomen that she chooses to interpret as hunger. I need to eat something, she says. Rafik does not look up. There is a vending machine on 39. I know where the vending machine is. You also have not left this chair in 3 hours. She stands. Her lower back protests. The clock in the corner of her vision reads 4:31 p.m. The texter said 4 o'clock p.m. 29 minutes of silence. The waiting is worse than the threat. She walks to the vending machine on 39, buys a bag of almonds and a bottle of water. The corridor is empty. The fluorescent lights hum at a frequency that always makes her think of waiting rooms. Her phone stays silent. She eats the almonds standing up, watching the elevator bank. No one comes. No one leaves. The building feels suspended, like everyone inside it is holding their breath for the same reason. The texter has not sent the photograph. Why delay? When she returns to the 41st floor, Soren is standing at Rafik's desk with a tablet in his hand. Good, he says when he sees her. You are still here. I am still here. He holds up the tablet. I have been asked to relay a request. Thomas Okonkwo wants a private meeting with you. Tonight. Delia stops. Okonkwo? The board member? The same. Why? Soren's expression does not change. He did not say, but he asked for you specifically. No Anders, no Tamsin, no counsel. She feels Rafik's attention sharpen behind her. When? 9 p.m., his office in Midtown. Tonight is the board recess, she says. The Thorn petition vote is in 72 hours. Why would he pull me aside now? Soren meets her eyes. I have known Thomas Okonkwo for 15 years. He does not call private meetings to deliver good news. The words land in her chest like a stone. Rafik clears his throat. I can have the final model packaged and distributed within the hour, if you want to focus on the meeting prep. Delia nods, does not look away from Soren. What do I need to know about him? He is fair. He is exacting. He will not be charmed or threatened. Soren pauses. He is also the board member who has been most skeptical of Anders's leadership since the governance review began. If he is calling you alone, he has something he wants to say that he cannot say in front of the full board. Or something he wants to ask, Delia says. Soren does not disagree. She spends the next 3 hours reviewing the model, the deck, the timeline of every decision she has made since joining Halcyon. She writes notes. She rehearses answers to questions she cannot predict. At 7:47 p.m., her phone buzzes. She picks it up. The texter's message is 5 words. I will wait until after. Delia stares at the screen. After the meeting, the air leaves her lungs. The texter knows about Okonkwo. The texter knows she is meeting him tonight. The texter has access to Soren's communications or to Halcyon's internal calendar, or to someone who has both. She types back, You are inside this building. The reply comes instantly. I have always been inside this building. I was here before you arrived, and I will be here after you leave. Her thumb hovers over the keyboard. She wants to ask. She wants to demand. She wants to scream. Instead, she puts the phone in her bag and walks to the elevator. The car takes her down to the lobby. The security guard nods as she passes. The revolving door deposits her onto the street where the air is cold and wet and smells like exhaust and pretzels. She flags a cab, gives the driver the Midtown address, leans her head against the window and watches the city blur past. The baby shifts again, a flutter she is starting to recognize. She presses her hand against her coat and thinks about the meeting she is walking into. The board member who has been skeptical of Anders since the beginning, the texter who knows where she is going before she arrives. The truth costs everything. She is about to find out exactly how much the next hour will cost. Chapter 60. The cab pulls up to a 20-story building on 50th Street, glass and limestone, nothing remarkable. Delia pays the driver, steps onto the wet sidewalk, and tilts her head back to count the floors. Okonkwo's office is on the 14th. She knows because Soren told her. Corner suite, west-facing, no receptionist after 7. She walks through the revolving door. The lobby is empty, polished, lit like a museum after hours. A single security guard behind a granite desk looks up from his monitor. Delia Mwangi, here for Thomas Okonkwo. The guard checks a tablet, nods. 14th floor, he is expecting you. The elevator doors close behind her. The car rises in silence. She watches her reflection in the brushed steel, the close-cropped hair, the brown eyes, the thin gold bangle catching the overhead light. She looks calm. She looks like someone who belongs in this building, at this hour, for this meeting. She does not feel calm. The elevator stops. The doors open onto a dark corridor with one light burning at the far end, a half-open door spilling yellow across the carpet. She walks toward it. Thomas Okonkwo is standing by the window when she enters. Late 60s, silver hair cropped short, built like a former athlete who never stopped moving, even when the sport became boardrooms. He does not turn when she steps inside. Close the door. She closes it. The office is spare. A desk with nothing on it but a lamp, a leather-bound notebook, and a single pen. 2 chairs facing each other. No art on the walls, no photographs, no evidence of a life outside this room. Okonkwo turns. His eyes are dark, steady, and they do not blink. Sit. She sits. He takes the chair across from her. Not behind the desk. Across, like they are equals in this room. Which means he wants her to believe she can speak freely, which means he is more dangerous than she expected. I am going to ask you a question, he says, and I want you to answer it before you think about what I want to hear. Then ask it. His mouth does not move toward a smile. Anders Holloway. Should he remain at Halcyon? The question lands exactly as she knew it would. Clean, sharp, impossible to deflect. Under what terms? She asks. Any terms. None. You tell me. She holds his gaze. You are asking me to evaluate the man I love, the man whose child I am carrying. You are asking me whether my judgment is clean enough to be trusted. I am asking whether you can separate what you want from what is true. She lets the silence stretch, lets him watch her think. Oversight is necessary, she says. The structure we built, the independent committee, the reporting line firewall, the governance covenants, those are not punishments, they are corrections. Anders built a company that depended on his judgment, and his judgment was compromised by the same thing that makes him human. He fell in love with someone he should not have touched. He kept it hidden. He tried to protect me by isolating me instead of trusting the system to hold. That cannot happen again. Okonkwo's expression does not change. So you believe he should be removed? No. The word comes out flat, certain. I believe he should be held, not erased, not exiled. The oversight structure should stay. The conditions should be public. But forcing him out because he made one mistake in a role he has executed flawlessly for a decade, that is not governance. That is vengeance dressed as prudence. The Thorn petition calls for his removal within 60 days. The Thorn petition was filed by the same person who has been surveilling me since before I was hired. It is not a good faith governance action. It is a weapon. Okonkwo leans back. His chair does not creak. Nothing in this room makes a sound. And if your judgment is compromised by love, by the pregnancy, by the hope that Anders Holloway will be the father of your child and the partner you chose under pressure. Delia feels the words land in her chest like stones. She does not look away. I have spent my entire career being told my judgment is suspect because of who I am, because I am a woman, because I am black, because I came from a neighborhood that does not produce executives, and now, because I am pregnant by a man with power. I cannot stop people from asking that question, but I can answer it with evidence. She reaches into her bag and pulls out the tablet. The restructured integration model, the debt she and Rafik rebuilt in 3 hours. This is what I built today. A merger integration plan that does not depend on Anders Holloway's personal authority. It is stronger than the original. It is cleaner. It survives any CEO. That is not the work of someone whose judgment is compromised. That is the work of someone who knows that love and truth must be able to stand separately. She sets the tablet on the desk between them. I did not build that to prove I deserve him. I built it because it is the right thing for the company. Those two things are not the same, and I refuse to let anyone pretend they are. Kakankwao looks at the tablet, then at her. For a long moment, neither of them speaks. Then he picks up his pen and writes something in the leather notebook. One line, maybe two. He sets the pen down. The meeting I called tonight was not to test you, he says. It was to see whether you would let me. She waits. I have been on the Halcyon board for 11 years. I have watched Anders Holloway build a company that made me wealthy, respected, and deeply uneasy. He is brilliant. He is reckless. He believes the rules are for other people, and until you, he was never wrong about that. He closes the notebook. I needed to know whether you saw that, whether you could name it without trying to erase it. And now? Kakankwao stands, walks to the window, looks down at the city. Now I know. She stands too. Her legs feel steadier than she expected. The board votes in 72 hours, she says. If you are the swing vote, I need to know what you intend to do with what I just told you. He turns. I intend to do what I have always done. I intend to vote for what makes the company stronger. He pauses. That means I need more than a private conversation with a woman who may or may not be in love with the CEO. What do you need? His eyes are unreadable. Proof that the company can survive without him that does not come from you. I want to see the model, the full model, presented by the team that built it. Rafik Batra, the analytics team. No Anders, no Delia, just the work. She nods. You will have it by morning. I do not want it by morning. I want it in 2 hours. Her throat tightens. The board is already in recess. If I'm going to move before the vote, I need to move tonight. He checks his watch. It is 9:17. I want the full presentation in my inbox by 11:15, delivered by Rafik Batra. If the model is as clean as you say, I will use it. She does not hesitate. You will have it. She turns toward the door. And Delia. She stops. I did not ask whether you should trust him. I asked whether he should stay. Your answer was honest. That matters more than you know. She walks out. The elevator doors close behind her. She pulls out her phone, types a message to Rafik. Kakankwao wants the full model presented by you. In his inbox by 11:15. No Anders, no me, just the work. His reply comes in seconds. Are you serious? Dead serious. I need access to the server room. The final version is locked behind your credentials. She stares at the screen. She is 40 minutes from Midtown. The server room is at Halcyon. The building is closed for the night. She types, meet me at the lobby in 30. I will get you in. His response is 3 dots, then, the security desk knows me, but the server floor badge access is logged. Everyone will know you were there. She reads the message twice. The texter knows everything. The texter will know she went back tonight. The texter will know she unlocked the server room. The texter said I will wait until after. She types, I know. Do it anyway. The elevator reaches the lobby. She walks toward the revolving door, toward the wet street, toward the dark building on Hudson Yards where someone is watching from inside the walls. Her phone buzzes one more time. She looks down. The texter's message is 3 words. 2 hours left. Chapter 61. The front door of Halcyon Tower glows under halogen light. The lobby empty, except for a single security guard at the desk who looks up when she pushes through the revolving door. He knows her face. That is the problem. Late night, Ms. Mwangi. Forgot something? She keeps her voice even. Rafik Batra is meeting me on the server floor. He should be here in 10. The guard nods, and she swipes her badge through the turnstile. The machine beeps green. Her name, her photo, the timestamp all recorded, all visible to anyone with access to the log. She walks to the elevator and presses the button for the sub-basement. The doors slide shut. Her phone buzzes. 2 hours left. The countdown has not stopped. She does not know what happens when it reaches 0, but she knows the texter will not let the deadline pass without something breaking. The elevator descends. The air changes, colder, mechanical, the hum of servers behind concrete walls. When the doors open, The sub-basement corridor stretches ahead, empty, fluorescent tubes flickering at irregular intervals. Rafik is already there, leaning against the wall with his laptop bag slung across his chest, dark circles under his eyes she has never seen before. "You made it," he pushes off the wall. "I was starting to think Okonkwo had you locked in a boardroom." "Almost." She walks toward the server room door. "The model is on the encrypted partition. I need to unlock it with my credentials. Then you copy it to a clean drive and send it from your personal email to his inbox. No Halcyon servers touched after the copy." "And the access log?" "Will show I unlocked the partition at 9:52 p.m. She looks at him. "We cannot hide that, so we do not try. We let them see it." "Let who see it?" "Whoever is watching." She presses her thumb to the biometric scanner. The lock clicks open. She enters her 6-digit code, then the partition key. The terminal screen flickers to life. She navigates to the folder, finds the final model file, and steps back. "Your move." Rafik steps forward, plugs a clean flash drive into the port, and begins the transfer. The progress bar crawls. 30 seconds. 45. "Okonkwo said he wanted you to present it," she says. "Not just send it. He will get a video call from me in 10 minutes. Rafik does not look up. "I already set up the link. He just has to click." The transfer completes. He pulls the drive, tucks it into his laptop bag, and closes the terminal session. "Done." She exhales. "Now we wait." They walk back to the elevator together. The doors open. She steps inside, and Rafik holds the door with his hand. "You should know," he says quietly. "I sent the pro forma to Tamsin and Soren as a backup, in case the board does not go your way. I did not ask you to do that." "I know." His smile is tired. "That is why I did it." The doors close between them. She rides up to the ground floor. The lobby is still empty. The guard nods again as she passes. She pushes through the revolving door into the wet night, and her phone rings. "Soren," she answers. "The board just voted?" he says. No greeting, no preamble. Anders stays, but the independent committee gets full oversight of merger execution until post-close review is complete. No founder override, no unilateral approvals. Every major integration decision goes through a 3-person panel. She stops walking. That was Okonkwo's condition? That was the compromise the board reached after Okonkwo presented your model. He told them the company could survive without Anders. He told them it did not have to. And then he told them the texter's petition was a weapon, not governance. Anders agreed? He is the one who proposed the committee. Soren pauses. He did it before the board could ask. She stands on the wet sidewalk, the wind cutting through her coat. Where is he now? Still in the building, 43rd floor. He asked not to be disturbed. I am on my way. She hangs up and hails a cab. The 43rd floor is dark. The bullpen lights are off, the cubicles empty, the only glow coming from the corner office at the far end of the hall. She walks toward it. The door is ajar. She pushes it open. Anders sits behind his desk, but he is not working. He is staring at the dock window, his hands flat on the blotter, his shoulders curved in a way she has never seen. He does not look up when she enters. The press release is already drafted, he says. His voice is flat, no edge, no humor, no fight. Halcyon Group announces interim governance restructuring. Anders Holloway will remain as CEO under revised oversight during the integration period. She closes the door behind her. How bad? The stock is down another 3% in after hours. The financial wires are calling it a vote of no confidence. One of them used the word humiliation. He finally turns to look at her. They are not wrong. She crosses the room and stops in front of his desk. You proposed the committee. I did. Before they could ask. Yes. She sits in the chair across from him. Why? He looks at her for a long moment. The pale eyes are tired in a way that goes deeper than a single night, deeper than a single fight. The exhaustion of a man who has been fighting alone for so long he forgot what it felt like to stop. Because I finally understood what you were trying to tell me. His voice drops. Sacrifice is not love. Letting someone take everything from me so they leave so alone is not protection. It is surrender. Then what is it? He holds her gaze. It is staying, even when staying costs something, even when it looks like weakness, even when the press calls it humiliation. She reaches across the desk and takes his hand. His fingers are cold. Press will say what they say, she says, but you are still here. The board did not remove you. You will have oversight, but you will have control. That is not humiliation. That is survival. Delia. She waits. I am tired. The two words land like a stone in still water. She stands, walks around the desk, and sits on the edge of it beside him, not across, beside. I know. I have been fighting this company through every board, every activist, every leak, every photograph, every text. I have been fighting for you, for us, for a future I did not know how to build. He presses the heels of his hands into his eyes. I do not know how to stop. She touches his shoulder. You do not have to stop. You just have to let me stand next to you when you fight. He drops his hands and looks at her. The silence stretches. Then her phone buzzes. She looks down. The texter's message is one single line. And now the photograph they will not publish. The one from the Armitage that I have been saving for the right moment. It is already in Vivienne's hands. She will release it at market open. She stares at the screen. The photograph she has been running from for 3 months. It is already out of her control. She looks up at Anders, and for the first time since she walked into the server room, she feels the ground shift beneath her feet. Chapter 62. The corridor outside Anders' office stretches empty, the lights on a motion sensor that flickers once, twice, then holds. The bullpen beyond it is dark. The whole floor is dark. The whole building feels hollowed out, as if the night has pulled every witness away and left only the two of them standing in the aftermath of a headline that is not yet printed. Delia's phone is still in her hand. The screen has gone dark, but she can still see the words burned into her vision. It is already in Vivienne's hands. She will release it at market open. Anders reaches for her phone. She lets him take it. He reads the message in silence, his thumb hovering over the screen, and she watches the muscles in his jaw work as he absorbs what the texter has done. He does not ask if it is real. He does not ask if she is sure. He just hands the phone back with the same flat stillness he has worn since she walked into his office. I should have resigned, he says. Before the board voted, I should have walked out of that room and taken all their leverage with me. That would have been surrender. That would have been control. Same thing. She hears her own voice come out harder than she intended. You keep telling yourself surrender and control are opposites. They are the same instinct, Anders. You give everything up so you do not have to stay and fight. That is not protection. That is running. He looks at her. The pale eyes catch the dim office light, and for a moment she sees something crack behind them. Not anger, not grief, but something rarer. Uncertainty. Then tell me what to do. His voice is rough. Tell me how to be useful. You stop trying to be useful. I do not know how. She steps closer. The space between them narrows until she can smell the coffee on his breath, the starch in his shirt, the exhaustion radiating off his skin like heat from a machine that has run too long without cooling. Usefulness is a tool, she says. It is what you reach for when you do not know how to just be present. You think if you keep offering pieces of yourself, your title, your authority, your resignation, eventually you will hand over enough that someone will tell you it is enough and you can stop. He flinches. It is barely visible, a flicker across his mouth, but she catches it. I am not asking you to be useful, she says. I am asking you to stay, to be tired, to be uncertain, to stand next to me and not know what happens next. That is harder than giving anything up. How? Because giving up is a decision. Staying is 1,000 small decisions you have to keep making, every hour, every minute, without knowing if they will matter. He is quiet for a long moment. Then he lifts one hand and touches her face. His palm is warm against her cheek, his fingers curving behind her ear with a tenderness that feels more intimate than any kiss they have shared. I do not know how to do that, he says, but I will try. She presses her hand over his. That is all I am asking. The moment stretches, and then her phone buzzes again. Anders' hand drops. She looks down. A new message from the texter, but this one is not a photograph. It is a single line. You have until midnight to decide whose side you are on. After that, I choose for everyone. She reads it twice. Before she can respond, footsteps sound at the end of the corridor, fast, purposeful, coming toward them. She turns. Soren Pike rounds the corner, his tie loosened, his tablet in his hand, his face carrying the specific tightness of a man who has been on the phone too long and has not liked what he heard. You are both still here. He does not slow down. Good. Aurelian wants final close. Anders straightens. When? Tonight, revised terms, full governance language, signed by midnight or the deal dies. Soren stops in front of them, his gaze moving from Anders to Delia and back. Vivienne is already in a conference room on the 47th floor. She brought her own counsel. She says she is ready to sign if we are ready to concede. What does she want? Everything we already gave the board. Independent committee, no founder override, and one additional term. Soren pauses. She wants personal liability language. If Halcyon defaults on any integration milestone in the next 12 months, Aurelian can claw back consideration from the founder's personal holdings. Anders does not react. Delia feels the air leave her lungs. That is not standard, she says. It is not standard because it is punitive. Soren's voice is flat. She is not negotiating a merger. She is negotiating a punishment. She wants Anders personally on the hook for every missed deadline, every delayed workstream, every supply chain hiccup for the next year. Then we refuse. If we refuse, the deal dies at midnight. The stock opens down another 5% tomorrow, and the photograph hits the wires while everyone is already panicking. Soren looks at Anders. Vivienne knows she has the leverage. She is not hiding it. Anders is silent. Delia watches him. She watches the calculations behind his eyes, the rapid weighing of options, the instinct that has driven him his entire life, the instinct to find the angle, the trade, the passion that saves the whole without sacrificing the essential. She knows what he is about to say before he says it. I will sign. No. Anders and Soren both look at her. She does not look away. That is what she wants, Delia says. She wants you to say yes. She wants you to accept personal liability so she can hold it over you for the next 12 months. If you sign that, you are not the CEO anymore. You are a hostage. What is the alternative? We negotiate. With what? Anders' voice rises for the first time. She has the photograph. She has the headline. She has the board already watching us bleed. What do we have? Delia holds his gaze. We have each other. The words hang in the air. Soren shifts his weight. I hate to interrupt whatever that was, but we have 47 minutes until midnight, and Vivienne is waiting on the 47th floor with a pen and a deadline. Anders looks at Delia. She sees the question in his eyes, the same question he has been asking since the night she told him she was pregnant. What do you need from me? She reaches out and takes his hand. I need you to stay, she says. I need you to walk into that room with and not give her everything she wants. I need you to trust that I am not going to let you fall apart. He looks at their joined hands, then he nods. Then let us go negotiate. Chapter 63. They walk into the conference room on the 47th floor at 11:13 p.m. The room is all glass and cold light, a table long enough for 20 people but occupied by 3. Vivienne at the center, a junior associate on her left, and a gray-haired counsel on her right, whose name Delia does not bother learning. Vivienne looks up as they enter. Her pale gray eyes sweep across Delia first, then Anders, then settle on Soren with something like recognition. I expected you earlier. Traffic. Soren pulls out a chair and sets his tablet on the table without asking for permission. Let us get started. Delia sits across from Vivienne. Anders takes the seat beside her. Their elbows nearly touch. She feels the warmth of him like a held breath. Vivienne slides a document across the table, 30 pages, clipped, the personal liability addendum on top. That is the language. I want stark provisions on every integration milestone, clawback on founder equity, and a personal guarantee from Anders Holloway that any missed deadline triggers a 2% dilution event. Soren does not reach for the document. That is not negotiation, he says. That is a ransom note. It is a risk hedge. Vivienne's voice is unhurried. Your CEO just proved he cannot separate his judgment from his personal life. The board agrees, or they would not have imposed oversight. I am simply pricing that risk into the deal. Anders says nothing. His hands are still on the table, palms flat. Delia looks at the document. Then she looks up at Vivienne. "We will accept the governance covenants," she says. "Independent committee, reporting line restrictions, no unilateral founder approvals." Vivienne's expression does not change, but the personal liability language comes out. "Those are our terms." "Then we are done." Delia pushes her chair back. "Congratulations, you killed the merger. You can explain to your board why you walked away from a 9-figure deal because you wanted to personally bankrupt a man who slept with the wrong woman." The room goes still. Vivienne's counsel shifts in his seat. The junior associate stops typing. Vivienne studies Delia for a long moment. "That is quite a performance," she says. "It is not a performance, it is the truth." Delia does not sit back down. "You have been running this campaign since before I was hired. The surveillance, the photograph, the mole, the analyst note, the activist petition. You spent months building a case that Anders Holloway is a liability, and you won. The board agrees. The oversight committee is real. But this document is not governance. It is personal, and everyone in this room knows it." She lets the silence stretch. Then she sits down again. "So here is our counteroffer. You get the independent committee. You get the governance reforms. You get the anti-retaliation language. You get everything we already gave the board. And you get one more thing. Explicit anti-surveillance language in the merger agreement, with a compliance audit trail and quarterly certification requirements." Vivienne's jaw tightens almost imperceptibly. "You want me to sign a clause that says I cannot watch my own investment? I want you to sign a clause that says no party to this merger will collect, store, or weaponize non-public personal information about any employee, executive, or board member of the other party." Delia holds her gaze. "You have been running a surveillance operation against Halcyon for months. That ends tonight. In writing. Auditable." Soren is watching Delia with something she has never seen from him before. Respect. The gay-head counsel leans toward Vivienne. There is a quiet exchange Delia cannot hear. Vivienne does not look away from Delia. "You think this protects you?" "I think it makes the merger clean enough to survive what happens tomorrow." Delia's voice is steady. "The photograph goes live at market open. We know. The financial ledger runs the expose. We know. But when the press asks whether Alelian Freight conducted illegal surveillance to force a CEO out, you will have signed a document that says you did not, and I will have the Armitage evidence chain that says you did." Vivienne's eyes narrow. The IP trace on the Horizon note, the wire transfer to Sentinel compliance, the photocopy of the courier receipt. Delia counts them on her fingers. "I have been holding those for weeks. I have the chain of custody preserved, and I have a document in this room that says you are complying with anti-surveillance standards." She leans forward. "Sign the governance terms, drop the personal liability, add the anti-surveillance clause, and I will bury the evidence." Vivienne is quiet. The clock on the wall reads 11:26 p.m. "I can still release the photograph," Vivienne says. "You can, and I can release the evidence chain, and we can spend the next 6 months in litigation while the merger hemorrhages value and your career follows." Delia shakes her head. "But you know that is not a win. That is mutual destruction, and you are not the type for mutual destruction." Another long silence. Vivienne looks at Anders for the first time since they entered. "You let her negotiate for you." "I trust her." His voice is quiet. "That is the difference between us." Vivienne's expression flickers, something almost like recognition. Then she picks up her pen. "I want the Oversight Committee membership naming rights. 2 of 3 seats." "You get 1, Soren says. "Halcyon appoints 2. Your council can review the slate. 1 seat and veto over the 3rd. Advisory review. No veto." Vivienne holds his gaze for 5 seconds. Then she nods. Soren pulls a revised document from his briefcase and slides it across the table. Prepared in advance. Delia realizes. He came here ready to win. Vivienne reads through the new terms. Her pen hovers. Then she signs. Her counsel signs. The junior associate stamps the document. The clock reads 11:38 p.m. 22 minutes until midnight. 6 hours until the next wave. And she does not know what the photograph shows, but the texter said it is from before. Before Halcyon. Before Anders. Before she became anyone. Before Nicholas. Chapter 64. The merger closes on revised terms, and for 1 electric hour, the war rooms erupt into exhausted relief as markets respond better than feared. Then, a photographer catches Delia and Anders leaving the building separately, but looking at each other like the room has dropped away, and the image starts spreading before they even reach their cars. The clock on the wall reads 11:41 p.m. Delia stares at the texter's message until the words blur. Something from before you became anyone. Anders reaches for her hand. She lets him take it. We need to leave, she says. Before midnight. The photograph is coming at 6 a.m. whether we stay or not. She pockets her phone. But I am not sitting in this building waiting for it. Anders holds her gaze for a long moment. Then he nods. They walk out of the 47th floor conference room together. The corridor is empty. The building hums with the sound of systems running on low power, elevators cycling, servers breathing in the sub-basement. Soren catches them at the elevator bank. Board will have the signed terms by 5 a.m. I am drafting the press release now. He looks at Delia. You want first look? No, she trusts him. Just make sure it mentions the anti-surveillance clause. I want that language in the public record before the photograph drops. Soren's mouth tightens. You think the photograph will override the news cycle? I know it will. She steps into the elevator. But I want the governance narrative to be the first thing people read when they search my name tomorrow. Soren nods once. Professional respect. I will have it on your phone by 4 a.m. The doors close. She and Anders descend in silence. The elevator feels suspended, the cables pulling them down through 47 floors of glass and steel and secrets. Anders' hand finds hers again. His apartment in Queens, she says. We cannot go to mine. The texter knows where I live. Yours. Too exposed. My building has a security desk, but no protocol for stakeouts. She looks at him. Your penthouse has no cameras, no staff past 11. We can breathe for 6 hours before the next wave. Anders is quiet for a moment. You want to be in my space. I want to be somewhere the texter cannot watch me sleep. She meets his eyes. That happens to be your space. He almost smiles. The elevator reaches the lobby. The security guard nods as they pass. The glass doors open onto the street, and the air hits Delia like a wall, cold and metallic, smelling of rain that has not fallen yet. The street is empty. No photographers, no stakeout cars, no one waiting. She feels the absence like a held breath. They walk to Anders's car, parked around the corner. He opens the passenger door for her. She gets in without hesitation. The engine turns over. Anders pulls into the street, heading north. For a few minutes, neither of them speaks. Then Delia's phone lights up with a message from Rafik. Market reacted better than expected. Stock up 1.2% in after hours. The governance language is being read as stability, not weakness. You did it. She stares at the screen. Rafik says the stock is up. Anders' hands tighten on the wheel. That is not possible. It is happening. He exhales. Long, shaky. Vivienne bet that removing my authority would crater the valuation. She thought the market needed founder control to believe in Halcyon. He shakes his head. She was wrong. She bet that trust was personal, Delia says. She forgot that institutions can be trusted more than founders, if the institutions are built right. Anders looks at her. The car slows at a red light. You built that, he says. The governance terms, the oversight language, the anti-surveillance clause. You made the institution trustworthy. We made it. He reaches across the console. His hand covers hers. The light turns green. They drive through the empty city. Anders's building rises above them, glass and steel, a tower in the theater district with a discreet entrance and a doorman who does not blink when they walk through together past midnight. The elevator is private. Keycard access. No cameras inside. They ride up in silence. The penthouse door opens onto a space that feels bigger than any room should, floor-to-ceiling windows showing the city spread out like circuitry. The lights are on low, automatic, programmed to welcome. Delia steps inside. The last time she was here, everything was still provisional. A confession, a kiss, a night of holding the truth between them like something breakable. Now she stands in the same space, the merger signed, the photograph hours from release, and she does not know who she will be when the sun comes up. Anders locks the door behind them. Do you want to sleep? No, she shakes her head. I want to sit in the dark and feel like I earned tonight before tomorrow takes it away. He does not argue. He leads her to the couch, a low leather thing facing the windows. He pours 2 glasses of water, nothing stronger, and sits beside her. They watch the city. The lights glitter. The skyline breathes. I should call my mother, Delia says. It can wait until morning. No, she pulls out her phone. If the photograph goes live at 6 a.m., I want her to hear my voice before she sees my face on every screen. Anders nods. She dials. Jerry picks up on the second ring. Delia. Her voice is clear, woken but steady. It is almost 1 in the morning. I know. I am sorry. Do not apologize. Just tell me you are safe. I am safe. Delia pauses. I am with Anders. The merger is signed. Jerry is quiet for a beat. And what does that mean for you? Tomorrow, everything changes. Delia presses her free hand against her stomach. There is a photograph. From before. Someone is going to release it at 6 a.m. Can you stop them? No. Another pause. Then let them release it. Jerry's voice is calm. You have been running from something since the day you took that job. Maybe running is over now. Delia feels the words land in her chest. I love you, she says. I love you too, my girl. Jerry's voice cracks slightly. Call me when the sun comes up, no matter what. I will. She ends the call. Anders watches her. Your mother is remarkable. She has had practice. Delia sets the phone face down on the couch. She raised me to believe that the only thing worse than failing is failing while pretending you are not afraid. And you? Delia looks at the skyline. I have been pretending I am not afraid for 3 months. She turns to him. I am done pretending. Anders reaches for her. She lets him pull her close. They sit in the dark, the city spread below them, the signed merger on a server somewhere, the texter's photograph preparing to detonate at dawn. But for this hour, this fragile hour, the war rooms are quiet, the market is stable, and Delia is not alone. At 5:12 a.m., Delia's phone buzzes. She is half asleep against Anders's chest, her head on his shoulder, the city gray with approaching light. She picks up the phone. Saren's press release. Clean, precise. It names the governance reforms, the oversight committee, the anti-surveillance clause. It mentions the merger signing and the revised leadership structure. It ends with a statement about Halcyon's commitment to integrity. No mention of her name beyond her role as Director of Operations Integration. She reads it twice. Then she opens the window. The previous message from the texter still burns at the top of her screen. Something from before you became anyone. She watches the light creep across the sky. Anders stirs beside her. What time is it? 5:17. 43 minutes until the photograph drops. He sits up slowly. We should get dressed. She nods. They move through the penthouse in parallel, pulling on clothes from the night before, splashing water on faces, drinking coffee in silence. At 5:47 a.m., Delia's phone lights up again. Not the texter, Rafik. The financial ledger just posted. The photograph is not what we expected. Chapter 65. Delia stares at Rafik's message while the gray light seeps through the penthouse windows. The photograph is not what we expected. She does not understand what that means until she opens the ledger app. And there it is. Not the Armitage lobby, not the elevator, not the hallway outside the penthouse. Her and Anders on the terrace of his apartment last night. The angle is distant, telephoto, shot from somewhere across the street. Her head tilted toward his shoulder, his hand barely visible at her lower back. The city spread behind them like a silk blanket. It is intimate, tender, unmistakably romantic. But it is not a crime scene. Delia scrolls down. The comments are already loading. Good for them. Finally a CEO who doesn't hide. She earned that job. Let them be happy. She refreshes. A Nalvahetan has appeared beneath the first. Governance reforms. Merger signed. Romance confirmed. Halcyon's long night ends in both victory and vulnerability. Her stomach tightens. This is worse than attack. Attack she knows how to fight. This is something else. This is the narrative softening, the public deciding she is a love story, not a corruption story, and love stories are harder to control. People feel entitled to them. They invest in them. They turn you into symbols instead of people. Anders takes the phone from her. He reads in silence. The comments are positive, he says. That is the problem. He looks at her. Explain. Attack is simple. She presses her palm flat against the counter. Attack has a target. You defend. You fight. You either win or lose, but the rules are clear. She gestures at his phone. This is not attack. This is consumption. They are not accusing me of anything. They are deciding I am interesting, that I am a story worth following. There is no defense against that because there is no charge to answer. Anders studies her. You have been preparing for the worst-case version of this for 3 months. Yes. And you do not know what to do with the version that is not worst case. She meets his eyes. I do not trust it. The words hang between them. Anders sets the phone down. He does not argue. He does not try to reassure her with optimism. He simply looks at her with that steady, unblinking attention that makes her feel seen rather than examined. Then we do not trust it, he says. We treat it as the opening move in a game we do not understand yet. But we also do not treat it as a threat just because it looks different than we expected. Delia exhales. She does not know if that is wisdom or avoidance, but she also does not have a better answer. Her phone buzzes again. Soren. Press response drafted. Recommend no statement before 8 a.m. Let the positive cycle breathe. Do not direct the record unless they print a factual error. She reads it aloud. Anders nods. Soren is right. If we push back now, we look defensive. The public narrative is favorable. Let it stand. And if the texter releases the real photograph at noon, then we cross that bridge when it arrives. His voice is quiet. For now, the market is stable. The deal is signed and the coverage is not destroying you. Take the hour. Delia looks at the skyline. The light is gold now, thinning the gray. She wants to believe this is real, that the threat has peaked and the worst is behind them. But the texter's message from last night still burns in her memory. Something from before you became anyone. This photograph is not that. This photograph is from last night, from the terrace, from the hours after the merger closed. The texter still holds the older weapon. They simply chose not to use it yet. Which means they are waiting. For what? She does not know. The penthouse kitchen hums around them, expensive and quiet. Do you want coffee? Anders asks. She nods. He moves to the machine, his movements practiced and deliberate. She watches him, the way he fills the port filter, the way he levels it with the edge of his thumb, the way he does not fill the silence with words he does not have. This is what he means by staying present. The thousand small decisions of staying. She takes the cup he offers. The first sip is hot, bitter, exactly what she needs. We have to talk about the building, she says. Anders looks at her. Your building, or mine? Both. She wraps both hands around the mug. If the media has my face and the address of this building, they will be parked outside your lobby by noon. If they find my apartment, my neighbors, my mother's house. Your mother's house is in Queens, different borough, harder to find unless someone leaks it. Someone always leaks it. Anders sets down his coffee. I can put a car at your building, a rotation, unmarked. No one will know it is a protection detail unless they are looking for one. Delia feels the offer land in her chest. Not because she does not want it, because she does, and that terrifies her. I do not want to owe anyone that, she says. It is not a debt, Delia. It is a car. It is never just a car. It is access. It is dependence. It is me becoming the person who needs a security rotation because I am sleeping with the CEO. Anders does not flinch. Then call it something else. His voice is even. Call it a temporary measure until we know what the texter does next. Call it insurance against the next photograph. Call it whatever lets you accept it without feeling like you have traded your independence for a driver. She stares at him. He is not pushing. He is not negotiating. He is giving her room to choose, and that, more than the offer itself, is what undoes her. Why do you make it so hard to refuse you? Because I have had 38 years of people refusing everything I offered because they were afraid of what accepting would mean. He holds her gaze. I do not want you to refuse me, but I would rather you refuse than accept something that makes you feel smaller. Delia sets the mug down. She crosses the kitchen. She stops in front of him, close enough to see the slight shadow beneath his eyes. The tiredness he is carrying the same way she carries hers, beneath the surface, never mentioned. One car, she says, unmarked. A rotation you do not tell me the schedule of. And if I want it gone, it is gone. No negotiation. Anders nods. Done. And I pay for it. No. Yes. She does not look away. If this is partnership, it is not your money insulating me from consequences. I pay for the car. You arrange it. That is the balance. He studies her. Then he reaches for his phone. I will have the cost calculated and sent to you. You can set up the payment directly. Thank you. The words feel strange. She does not thank people for giving her what she needs. She has never known how without feeling indebted. But Anders is looking at her like she has given him something, not the other way around. And maybe she has. The sunrise breaks over the skyline, amber threading through the glass. Her phone lights up with a new notification. Not Rafik, not Thorin. A number she has memorized but never saved. You look happy together. That part was not planned, but it works. The texter. Delia's blood goes cold. She reads the message again. That part was not planned, but it works. As if this is all a script, as if she and Anders are characters in a story the texter is writing, and the romance is a convenient plot twist they did not expect but are choosing to use. She hands the phone to Anders. He reads it. His jaw tightens. Planned, he says quietly. They said planned. Delia nods. They are not a stalker, Anders. They are not a blackmailer. They are a storyteller, and they are not done telling it. Chapter 66. The texter's message burns on her screen. That part was not planned, but it works. Delia sets the phone face down on the marble counter. She does not want to look at it. She does not want to imagine what narrative the texter is constructing, what story they are telling with her body, her choices, her face caught in the amber glow of Anders' penthouse terrace. Anders is watching her. She can feel the weight of his attention, steady and patient, the kind of patience that asks nothing and expects nothing but still manages to fill the space between them. I need to set terms, she says. He does not pretend to misunderstand. Tell me. She wraps her hands around the coffee mug, feeling the heat through the ceramic. The car rotation. I pick the pickup points. Every day, a different location. Never the same corner twice. Never outside the same building. He nods. Done. I get the schedule 24 hours in advance. If I want to change it, I can. No questions. Done. And no one comes near my mother's house. Delia's voice does not waver. No car stationed outside her building. No driver waiting at her curb. She does not become part of the security footprint. Anders holds her gaze. I can have the detail watch the perimeter without being visible. A drive-by rotation. No stationary presence. Good. She takes a breath. And I am not moving into your apartment. Anders is quiet for a moment. I did not ask you to. You were going to. I was considering it. He does not look away. But I knew you would say no before I opened my mouth. Delia feels something loosen in her chest. Then why consider it? Because I want you safe, and because I know that your safety and your freedom are the same thing to you. I cannot have one without the other. He pauses. So I will take the version that lets you keep both. She stares at him. He means it. She can see it in the stillness of his hands, the way he is not rushing to fill the silence, the way he is letting her set the pace even though every instinct in him probably wants to wrap her in armor and hide her somewhere the texter cannot reach. One evening, she says. Excuse me? One evening that is not crisis management. No texter, no board, no photograph deadlines. Just me and you and a room that is not a war room. Anders' expression shifts. Something vulnerable crosses his face, there and gone in a breath. "Are you asking me out, Delia?" "I am telling you what I need." She holds his gaze. "If you want the same thing, then say yes." "Yes." The word comes without hesitation. "Yes." "When?" "Tonight." Tonight is already here. "Then now." She sets the mug down. "Right now. Before the next message arrives. Before the next headline. Before someone else tells us what our story is supposed to be." Anders moves toward her. He stops a foot away, close enough that she can smell the sandalwood and leather scent that has become the smell of safety. "Your terms," he says again. "All of them." She leans into his palm. For one breath, she lets herself feel what it would be like to not be fighting. The moment stretches, fragile and full. Then her phone buzzes against the marble. She does not move. Anders reaches for it, picks it up, reads the screen. "Soren," he says, "the board chair wants a private call with you before the press release goes out." Delia closes her eyes. The good evening evaporates like fog on glass. "A call about what?" He did not say, but Soren says the chair's tone was careful, not urgent. Careful. Delia opens her eyes. Careful is worse than urgent. Urgent means there is a problem that can be solved. Careful means there is a decision that must be made, one that will change something whether she is ready or not. "I will call him back in 15 minutes. Anders sets the phone down. That gives us 14 minutes. 14 minutes of not crisis management. 14 minutes of us. He takes her hand. "What do you want to do with it?" Delia looks at their joined hands. She thinks about the texter's message, the narrative they are writing, the way the world is already framing her as a character in someone else's story. She thinks about Anders's palm against her cheek, the way he asked permission before touching her, the way he has not once treated her like a problem to be managed. "I want to kiss you," she says, "and I want it to mean something that has nothing to do with survival." Anders pulls her closer. When his lips meet hers, it is slow and deliberate and full of the thousand small decisions of staying. 14 minutes. She intends to use every single one. Chapter 67. The kiss deepens. Delia feels it in her knees first, the way they soften without permission, the way her body decides to trust before her mind catches up. Anders' hand stays at her jaw, thumb tracing the edge of her cheekbone like he is memorizing the shape of her. She presses closer. The penthouse kitchen stretches around them, all marble and dark wood and windows that hold the city like a captive audience. Expensive, quiet. The kind of silence that costs more than most people earn in a year. But Delia does not feel purchased. That is what surprises her. She feels held. Anders breaks the kiss slowly, pulling back just far enough to look at her. His eyes are almost colorless in this light, pale and unguarded in a way she has never seen them outside this room. 14 minutes, he says. 13 now. Then we should not waste them on conversation. She laughs, a real laugh that surprises her. Did you just try to seduce me with efficiency? I tried to seduce you with honesty. His thumb traces her jaw again. The conversation can wait. You said you wanted a good evening. I am trying to give you one. Delia looks at him. The man who built an empire on speed and control is standing in his own kitchen, asking her what she needs, waiting for her to set the pace. She thinks about the baby, not as a problem to solve, not as a secret to protect, as a future. What do you want? She asks. Excuse me. The baby. Us. The next 5 years. She holds his gaze. You have spent weeks asking what I need. I want to know what you want. Anders is quiet. The city hums below them, a million lives moving in parallel, none of them inside this glass and steel pocket of stillness. I want to watch you choose, he says finally. Every day. I want to be someone you keep choosing, not someone you are stuck with because of a night you cannot undo. That is not what I asked. It is the only honest answer I have. He steps closer, close enough that she can feel the heat of him through her shirt. I want to be a father who earns the title. I want to build something that does not require me to be the only one holding it up. I want to wake up next to you long enough that the memory of the Armitage stops feeling like the beginning of our story and starts feeling like just one chapter. Delia's chest tightens. One chapter, she repeats. Then another. Then a whole book. He lifts her hand, presses her palm against his chest. His heart is fast, faster than she expected. I want to be terrible at this and keep trying. I want to fail in ways you can forgive. I want to learn how to stay. She feels the tears before she can stop them. They slide warm and unexpected down her cheeks, and she does not wipe them away. That is a good answer, she says. It is the truth. I know. She rises on her toes and kisses him again, softer this time, tasting salt and something tender. That is why it is good. The kiss stretches. The kitchen fades. Delia lets herself feel the weight of his hands on her waist, the way he holds her like she is something precious instead of something fragile. The baby is there between them, a living fact that changes everything and nothing. She takes his hand. Bedroom, she says. Delia. I know what I am asking for. I know you do. He does not move. But I need you to be sure that this is not crisis management, that you are not giving me what you think I want because the world is burning. She looks at him. The question is not a challenge. It is a door he is holding open, giving her room to walk through or step back. She steps forward. I want this, she says. Not because I am scared, not because the texter is out there, because I am here, in this room with you, and I do not want to be anywhere else. Anders exhales. It sounds like relief. He takes her hand and leads her out of the kitchen, past the windows full of city lights, into a bedroom that smells like linen and sandalwood, and the quiet at the end of a long war. The sheets are cool. His hands are warm. When he stops, one breath away, and asks again, Is this what you want? She says yes. The word lands like a stone in still water, sending ripples through every careful wall she has built. She says it again, louder, and then she stops saying it and shows him. The hours blur, time becomes touch and breath, and the sound of his voice saying her name like a prayer. Delia lets herself be undone, piece by piece, and when she finally sleeps, it is dreamless and deep and full of peace. She wakes to gray light and his arm across her waist. Anders is watching her. How long have you been awake? Long enough to memorize the way you look when you are not fighting. She should feel exposed. Instead, she feels seen. Good morning, she says. Good morning. He presses a kiss to her shoulder. The board chair called back. Soren forwarded the message. Delia's stomach tightens. The world rushes back in, cold and insistent. Urgent? Careful. Anders' hand settles on her stomach, on the curve where their child is growing. But specific. He wants to meet in person before the press release, at Halcyon, in 1 hour. She looks at the ceiling. The 14 minutes are over, but something has shifted inside her, something she cannot name. The fear is still there, coiled and waiting. But underneath it, there is something else. Certainty. She turns toward him. Then we get dressed. We? You and me. She holds his gaze. Whatever he wants to say, I am not hearing it alone. Chapter 68. The gray light is softer now, warmer, climbing the wall in slow degrees. Delia lies still beneath Anders' arm and watches it move. The city hums beyond the glass, muffled and distant, a world that has not yet decided what to make of them. She counts her breaths, lets herself feel the weight of his palm against her hip, the steady rise and fall of his chest against her back. He is not asleep. She knows, because his breathing changes when he is, slower, deeper, with a soft catch at the end. This is measured, awake. You are doing it again, she says without turning. Doing what? Watching me fight. She shifts onto her back. His eyes are open, pale in the morning light, fixed on her face with an attention that should feel invasive and does not. I can feel it. I was watching you rest. He does not look away. You stopped fighting for about 3 hours. It looked good on you. 3 hours is not enough. It is a start. She feels the corner of her mouth lift. The gesture is small, almost involuntary, and it surprises her. There is still room inside her body for something that is not fear. Anders' hand moves from her hip to her stomach, settling over the curve where their child is growing. The motion is deliberate, not possessive. A question posed in touch. "Are you okay?" he asks. She considers the question. Really considers it, instead of answering with the reflex she has spent months perfecting. "I do not know yet," she says. "Ask me again when the sun is fully up." That is not an answer. It is the most honest one I have. He accepts that. She watches him accept it, sees the quiet in his face, the way he does not push or fill the silence with comfort she has not asked for. It is the thing she is still learning to trust about him, the way he lets her arrive at her own answers. The silence stretches. The light keeps climbing. Delia's phone is on the nightstand, face up, screen dark. She has not looked at it since she woke. She does not know what time it is, what headlines are forming, what the board chair said to Soren in the hours between midnight and now. She should check. She does not move. "What do you need today?" Anders asks. The question lands differently than it would have a week ago. He is not offering to fix anything. He is not assuming the shape of her answer. He is asking, open-ended, and she can say anything. She says, "You." His hand stills on her stomach. "I need you to stay," she says. "Not to do anything, not to solve anything, just to be in the same room when I walk into whatever that meeting is." "Done. Ask me what I need first next time. Do not assume." "Done." She looks at him. His face is serious, unguarded, the kind of exposed she has only seen in the dark. He means every word. "Thank you," she says. "Do not thank me for showing up. I am not thanking you for showing up." She puts her hand over his, presses his palm against the warm curve of her belly. "I am thanking you for asking." Something shifts in his expression. She cannot name it, gratitude or grief, or the shape of a man who has spent his whole life assuming he already knew the answer. He leans down and presses his forehead to hers. "You do not have to thank me for being a partner," he says. "That is the baseline. Then let me thank you for being a good one. You are doing it again." "What?" "Making me feel like I earned something I should have been giving for free." She smiles, full, soft, real. "Good," she says. "Then we are even." The kiss that follows is unhurried. It tastes like morning breath and the faint salt of night sweat, and she does not pull away. She lets it deepen, lets herself be held in the quiet before the world demands its share. The phone buzzes. Once, twice. A call, not a text. Delia reaches for it without breaking the kiss. The screen shows Soren's name. She pulls back. It is Soren. Anders watches her answer. His face does not change. "Soren." "Board chair wants to move the meeting." Soren's voice is dry, precise, the tone he uses when he is measuring every word. "Not at Halcyon. He wants you at his apartment on Central Park West in 40 minutes. Just you. No counsel, no CEO. Delia's stomach tightens. "Why?" He did not say, but he called me at 6:30 to arrange it, which means he decided before the market opened and wanted it on record that he used proper channels. A pause. "I do not like it." "Neither do I." "You want me to push back?" She looks at Anders. He has not moved, his hand still on her belly, his eyes steady. "No," she says. "Tell him I will be there." "Alone?" "I will decide that when I arrive." The silence on Soren's end is professional disapproval compressed into half a second. "I will tell him to expect you. Send me your location when you leave the penthouse." He already knows where I am. Soren does not argue. 40 minutes, he says, and hands up. Delia sets the phone down. The room feels different now. Charged, the quiet no longer a refuge but a holding pattern. The board chair wants you at his apartment, Anders says. Just me. You are going. I am going. He does not argue. She watches him decide not to argue, sees the reflex rise and settle again. His hand stays on her belly, grounding them both. Then I will be in the lobby, he says. Not in the room, but in the building. You do not have to. I know. He says it softly. I want to. She feels the words land in her chest, warm and solid. The sunlight is fully up now, gold and insistent. Delia swings her legs over the edge of the bed and stands. The floor is cool against her bare feet. She reaches for her clothes, the ones she wore last night, wrinkled and intimate. Behind her, Anders does not move. She turns. He is still watching her. 40 minutes, he says, and then we find out what happens next. Together. Together. She pulls her blouse over her head and feels the warmth of the word settle into her bones. For the first time in months, she is not preparing to face the world alone. A phone buzzes again, a text this time. She picks it up. Unknown number. The message is 2 words. Beautiful morning. The sender's name is not saved in her contacts. She stares at the screen. Anders is beside her now, reading over her shoulder. She feels the tension snap through him, the coiled readiness she has come to recognize. Same number? He asks. I do not know. She scrolls. No prior messages in this thread. New contact, no name, no context. Could be a coincidence. You do not believe that? No. She stares at the words. Beautiful morning, innocent on its face. A greeting, a compliment, a casual observation. But nothing is casual anymore. She types a response. Who is this? The reply comes instantly. You know who I am. You just haven't admitted it yet. Delia's blood goes cold. Anders takes the phone from her hand. She lets him. He reads the message, his jaw tightening. We are not going to the meeting, he says. Yes, we are. Delia. We are going. She takes the phone back, slips it into her bag. Whoever this is, they wanted me to see this right now. They wanted me to hesitate, to panic, to run. I am not giving them that. Then what are you giving them? She meets his eyes. Nothing they can use. Chapter 69. The elevator opens onto a hallway that smells of old wood and fresh flowers, a combination so deliberate it feels like a statement. Delia steps out. Come in. Delia enters. The apartment opens into a wide living room with windows that face the park, the trees still bare in the early light. The furniture is quiet, expensive without announcing itself. A man rises from a wing-back chair near the fireplace. He is older than she expected. Silver hair, a face that has spent decades reading people across negotiation tables. His suit is dark gray, his tie knotted precisely. He does not extend his hand immediately. He looks at her first, measuring, the way someone checks the weight of a tool before picking it up. Thank you for coming on short notice. His voice matches the room, measured, unhurried. I am Caldwell Whitfield. I have been Halcyon's board chair for 9 years. I know who you are. A flicker at the corner of his mouth, not quite a smile. Soren said you would be direct. Please, sit. She takes the chair across from him. The woman in charcoal settles into a seat near the window, a notepad in her lap now, silent, present but not introduced. Delia files that observation and does not ask. Whitfield watches her settle. You closed the merger last night, he says, against substantial pressure, with governance reforms that will constrain the CEO you are sleeping with, and a public narrative that could still turn against you before the market digests the full story. Delia does not flinch. I closed the merger because it was the right deal on clean terms. The relationship is not a factor in the execution. I know, he says it flatly. That is one of the reasons we need to talk. She waits. I am not going to ask whether you earned your position, Mr. Mwangi. I have read the diligence trail, your integration model, the affidavits Tamsin filed, and the timeline documentation. I watched Vivienne Quist walk out of a negotiation with less than she came for, which I did not think was possible. He pauses. You are the best person in that room. That is no longer in dispute. The words land like a physical touch. She feels them in her chest, warm and sharp at once, but she does not relax. Why am I here, Mr. Whitfield? Because the best person in the room should not remain in a role designed for someone else. He leans back. The merged company needs a director of operations integration for the full 12-month execution phase. Broad authority. Direct line to the board, not through the CEO. You would oversee every workstream that touches both legacy organizations. The offer sits in the space between them. Delia thinks of the integration model she locked behind her credentials last night. The hours in the server room with Rafiq. The restructured pro forma that removed Anders's personal guarantees. The spreadsheet cells she has memorized down to the decimal. She earned this, and yet. And if I accept, she says slowly, the press will frame it as a reward for sleeping with the CEO. Whitfield does not deny it. The press will frame it exactly that way, for at least the first news cycle, possibly longer depending on how the photographed narrative evolves. Your competence will be buried under the headline, and you will have to outwork that framing for the first 6 months before anyone believes the promotion was real. Then why offer it now? He meets her eyes. Because delaying it will not change the headlines. It will only mean the merged company operates without its best execution lead for the first quarter, and that costs shareholders more than your reputation does. He pauses. I am not here to protect your feelings, Ms. Mwangi. I am here to protect the company, and the company needs you in that role. The silence stretches. Delia thinks of the texter's message from the car. You know who I am. You just haven't admitted it yet. Whoever they are, they have been inside Halcyon longer than she has. They have watched her from before she became anyone, and they have not stopped. If she takes this role, she will be visible in a way she has never been before. Public, attackable. Every decision she makes will carry the subtext of the relationship, the pregnancy, the scandal that has not yet fully broken. But if she refuses, she lets the texter win without firing a shot. She lets the fear of being seen dictate what she builds. What is the timeline? She asks. We would announce it at the market open tomorrow, alongside the governance reforms. Soren and Tamsin are prepared to brief the press. The board has already voted conditional approval, pending your acceptance. Conditional. The word catches. What are the conditions? Whitfield's expression does not change. That you understand what you are walking into. The scrutiny will be relentless, personal, professional, medical. Your pregnancy will become public within weeks, if days. Every photograph, every attendance log, every calendar entry will be read as evidence of favoritism or corruption. I know. You will have no privacy for the next year. Your child will be photographed before it is born. Your mother's house will be in the background of news segments. There will be no off-the-record space where you are just a woman doing her job. I know. He holds her gaze. Then take the day to decide. I want your answer by 5 p.m. Delia stands. I do not need until 5 p.m. Whitfield raises an eyebrow. No? I need to talk to one person first, and then I will call Soren. She turns toward the door. Ms. Mwangi. She stops. Whitfield has not moved from his chair. His voice is quiet. I should tell you. The vote was not unanimous. There were board members who argued that promoting you would validate every accusation Vivienne Quist could still make. They lost, but they are watching, and they will be the first to move if you give them a reason. Delia feels the words settle into her spine. I understand. She walks to the elevator, presses the button. The doors open. The ride down is silent. The lobby appears. Anders stands near the entrance, hands in his coat pockets, watching the glass doors. He turns when the elevator opens. Their eyes meet. He does not ask. His face is steady, but she sees the question held behind it. She crosses the lobby. The board chair offered me a promotion, she says. Director of Operations Integration for the merged company. Direct line to the board. Anders waits. I have to decide by 5 p.m. Are you going to take it? She looks at him. The morning light catches his face, tired and present and holding space for whatever she chooses. I do not know, she says. I need to think. He nods. Then let me drive you somewhere you can. She reaches for his hand. The warmth of his palm closes around hers, and they walk out into the city together. Her phone buzzes in her coat. She pulls it out. Unknown number. A photograph. It takes her a second to understand what she is seeing. A woman, younger, standing on a street she recognizes. Queens, the corner near her mother's house, carrying a grocery bag, laughing at something off camera. The caption appears beneath the image. You were happy here, before you became someone else. Do you remember? I do. Delia's breath catches. Beneath the photographs, the timestamp. An hour ago.
Chapter 70. The screen glows in her palm. Her mother's corner, the grocery bag, the laugh caught mid-frame. She cannot breathe. Anders reads over her shoulder. His hand tightens around hers. Caller. Delia is already dialing. The line rings once, twice, a third time, and her chest caves inward until Neri's voice comes through, rough with sleep, but alive. Delia? Mom, are you okay? A pause, fabric rustling. Neri is sitting up in bed. I am fine. Why would I not be? Has anyone been at the house? Seen anything? Another pause, longer. There was a car this morning, dark sedan, parked across the street for about 20 minutes. I saw it when I went out for the paper. Delia's stomach drops. Did you see who was inside? Tinted windows, could not see. It left before I finished my coffee. Neri's voice sharpens. What is happening, Delia? Nothing. I will explain later. Stay inside today. Do not open the door for anyone you do not know. Delia. Please, Mom, just for today. The silence on the line is heavy. Then Jerry exhales. You call me when you can tell me the truth, not later, when you can. She hangs up. Delia stands in the street, the phone pressed against her chest, the city moving around her in blurs of color and sound. Anders's hand finds her elbow, steady, present. Your mother? Fine. There was a car. It left before she went out. She is safe. For now. She looks at the photograph again. The younger version of herself stares back, unguarded and unaware. Before the night at the Armitage, before Halcyon, before she learned that happiness carried a receipt she would have to pay later. Anders does not push. He stands beside her, waiting for her to resurface. She shoves the phone into her coat pocket. I need to call Rafik. Rafik answers on the second ring. Tell me you are calling to say you told Whitfield yes. I am calling to say I do not know what to tell Whitfield. A beat of static. Delia, what is there to not know? She walks toward a bench near the subway entrance, sits. The cold from the metal seeps through her coat. They will frame it as a reward for sleeping with the CEO. You heard Whitfield. The first 6 months will be spent outrunning that story. And I am tired of outrunning stories people wrote before they met me. Rafik's voice softens into something she has not heard from him before. Not humor, not deflection. Honesty. You think refusing the job stops them from writing that story? She says nothing. They will write it anyway, Rafik says. They will write that you refused because you knew you did not earn it, or that you were pushed out quietly because the board could not trust you, or that you ghosted because the pressure broke you, or that you ghosted because the pressure broke you. They will write a story no matter what you do. The only question is whether you give them a desk to put the paper on. What if I do not want to be the story at all? Then you disappear. You go back to Queens. You raise the baby in your mother's house. You let Anders pay for everything and spend the next 20 years proving to yourself that you are still the woman who did not need him. The words land like a door closing. She lets them sit. You are better than that, Rafik says. Take the job. Make them document the process. Make the metrics public. Let them audit every decision you make for the first year. You will still outperform every person in that building, and they will have to write the story twice. Once for the scandal, once for the work. She stares at the traffic, the headlights sliding past, the city that does not stop even when her world tilts. I will call Whitfield. No, call Soren. Tell him your condition. Let him frame it as your terms, not his offer. She almost smiles. When did you get this strategic?
When I started working for someone who refuses to be protected, it forces a person to think ahead. She ends the call and dials Soren. The meeting is over in 12 minutes. Soren listens to her terms without interrupting. Public documentation of the appointment criteria. Quarterly transparency reports tied to measurable performance metrics. A written commitment that the promotion process will be shared with the press alongside the announcement. He says yes to all of it. The board will agree, he says. Whitfield expected conditions. He told me you would not accept without terms of your own. Then he knows me better than I thought. He has been watching longer than you know. The phrase lands like an echo of the texter's message. She pushes it aside. The announcement? Tomorrow morning, market open. We release the governance document and your appointment simultaneously. Cameras will be there. Of course they will. Delia. Soren's voice drops. You will be visible in a way you have never been. Every outlet will run the photograph from the financial ledger alongside the announcement. The headline will write itself. Let it. She ends the call. Anders waits where she left him. His hands are in his coat pockets. His face is unreadable, but his eyes hold everything. I am taking the job. He nods. I know. How? Because you do not know how to walk away from something you earned. She steps closer to him. The city noise fades into the background. The cold bites at her cheeks. There will be cameras tomorrow. I know. Every outlet. Every angle. He reaches for her hand. I will be standing beside you, if you want me there. She looks at him. The morning light catches his face, tired and present and holding space for whatever she chooses. I want you there. That evening, Delia sits in the passenger seat of Anders's car, watching the city lights blur past as they drive toward the penthouse. The texter's photograph is still on her phone. The unreleased Armitage images are still out there. The board members who voted against her are still watching. Her phone vibrates. Unknown number. She opens the message, a photograph of the Halcyon Tower from across the river. The lights on in the boardroom. The announcement tomorrow is already being prepared. The caption beneath it reads, Congratulations on the promotion. I will be watching tomorrow. Closer than you think. Chapter 71. The room is full of faces she does not know. Cameras, notepads, the low hum of bodies pressed into chairs that were never meant to hold this many. Someone has set up a podium at the far end of the 44th floor conference room, a Halcyon logo projected behind it like a seal of approval. Delia stands to the left of the podium. Anders is beside her. Not in front, not above. Beside. Caldwell Whitfield opens with the governance reforms, the independent oversight committee, the leadership transition. The words land clean and practiced, and Delia watches the journalists write them down with the speed of people who have already decided what the headline will say. Then Whitfield says her name. Delia Mwangi will assume the role of Managing Director, Operations Integration for the merged entity. She will report directly to the board. Her authority is independent of the executive suite. A camera flash catches her face. She does not blink. The first question is predictable. A woman from Bloomberg, wire thin and wire sharp. Ms. Mwangi, your appointment comes at the same time as the public confirmation of your personal relationship with Mr. Holloway. How do you separate those two facts? Delia steps to the podium. The same way I separated them when I restructured the logistics workstream that was 2 weeks behind schedule. The same way I separated them when I closed the merger on revised terms after a hostile negotiation. The same way I have separated them since the day I was hired. She pauses. I was hired because I was the best person for this role. I proved that before anyone knew about my private life. I intend to keep proving it. The Bloomberg woman writes something. Her face gives nothing away. A man from the Financial Times leans forward. The board vote was not unanimous, correct? Some members opposed your appointment. Delia does not look at Whitfield. Every leadership appointment has dissent. The question is whether the dissent is about competence or prejudice. I am confident the board will be transparent about its criteria. My quarterly reports will be public. Anyone who wants to audit my performance can do so. And if the dissent was about your relationship with the CEO, then the dissent was about a fact that existed before I was hired and that I disclosed voluntarily. If the concern is that I cannot separate my professional judgment from my personal life, the record of my work over the past months should answer that concern. The man nods. He does not look convinced. He also does not look hostile. 3 more questions. 2 about the governance timeline. 1 about whether Anders will retain operational control. Anders answers that one himself. Operational control of a company this size should never rest with one person. I built Halcyon on the belief that speed matters more than consensus. I was wrong. The Oversight Committee is not a concession. It is a correction. A reporter from the Wall Street Journal tilts her head. Mr. Holloway, you are voluntarily surrendering authority at the peak of your career. Why should investors believe this is genuine reform and not a temporary gesture while the headlines cool? Anders' jaw tightens. Then he says, because I am not surrendering anything I plan to take back. The reforms are structural. They require a board vote to reverse. I have no intention of asking for that vote. Silence settles. The questions slow. Then a voice from the back, older, female. The kind of voice that has been in rooms like this long enough to know which questions hurt. Ms. Mwangi, Margaret Chen, Reuters. Delia looks up. You have been very careful to separate your professional competence from your personal relationship. But the story that broke this morning was not about your work. It was about a photograph of you and Mr. Holloway on a terrace. A romantic photograph. The kind that makes people feel like they are watching something they should not see. Margaret Chen pauses. Has love made fools of us all, Ms. Mwangi? Or have you and Mr. Holloway been running a strategy the rest of us were too slow to see? The room stills. Delia feels the weight of every eye, every camera, every held breath. Anders shifts beside her. She does not let him step forward. She answers. The photograph you saw was taken without my knowledge or consent. The person who took it has been surveilling me since before I was hired at Halcyon. They have photographs of me at the Armitage Hotel on October 2nd, the night before my interview. They have photographs from my past that I have never shared publicly. They are not a lover or a confidant. They are a stalker who has been orchestrating a narrative for months. She lets that land. I am standing here because I refuse to let that narrative control me. I disclosed my relationship before anyone could use it against me. I restructured the integration model to remove any dependency on Anders' personal authority. I took a promotion that is accountable to the board, not to the CEO. I did all of that because love did not make me foolish. It made me determined not to let the truth be used as a weapon. Margaret Chen does not look away. And if the next photograph is worse than a romantic terrace shot, then I will stand here again and answer for it, because I have nothing left to hide. The room breaks into murmurs. Another question rises from the side. Someone from CNBC asking about the Oversight Committee's voting structure. Delia answers. Precise. Clean. She does not glance at Anders. She does not need to. But she feels his presence beside her like a second spine. The press conference ends at 10:17 a.m. Whitfield closes with a statement about the next quarter's milestones. The journalists rise, phones pressed to ears, already filing the story. Delia steps away from the podium. Her phone vibrates. Unknown number. A single line of text. You were magnificent. Almost as magnificent as what comes next. She looks up. The room is emptying. Staff are gathering papers. A photographer is packing a lens. No one is watching her. But someone was. Someone always is. Chapter 72. The room empties. Journalists file out, phones pressed to ears, already rewriting their leads. A photographer lingers near the far wall, packing a lens into a padded case with deliberate slowness. Delia watches him from the corner of her vision. His movements are too careful, too measured for someone who should be rushing to file. She does not look at him directly. She learned months ago that looking directly at a threat tells it where you are vulnerable. Anders' hand brushes her elbow. A question, not a claim. She steps away from the podium. Her heels click against the polished floor, a sound that has carried her through 100 conference rooms and never once sounded like retreat. The photographer straightens, catches her eye, holds it a beat longer than a stranger should. Then he turns and walks through the exit, disappearing into the corridor. The one with the Nikon, Delia keeps her voice low. Did you see him leave when everyone else did? Anders follows her gaze. The door is already swinging shut. I did not clock him. You think he was press? I think he was slow on purpose, watching how I moved when the camera stopped. Soren appears at her other side, tablet in hand, face unreadable. 4 outlets have already filed. Bloomberg leads with the governance reforms. Reuters is running the stalking angle. The Ledger is keeping the photograph above the fold but framing it as context, not evidence. Delia exhales, the word stalking in the same sentence as her name. Public now. Irreversible. That could have gone worse, Soren adds. And it could have gone better. What could have gone better? A few of the financial wires are asking why you waited until today to disclose the surveillance, instead of reporting it to authorities immediately. Delia feels the weight of that, the implication that her silence was strategic, that she held the stalking revelation in reserve, ready to deploy it when the story turned against her. The texter has never made a physical threat against me. What was I supposed to report? A photograph I could not prove was taken without consent? You know that, Soren says. I know that. The wires are going to frame it as a calculated disclosure. Let them. Delia straightens her spine. I have nothing left to hide. They can frame whatever they want. Anders steps to the microphone. The room is nearly empty now. The last few journalists are gathering their things near the back, ready to leave, but the sound of his voice stops them. I would like to say one more thing. Delia turns. She did not expect this. They did not rehearse a closing statement. Anders looks at her for a moment. Then he faces the remaining cameras. Delia Mwangi was hired because she was the best candidate for the role. I know that because I read her file before I ever met her. I know that because the integration model she built for this merger removed my personal guarantees and made the company functional without me. That is not the work of someone who traded proximity for promotion. That is the work of someone who refused to let anyone reduce her to a story they wanted to tell. He pauses. I failed her. Not by hiring her, not by loving her. I failed her by creating a culture where she believed she had to carry the truth alone. That failure is mine. It belongs to this company, and it ends today. Silence. A journalist near the back raises a phone, recording. Delia stands frozen, not because the words surprise her, because he set them in the open, without asking for permission, without making sure she would approve. He risked it anyway. The photographer who lingered is gone. The room is still. The cameras are off, but the moment is not. Anders steps back from the microphone. He does not look at the journalists. He looks at her. And for the first time since she walked into the Halcyon boardroom 9 months ago, Delia feels like she is standing in a room and the truth has nowhere left to hide. Chapter 73. The microphone hums once, then falls silent. Anders stands motionless behind the podium, his hand still resting on the polished wood as if he needs the contact to stay upright. The remaining journalists have stopped gathering their things. One raises a phone higher. Another presses record on a voice memo app. Delia watches him from 3 feet away and feels the rooms shift around them like a held breath releasing. I have spent 11 years building this company. Anders' voice is quiet but carries. I built it on speed, on conviction, on the belief that if I moved fast enough and trusted my instincts, I could outrun the friction that slows other organizations down. He pauses. That philosophy made Halcyon valuable. It also made it dangerous. Because when one person moves faster than everyone else, the people around him learn to keep up by staying silent. They learn that raising a hand slows the machine, that telling the truth about a problem means becoming the problem. Delia's throat tightens. She has heard him speak in boardrooms, in negotiations, in the dark quiet of his penthouse. She has never heard him speak like this. I failed whenever power made the people around me carry fear alone. I failed whenever my calendar, my authority, my proximity made someone believe that the cost of honesty was higher than the cost of silence. That failure is mine. It belongs to no one else in this room. A journalist near the back shifts her weight, recording device steady. From today, Halcyon will be judged by one metric that has nothing to do with margins or integration milestones, whether truth can move upward without punishment. If it cannot, then the reforms we announced this morning are theater, and I will not preside over theater. He steps back from the microphone. The silence stretches for 3 full seconds. Then the journalist near the back lowers her phone and walks out without a word. The others follow, slowly, as if leaving a room where something fragile has been placed in the middle of the floor. Delia does not move. Anders turns toward her. His face is unguarded in a way she has never seen in public, the polished surface stripped back to something raw and uncertain. "I should have asked you before I said that." She shakes her head. "You could not have asked. You had to mean it." "I mean it. I know." She steps forward and takes his hand. His fingers close around hers with a pressure that is not desperate. It is present, grounded. The grip of a man who has just laid down the armor he has carried since she met him. Soren clears his throat from the side of the room. His tablet glows. The wires are already updating. Bloomberg added your closing statement as a separate story. Reuters is calling it an unscripted admission of institutional failure. Delia watches Anders's face as Soren speaks. He does not flinch. And the market? Soren hesitates. Futures are softening, not a crash. But the vulnerability reads as instability to some of the algorithm models. They do not know how to price a CEO who admits he was wrong. Anders nods slowly. They will learn. The corridor outside the conference room is empty now. Delia walks beside Anders, their footsteps falling in the same rhythm. The glass walls of Halcyon's Hudson Yards headquarters reflect the late morning light, turning the tower into a prism of gold and steel. She feels the weight of what just happened pressing against her ribs. Not fear. Something heavier. Something that feels like the beginning of trust that has no contingency plan. "There is something you have not asked me," Anders says. She looks at him. "You told me you wanted a future you could choose freely. I have told you I would step down, step back, rebuild from nothing if that is what you need. But I have not asked you what you actually want." The corridor stretches ahead of them, empty and bright. Delia stops walking. "I want to stop treating love like a debt I have to repay by being smaller than I am." Her voice is steady. "I want to walk into rooms where people know my name because of what I built, not because of who I am standing next to. I want to raise this child without pretending that needing help makes me weak." She looks at him. "That is what I want. What do you want?" Anders holds her gaze. His pale eyes are steady, almost colorless in the bright corridor light. "I want to be someone who stays. Not someone who sacrifices himself and calls it love. Not someone who writes a check and calls it presence. I want to earn the right to be in your life and our child's life every day by showing up when it is hard and when it is ordinary." He takes a breath. "I want to stop being the kind of man who makes the people around him carry fear alone." Delia feels something crack open in her chest. Not painfully, like a door that has been sealed too long, giving way to air. "You already stopped being that man," she says. "You proved it in there." She gestures back toward the conference room. "You just told the world you were wrong. That kind of honesty cannot be taken back." They walk to the elevator in silence. The doors open. Delia steps inside, and Anders follows. The car begins its descent. Through the glass wall of the elevator, the city spreads out below them, hard and brilliant, and indifferent to the stories people tell about themselves. Delia touches the thin gold bangle on her wrist, her grandmother's, the one she has worn through every interview, every crisis, every night she thought she might break. "You will do well." Her grandmother's voice, long ago. "Because you know when to fight and when to let someone hold you." She has never fully understood that second part until now. The elevator reaches the lobby. The doors open onto the polished marble floor of the Halcyon atrium. Sunlight streams through the glass ceiling, catching the dust motes suspended in the air. And someone is standing near the far wall, watching them. The photographer from the press conference. The one who lingered too long and moved too carefully. He is holding a camera, lens pointed at the floor. But his eyes are fixed on Delia with the patience of someone who has been waiting for exactly this moment. He reses the camera. Not to his eye, just enough for her to see the movement. Then he turns and walks toward the revolving doors, disappearing into the street. Delia's hand tightens around Anders. "Did you see him?" "Yes." "Who is he?" Anders watches the doors swing shut. "I do not know, but I am going to find out." Her phone buzzes in her pocket. She pulls it out. The screen shows a message from an unknown number. You looked magnificent up there. Almost as magnificent as what comes next. Chapter 74. The market opens with a shiver. Delia watches the Halcyon stock ticker from Soren's office, the numbers flickering through the first hour of trading. Down 2%. Studying. Down another half point. The algorithm models are still trying to price a CEO who admitted institutional failure in public. Lead story on Bloomberg, Soren says, reading from his phone. Quoting your disclosure, framing it as the most transparent merger governance restructure in a decade. And Reuters? Skeptical, asking whether the board knew about the surveillance before the press conference. Delia does not look away from the ticker. Do they believe the answer? It does not matter whether they believe it. What matters is whether they can prove otherwise. Her phone buzzes in her pocket. She does not check it. She already knows it will be another message from an unknown number. Another piece of a story she cannot see the end of. The corridor outside Soren's office fills with the sound of urgent conversations. Staff cluster near the elevators, voices low, phones pressed to ears. A few look at her as she passes. Some look away too quickly. She walks to the small terrace off the 44th floor, the one no one uses because it faces the service alley and the view is nothing but concrete and ductwork. The door opens onto cold air. She steps out, letting the wind hit her face. The city spreads below her, gray and indifferent. Somewhere out there, journalists are filing stories about her. Commentators are arguing about whether she is a warning or a model. Social media has already turned her into a symbol, and she has not even read a single post. She knows what they are saying. She can feel the shape of it without seeing the words. She slept her way into the job. She outmaneuvered a blackmailer. She is a victim of surveillance. She is a corporate operator who played the system. None of it is entirely false. None of it is entirely true. That is what it means to be visible. To be reduced to a story that fits someone else's argument. The door opens behind her. She does not turn around. She knows his footsteps. Anders stops a few feet away, not crowding her. He does not speak. The wind carries the sound of traffic from the streets below, muffled and distant. They stand in silence. And Delia realizes, with a shock that feels almost physical, that silence between them no longer feels like danger. It used to. Every pause was a space where the truth could spill out. Every quiet moment was a test of how much longer she could hold the walls up. Now the silence is just air. Just two people standing in the same place, not needing to fill the space between them. Soren says the futures are stabilizing, Anders says finally. Soft landing? Possibly. The algorithms are still adjusting, but the volume is shifting toward buyers. She nods. The board wants to schedule a formal review of the governance structure in 6 weeks, he continues. They want you to present the integration milestones. Of course they do. You could delegate it. I could. She turns to face him. But I will not. He almost smiles. I know. The wind picks up, and she wraps her arms around herself. She is still wearing the silk blouse from the press conference, not designed for this kind of cold. Anders takes off his jacket and holds it out to her. She looks at it. At him. You do not have to, she says. I know. She takes the jacket. It is still warm from his body. She pulls it around her shoulders, and the fabric carries his scent. Sandalwood, leather, something clean underneath. I have been thinking, he says. About what? About what I said in the corridor. About what I want. She waits. I want all of it, every word. But there is something I did not say. His pale eyes find hers. There is one thing I still have not asked you. She feels the shape of the question before he speaks, the weight of it, the door it will open. I have told you I will step down, step back, rebuild from nothing. I have told you I want to earn the right to stay. I have asked you what you want, and I have told you what I want. He takes a breath. But I have not asked you to marry me. The words lands the cold air between them. I am not asking because I think you owe me an answer. I am not asking because I think it fixes anything. I am asking because I want you to know that I am asking. That the question is on the table. That whenever you are ready to hear it, whenever you know what you want the answer to be, I will be here. He does not move closer. and I will wait as long as it takes. The city hums below them. The wind pulls at her hair. Delia stands in his jacket on a terrace above a tower she helped save, carrying a child she did not plan, standing next to a man who just laid down every piece of armor he had. She should say something. She should answer. But the words will not come. Because the question is not about whether she loves him. She knows that answer. The question is about whether she can let herself need him without losing herself. She opens her mouth. And behind them, the door to the terrace swings open. Soren stands in the frame, his face unreadable. Delia, you need to see this. He holds up his phone. The screen shows a headline. Chapter 75. Soren's phone screen glows white in the dusk light. The headline is short, 3 lines, no photograph. Halcyon stalker identified as former employee. Sources confirm individual worked in facilities until November. Police say arrest is imminent. Delia reads it twice. The words do not land like facts. They land like a door she thought was locked, swinging open without warning. Former employee, she says. Soren nods. Facilities. Low-level access. Badge clearance for all floors after hours. They left in November. Same week you started. November. The texter has been inside this building, has walked these corridors, has had keys. Who? Anders' voice is flat, controlled. The kind of control that costs something. Name has not been released yet. The story is breaking from a source inside the NYPD. We have maybe an hour before every outlet runs it. Soren is looking at her, waiting for direction. She should give direction. She is managing director now. She should tell him how to handle this, what to say, what not to say, which journalists to call first. Instead, she stands on a terrace in a borrowed jacket, holding a marriage proposal in her chest and a headline in her eyes, and feels the shape of her life shift again. Tell legal to prepare a statement, she says. Acknowledge the investigation. Confirm cooperation. Do not name anyone until the police do. Soren nods. And the timing? Same as before. We do not run from the truth, we arrive before it. He holds her gaze for a moment. Then he turns and disappears through the door, pulling it closed behind him. The terrace is quiet again. Anders has not moved. He stands where he was when the door opened. His jacket is around her shoulders. His eyes are on her face. The proposal, she says, is still on the table. It is. You did not withdraw it because of this. No. She turns to face him fully. The wind pulls at her hair. The city hums below. You just found out someone who had keys to your building is the person who has been watching me for months. That changes things. It changes what I know, he says. It does not change what I want. He steps closer. Not crowding, just closer. I told you I am prepared to step down, step back, rebuild from nothing if that is what your freedom requires. I meant it before the headline. I mean it now. His pale eyes hold hers. If staying at Halcyon makes you unsafe, if my name makes you a target, if being connected to me costs you anything you have earned, I will walk away from it. Not because I want to leave, because I want you to have a choice that is not contaminated by what I am. She feels it. The old machinery. The reflex that has kept her alive through every room where she was the only one who looked like her, through every meeting where she had to be twice as prepared to be considered half as qualified. Withhold. Do not commit. Keep the door open behind you. It rises in her chest like a wall of muscle memory. Because if she says yes and he leaves, she will be the woman who drove the CEO out. If she says yes and he stays, she will be the woman who only got the job because the CEO loved her. If she says no, she will spend the rest of her life wondering whether she was brave enough to let someone hold her. The reflex whispers, do not answer. Say you need time. Keep both doors open. She looks at him, at the man who handed her his jacket without being asked, who stood beside her at a podium and said he failed her before he said he loved her, who put a marriage proposal on the table with the explicit understanding that she could refuse. I am afraid, she says. Of what? That if I let myself need you, I will stop knowing who I am without you. He does not flinch. You will not, because I will not let you. You cannot control that. No. but I can promise to spend every day making sure you do not disappear into me. That is not a protection promise. That is a wake-up promise. If you start to disappear, I will tell you, even if it costs me. The reflex is still there. It is not dissolved. It has not been healed by his words. It is crouched in her chest, waiting for her to make the mistake of trusting too much. But she can feel something else underneath it, something that wants to answer. She opens her mouth. Her phone lights up. A single message from an unknown number. The former employee is not the one you should be afraid of. I am, and I am closer than you think. She turns. Across the street, on the rooftop of a building 2 blocks east, a figure stands against the gray sky. Raising the camera. Chapter 76. The figure on the rooftop lowers the camera, does not move, does not wave. Stands against the gray sky like a punctuation mark at the end of a sentence Delia did not know she was reading. Anders follows her gaze. His hand finds her arm. Come inside. She does not argue. She lets him guide her through the service door, back into the corridor where the air is still and the hum of ventilation fills the silence. The door clicks shut behind them. The city is steeled out. The rooftop is gone. She stands in the hallway with his jacket still around her shoulders and her phone still in her hand. The former employee is a decoy, she says. The real one is still out there, still watching. I know. He is going to release whatever he has. The Armitage photos, the older ones, whatever he has been saving. I know. Anders does not reach for her phone, does not prod to see the message, does not offer to call security or Soren or anyone who could turn this into something to be managed. He stands in front of her and waits. She looks at him. At the man who has been offered every reason to walk away and has not taken a single one. The man who put a marriage proposal on the table with no deadline, no conditions, no fine print. The man who just watched her see her stalker on a rooftop and did not try to fix it or fight it or erase it. He just stood beside her. The reflex is still there. Withhold. Do not commit. Keep the door open behind you. But it is quieter now, like a machine that has been running so long it has begun to wear itself down. I was going to say yes, she tells him. Before the phone lit up, before I saw him on the roof, I was going to say yes. His pale eyes hold hers. And now? She feels the question land in her chest, not as pressure, as permission. Now, I am still going to say yes. The words leave her mouth before she can stop them, before the reflex can catch up and remind her that saying yes is the same as letting go, that letting go is the same as losing herself, that losing herself is the one thing she has spent her entire life fighting against. But she has already said it, and the world did not end. Anders does not move toward her, does not pull her into an embrace or kiss her, or do any of the things a man might do when a woman tells him yes. He stands exactly where he is and lets the word exist between them without grabbing at it. Say it again, he says. When you are ready. Not now. Not because of the rooftop. Because you want to. She understands what he is doing. He is giving her the chance to take it back, to blame the adrenaline and the fear and the proximity of danger. He is making sure that when she says yes, it belongs to her, not to the moment. That is why she says it again. Yes. Her voice is steadier than she expected. I am saying yes because I want to. Because you have spent every day since I met you proving that you will not own what you love. Because you handed me your jacket and your proposal and your future and told me I could refuse all of it. Because you stood beside me at that podium and said you failed me before you said you loved me. She takes a breath. Because I am tired of treating every good thing like it is going to cost me. He reaches for her then, slowly, his hand rising to her face, his thumb brushing her cheekbone. The touch is light, almost questioning, as if he is still asking permission. She leans into it, and something in her chest cracks open. Not breaks, cracks, like ice on a river beginning to shift. He pulls her close. His arms close around her, his chin rests on the top of her head, and she feels the tension in his body release in a long, slow exhale that sounds like relief and fear and hope, all pressed into the same breath. She lets herself be held. does not bargain against it, does not measure what it will cost her, does not count the seconds until she has to pull away and prove she is still independent. She just stands in his arms and lets him hold her. "You are shaking," he says. "I know. It is going to be okay." She wants to believe him, wants to let the words sink into her skin like warmth. But the rooftop is still there. The camera is still there. The message is still on her phone. She pulls back just enough to look at him. "I do not know if that is true." "Neither do I." The honesty hits her harder than a promise would. "But I know I am going to stand beside you through whatever comes. Not in front of you. Beside you. That is what I am saying yes to. That is what I have been saying yes to since the stairwell." She nods. "I know." And she does. They stand in the corridor for a long moment. The city hums beyond the walls. Somewhere the texter is downloading photographs or writing messages or waiting for the right moment to release whatever he has been saving. But here, in this narrow hallway with fluorescent lights and the smell of recycled air, Delia is not afraid. She is not safe. She is not protected. She is not hidden. But she is not afraid. Her phone buzzes against her palm. She looks down. Not the unknown number. Not Soren with another headline. Jiri. "A man came by the house today. Said he was an old friend of yours. Left his number. You want it?" Delia stares at the message. A man. An old friend. Not Nicholas wants to see you. Sends his regards. Like a message from a ghost. Anders is still holding her hand. She can feel his pulse through his fingers. Steady, present, real. But she is already somewhere else. Somewhere 8 years ago. Somewhere she has spent a decade trying to forget. She looks at the message again. A man. Said he was an old friend. The texter is not Nicholas. But he knows where Nicholas is. He knows who Nicholas is to her. And he has just walked up to her mother's front door and left a calling card. She turns to Anders. "Take me to Queens." He does not ask if she is sure, does not ask what she plans to do. He just nods. "I will get the car." Chapter 77. The Uber drops them on a block of attached houses where porch lights compete with street glow. Delia stands on the sidewalk a moment, watching the familiar shape of her mother's front door, and feels Anders beside her doing nothing but standing. He did not argue about the car, did not suggest a security detail, did not call Soren. He just came. "You okay?" he asks. "No." "Good, neither am I." She almost smiles, almost. The door opens before she can reach for her keys. Delia stands in the frame, gray braids pinned up, flour dusting her collar, eyes moving from Delia's face to Anders's and back. "So you finally brought him to my house." There is no warmth in it yet. No cold either. Just assessment. "Mom, this is Anders." "I know who he is. Come in before the neighbors start speculating at full volume." The apartment smells like onions and thyme and something roasting. The kitchen table is set for 3, not 4, which means Neri knew Delia would come alone with him. The plates are the good ones, the ones with the blue flowers that only come out for holidays and funerals. Anders does not scan the room like he is assessing a negotiation. He does not look at the worn linoleum or the faded curtains or the radiator that clanks every winter. He just stands in the small living room with his hands at his sides, waiting. "Sit," Neri says. He sits. Delia watches her mother take him in, the cut of his jacket, the stillness in his shoulders, the way he does not fill the room with presence the way she has seen him do in boardrooms and lobbies. "Delia, come help me with the rice." In the kitchen, Neri keeps her voice low. "He is too handsome. That is a problem." "Mom, your father was too handsome. Look where that got me. 20 years of forgiving him before breakfast." Delia leans against the counter. "That is not fair. You do not know him yet." "Then tell me something I should know." She thinks about it. The stairwell, the penthouse kitchen. The way he said, "I am not leaving," like it was the only answer he had ever considered. He does not leave when it gets hard. Neri stops stirring. That is not nothing. It is not everything either. No, but it is where everything starts. Dinner is served in bowls that Neri has owned since before Delia was born. The chicken is dark and tender, the rice spiced the way it always is, and for a few minutes, the only sounds are the scrape of forks and the ticking of the wall clock that has not kept correct time in 6 years. Then Neri sets down her fork. Delia tells me you run the company she works for. I did, Anders says. She is restructuring it. I am learning to follow. Neri's eyebrows go up. That is not the answer I expected. I have been surprising a lot of people lately, including myself. And the baby? Is that part of the surprise? Delia feels the table pull tight, but Anders does not flinch. I was surprised, he says, but I am not running from it. I am trying to become someone worth staying for. Neri watches him a long moment. The kitchen light catches her grandmother's gold bangle where it rests against the edge of the bowl, and Delia sees her own hand in the same pose. And when the drama stops, Neri asks, when the cameras leave and the headlines move on, and it is just Tuesday night and a child who needs to be fed and a woman who needs to know you will still be there, what are you then? Something shifts in Anders' face. Not the corporate mask she has seen him wear through negotiations. Something raw. I do not know yet. Honest answer? It is the only one I have. Neri picks up her fork. Then you stay alive long enough to find out. That is what I needed to hear. After dinner, Neri sends them to the back porch with coffee. The yard is small, bordered by chain link, and a neighbor's fig tree that has grown through the gaps. Delia sits on the wooden bench her father built before he left, and Anders sits beside her without asking if there is room. He did not walk out, Delia says. My father, he just stopped coming home one night. Hit and run on Northern Boulevard. They found him 3 blocks from the house. Anders does not say he is sorry, does not reach for her hand like it is a sympathy move. That is why you do not trust people to stay. I trust you. You are learning to. She lets the silence sit. He never got to meet the man I chose, she says. I think he would have liked you, especially the parts I find infuriating. I will take out as a compliment. You should. Her phone vibrates in her pocket. She pulls it out. The screen glows with a message from an unknown number. You are in Queens. I know because I am watching the corner from a car down the block. Do not turn around. Do not look for me. I am not here to hurt you tonight. I am here to finish the story I started. She holds the phone so Anders can read it. His jaw tightens. He does not stand, does not scan the street. If he wanted to hurt you, he would have done it before you knew he was here. That is supposed to make me feel better? No, it makes you alive to the question. She looks at the message again. Finish the story I started. Nicholas, she says. The texter knows where Nicholas is. Maybe he is Nicholas. Anders is quiet a long moment. Then we let him tell us tonight, or we make him. The glass finches as she sets it down. We are not making him do anything. Not here, not in front of my mother. Then what do we do? She looks at the message one more time. The corner, the car, the promise of a finished story. We go inside. We pretend we did not see this, and we wait. Anders does not argue. He just follows her inside where the kitchen light still burns and her mother is washing dishes and the world has not yet ended. But the clock is ticking, and somewhere down the block, the story is still writing itself. Chapter 78. The kitchen light holds steady. Jerry's hands are deep in the dishwater, and the only sounds are the scrape of a spoon against ceramic and the ticking of that unreliable clock. Delia stands in the doorway, phone still warm in her pocket, the texter's words still burning behind her eyes. Finish the story I started. She wants to look out the window. She does not. Jerry turns, drying her hands on a towel that has been hanging on the same hook for 20 years. So, her mother's voice is quiet, not accusing. You are going to tell me what that message said, or do I have to wait until the news trucks show up at my door again? Delia's throat tightens. He is outside, in a car down the block, watching. Jerry's face does not change. She hangs the towel back on its hook, precise and unhurried. Then I suppose he gets to watch us finish our coffee. Mom, I am not hiding in my own kitchen, Delia. Not for him, not for anyone. Anders moves before Delia can speak. He steps past her, into the kitchen, and picks up the dish towel Jerry just hung. Then let me help with the dishes. Jerry stares at him. You do not have to do that. I know. He picks up a wet bowl and starts drying it. I want to. The silence stretches. Jerry's eyes flick to Delia, something unreadable passing between them, and then she turns back to the sink. They work in rhythm. Jerry washes. Anders dries. Delia stands in the doorway watching two people who do not know each other share a task like it is the most natural thing in the world. 20 minutes later, the dishes are done, the counter is wiped, and Jerry has her coat on. I am going to bed, she says. You two are going to stand on my porch and figure out what comes next. And that man in the car is going to sit there and watch, because that is what he does. And I am not going to give him the satisfaction of making me change my routine. She kisses Delia on the cheek. Her hand lingers. You trust him? Delia looks at Anders, who has not put on his jacket, who is standing in her mother's kitchen like he is trying to earn the right to be there. Yes. Then trust him. Jerry's voice drops. But do not stop being the woman who knows when to fight. She disappears down the hall. A door clicks shut. The porch is cold. The fig tree rustles in the dark, and Delia can feel the weight of the car somewhere down the block, a presence she refuses to acknowledge. Anders stands beside her, hands in his pockets. She asked me what I am when the drama stops. I heard. I told her I do not know yet. He pauses. That is true, but I know what I am trying to become. Delia turns to face him. What? He does not meet her eyes. He looks at the fig tree, at the chain-linked fence, at the street where her father died 3 blocks away. A man my child will not have to survive around. The words land like stones in still water. Anders, I mean it. His voice is rough. I have spent 15 years building a company that moves faster than consequences. I have been proud of that. I thought speed was the same as strength, but I look at what I built, and I see a culture where the people closest to me carried fear alone because I never gave them permission to put it down. He finally looks at her. I do not want to be that kind of father. I do not want our child to grow up learning that love is something you earn by being useful. I want to be someone who stays, who is present, who does not make the people he loves carry the weight of his silence. Delia's chest aches. She thinks of her grandmother's bangle, of the words about knowing when to fight and when to let someone hold you. You are already becoming that man. I do not feel like it. He exhales. I feel like I am barely holding on to the version of myself I am trying to become, and that terrifies me. Why? Because I have never been afraid of losing before. I have always had a plan, a fallback, a margin of safety. His jaw tightens. But I cannot plan my way into being worthy of you. I cannot algorithm my way into being a good father. I have to actually become it, and I do not know if I know how. Delia steps closer. She can feel the heat of him in the cold air. It terrifies me too. He looks at her. Loving you does not feel like control, she says. It feels like standing on open ground with no cover. And I have spent my whole life building cover. But I am tired of hiding behind walls I've built to keep people out. I want to stand in the open. With you. Chapter 79. The new headquarters smells like fresh drywall and decisions. Delia walks the glass corridor on the 42nd floor, the afternoon light falling in long gold rectangles across the polished concrete. The space has been open for 12 days, and it still feels like a building that has not learned its own rhythms. But she knows hers now. She stops at the workstation bank where the integration team sits. Rafik looks up, his screen showing the vendor compliance dashboard in green across the board. You have a 315 with the Aurelian logistics lead about the Memphis routing overlap. I know. I sent you the pre-read. I read it. He almost smiles. I am running out of reasons to email you. Good. That means the system is working. Delia moves past him, her heels silent on the rubber flooring. The pregnancy is visible now. 22 weeks. She cannot hide it anymore, and she no longer wants to. The black silk blouse stretches across the curve of her belly, and the gold bangle from her grandmother catches the light when she lifts her tablet. The change is subtle, but she sees it. Employees who once looked away now meet her eyes. The whispers have not stopped entirely, but they have changed texture. Fewer questions about how she got the role, more about whether she will sign off on the Indianapolis restructuring. She reaches her desk, a corner office with windows on two sides and a door she leaves open. The glass wall faces the atrium, and she can see the whole floor from here. That was deliberate, not surveillance. Presence. A young woman in a navy blazer approaches the doorway, hesitant. "Ms. Mwangi?" "Yes. I am Priya, the new analyst on the freight optimization team." She holds a tablet. "I have a question about the Tier 2 vendor review. The data model your team built, it flags every logistics vendor with more than 3 incidents in the past 12 months. But some of those incidents were weather-related, not performance failures. I think the model is overcorrecting." Delia looks at her. Priya is maybe 24. She has the posture of someone who rehearsed this conversation. "Show me." Priya steps inside, and Delia turns to the wall screen. The analyst pulls up the model, highlights the flagged vendors, and walks through the weather disruption patterns. Delia listens, watches the numbers, and sees the logic. She nods. The threshold needs a severity filter. Cap the weather exactions at force majeure events above Category 2. Everything else stands. Priya's shoulders drop slightly. "I can build that. Send it to Rafik for cross-check. I want the revised model on my desk by Friday." Priya leaves, and Delia watches her go. That conversation would never have happened 3 months ago. The analyst would have sent a query up the chain and gotten a deflection 2 weeks later. Now she walked through an open door. The change is not perfect. Nothing this size is. A senior vice president from the legacy Aurelian side still refuses to make eye contact. 2 managers who fought her promotion now compete to be seen as her allies. The governance review is still scheduled for 4 weeks from now, and there are board members who voted against her who have not changed their minds. But the work is better, and that is harder to argue with than any speech. Her phone buzzes. She looks down, a text from an unknown number. Then she reads the contact name she assigned weeks ago. Unknown. Her fingers go still. But the message is different this time. "You look like you belong there. I wanted you to know I am watching. Not to threaten, to witness." She stares at the words. The texter is still out there. The photographs from the Armitage is still unaccounted for. Nicholas is still somewhere, alive, and she has not yet found the courage to look for him. But the message does not feel like a weapon today. It feels like a mirror. She sets the phone face down and looks up through the glass. Across the atrium, Anders is walking toward the east stairwell. He stops at the railing. He does not wave or gesture. He just looks at her, standing in the light of her own office, visibly pregnant, holding a tablet, running the integration of a merged company. His expression shifts. Not pride that claims, pride that watches. She raises her chin. He nods once, then continues toward the stairwell, and Delia feels the future open like a door she was not sure she had permission to walk through. Her desk assistant appears at the door. "Ms. Mwangi, this just came up from legal." She holds out a sealed folder. Delia takes it, slides the seal open, and reads the first page. Her stomach tightens. It is a compliance notice from the newly formed Independent Oversight Committee, addressed to her. Subject: Material Discrepancy, Aurelian Freight Post-Merger Storage Audit. The language is careful, measured, and exactly the kind of document that either gets handled quietly or blows open into something that could undo everything. Delia reads the summary twice. A cache of unreported hazardous materials has been found in a warehouse that Aurelian did not disclose during diligence. The location matches a facility listed in the original asset roll-up, but the contents were never declared. Under the new governance terms, this is a material breach of the representation warranties signed at close. If she does nothing, the breach becomes hers. If she escalates, the merger takes a credibility hit she may not be able to sell to the board. If she investigates first, she may find that the texter left this for her to find. She looks up. Through the glass, Anders has disappeared into the stairwell. The atrium hums with the sound of a company that does not yet know it may be standing on unstable ground. Delia sets the folder on her desk, face up. She reaches for her grandmother's bangle, touches the warm gold and thinks of the words her grandmother spoke into her hair in a kitchen that no longer exists. You do well, because you know when to fight and when to let someone hold you. She picks up her phone. She does not call Anders. She calls the warehouse foreman listed on the compliance notice. East Bay Storage, this is Gerald. My name is Delia Mwangi. I run operations integration for the combined entity. I have a question about your facility's storage inventory. The pause is long enough to be wrong. Ma'am, I am going to need to call you back on a secure line. Gerald, is there something in your warehouse that Aurelian did not disclose? The line goes dead. Delia stares at the phone. The silence is louder than any answer. She thinks of the texter's message. I wanted you to know I am watching, not to threaten, to witness. But the warehouse was not in the texter's message. The warehouse was in a legal document that crossed her desk 40 minutes ago. Which means either the oversight committee found it independently or someone else left it there for her to find. She looks at the folder again. At the bottom of the first page, a handwritten notation in the margin, small and neat. Found this while auditing the audit trail. Thought you should see it first. T.R. Tamsin Rowe. Delia's breath catches. Tamsin did not go through Soren, did not go through Anders, did not put it through formal channels. She sent it directly to Delia, which means Tamsin does not trust the chain of custody either. Delia reaches for her coffee. It is cold. She drinks it anyway. She picks up her phone again and dials Rafiq. Talk to me. I need you to run a search. East Bay Storage. Cross-reference against every name connected to Aurelian's logistics division, every shell company that received a payment from Delaware, and every alias that has ever appeared in the texter's messages. Off book? Off book. A pause. Then Rafiq's voice, steady. I will call you back. The line goes quiet. Delia sets the phone beside the folder. Through the window, the afternoon is burning toward evening, and the city beyond the glass glitters like a promise she is not sure she can keep. Her first major decision in the new structure, and it is already asking her to choose between the merger she saved and the truth she has not yet found. Chapter 80. The atrium empties in waves. First the day shift desk assistants, then the mid-level analysts, then the senior directors who pretend they are not checking the clock. By 6:47, the 42nd floor is down to nightlights and the distant hum of servers. Delia stays at her desk. The compliance folder lies open. She has read the East Bay storage notice 4 times, each pass finding another detail that does not fit. The warehouse was classified under Aurelian's logistics arm as a standard distribution hub. No hazmat permits, no environmental riders. The Oversight Committee found it during a random audit of the asset roll-up, a clerk cross-checking square footage against declarations and noticing the discrepancy. Random. She does not believe in random anymore. The elevator chimes. She does not look up until the footsteps stop at her door. Anders leans against the frame, tie loosened, sleeves rolled. He has been in his own office for hours, fielding calls from analysts who want to know whether the merger's credibility is still intact. His face is tired. His eyes are not. You are still here. So are you. He nods toward the folder. That bad? I do not know yet. She closes it. Tamsin said it directly to me, bypassed formal channels, which means she does not trust the chain of custody either. Anders steps inside, lowers himself into the chair across from her desk. He does not reach for the folder. He does not ask to read it. He waits. She watches him watch her and feels something shift in her chest. The old Delia would have kept the folder closed, solved it alone, presented him with a finished answer. The new Delia, the one who is still learning what she is becoming, opens her mouth and tells him. Aurelian had a warehouse they did not disclose. Hazardous materials. The Oversight Committee found it. If I escalate, the merger takes a credibility hit. If I do nothing, the breach becomes mine. And if you investigate first, then I may find the texter left this for me. Anders does not flinch. He does not offer to call Sorens or the board or a crisis team. He says, "What do you need?" She loves him for that, for not trying to fix it before she has decided what kind of fixing she wants. I am having Rafik run the cross-reference off book. I called the warehouse foreman. He hung up when I identified myself. Then he knows something. Or he is scared of someone. Anders lets that settle. The server hums behind the walls. The gold light of the setting sun pours through the west windows, catching the dust suspended in the air, turning the whole floor into something sacred and temporary. I have been thinking, he says, about what comes next. Beyond the warehouse? Beyond everything. He leans forward, elbows on his knees, hands open. I spent 15 years building a company that moved faster than anyone else. I told myself speed was conviction, that if I ran hard enough, the rules would catch up instead of stopping me. And now I have a child coming, and a woman I love, and a company that finally has governance limits I helped design. He looks at her. I do not know who I am when I am not running. The admission lands soft but heavy, a stone dropped into still water. Delia reaches across the desk and takes his hand. His fingers close around hers, warm and real. Then we figure it out together, she says. That is the deal, right? We stand in the open and learn what we are when there is nothing left to run from. Terrifying. Yes, she smiles. That is why it is worth doing. He lifts her hand and presses his lips to her knuckles. The gesture is slow, deliberate, a vow he does not need to speak. They sit in the quiet as the light deepens from gold to amber to the first violet of evening. The city glitters beyond the glass, indifferent and vast. But here, in this small pocket of stillness, Delia feels the future take shape, not as something she has to fight, as something she gets to build. Her phone buzzes. She looks down. With Theek's name on the screen, a single line. East Bay Storage, owned by a subsidiary of a shell registered in the Caymans. The parent company is Aurelian, but the original purchase order was signed by someone else. She reads it twice, signed by Nicholas. Her breath catches. Anders feels the shift. What is it? She shows him the screen. He reads it. His jaw tightens. But when he looks up, his voice is steady. Then we find out what he signed, and why. Delia stares at the message, the name that keeps rising from the depths of a past she thought was buried. Nicholas, 8 years dead, now signing purchase orders for hazardous storage facilities that Aurelian did not disclose. She looks at Anders, at the folder, at the city burning gold beyond the glass. The old Delia would have closed the phone, buried the lead, handled it alone. The new Delia types back, "Where is he?" Rafik's reply comes in under a minute. That is the question. The shell company traces to a post office box in Kingston, but the notary stamp on the PO belongs to a law firm in Manhattan. I am pulling the partner list now. She sets the phone face up on the desk. Anders is watching her with something she does not expect. Not fear, not worry, pride. You found the thread, he says. Tamsin handed it to me. She handed you a problem. You found the thread. He stands, comes around the desk, and stops beside her chair. What do you want to do? Delia looks at the compliance notice, at Rafik's message, at the name that will not stay buried. I want to know who Nicholas has become, and why he is signing documents for a company that tried to destroy us. And after that, she reaches up, touches his face. His skin is warm, his eyes are the color of the sky before a storm. After that, I gonna come home. To you. To this. She looks down at her stomach, the curve that is no longer a secret. To whatever we are becoming. Anders bends and kisses her, slow and deep. When he pulls back, his forehead rests against hers. Then let us find him. Her phone buzzes again. Rafik. Partner list coming through now. One name keeps appearing across 3 different shell signatures. She reads it. Her blood goes gold. Anders sees her face. Delia. Who? She looks up from the screen. The name on her firm is not Nicholas. It is someone she has never suspected. Someone who has been inside the building the whole time. Someone who knew her before she ever walked into the Armitage Hotel. Caldwell Whitfield.